In the center of the clear dome, a large park ranger bot rolled forward at a steady pace. It looked like a combination drone, ground car and droid. Its solitary electronic eye swung toward them on the end of a long metal neck, taking in the running man and the Tyrannosaurus Rex variant chasing right behind him. A shrill air horn shrieked inside the force bubble, the super-high decibels temporarily deafening Jorge. He stumbled, hands over his ears and grimacing in pain. Bright flashing lights popped on and off the bot's roof as the painful noise continued. The dinosaur stopped, stunned by the lights and horrendous sound. It shrieked, a pain-filled roar mixed with fury. But the horn and the lights continued. The bot pivoted, rolling straight for it, the electronic eye focusing on the dinosaur. Finally, the great lizard relented, giving up on its erstwhile prey. It turned and ran back into the gloom, then off the road and into the trees, leaving behind the painful noise and lights, along with its intended meal. The air horn and lights stopped abruptly. Jorge stood panting, grateful for the respite. He stayed bent over for a couple minutes, gasping for air. Finally, he straightened and looked at the park ranger bot. The size of a typical ground car, it had one robotic eye mounted on a 2-meter-tall articulated metal neck, allowing it to look up and around in all directions. Right now, the eye snaked down to his level, staring at Jorge unblinking and emotionless. An electronic voice said, "Visitors are not allowed in Primordia overnight." Jorge nodded, finally catching his breath to the point he could speak. "Thank you. Thanks for saving me from that monstrosity." Diegosaurus rex, as it is commonly known, is a fierce predator. It is protected, as are all animals inside Primordia and the neighboring nature preserve. Visitors should never approach wildlife outside the confines of an official park vehicle. Yes, I am so sorry that I am not in an official park vehicle, and that I'm out here all alone, at night. You should return to the main visitor center immediately. If you will get inside, I will bring you there safely. A door opened, and the bot's interior lit up. Inside, a car seat beckoned. "Thank you. How long will it take us to reach the main visitor center?" "At my maximum speed, and presuming no unexpected delays, 6 hours and several minutes." "I see. Well, thank you, again. You wouldn't happen to have any food and water in there, would you?" "Emergency rations are in the front console along with a first aid kit." "Great. I appreciate this." He climbed inside. The door closed, and the park ranger bot turned around, heading off in the opposite direction it had been traveling. Jorge pulled out a water bottle and opened it, taking a long, grateful sip. Leaning back in the seat, he sighed, then smiled. "I bet I can find a ride home from the visitor center," he thought. He spent more time wondering if going back to Octavia would be a wise thing, considering his fugitive status. There was no one to talk to about it. Certainly not the ranger bot, he thought. After a while, lulled by the vehicle's steady rhythm, he dozed off. 3.18 Bebo found the autopilot setting and the tourist car rushed back towards its home destination, the Welcome Center on the other side of Primordia. He also found and activated the car's force bubble, keeping fog away from their immediate vicinity. They could now see the road ahead, at least a few meters, and the dark green fronds from nearby vegetation waving at them as they skimmed past. He leaned back in the driver's seat and sighed in relief. "We're not out of the woods yet. Literally. Those pugs could still come after us," Tori said from the passenger side. But even she looked doubtful. There seemed to be no sign of pursuit. She glanced over her shoulder for the umpteenth time and looked out the rear window. Not that she could see anything beyond the fog swirling at the bubble's edge. "You didn't have to get rid of the old man," Lindsay said, frowning. Tori's eyes locked with the other young woman's. "What did you say?" "You heard me. Stop the car, Bebo. We've got to get rid of someone else. An ungrateful, whiny bitch who doesn't even care that I got the pugs off our tail." Bebo glanced over his shoulder and took in the passengers at a glance. Both girls looked young and attractive. He locked eyes with Lindsay for a moment, then turned back to the road. "Relax, Tori. We're not getting rid of anyone else." "I want her gone, Bebo." He grimaced, perhaps in pain from her shouting in his ear. Tori, we need the Tartars. We rescued Spence because we need him and his organization. Lindsay's one of my top lieutenants. I can't let you abandon her out here in the middle of nowhere, Spence said. Lindsay gave him a grateful look. Eve's eyes narrowed, and she slipped her hand through the crook of Spence's arm in a possessive gesture. Tori noticed both non-verbal gestures. She did not say anything else but crossed her arms and stewed in silence for a while, thinking of painful ways to kill everybody in the car. She might not get the chance, and it might not be practical, but planning everyone's demise made her feel better. We need to blanket the area. We need satellites, bots, whatever we've got, and all sensors need to be tuned in and monitoring the access points to this place. All vehicles going out need to be recorded and electronically searched. Effie finished, a little breathless. She paused to consider anything else that needed to be done. There's just one problem, Jameson, Applegate said over the open comlink. We don't have access to any of that stuff out here. What? We've got satellites at least. We can get the other stuff. Primordia is off limits to all but approved technology, and no one's bothered to put in sensors because they don't work well over there. Plus, they don't last very long with all the D-Rex monsters wandering around, or whatever other kind of dino-leviathans roam those parts. You know how often they have to replace municipal sensors thanks to hoodlums, or even just wear and tear. Now imagine they're placed in the Stone Age, with big green monsters looking for food and bumping into the poles. Effie deflated. So we're just going to let them get away? I know for a fact one is out there on foot. I saw him through enhanced optics. We'll inform the Park Ranger Network. They pick up lost people all the time out here, or find their bodies sometimes. I'll see if Claire can help monitor the visitor center. I think it's on the other side of the valley, a few 100 kilometers away. If anyone's going to try and leave surreptitiously, it'll be over there. Boggs walked over to her in the swirling fog and joined in the conversation. He said, AD Applegate, if you'll head this way when you're done, I think we can evacuate half our people if we squeeze them into your van. The other half will have to wait until somebody else can get out here. Yeah, that'll work. I imagine it'll be a little claustrophobic, but maybe we can arrange for a terrestrial port as soon as we get back to civilization. That'll speed things up on getting everybody home. You two hold on. We're almost finished over here. Boggs smiled at Jameson. She frowned back at him and said, How did they get away? The drone didn't help. Somebody has gotten hold of a weapons cache. A very big and powerful weapons cache. Effie raised her eyebrows. You're right. And whoever that was went out of their way to free the leaders of the Tartar gang and the time thief. In the distance, muffled through the mist, they heard a dinosaur roar. Boggs's smile grew wider. Yeah, but good luck getting them out of here in one piece. 3.19 Wake up, everybody. We're coming into town, and by town I mean the visitor center. Tori's eyes cracked open. The girls in the back seats stretched on either side of Spence. They had snuggled up close to him through the long hours the ground car travelled into the night. Tori vaguely recalled Bebo engaging Lindsay in a long conversation before dozing off. The last thought she had before succumbing to sleep was that it sure seemed like they were flirting with one another. The obvious love triangle between Spence and his two lieutenants seemed ripe for exploitation. But if Bebo inserted himself and made the relationship a foursome, that would not help Tori at all. Her brows furrowed as she considered the possible implications. Things were much simpler on the Breckenridge, she thought. There I just had to figure out who the Republican sympathizers were and kill them. Easy. I didn't have to deal with the complications of relationships. The car passed a sign clearly visible in the headlights and the force bubble keeping fog out. It was made out of wood, and someone carved in big block letters before inking them in bright white. Welcome to Primordia Visitor Center Number 1. What happens when we get there? Eve said from the back. I thought Primordia was closed to overnight visitors. It's 2 a.m. Some of the tours come back late, Bebo said. We'll stay in the welcome center and take the first bus out. Spence said, What about sensors? I've got that covered. I was going to use the drone before the pugs took it out. But I've got a plan B. Everyone needs to stay inside the car until I get back. The vehicle finally slowed to a stop in a parking lot filled with identical cars, all 4 door models painted dark blue. It slid into an open slot in a long row of other vehicles. Bebo pulled a visor out and strapped it over his face. This'll take just a minute. He opened the door and left the car, leaving the others to sit in awkward silence. Minutes later, they heard the muffled sound of a small explosion. Lindsay said, "What was that?" "I guess he took care of it," Spence said, sounding impressed. Tori snorted. Spence gave her an appraising look. Eve had her arm wrapped snugly around his, like a security blanket. Lindsay sat close by, but had ceded Spence to her rival for the moment. He said, "You don't really like us much, do you, Tori?" She glanced over her shoulder to give him an annoyed look. "You're all a bunch of filthy Republicans. Why should I like you?" "We're going to help you. We're not fans of the government either. I didn't vote for the Libertarians. I think the Socialists ought to be in power. We're going to do what we can to help with that." Tori snorted again, but softer this time. The idea that some Republicans might not like their own system of government had never occurred to her. In her mind, all Republicans were evil capitalists, with far too much freedom and individualism. That some would want to change that proved a novel concept. Her thoughts were interrupted by Bebo climbing back in and doffing his visor. "All right, I took out the sensor. This place is blind to Player now. The first bus going back to a real city is showing up at 4 in the morning, local time. That's in 2 hours. I'm going to bet that's not enough time for them to get a replacement sensor in place. The bus is probably already in the air." "What about the bus itself?" Tori said. "Won't it be monitored too?" Bebo shook his head and said, "I checked. Transportation out here is run by a local outfit, under contract with the government. A lot of those private companies are complicit in organized crime, one way or another. Or at least, that's what everybody assumes. There was a big scandal a while back. Anyway, the provincial transportation companies remain resistant to AI oversight. So, we should be okay." Spence nodded. Lindsay beamed. She said, "You are so smart, Bebo." "Thanks." Tori snorted again, in disgust this time. Bebo gave her an annoyed look. He said, "There are vending machines inside, if anyone's hungry. There's also about a dozen other people who were out after the last bus left. I suggest you avoid them as best you can. Don't give anyone a reason to start their optical recording and grab an image of you." "Do we need to kill them?" "No, Tori. We don't need to kill anyone. Everyone just stay calm and get on the bus when it arrives in 2 hours." Exiting the car, Eve glommed onto Spencer's side, walking in step with him. Lindsay fell in next to Bebo. She looked up and smiled at him. He smiled back. Frowning at the pairings and feeling like the proverbial fifth wheel now, Tori brought up the rear as they all walked into a large building filled with seats and vending machines. It reminded Tori of a bus stop. Half an hour passed and another vehicle pulled in, this time bearing the park ranger's seal on its doors. When it opened, the ranger bot spoke again. "The first bus will bring in a pre-dawn group in about an hour and a half. You can get a ride back to New Tulsa, which has several connections to other cities on the bus line." Jorge Campos stepped out and brushed crumbs off his shirt. The electronic eye on its long, articulated neck swung around and faced him. It reminded him of old Martian invasion movies. Out loud he said, "Thanks for the ride. Thank you for visiting Primordia. Please come again." The door closed and the eye swiveled on its long neck to face forward again. The bot reversed itself, turned around and headed back out into the giant park to continue on its rounds. Horror breathed a sigh of relief and made his way to the building marked Waiting Area. Bright lights from the windows shined through the night. He marveled for a moment at the much larger force bubble keeping the fog at bay. That makes life a lot easier, he thought. Before going inside, Jorge glanced through the windows. His eyebrows shot up at the sight of the young people sitting down. He recognized both the prisoners he had been with, as well as the 2 new people who rescued them. He glared at the one known as Tori. who had insisted on throwing him out of the car. He sighed, glancing at the vending machines inside. Fortunately, he had eaten his fill inside the park ranger bot, so hunger was not an issue. But it still annoyed him the young people were there. They were a threat, and would likely try to do something if he headed inside. He carefully backed away from the window and went to find some other place to hang out until dawn. I guess I can catch the next bus, after the first one. It's probably best that they think I'm dead. 3.20 Arra passed the time by walking through trees and shrubbery near the visitor centre buildings. He discerned a much larger force bubble keeping fog out, and he tried passing back and forth several times, walking in and out of the bubble to see if any tripwires alerted someone. But nothing happened. He found the recently destroyed sensor. It looked like someone placed a small bomb near its light pole standing in the center of the bubble. He watched two other park ranger bots come in from patrol, the vehicle-like droids finding their designated spots and switching into dormant mode. Other than that, not much happened. At last the surrounding gloom brightened a bit, both inside and outside the bubble. A flying bus came in, landing near the buildings, and everyone inside the waiting area came out the door. From his hidden spot behind a tree, Arra watched as the 5 young people from the car waited with a larger group. People on the bus exited and streamed into the visitor center. Then the overnight crowd filed onto the bus. Moments later it levitated, turned its nose around, and flew away in the fog. Arra sighed in relief. The likelihood of anyone else nearby wanting to kill him seemed to diminish with their departure. Now all I have to do is wait for the next one, he said out loud. He stayed near the tree and waited. An hour passed without any additional traffic. No new buses arrived, even as the morning progressed. Arra grew restless and started wandering around the edges of the bubble again. Leaning up against a tree just inside the surrounding fog bank, he heard a rustling of leaves as someone walked up behind him. He turned and glanced over his shoulder just as a woman appeared out of the fog. She looked as surprised as he did. Arra smiled, and tension seemed to seep out of her shoulders when she realized he would not be a threat. He said, "Hi there, you hiding too?" She smiled back and said, "You could say that." Giving him the once-over, she said, "You don't look like a tourist." "I could say the same about you." The woman appeared to be in her mid-40s with dark brunette hair tied off in a ponytail. She seemed fit and trim, with the air of someone spending a lot of time outdoors, although her olive skin did not appear tanned. That might be because of the perpetual mist around here, Arra thought. It probably prevented tanning. "Are you, an employee or something?" The only thing that made Arra doubt this question would be answered in the affirmative was her outfit. Her pants, hiking boots and sports shirt looked very worn. "No, not really," she said with an enigmatic smile. This led to an awkward pause in their exchange. She glanced toward the visitor center uncertainly. "Well, the next bus is coming at some point. Care to grab something from a vending machine while we wait?" Her smile turned demure. "I usually don't go inside the perimeter, but we had a report last night the sensor was disabled." His eyebrows rose while she blushed, realizing she had said too much. He said, "So there's more of you. Well, I'm afraid I only have a couple tokens on me." "Oh, I don't need any tokens." She reached behind her back and pulled out a short iron rod. "Come on," she said. "I'll treat you, and you can keep your money." He followed her as she made a beeline for the waiting area. "This smacks of larceny, but you have me intrigued." She gave him another smile, much more beguiling this time. They walked into a deserted building. All the people waiting overnight were gone now, and the newcomers were already out in the park. The woman headed straight toward the machines and pulled out a large bag from her front pocket. "Here, hold this open for me." She took the rod and slammed it into the plexiglass of the first vending machine. Arra noted the instrument had a sharp point on one end and a flat edge on the other. The point pierced the plexiglass, and she tugged on it, pulling the front off to reveal all the packages inside. She grabbed them out of the busted machine and tossed them into the bag. They repeated the smash and grab procedure on 2 more machines, filling up 2 more bags. Jorge grunted under the weight, but followed her out the door like a smitten schoolboy carrying a cute girl's books. At the edge of the bubble where the tree line and fog started up again, she turned and smiled. "Well, thanks for your help in there. You've made this a lot easier." "Sure. Do you come here to rob the vending machines often?" "Oh no, only when we know the sensor is down. There'll be no record of my presence." "That's nice. You'd think they'd get better machines or set a trap for you or something." Her lips quirked up at the thought. "We're small fry. Far too insignificant for that much attention out here. What's 100 credits in stolen treats?" "There's that plural we again. You got family out here or something?" She looked at the bags on his back, then off into the trees, thinking for a moment. "Why don't you come home with me? I'll let you carry those bags and you can see for yourself." 3.21 The woman snaked her way through a barely discernible trail in the fog outside the visitor center bubble. Jorge kept up with her easily, the 3 bags of stolen vending machine food slung over his back. He felt very grateful indeed for his rejuvenation injection right now. It was worth every credit, he thought. Over her shoulder, the mysterious woman in the worn outdoorsy clothing said, "I'm Ariel, by the way." "Jorge. Pleased to meet you." "Likewise." They continued on in silence for a long time. Campo sweated a bit now, not from exertion, but from the thought that he might have some difficulty finding his way back to the visitor center without her. He felt hopelessly lost. Still, Ariel continued, sure-footed, wending her way through the leafy underbrush. After several long minutes of tromping through fronds, they finally came to a large clearing. They passed through a heavy ring of tall stakes surrounding the clearing, pointy ends facing slightly out. Jorge suspected the barrier would be sturdy enough to keep out any Diegosaurus rex specimens or other large predators. The fog seemed thinner here too, and as the vegetation disappeared behind them, a campsite took shape in the center of the clearing. Several dozen tents and makeshift structures stood in a pattern, suggesting some forethought went into their placement. People were present too, many of them coming out to greet Ariel. They raised eyebrows at the sight of Jorge, but no one seemed overtly hostile. "Is the professor in? I've got his favorite candy bar," Ariel said to one older woman. The lady nodded and pointed toward a large tent off to one side. Ariel turned that way and Jorge dutifully followed. A man who looked like a buff Santa Claus came out of the tent as they approached. He was about Hawker's age and height, with a full head of snow-white hair and a long curly beard dropping down to his chest. Like Ariel and the others, his clothes looked worn and a bit ragged. "I was successful on my supply run, Professor. Also, I brought back a visitor." Jorge plopped the 3 heavy bags down, grateful for the chance to unload them. He stuck his hand out. "Oh, hi. Colby Longman." "You're a professor?" Longman smiled at this question and shrugged. "I used to teach at the Institute." Jorge nodded. That was the nickname for the Diego Institute of Higher Learning, in Octavia. "What brings you out here, and all these other people?" "We are campers. Illegally camping here, I might add. Long-term overnight visitation is not allowed in Primordia. Folks can only stay at the visitor center when their tour runs late." "But you're doing it anyway." "Indeed." "Why?" "Various reasons. Some of us are naturalists, and this is one of the last great untouched nature reserves in the Republic. They're doing a Walt Whitman thing out here in the primordial mist. Others are fascinated by dinosaurs, and this presents an opportunity to observe them up close for long periods of time. That's why I'm here, actually. And I suppose there are some who are running from legal entanglements back home." His eyes twinkled at this last statement. Ariel grinned and said, "That's me. I had a court appointment for embezzlement about 10 years back. I was out on bond and I took a day trip to visit Primordia. I've been here ever since." Jorge looked astounded. "That's incredible. And everyone just stays out here? The park ranger bots never deal with you? No one ever gets caught?" "We are blessedly free of technology. On rare occasion, the sensor goes down at the station nearby, and Ariel will make a supply trip. Speaking of trips, will you be heading back, Hor? Or would you like to stay with us for a while?" Our little community is always happy to have fresh members. Jorge's eyebrows rose as he thought about it. Well, I had planned on taking the next bus back. Ariel said, it'll be heavily monitored if you do. I don't know if you're running from anything or anyone, but after the sensor goes down, the next few buses are always watched. And they typically send somebody out to investigate. Well, in that case, maybe I'll stay a while. Ariel and Longman both smiled this time. Longman shook his hand and welcomed him into the fold. Ariel said, come on, let me show you around. She led him away while the professor stooped down to rummage through the bags and find his favorite candy bar. 3.2 We looked at the possibility they flew out in another vehicle. It's the old classic car swap, you know. They flew into Primordia in one car, then jumped into another, we think. Morton Boggs stood in Gina Wilcox's office, pointing to a series of hollow shots to support his report. Jacob Applegate and Ethel Jameson sat in on the meeting as well. But at some point overnight, the only sensor in that godforsaken place that time forgot was vandalized. That happened to be at the main visitor center where cars and buses are supposed to be restricted to coming and going. So if they flew one from there, we won't know about it. And yet, we know at least one passenger was on foot, hundreds of kilometers from that visitor center, Gina said with a glance toward Effie. That's right. I've got the recording from that incident, but here are the highlights. A few blurry images from Effie's visor showed someone running ahead of her in dense fog, their outline highlighted sporadically by augmented reality. It's only one person. My theory is they tossed somebody out of the car. Can we have the park rangers search for them? Better yet, did they find anybody? Boggs said, in this mess? It's thick as pea soup in there. But to answer your question, Sarge, I did check with the Park Service. It turns out the bots they use to patrol that area overwrite their logs every night. And no one checked last night. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Last night they did not. Gina's brows furrowed. She said, that's odd. You would think their records would last longer than 24 hours. They're old machines. Apparently, they were designed to be sort of like those dogs that rescued hikers in the Alps back in the day. What were they called? St. Bernards, Applegate said. Right? Boggs smiled at the assistant director. Anyway, these machines are all over 30 years old, some even older than that. Record retention is not a high priority unless they know they're looking for someone, which they weren't at the time. Applegate said, there was a bill in Parliament recently that would have included additional funding for the Garrett Wilderness Preserve, Primordia, and a host of other nature sites on Diego. It died in committee, though. The Progressives killed it because it didn't provide enough largesse for the local districts represented on the committee. Gina frowned and said, so, if someone was picked up by a ranger bot, there'd be no record of it? Not only that, Sarge, there's no record of anybody going in or out of the park's visitor center until the second bus came in with a load of tourists the following morning. We've got records from that point forward, but not beforehand. The second bus? Why the second one? Because when the sensor went down, players submitted a notification to the park service. But their policy requires someone to double-check all replacement requests in person. Again, they are operating about 3 decades behind the rest of the world. Plus, they're suffering budget constraints, I suppose, if A.D. Applegate is correct. Applegate nodded with a sour expression. It seemed clear his feelings toward politicians and the shelving of that particular bill. Boggs said, so anyway, someone with the Park Service came in on the first bus, verified the sensor was down, and put in the order for a replacement. They also found their vending machines vandalized, by the way. I guess our escapees all got fed. He flashed some still images of the looted units. As per their security protocols, all the buses going in and out now are being monitored for a while. But nobody checked that first bus going back, because the vandalism had not been manually confirmed. So it's possible our fugitives were on board if they didn't just fly their own car out and land it somewhere else out of sensor range. Beyond the empty one, Effie shot down. Where did the bus go? New Tulsa. And before you ask, sensors near the bus stop there were knocked out of commission a few days ago. That city is slow to replace them, unlike Octavia. Gina sighed. She said, "It seems like someone planned their getaway very well. There are too many possibilities to adequately follow up on." "I'm concerned about the visitor center," Ethy said, speaking up for the first time. "What if they're still hanging around there?" "I wouldn't worry too much about that, Jameson," Boggs said. "A new sensor is up and watching that place, and nobody is going to be living out in the wilderness where a bunch of dinosaur variants could stalk them. If the person you were chasing is still out there, they've been eaten by now." "Yeah, you're probably right." Gina said, "Let's see how much traffic out of New Tulsa Playa can track for us, starting with yesterday morning." Boggs cycled through some more slides. "I'm already on it, Sarge. A total of 83 vehicles left there yesterday and did not return. Of those, 18 eventually made it all the way to Octavia. Of those, 3 had passengers who Playa could not identify. 1 car landed in the projects, carrying 5 people. 1 had a single driver. He landed in Old Town, then walked into a store and was subsequently ID'd by Playa. She had seen the fellow elsewhere during the time of the prison van escape, so he's clear. The other vehicle was a truck that landed at a private delivery service company. A man Playa believes to be the driver later exited that building and took his own car home. So our best bet is the one that landed in the projects." Boggs nodded and said, "That's right." They went into a parking garage. "Conveniently hidden from satellites." "Yes, ma'am, and from there, the trail grows cold. But at least we've narrowed it down to 1 borough." "At least we've done that. Good work. Let's try and double up player surveillance in the projects and maybe perform some good old-fashioned door knocking. But I think you're right about Primordia. If anybody is left behind there, they're probably already dead. Player can notify us if someone walks out of the fog and into the visitor center." 3.23. "You've done a good job with the Tartars, Spence. Far better than anyone could hope for. But I want to make you and your gang even greater. By the time we're done, everyone in the Milky Way will have heard of Spence Tanaka and the Tartars." "And Eve McFadden." Bebo smiled indulgently and said, "And his trusted lieutenant, closest confidant and lover, Eve McFadden." Tori snorted in derision, but Eve beamed. She twined her arm around Spence's and basked in the table's attention. The 5 young people gathered in a safe house Bebo had prepared for the escaped prisoners in the projects. An old bot brought out plates of food and set them down around the table one by one, neatly and efficiently. "I can't wait to have a real meal," Lindsay said. She sat next to Bebo and addressed these remarks to him with a smile, her fork and knife hovering over the plate. He said, "Well, I hope you like Poshbird. I've stocked the fridge with a ton of it." "Oh, I love Poshbird." They shared a long smile before digging in. Tori rolled her eyes. She sat quietly through the rest of the meal, eating quickly and saying nothing. But she watched the foursome carefully as they continued to talk and flirt. Eve moved closer to Spence, growing more possessive by the minute. Lindsay and Bebo continued to feel each other out, throwing signals and subtle hints. It almost made Tori sick, but she forced her stomach to relax and accept the food. She chewed it down, swallowing without thinking about the taste. After eating, Tori wandered off to an empty bedroom and locked the door. She wanted some privacy and needed to get away from all the pheromones in the other room. The other 2 girls decided to talk in private somewhere, leaving Bebo and Spence alone in the large living room for a while. "Thanks again for rescuing us," Spence said as the bot brought in 2 bottles of beer. Bebo smiled and lifted his drink. "To the Tartars." Spence clinked his bottle with Bebo's, and they both tossed back several gulps. "I also want to thank you for distracting, if that's the right word, Lindsay for me. I noticed a little love triangle going on there. I hoped you wouldn't mind if I took one of the girls off your hands." "No, not at all. I like Lindsay. It's just that she and Eve had this rivalry going, and it was starting to get out of hand. All the girls in the gang want me. I guess that's a perk for being top dog. But I had no idea those 2 would fight so bitterly over me. I'm willing to give up any claims on Lindsay, just for a little peace, you know." "No problem." They sat in silence a while, finishing off the beers. The bot came and retrieved their empties, supplying them with 2 fresh bottles. Bebo said, "Now that you're here, we should talk about your organization and what lies ahead." Spence smiled, relaxing in the afterglow of a big dinner and the beers. He said, "You've done a lot for us. I'm sure the Tartars will be able to return the favor somehow. We do owe you after all." He gulped down half of the second beer and wiped his mouth. "You know, the Tartars are the largest gang in Octavia. There were some others that came close. The East Side Comanches were big, really big, at least in East Side. But they got wiped out by ours not too long ago. So your gang is king of the hill now, right?" "Yeah, you could say that. The funny thing about the Tartars is, we're not just street trash struggling to survive. You see, we've got members everywhere, in all 8 boroughs. It's a pyramid scheme, really. Well, multi-level marketing, in a way." "You don't say?" Bebo, with his league upbringing, had never heard of multi-level marketing. But he did not want to admit that to Spence, so he remained open and encouraging, hoping the other young man would fill in the missing details as he talked. "Yeah, so everybody gets a cut of the loot we steal, but members also get a small percentage of the loot their recruits get. You see?" "Ah, brilliant. So there's an encouragement to recruit more members." "Right, and everybody contributes something. Time, weapons, whatever. If you're in on a hit, you get more of the loot. If you've recruited a lot of people, you get more cuts of their loot. It adds up. We're pretty big now." "I'm surprised you're not infiltrated, to be honest. In the League, this scheme wouldn't stand a chance. SSI would be on you like blankets on a baby. There's privacy laws. Plus, we have an initiation ceremony where new members have to get naked. And cops have a policy against working naked, even undercover. We've weeded out a couple of questionable recruits that way." "Well, you've done an excellent job. You provide disaffected youth in the Republic's capital city with meaning and purpose. And lots of money. The money is important." "And lots of money," Bebo agreed, draining his beer. Spence followed suit, tilting the bottle back and swallowing the last of it. He stifled a burp and said, "So what can I do? What can the Tartars do to repay you for springing me and the girls?" Bebo smiled and leaned forward, eager to outline the next steps in his grand plan. "We are about to embark on something I call Assignment Diego. You and I, my friend, are going to absolutely dominate this planet." 3.24 And we are live at Anderson Stadium in Octavia Park, Diego, for the start of the Galactic Cup. I've got to tell you, John, I'm happy to be here, and I love seeing the new statue on the south side dedicated to our great former Chancellor Elsa Cole, who viewers will remember was assassinated by Star League operatives not too long ago in this very arena. That's right, Suzanne. The statue will always be watching events transpiring here at Anderson. In fact, we have a special viewpoint for viewers, a camera placed near the Chancellor's eyes. Let's take a peek and see what the field looks like through our special Cole cam. Oh, that is a nice angle, John. I think the Chancellor would have been pleased with the view if she could have been here today to see this outstanding game between Italia and Fargard. Suzanne, there are ticket receipts of 81,143 today. But we've got 3 virtual fans in the stands as well. John, we have some highly advanced droids in 3 seats, and viewers can attend the game remotely with a full holographic sensory experience in real time, no matter where you are in the Republic. Viewers can attend at different price levels, with the highest allowing them to jump from bot to bot as the ball progresses down the field. You can feel like you're really in the game, with the best seats in the house no matter what's going on, for just a few credits more. John, let's not forget to mention that this simulcast is sponsored in part by the Pearl Farmers and Producers Coalition. Together, we are growing the Republic. That's right, Suzanne. The best food comes from Pearl. Make sure and ask for it the next time your drone delivers groceries. High overhead, 24 oversized balloons floated slowly toward the force dome covering the stadium. A large rectangular box dangled from each, with 2 propellers in the back pushing the balloons and their payloads sedately along. "You're lucky it's a windless day," Spence said from the safe house inside the projects. He watched the rooms hollow while Bebo guided the balloons into place. They offered a spectacular view of the sky above and the city below. Wouldn't matter too much if there was wind, Bebo said. We can handle at least some with these motors. The important thing, though, is not to build up too much speed on our approach. The dome is designed to repel birds and vehicles, but not air. We should be able to slip through if we just go slow. The balloons puttered forward, hundreds of meters up. The dome shimmered slightly, causing a slight distortion in the air. Bebo said, "Easy, easy." The hollow blipped brightly as the first balloon plopped through the barrier, sending ripples out like pebbles in a pond. We're in. The others will follow my lead. One by one, the balloons gently passed through the force dome. Soon, all floated slowly forward inside the stadium's airspace. Bebo switched the view on the hollow to see directly below. The stadium walls slowly drifted into sight. "It's like a bomber from the old days," Spence remarked. "Yeah, kinda." The balloons floated over the stands now, packed with people. Even from this height, Spence could make out details, like a father holding his little daughter's hand as they left their seats and headed for the concessions. A troubled look crossed his face. He said, "You think this will kill a lot of people?" "Oh, I hope so," Bebo said. "I hope it kills all of them, but I'll be happy with a high percentage." He concentrated for a moment, guiding the balloons out above the middle of the playing field. Then he glanced over at Spence and frowned. "What? You getting a conscience all of a sudden? After all those hold-ups where your people shot a bunch of cops and shopkeepers?" "Pigs and capitalists are different." Bebo chuckled. "They're all Republicans down there, my friend. You just described most of them." Spence frowned, but he swallowed and did not say anything else. The balloons hovered all over the field now. "Time to go down there and stir things up," Bebo said. He waved a finger through a virtual button and tethers attached to the rectangular boxes snapped. The payloads dropped as the balloons bounced higher in the air. The display on the hollow spiraled wildly. Both young men looked away to avoid vertigo. All 24 boxes plunked down on the field below, landing hard but intact. Bebo smiled and swiped another button. "I can't believe they'd hold enough gas to do much," Spence said, doubt coloring his voice along with a tinge of hope. He still could not rid his thoughts of the little girl heading to the concession stand. "That's because the payload is solid," Bebo replied with a smirk. "It gets mixed with air, vaporizes, and becomes deadly. Look, we'll still use the box's propellers. They'll go into overdrive now." Spence watched as the fans kicked into high gear, spewing out great billowing clouds of dark green gas. The noxious columns sprouted all over the field like giant mushrooms, growing larger by the second. 3.25 Director Wilcox, we have a situation at Anderson Stadium. Gina glanced up from her desk as the office hollow flickered to life, showing the Galactic Cup broadcast. Boxes scattered about on the grass spewed out heavy columns of toxins. She took a moment to process it all. What's going on? A cloud of gas swept over the stands. The camera zoomed in on spectators bent over, gagging and coughing. Several people collapsed. "My sensors indicate this is a toxic nerve agent." "Port those things out. Drop them in the water. Anywhere. Just get them out of the stadium." "I cannot do that, Director. Each unit contains a small anti-teleportation field. Together they are disrupting my abilities to help." "What? Then port those people out of there. Right now." "Most people in the stadium are packed too closely for safe terrestrial teleportation, Director." "Then get them separated. Take out the ones you can." "I have already removed players and referees." Screams broke out as more people collapsed in convulsions. Seemingly as one, the crowd surged for the exits. "We need to get them." "No, they're scrambling for the—" "That's the wrong way. Get me there. Now." "I cannot safely port anyone in at this time, Director Wilcox." Gina bit off a curse, knowing it would be pointless to argue with the AI. The perspective changed on the hollow, showing the crowd up close now, from someone in the seats. Gina made a twirling motion in the air, increasing the volume. "It's madness down there, John." Here you can see from our droid's vantage point what it's like on the south side of the field right now, up in the stands. That's right, Suzanne. It looks like more people are going to be hurt by the rush to the exits than from the gas. Claire, is that one of those simulcast bots? It is, Director. There are 3 for today's game. Get me into it. Override the pay-per-view service. Will do, Director Wilcox. Gina touched her implant and flicked on a console connecting to the quantum matrix. Her conscious self digitized as she entered the main lobby of the Republic's online entertainment nexus. Her avatar made a flicking motion, and the game world entryways rushed off to one side. She kept flicking until she found the selections for sports, stopping at the one marked Galactic Cup. She zoomed in on one marked Fan View, Italia versus Fargard. Her avatar jumped through the electronic door. Suddenly, her mind inhabited the droid on the south side, jostled by a frenzied crowd stampeding toward the stadium exits. Hundreds of thousands of other people felt the same experience simultaneously through the bot's interface. Gina reached out with her power, electronic telepathy. She had some experience controlling droids at a distance, namely her doppelganger, the highly advanced bot, now known as Jenny Wilcox. This would mark her first attempt at taking over a commercial android at a distance. She found the unit's firewall and some other hacking safeguards, neatly stepping past them as her digitized consciousness wormed its way into the bot's central processing grid. She grasped full electronic control, bypassing the sports network subroutines, and opened her eyes. The crowd pressed past her in panic, shoving and screaming. The unit shuffled along on in the mass of humanity, shoulder to shoulder with the press of the mob. Already some had fallen and were being trampled, while thousands lunged toward the narrow exit ramps slicing into the stands. She could see blood on the concrete as people pressed into the sides of the tunnels going down, scratching and clawing their way out. Absently, Gina noted this droid was male and anatomically correct. Jenny was too, but since she was female, a perfect copy of Gina, Her thoughts cut short at the sound of a little boy crying out. She looked down and saw the boy on the concrete, people stepping on him in the race to evacuate. Gina did not stop to think. She overrode the bot's safety protocols, using its superior strength to shove people away and off the boy. Reaching down, she grabbed him, pulling him up and out of harm's way. Then she turned and headed for the field, where gas still spewed from the boxes, their propellers fanning it toward the crowds. Free of the throng, she sat the boy down gently on a seat. Port him straight to an ER. Claire. The bloody and disheveled boy disappeared. She turned to face the field again. Bots are not affected by gas. She made the droid run, jumping over bodies both trampled and gassed. It hopped over the 2-meter wall and down to the field below, her eyes roaming for a stick or a weapon or anything to help disable the gas-spewing boxes. At last she spotted a metal rod, perhaps used by the ground crew or maybe one of the teams on the sideline. She made the bot pick it up and raced out onto the field to the nearest balloon ferried box. She struck it, throwing all the bot's energy into the blow. The 2 propellers popped off and the case cracked open. The gas stopped blowing out. Without the fans to blow it, the fumes just wafted out the back. She whacked it again and again until the box stopped emitting gas altogether. Then she made the droid run to the next one, and she started whacking it too. 3.26. From their safe house in the projects, Bebo smiled at all the chaos in Anderson Stadium. Different scenes showed on separate hollows in the room. He had on Octavia News Network, Zitong, and La Galaxia. All 3 displayed carnage from different angles. Crowds of people fought, shoved, and bit their way toward the exits, trampling the slow and the weak underfoot. As he watched, police and emergency personnel teleported to the middle of the field in full protective gear. Some rushed toward the stands while others approached the 24 containers on the ground. They lay scattered and broken on the grass. Spence walked into the room and said, "Looks like a bot disabled your gas production systems." No matter, they fulfilled their purpose. Every cop in OPD is focused on that stadium right now. He clicked a comm link and said, "Okay, girls, you're up." "We're on it," Eve said. "I've always wanted to go shopping in Octavia Park." "Credit tokens only. Avoid merchandise. They'll have shoplifting chips embedded in the good stuff." "I know that. I'm not stupid." To this, Bebo smiled. He rather pointedly did not reply. Instead, he waved a hand, changing the view on two of the room's holos. Multiple four-person teams spread out across Octavia Park and elsewhere in the 8 boroughs. He focused on the teams Eve and Lindsay led, although he obviously seemed more interested in Lindsay's. "You had a good idea to attack a shopping district in force, Spence, but after doing it the same way a few times in a row, the pigs got wise." The other man grimaced and said, "Yeah, we noticed. That's how we got caught. This is an extension of your tactics, but with an added twist." He paused to watch Lindsay, who covered the patrons in an upscale clothing store with a gun, while the other 3 members of her team systematically drained cash registers and customers' purses. No one grabbed any of the tempting designer purses on display or other items that might easily be fenced or resold via online marketplaces. Bebo nodded in approval at the team's restraint. He clicked the calm link again and said, "Notice the clerk activated a silent alarm. A couple of the customers have no doubt dialed 911 by now too." The 3 Tartars ran past Lindsay and out the door, while she aimed at everyone with her gun. As soon as the last one left, she backed out the door too, carefully covering her own exit. She hit the street and ran for a parked car. As soon as she jumped in, it levitated and raced away, avoiding controlled traffic streams. "It worries me a bit using stolen cars," Spence said as he watched alongside Bebo. "They'll land well outside of sensor range, undercover and safe from satellites before abandoning the vehicles. Player won't be able to track them for long after they leave the city limits. And no cop cars will be giving chase. What with the stadium crisis? Not even that one that always seems to arrive on scene before all the others. Seems like you've thought of everything." Again, Bebo remained silent. He had thought of everything. And with this many hits, even if a third of them were disrupted or failed altogether, it would still be a significant haul. But at the moment, it looked like all of them would succeed. The plan was going very well indeed. Bebo cycled through a few more views, all showing simultaneous robberies successfully taking place. "This is the way to do it, my friend. 32 heists at the same time. The loot will be astronomical." Spence nodded, watching robbery after robbery play out in real time. Tartars aimed their guns, shot a few people, yanked purses from women and tokens from the pockets of customers. They ransacked store cashiers, hitting up classy establishments and other places where cash prevailed, including some casinos and a few upper-crust brothels. 5 minutes max for all operations, regardless of the take, Bebo said with a smile. "There is no set objective on the number of credits stolen. Grab what you can and get out. That's the secret to success." They flicked through the final video feeds, watching as the last gang members raced for their cars with bags full of tokens slung over their shoulders. "Spence, my friend, we're rich." Spence smiled, despite his tension. He said, "Yeah, even if people pocket a number of tokens for themselves, what each car turns in still should be significant." Then a thought crossed his mind. "Where's Tori?" "Don't worry about her. She's busy with her own assignment." 3.27 Tori hoped her framer, the electronic gadget hanging around her neck that gave her a new face, worked. She was willing to bet her life on that hope, standing in line with a gaggle of visitors waiting to get inside the Parliament building. She carried no weapons, or at least nothing that could be construed as one. The scanners would pick up anything suspicious, and lead-lined bags were not allowed. A lot of police were present as expected. They were all distracted, though, and seemed to be paying more attention to their implants than their surroundings. Tori smirked at that. She hoped thousands of Republicans died today. She heartily approved of Bebo's plan to create a mass casualty event as a distraction for law enforcement. This garden is overrun with weeds, she thought. May as well exterminate everything. But, on a more practical basis, she felt this would be an excellent opportunity to gather information that could help her eliminate some members of Parliament. The biggest problem with killing MPs was finding them, then getting close enough. She decided finding them while Parliament was in session would be easy enough. They were meeting today in their stupid building. Getting inside involved trusting in the face-altering gadget that the League agent Boris gave her upon arrival. She just hoped the pugs had not upgraded their security to detect anything like it. She waited patiently as the line moved forward. Large guard bots supplemented the human security forces. These units had been upgraded recently. Must be war surplus, she thought. She glanced up at the sensor mounted on a tall pole. This was the closest she had come to one of Blair's. Right now, the crowd would be scanned for guns and explosives, she decided, even before they reached the security gate. The line crawled forward. 2 policemen watched at a narrow gate as people walked in, pausing them long enough for a reading from facial scanners mounted on either side. Green lights flashed each time, letting everyone through. Tori moved closer, her heart pounding. Then, before she had really psyched herself up for it, she found herself at the front of the line. She stared into the eyes of one of the cops, who nodded politely at her. The scanner line flowed down her face. The light on the gate turned green, and she walked inside. Relief flooded her, like a potent drug suddenly calming her system. She kept going, passing through a huge doorway which was open and allowing visitors to walk into the building. She followed the crowd inside, out of the sunlight. Everyone turned right and into the large circular hallway on the ground floor. Then they veered left to go inside an old-fashioned double door with a sign floating above, reading, Visitors Galley. Here she found stadium seating, looking down upon the floor of Parliament. She angled for a seat near the front. Several spots were already occupied, but she managed to get an aisle seat 5 rows from the balcony's edge. She thought about the problems involved with getting down to the floor safely from here. Blair would have picked up anything like a rope on her sensors. The AI also would have been alerted had Tori tried to bring in a high-tech solution like anti-gravity boots. In short, anything out of the ordinary would have marked her as suspicious, and she would at the very least have undergone questioning by the police. That left jumping down to the floor, but without any protection or way to break her fall, the 10-meter drop would likely be deadly. No, she thought while watching the legislative session being called to order. There would unfortunately be no strikes on MPs today. She watched the first speaker come up to the podium, an older man with close-cropped white hair. He turned and faced the camera pointed at him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chancellor's proposal is nothing short of outrageous. Let me enumerate the many reasons why. The holo in front of her seat popped up, showing a virtual flat screen and an official photo of the MP speaking. Below, in neat white letters, his name displayed prominently, Leighton Darnley. Below that, a biographical sketch showed him to be a retired admiral. Like many others, he served in the Navy before embarking on a life in politics. She smiled, flicking a finger and scrolling down even further. His next public appearance would be tomorrow, in an old town assembly hall. Tori took out that most ancient of recording devices, a pencil. Then, on a scrap sheet of paper, she jotted down some notes. While the entire city's police and emergency personnel focused on the event at Anderson Stadium, and while Spencer's strike teams robbed various lucrative retail sites unabated, Tori recorded as many details about politicians as she could from the public interface in the Parliament building. And she did so without raising any suspicion at all. In fact, these terminals in the galley were not even monitored by Blair. And Tori took full advantage of that fact. 3.28 Gina felt physically drained. The bot she inhabited still had plenty of power, but emotionally and mentally, she was exhausted. She glanced at the stands where thousands of bodies lay sprawled over seats and steps. Some closest to the field had succumbed to the deadly gas, but many more died in the mad rush to escape. At least the chaos is over, she thought, as yet another ambulance floated down to the field with its lights flashing. Docbots and human medics performed triage, sending those they could save to hospitals and treating others on the spot, but far too many were dead. No doubt Blair would track numbers, and numbers were important. At least the news media seemed to think so. But Gina was beyond caring. Thousands of lives were permanently affected today, one way or another. Including mine, she thought. I've never seen anything like this. Not even during the war. At last, feeling she could do no more on-site, she released control of the bot she inhabited. Her conscious self drifted back through the city's circuits and into her own body again. She opened her eyes and became aware of her office, where she sat at the desk. She swiped a finger through a hollow button and said, "Molly, get everybody in here." "Yes, ma'am." A moment later, her door swished open. Jacob Applegate walked in, followed by Morton Boggs and Ethel Jameson. No one looked happy. "What are your thoughts about what happened? Anything going on in your various foci that we should all be aware of?" Applegate grimaced and said, "Multiple robberies took place while police personnel were at the stadium. I suspect they're connected." "How so?" "They all used the same mo, in and out in 5 minutes or less. High credit establishments. They took tokens only, avoiding the merchandise." He adjusted one of the large office holos and displayed security camera footage for one of the robberies. "Where did they go? Player is tracking the cars, I take it." "The cars were all stolen. They converged on the old gypsum mine several kilometers outside town. There they parked under cover, out of range of sensors and hidden from satellites. I have a team heading there now, but I doubt we'll find anything when we get there, except for a bunch of abandoned vehicles." "How many places were hit?" 32, Boggs said, speaking up. "Each with a 4-person team. So, we're talking 128 individuals. They were all armed. Cash taken ranged anywhere from 10 or 15,000 credits on up to 50,000 in at least one location." "The casino," Ethy said, nodding. "So if the average take was 25,000 or so," Applegate said, "and I'm just spitballing here, they got away with about 800,000 credits." Gina's eyes looked bleak. She glanced back at the holo still focused on the stadium filled with emergency personnel. Ambulances and police cars remained parked on the field. Red and blue lights danced across the stands. "You think this was all a distraction? All this murder and mayhem for 800,000 credits?" Her emotions remained tightly sealed, but the others could feel them anyway, bubbling under the surface. They watched as a dockbot pushed a floating gurney with a small body covered by a white sheet. "We'll find them, ma'am," Ethy said. "An operation this big, there has to be a ton of clues, and somebody's going to talk. You can't keep this many people's mouths shut." Gina took a deep, shuddering breath. She waved her hand and turned off all the holos in the room. Her gaze returned to the 3 people standing before her desk. "We need to find the people responsible. I want you to shake every tree, look under every rock. Jameson is right. There has to be someone out there who knows something. I want all of our teams on this. Regardless of whether or not the incidents today were connected, and I agree with AD Applegate that they probably are. We need to live up to our agency's name on this one." All 3 nodded. "I want to see justice served for the people who died today. Go to work." When they walked out the door and it shut, she contacted Molly one more time. "No one comes in. Hold all calls." "Yes, ma'am." Gina fell back in her chair, closed her eyes, and wept softly. Tears trickled down her face, and she sniffled, letting all her emotions out in the privacy of her inner office. 3.29 Tori made her way to the Old Town Civic Centre, half a block from the bus stop. She had considered her route carefully, appearing on Blair's sensors by walking out of the projects and into a corner of Old Town where the borders of the boroughs met. She deliberately avoided showing up in Mumford, since that borough was where she first came in after leaving the spaceport. Tori did not want the AI to draw any conclusions about her identity, if possible. She wore the same face she used for gaining access to the Capitol building. She only had so many faces available on the unit, and after today, she would not be able to safely use this one anymore. If she had her druthers, she would have used a different one for today's assignment, but she had to deal with her limitations. So she reused the face. Having this many tools like the framer and everything else Bebo acquired, she thought, All these resources in the middle of enemy territory is practically a luxury. You can't fight technology without technology, she said to herself, smiling. Halfway to the civic center, she pulled out a pair of special gloves, also provided by Bebo. For a second, her heart twisted. Why did it have to be Bebo who made it here before her? If only it could have been Grigor, her lover from the SSI assassin school. But Grigor was dead by her hand, just as Bebo's lover was killed by him. They were traitors to the League, and one of the first assignments for the remaining students. Although now looking back, she had to wonder how one in every couple was a traitor. In the back of her mind, she knew. The real assassins were matched with partners they were meant to kill as an early assignment. The lovers were not traitors, but tests. She set that thought aside, unwilling to face it. Killing Grigor had been much easier when she believed him to be a traitor to the League. The gloves were too small, but they stretched out, quickly conforming to her hands perfectly and transparently. She looked down and could not tell she wore gloves. Perfect. At last she made it to a short line waiting outside the civic center. Tori queued up and dutifully waited to go through security, subjecting herself once again to a portable face scan. She knew the nearby municipal sensor would check her for weapons too. She had none, though. Tori passed through security with no problems and made her way inside to a lecture hall, about half filled with people. She sat down in the middle and waited patiently with everyone else. A few minutes later, MP Leighton Darnley stepped out from a side door and mounted the stage to a round of scattered applause. He smiled and waved, adjusting his implant so his voice carried over the room's sound system. I'm always glad to meet with my constituents, and today's town hall marks the 15th time I have done so since taking office, far more than my predecessor in her first term during the same length of time. I want to thank the good people of Old Town once again for electing me, and reassure you all that I will continue to fight for your concerns in Parliament. He waited for the applause to die down again. I have a few brief items to discuss before taking your questions. First, I want to address my disagreements with the Chancellor's proposed legislative agenda. I remind my listeners that I have had a long and fruitful relationship with Chancellor Severs, even before he took over full command of our military forces in the war effort. As many of you know. Tori zoned out at this point, the words washing over her. Darnley was a member of the Conservative Party and thus part of the ruling coalition, but the Conservatives had a few bones to pick with the dominant Libertarian Party, of which Severs was the leader. Tori did not pretend to understand the political nuances involved. She dutifully applauded when others did so, without paying much attention to the speech. How boring a representative democracy seemed. Government remained much more efficient when one person, or at least one party, made all the decisions. Getting input from the public only inhibited the functions of government, as far as she could see. At last he finished speaking, and the floor opened for questions. Again, Tori remained silent as various people asked questions. As each person stood to speak, their implant connected with the sound system, and they politely asked something or other. Darnley listened and then replied. When the person finished, they sat and someone else stood to speak. Tori watched this too, feigning interest. Absolute power is the key, she decided. When power is diffused among too many people, like in a parliament or House of Representatives, things got messy quick. These MPs are more concerned about the people they represent than they are about their own parties, she thought. Ridiculous. At last the questions ended, and the meeting declared over. Most in the room stood and left, but a handful walked to the front to meet with Darnley personally. Tori joined this queue and waited patiently for her chance to shake the politician's hand. Finally, it was her turn. Darnley smiled at her. She wondered if the smile was genuine or had something to do with a young female face smiling back at him. Mr. Darnley, I'd love to get your paper autograph. I know everyone signs in the air with a finger these days, but it would mean ever so much to me if I had something tangible of yours to hold on to. Of course, of course. I still sign non-digital documents every once in a while. She handed him a piece of paper, then pulled out a pen. As he reached for it, she grabbed his outstretched arm and pulled him in close. She twirled the pen around, gripping it in her fist. She thrust it up under his sternum, piercing his heart. He yelped in surprise. The few people left in the room turned at the noise. Tori calmly walked out of the room, leaving the pen stuck in his heart. He gasped. Both hands clutched to his chest, blood seeping out between his fingers. Darnley went down to one knee, then dropped to the floor with a thud as Tori reached the door. .30 Campo jogged through the swirling mist, holding hands with Ariel, letting her lead the way. She surged ahead, pulling him along. He thought the woman was not particularly young. She was in her 40s after all. But outdoor life suited her and gave her a youthful heart. She seemed perfectly at home in the dense permanent fog bank and could find her way between the campsite, the visitor center, and a dozen other landmarks nearby. Campo felt like a young man again, with his youth injection. And being near a woman 2 decades younger certainly helped as well. Even though he was far removed from his old life, and despite the fact he had been left for dead by Bebo and the others, right now he felt more alive than he had in decades. He looked up through the fog at the dim circle of light high above that he knew must be the sun. You know, there are technologies that would allow a glimpse into this mist. I can think of LiDAR, which sort of combines lasers and radar. Aren't you afraid the camp will be discovered at some point? Ariel smiled at him with a combination of indulgence and amusement. You think scientists haven't gone over Primordia with a fine-tooth comb? This entire 500,000 square kilometer area was explored thoroughly, shortly after the planet was colonized. But the thing is, they don't keep exploring it. As far as they're concerned, LiDAR scans and everything else have already been done. So they're not going to do it again anytime soon, if ever. It's not like there's some ancient cities under the mist waiting to be discovered. Ah, well, that makes sense. It helps explain why your little encampment has never been uncovered by the authorities. Our little encampment. You're one of us now. He nodded in agreement, happy to be with her. He gave her hand a quick squeeze, and the smile on her face seemed to radiate happiness. She kept going, ploughing a sure-footed path through the forest. He wondered how she kept track of where they went until she pointed out the markers. Large stones about the size of bowling balls were placed strategically along the way. Someone wandering at random might not notice them, but while following the trail they became obvious soon enough. One did not have to walk too far through the mist before the next stone marker became visible, if someone was looking for it. At last she slowed their pace and made a shushing motion with her finger. Quietly they crept forward, and she eased some fronds out of the way. The fog lightened considerably. They looked out over a large inland lake, with little waves gently lapping the shoreline. A variety of small dinosaurs skittered near the water's edge, stopping here and there for a drink. Campo smiled at the 4-footed lizards. 2 of the smaller ones, the size of church mice, tumbled over one another in play. A giant dark brown cat jumped out of the bushes not 10 meters away, paws stretched out to skewer one of the little creatures. With a victorious roar, it pulled the now bloody snack to its jaws, 2 long pointy canines helping it nosh the morsel. The mammals eventually win, Campo whispered to Ariel with a chuckle. But before he finished speaking, the lake water stirred and a giant head rose up, dripping above the surface. It stretched higher and higher, the neck attached to it sliding down in a long, sleek column. Like a snake it darted down for the tiger, which jumped away from snapping jaws that looked big enough to swallow a van. The tiger raced for the safety of the woods, leaving the lakeshore far behind. We are very fortunate indeed, Ariel whispered, sounding awed. That's the one they call Goliath. He looks very much like an extra-large brontosaurus. I thought brontosauruses were herbivores. That thing just tried to eat a saber-toothed tiger. Ariel shrugged and said, It's a different world. Goliath is much bigger than any brontosaurus in old Earth's fossil record. I think he eats anything, but he probably favors fish, and in that way he more closely resembles the plesiosaurus. I know very little about dinosaurs, Campo said, still speaking quietly. Goliath's giant wet head scanned the shoreline for more food, dark eyes piercing through the light mist. But everything edible had long since fled. This is one of the reasons so many of us stay out here in Primordia, Ariel said. Tourists don't ever get to see things like this. Slowly, the massive creature's head lowered back down in the water, its long serpentine neck dipping below the surface. Goliath's snout stayed on top for a moment as the creature's eyes roved to and fro for any last signs of food. Then its head sank under the water too, leaving behind a long trail of bubbles. That was quite the show. Do you ever worry about getting eaten by something big like that while you walk around here? Ariel laughed softly. He thought it sounded like little tinkling bells. No, we all carry an air horn. Most of the creatures are frightened by loud noises. I think the fog dampens sound, and that's what they're used to. So when you blast an air horn in a monster's face, no matter how big it is, it freaks them out. Ah yes, I experienced that on my way out here. A ranger bot scared away some sort of T-Rex variant that was chasing me by making a lot of noise and flashing lights. Oh, so you've already met a Diergosaurus Rex then? Not everyone sees one when they're out in the park. I'm not sure met is the best word for it. Survived might be a better term. Her laughter tinkled out again, like someone overturned a box full of Christmas bells. Come on, she said, let's get back to the camp. Her eyes sparkled and there was a dance in her step as she turned and led the way. Campo eagerly followed the younger woman all the way home. 3.31 Everyone had something to do in the camp. Ariel enjoyed cooking, so she joined the group preparing lunch when they returned. Campo liked to eat, but he almost never prepared his own food back home. If someone would do it for him out here, he would gladly take them up on the offer. He wandered in and out of other tents and places filled with people. Those he met seemed friendly enough, but everyone remained too busy with their own tasks to talk much. After just a few hours, he felt he had a pretty good take on the place. Mostly, he decided, besides a handful of nature enthusiasts, some of whom also happened to be running from the law, most of the long-term campers were scientists, defying restrictions on research in Primordia. They constantly examined recordings and still hollows from hidden game cams, dissected fresh corpses, took DNA samples and categorized a seemingly endless stream of newly discovered creatures out here. In short, their work never ceased. After lunch, Jorge spent most of the afternoon shadowing Dr. Longman, the professor perhaps most responsible for the secret research site's existence in the first place. I'm sure you could contribute something to our community, Mr. Campo. Even corporate research scientists can bring new knowledge to society. I wasn't a scientist back home. I'm a retired engineer. Even better, engineering is just a more practical form of science. Well, the kind of things I was involved in were practical. But I don't have my lab, I don't have my equipment, and I certainly don't have any of the items I helped invent. Longman turned thoughtful, stroking his long grey beard for a moment. We might be able to help with that last one if you'd like to stay. I'm involved with a group that has contacts at all the universities, and at some of the larger corporate think tanks. These contacts also reach out to the major industrial conglomerates. We could ask somebody to fetch the items you need and send them to New Tulsa College. People there act as our intermediaries, if you will, with the outside world. They smuggle in food, supplies, and equipment. If we can get somebody to send your items to New Tulsa, our people there can bring them to us. Campo nodded slowly, deep in thought. He said, I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. Marina Glessner opened a thin cylinder filled with water that a delivery drone dropped off at her office. She smiled at the narrow blue container with a fleeting notion of jealousy for its long journey. Someone had taken an identical water bottle into Primordia and swapped it with this one in the park. When that anonymous soul returned to New Tulsa, they sent it over to her office. Glessner was part of Greater Research in Academia Diego, a clandestine organization spread across institutions of higher learning whose members lived by the motto, "It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission." They often skirted rules and regulations, sometimes flaunting the law for the sake of research. Many were personally invested in the ongoing project in Primordia, including Glessner herself. She walked over to a secure storage cabinet and palmed open a drawer. Reaching inside, she pulled out a special bowl with a very fine mesh filter on top. She returned to her desk and dumped out the water from the cylinder into the bowl. Tiny particles, too small to be picked up by public sensors, remained on top of the mesh while the water trickled to the bottom. She transferred the specks to a microscope with tweezers and read the minuscule messages transcribed on the surface, now appearing plain as day on the scope's hollow. Let's see, what does Dr. Longman need this time? She skimmed down the microscopic lists, nodding to herself while taking mental notes. The Primordia team was cut off from the outside world and had no network access of any kind. So, as usual, many of their requests involved copies of research papers or books, which had to be transferred to the site by hand, usually via memory chips. A doctoral student with access to labs and other facilities, Glessner handled a lot of these requests herself using her implant. She would upload the requested documents before making a trip out to Primordia. Then she would slip away from a tourist vehicle long enough to meet Dr. Longman or someone else, transfer the documents and deliver any physical items requested. On occasion, the researchers needed other things which sometimes proved harder to sneak in. At the bottom of the last row, she raised an eyebrow at the final items in this message. Certain experimental components from Republican shipworks, some miniaturized hardware along with specific space-time controller chips, and other ones for continuity fields. Oh, that's new. What are they doing out there? Shrugging, Glessner turned the microscope off. Most of the other items she had on hand here at the college. She would need to send off inter-academic requests to colleagues for the other things the Primordia team requested. She mentally categorized what to ask for when reaching out to her university research liaison at Republican Shipworks. Pulling a secure terminal over, she dictated a memo requesting specific experimental components used in classified research on chronologistics. Personally, Glessner had no idea the research items existed, but the microscopic requests had been quite detailed. She included numbers for the controller chips, a tiny power pack to run everything, and a lead-lined housing unit. That should do it, she said to herself. Industrial contacts rarely questioned classified research, especially with a war going on. Even now that it was over, the military-industrial complex still worked hand in glove with academia. Moments later, she heard a ping from the terminal. A message from her liaison stated the items would ship tomorrow. Glessner smiled and left to go fetch the other things needed for her upcoming trip to Primordia. 3.32 Security for Primordia had never been very tight, Marina Glessner thought. New Tulsa had only a handful of municipal sensors. A sleepy college town that happened to be closest to the wilderness preserves. The few tourists came for the park more so than anything else. She boarded the bus thinking Claire probably kept track of who came and left this way. Like everyone in town, she heard the news about some escaped convicts going to Primordia and the damaged sensor at the visitor center. Our agents had flooded the community, hot on their trail. But any bad guys coming in via the bus were likely long gone by now. New Tulsa itself was not an ideal hiding place. Everybody knew everybody. I did not talk much about ongoing investigations, but if they thought fugitives were hanging out in New Tulsa, she figured there would be a heavier police presence than usual. And as far as Glessner knew, all the agents were gone. She found a seat on the bus. It looked about half full this morning, mostly with families. Kids had a special fascination for the dinosaur variants in Primordia. Some adults, Glessner observed, never lost their childhood interest either. She knew retired couples who bought houses in New Tulsa and annual passes to Primordia. These frequent visitors often help with fundraising efforts to maintain the ranger bots and meet other expenses for the park. Sure enough, a few senior citizens boarded the bus, laughing and chatting with one another. They all seemed good friends, part of a tight-knit dinosaur-loving community. In due course, the doors closed and the bus lifted into the sky, then shot off like an arrow. They would be airborne for a few hours. Glessner spent the time reading research articles and taking notes for her dissertation, which still needed to be written. She had not yet started on it, having only notes in place. The time passed quickly. At last they slowed and angled down. Palpable excitement rippled through the bus. The land below had a thin layer of fog, growing thicker as they neared a giant depression in the planet's crust. Then they dipped through a massive cloud bank before finally arriving at the visitor center, gliding under its dome and into clear air once more. As everyone congregated outside, Glessner waited patiently for those deciding to go on the less expensive ground tour. Many of the older couples and some families paid for private cars, but everyone else filed onto one of two large open vehicles, ready to whisk them along the roads. She chose the one going on a shorter route. Autonomous, the bus had a speaker near the front to offer recorded messages about the sights as it traveled along a pre-configured route. This was the least expensive way to quickly see some of the things Primordia had to offer visitors, and many people opted for it. The ground bus was open, with no walls or doors, affording passengers an unobstructed view. Glessner took a seat in the back. Soon the vehicle trundled out of the force dome surrounding the visitor center and plunged into the mist, its own mobile bubble pushing back the vapors as it went. A few minutes later, the bus took a turn to the right onto a side road and slowed down to a crawl. Here it stretched its force bubble out to give passengers a much better view. In a slight depression, huge meter-wide nests made from grass and branches held baby pterodactyl chicks. A handful of adults sat on eggs in the back, watching the vehicle warily. Babies nearby squawked and held their beaks open, waiting for food. Everyone in the bus let out a collective "awe." Glessner knew Blair's sensor range was limited to the area around the force dome. It was down right now anyway. So at this first stop, while the drone launched into a recorded spiel about the animals known to inhabit the area, and offered more information about the baby pterodactyl variants everyone gawked at, she quietly stepped off the back of the bus and walked into the fog. "Hey there." Glessner jumped. "I should know better by now than to be startled by you, Ariel. This happens every time." The bus moved on, its drone voice fading in the distance as the clear bubble moved along with it. Ariel stepped out of the trees and came closer while mist rushed in to fill the gaps now that the bubble was gone. "Yeah, you should, Marina. You always get off in the same place, and I'm always here. Did you bring all our stuff?" "Of course." "Including those components from RSW?" "Yeah, even the strange and unusual items you asked for from Republican Shipworks. I have no idea what those are for, but my liaison was able to procure them for us. It turns out they do fall under the research mandates." She reached into her backpack and pulled out a bag, holding it up. Ariel took it and smiled. "Thanks. I know somebody who is really looking forward to getting this." They spoke for a while longer, catching up on campus gossip. Ariel downloaded the digital documents from Glessner's implant into a portable device. Then she led the other woman along a path that intersected with the main road. Here they waited and talked in the fog until the bus rolled by again on its way back. The vehicle stopped in the middle of the road and its recorded voice pointed out a gigantic tree nearby, only the trunk of which remained visible under the bubble. While the passengers stared at the giant tree trunk, Glessner said goodbye to Ariel and sneaked aboard the open bus. No one noticed as she reclaimed her seat in the back. It took off again, the occupants none the wiser regarding her absence. A couple hours later, it returned to the visitor center, and Glessner took the early afternoon bus back to New Tulsa. 3.33 Tori waited in line outside the Best of Times vintage bookstore in Octavia Park. Even though the venue sold antiquarian books and other old paper products, the politician making an appearance here today signed individual digital copies of her latest book. Tori noted this meant no one needed a pen. Just inside the door in the small shop, MP Fuyoko Diego Fujiwara smiled and chatted with each person as they opened digital tomes via their implants, while the petite politician signed the first floating page with her finger. Everybody had a few words to say to her, most of them nice. Fujiwara listened politely, even to those who took issue with some of her political positions. She was a member of the Neo-Green Party, a small minority in Parliament supporting the ruling Libertarian Conservative coalition. But one particularly damning aspect of the Neo-Greens, as far as Tory was concerned, included their undying support for the war effort. The Neo-Greens considered the League to be abhorrent, because the League held the Tetrarchy in higher regard than the environment on all their planets. This notion proved anathema to Neo-Greens, who exalted the environment above all else. Ordinarily, they would offer support to whichever group promised to respect the environment more, and in years past, that was often the socialist-led coalition. But during the war, the Neo-Greens opted to side with the ruling parties, because they felt military measures against the League were justified in light of the Tetrarchy's wretched environmental policies. All these considerations raced through Tory's mind as she stepped forward in the queue. In her opinion, all Republicans were bad. However, she began to sense nuances in the degrees to which these people ranked in terms of their deplorableness. MPs in the Libertarian or Conservative parties ranked among the worst, followed by anyone else in their coalition like Neo-Greens, or those in the Morals Party. But socialists seemed to hate the way things worked in the Republic. In fact, many of the measures they routinely proposed in Parliament, based on her recent research in the public galley, would make the Republic more like the League in some ways if passed. Consequently, she had not targeted any socialist MPs yet, nor had she any plans to do so. But a Neo-Green, especially a popular one, was fair game. She moved up in line another few steps. Tory found herself thinking about the framer while she waited. She hoped she would not run out of faces on the device. The last one was no doubt on a wanted list now, after that hit with the previous politician. Fujiwara seemed prepared for trouble, but determined to forge ahead with her public appearance anyway. She had a guard bot standing beside her, watching the crowd. This bot was not the latest model, Tory noted. The Verberger X99 remained a little hard to come by, even for an MP, she supposed. Nonetheless, the tall metal robot standing behind the politician looked quite intimidating. It won't help again, she thought. I bet everybody in Parliament is on edge after losing one of their own. Well, that Tin Man is not going to save this bitch. At last, the couple in front of her finished their brief chat with the MP and left. Tory stepped forward. She smiled at Fujiwara and recited a little speech she prepared. Hi, I don't have an implant, because I believe electronics hurt the environment. Even if the metals are mined on lifeless rocks out in the asteroid belts, the use of electronics harms the environment here on Diego, and it's just unnatural to use them. The two women shared that special smile true believers often grant one another. Tory continued, I wanted to tell you how much I respect and admire you, and I just wanted to come out here today to shake your hand. Oh, certainly, of course. The politician stuck her hand out and Tory grasped it, squeezing. The miniature hypodermic hidden in her palm pierced Fujiwara's skin. Ow! Fujiwara yanked her hand back and stared down at a tiny trickle of blood flowing below her fingers. Tory smiled and left the line, letting the young man behind her approach. He opened up his personal holo and a copy of Fujiwara's book appeared, Climate, Environment and You, How a Planet's Nature Shapes Us and What We Can Do About It. The MP stared at the virtual book blankly, ignoring the young man. Her lips parted, as if she were about to speak. She slumped over to one side and fell to the ground. The young man yelled and bent down, his book forgotten and left floating in the air. Fujiwara foamed at the mouth and breathed her last. .34 Somebody is targeting politicians. Gina stated the obvious to her team. Jameson, Boggs and Applegate sat in her office, watching a recording of Fuyoko Fujiwara's murder. She's very good, Ethy said. She waited in line for over 20 minutes, then delivered a lethal payload to her target right under Blair's eyes, under the watchful care of the guard bot and everyone else. Boggs said, Yeah, she's a pro. Walked away very calmly. She never ran, even after the alarm went out. A clean getaway and obviously well thought out, Applegate added. This is about as professional as it gets. Gina said, You think it was the Order? The Order of Aristarchus remained the premier assassins on Diego. Anyone with enough money could hire them. Applegate shook his head. The order shies away from political hits. They supposedly shy away from hits on law enforcement too, but we know that's not always the case. I don't know. I can look into it, check with my contacts. My gut tells me this is something else, though. Ethy said, someone would have to know the public schedules of these MPs. Can we track who has done online searches recently? That's a good idea, Gina said. Put Blair on it. Let's generate a list and check them out. She stood and faced the window, hands clasped behind her back. In the meantime, I'll suggest to Parliament that all members suspend public events. They're going to hate that, but it's for the best until we get a grip on this. We'll keep it on the down low. No word to the press yet. Boggs said, yeah. 2 strikes in a row, and the hitman or woman vanishes like a ghost. 2 different women, looks like. Maybe, Gina said, turning to stare at stills of the assassins. But both were about the same size and body shape. I wouldn't be surprised if we're dealing with face-changing technology here. This led to an uncomfortable silence. Finally, Ethy said, what's available in the way of face-changing technology? Have you ever heard of a framer? It's League technology. I saw it during the war. If it's League tech, that means we might be dealing with a League agent, Boggs said. Gina grimaced. She said, we never did catch that woman on the Breckenridge, did we? Tori came in through a side door, switching her face back before walking inside the safe house. She felt good, with another successful hit under her belt. That feeling evaporated when she walked into the living room. Lindsay sat in Bebo's lap, wearing shorts and a thin sheer top exposing her midriff and everything else. She giggled, fooling around with him. Both clearly enjoyed one another's company. Bebo glanced up from Lindsay's chest and frowned. What have you done, Tori? The whole city is in an uproar. I've done just what I set out to do, Bebo. Same as you. She glared at Lindsay, who slid off his lap and crossed her arms while staring back. Bebo sighed, glancing at the revealing top with regret. Then he said, well, at least this kerfuffle takes off some of the heat from our prison escape. If nothing else, your little side project has helped in that regard. Side project? She walked farther into the room, slowly, deliberately. Bebo glanced up at her face and noted the menacing air. Stand down, Tori. We're here to cause maximum sustainable trouble over a long period of time, not go out in a blaze of glory. That's what happened with Triskelion. 20 years of build-up shot down the tubes in one day, and all that infrastructure lost. You know this. We've talked about it. She blinked, and the anger on her face receded. You're right. I want to keep doing this long term. Right. So you need to be strategic. Don't just kill someone because they're an MP. Let's lie low for a while and let the heat die down. Then you can pick a fresh target, one that will cause the most trouble for the pugs. Tori left without another word. She headed down the hall toward her room. Back in the living room, she heard Lindsay giggle again as the girl climbed back on his lap. Oh, Bebo, you are such a good leader. I am, aren't I? Yes, you are. You're a boss. Tori heard them kissing, sloppy and wet, as her door closed, locking out the noise. She rolled her eyes and plopped down on the bed, her good mood long gone. Lindsay's moves on Bebo worried her a little. The gambit to sexually frustrate him worked well so long as no other girl came into the picture. That move may have backfired, she thought. If Bebo drew too close to Lindsay emotionally, the girl might be able to manipulate him into some bad decisions. Men were like that. She might even be able to turn him against Tori. Right now, it was probably too late to kill Lindsay without Bebo getting really upset. Tori sighed and shut her eyes, trying to lock out these thoughts and go to sleep. Eventually she dozed off, dreaming of Grigor and Bobby. 3.35 We've been played, Boggs said. Standing in his office, holosheets and other scraps of information floated around him in a mare's nest of virtual data. Jamie Jameson's virtual avatar stood beside him, on a call. Stills of the bartender on the Breckenridge floated near shots of the assassin who took out MP Darnley, along with the one who killed MP Fujiwara. Other photos showed the three women in full, with measurements indicating similar height, weight, and build. They floated in place, letting the men examine the information all at once. Jamie said, "Yeah, that's got to be the same woman. Claire, what are the other similarities in the MP's deaths?" "There are only 2 members of Parliament who were killed recently, Mr. Jameson. There are too few points of reference to draw meaningful conclusions." I know. But what are the similarities? Tell us anyway." "Both were in parties that are part of the ruling coalition in Parliament." "Okay." "Both had districts relatively close to one another in Octavia." All right, that makes sense." Both wrote online comments condemning the hollow, Lucky Lou, following its initial release. Boggs rolled his eyes while Jamie mouthed, "That's my favourite." He said, "Okay, yeah, that's probably meaningless. They were both for the war, though. Am I right?" "Yes, Agent Boggs. Both expressed support for military efforts against the League and voted accordingly the last 5 years. So, even though they were MPs and a step above the hoi polloi, would you say they shared similar political characteristics as those passengers who were murdered on the Breckenridge?" "In that they expressed positive public sentiment in favour of the war, yes." "We're building a case, Blair," he said, smiling at Jameson's avatar. "We're getting there." "It is circumstantial, Agent Boggs." "Circumstantial is good enough for now, Blair." They both looked at the holos of the 3 different women again. Boggs said, "Now, tell us how to catch her." The AI paused half a second before responding. 3 more MPs have local appearances scheduled within the next 48 hours. We have not announced their cancellations publicly yet. Without knowing all the variables, I nonetheless predict a trap to catch a potential assassin would have a 50% chance of at least luring in an attempt on the life of one of these politicians. The first one scheduled, if no public notification is issued, represents the best opportunity. "Okay. Thanks, Blair. And thanks, Jamie. I'll go relay our findings to Sarge." As he walked out the door, Jameson called after him, "Remember, if she likes it, that was my idea to put someone out there as bait." Boggs rolled his eyes again. "It's a good idea," Gina said. Boggs beamed. "But we don't have time to set it up." His face fell. "We've used clones and bots for doubles in the past, but those took time to set up. And there's no way I can get copies of both MPs by this afternoon, using either method. And there's also no way I want to use the real MPs as bait." "You could wait a couple days and have their future selves show up in clone form from the Republican Shipworks facilities," Ethy pointed out. "Yeah, no, I don't think Mr. Kraft or Dr. Sue will be interested in letting us use their time machine again. But I agree a clone bank, a regular one, would be a handy thing to have around for things like this. Maybe we can invest in one." "They're extraordinarily expensive," Applegate interjected. "Really?" Ethy said. "How much does one cost?" "I don't know. Millions, probably. There's a reason you don't see them too often." Gina said, "Let's focus on what we know we can do right now. Who's up for an appearance this afternoon? Claire?" "Gilsey Marler. She is making a speech at the grand opening ceremony for a new small business incubator at 5 p.m. A still of the politician appeared in the air above Gina's desk, showing an older woman with white hair and an easy smile. Beneath it, text read, "Gilsey Marler, MP, Conservative Party, Mumford District 2. Gina glanced over at the 3 people standing in her office. She said, "Ethy, how's your acting skills?" I was in my school's 3rd grade Christmas pageant. That's it." "Really?" Boggs said, suddenly interested. "What part did you play?" Ethy's ears grew red. "I was the 2nd hump in the camel." He scoffed. "Missed out on being the first, huh?" "Well, today," Gina said, "I need you to become MP Marler. Let's see what we can do about altering your face." Boggs guffawed. Everyone looked at him. He said, "Jameson said to let Sarge know that putting someone as bait out there to catch the killer was his idea. But I don't think he's going to like the notion of using his wife as the bait." 3.36. Tori decided to make one more hit. Things like this should come in threes, she thought. She kept an eye on the news, monitoring coverage of the two assassinations. She gravitated toward La Galaxia, the socialist-leaning outlet. They seemed slightly gleeful that someone from the ruling coalition died, and that suited her tastes. Other than general concern, mild hand-wringing, and some discussion about similarities with the Triskelion conspiracy, which happened not too long ago, the stories did not dominate the news cycle. Bebo's stadium gassing still grabbed the lion's share of headlines. Well, that's one of the reasons to do this now, she thought, as she joined a line to go through security for her next hit. She kept an eye out for trouble, or at least the potential for it. But other than a uniformed officer and another lone security bot like last time, no one seemed too worried for this MP's safety. There has to be some additional precautions, she thought. One does not kill a couple of MPs and expect the rest of them to carry on as before. Soon enough she spied the additional security, despite their attempts to be subtle. Down the street, a cop car sat at the corner. Those flying tanks were blaster-proof and had dual heavy guns that could take down almost anything in the air, at least among vehicles allowed to civilians. She noted also a couple of men dressed in suits who did not speak to anybody, but they never stopped scanning the crowd. Obvious undercover cops are obvious, she thought. The stupid politicians don't want to arouse the public and make people anxious, so they're acting like all is normal. But they've hidden away 5 times the number of cops and security personnel than the first 2 MP appearances had. These enhanced security measures did not bother Tori. She expected them, and would have been suspicious if she did not see them. This third hit she put some thought into, expecting it to be harder to pull off than the first 2, which occurred when the pugs were unprepared. Clipping this MP would be a challenge, but she looked forward to the added difficulty. Bringing a firearm or any projectile would no doubt set the sensors off. Likewise, explosives were out. So was gas, after Bebo's stadium stunt. And of course, she very seriously doubted anyone would be allowed close enough to the MP to poison her, like Tori did the last time. That left remote options. She toyed with the idea of using a gun mounted in a window somewhere. Unfortunately, at this late date with all the heightened security, the sensors would be looking out for all snipers, even electronic ones. If she had time, if this was a first hit when everyone's guard was down, she might have been able to disable a sensor and mount a remote gun or something. But not now. Fortunately, she thought, Bebo's cache of advanced weaponry included some radical items. She moved her way down the center aisle of a large open-sided tent set up for spectators. People chatted and talked. Members of the business community were here, as were some human reporters and the random tourist caught up in all the hubbub. Tori headed for the front. She needed to be in the first or second row of seats. Actually, Tori wanted the second row so she could remain less conspicuous. But I'll take what I can get, she thought. Finding the front still mostly empty and with her pick of spots, she sat down on the aisle to the right. It was important, vital even, that her left foot had a direct line of sight to the stage. This would be her most complicated hit yet, and she wanted nothing to go wrong. People trickled in behind her and the crowd under the tent grew. The seasons were changing in Octavia, and the breeze blowing through the tent felt cool. Curious, Tori looked up to see if the fabric would sway in the air currents. That's when she realized it was only a hollow. There was no real tent in place, made of cloth or plastic. It's just like a politician to have a fake tent, she thought. At 5 o'clock sharp, a kindly man took to the podium and linked his implant with the sound system. On behalf of the Octavian Small Business Development Council, I am pleased to welcome you to the grand opening of the Mumford Entrepreneurial Incubator and Business Exchange. We are pleased to establish this important resource for budding entrepreneurs in our community. Tori zoned out for the rest of his little speech. It's just capitalist claptrap, she thought. Pabulum for the masses. Somebody would probably rob the poor proles who came up with new ideas and brought them here, exploiting it all for their own gain. Nobody was actually going to get rich, except those already in power. They called it the Great Dream, This idea of making money by working for yourself in the Republic. What a bunch of hokum. At last the speaker shut up and moved out of the way. Behind him, the door to a new building waited, still shut, with a red piece of cloth stretched between two stands set on either side of the entrance. This would be the ribbon. After the MP spoke, she and several others would ceremoniously cut it with giant scissors. What a stupid tradition, Tory thought. All this pomp and circumstance for a bogus capitalist system designed to enslave the working class. Finally, Gilsey Marler approached to speak at the podium. Glancing around, Tory noted 3 humans tense nearby, seemingly ready for anything. 2 sat on the front row. Another stood in the small crowd of official people behind the MP on the stage. The guard bot also stood by, staring blankly into the crowd. Tory knew looks were deceiving with the bot. It could jump into action instantaneously, if need be. They are very concerned, she realized with a smile. They're worried, even though outwardly they're pretending to remain calm, cool and collected. Marla smiled out at the crowd, adjusting her implant. Thank you all for coming here today. I want to start by offering a little heartfelt praise to our great Chancellor, Frederick Severs. You know, he's killed a lot of filthy League soldiers and sailors for us. Shocked laughter rippled over the crowd. Tory's face drained of blood. She stared dagger eyes at the politician. Those not already recording the speech on their implants started to do so. Yes, we are able to go out and enjoy the fruits of the marketplace, enjoying unfettered glorious capitalism that allows anybody to get rich if they're just willing to work hard for a while and control their spending. Tory noticed a few heads nodding in her peripheral vision, much to her disgust. And we're able to do that without fear of disgusting nasty Leaguers and their authoritarian, despicable tetrarchy. You know, I said a little prayer of thanks when I heard that Thrall died. That bastard has so much innocent blood on his hands. I hope he... A dove variant interrupted her, flying in suddenly. It dropped down from the air with a noisy fluttering of feathers. On its head, a tiny metal cap glued in place displayed a little red light, flashing rapidly. The avian cranial covering, Tory thought, was one of Bebo's smallest weapon components. It caused the bird's normal neural processes to be electronically subordinated. She had trapped the bird, fixed the cap on its head, and released it in this area hours ago. It flew straight toward the infrared dot shining from the front toe of Tory's shoe. She aimed it steadily at MP Marler's chest. A tiny lead-lined cylinder clung to the bird's leg, also strapped on by Tory. It had neatly bypassed security and the area's explosive scanners, now drawing near to the target. Just as the bird reached the glowing red dot, wings flapping away, the cylinder exploded. .37 Ordinarily, when surveilling civilians, player did not need to dissect time into milliseconds for additional analysis. But lessons learned in the recent military campaigns came into play in this instance. Agent Ethel Jameson, disguised as an MP with a perfect mask covering her face, served as bait for an assassin. Player began operating in milliseconds the moment Ethy approached the podium, devoting considerable processing power to this singular instance and location. An additional safeguard included 3 backup sensors plugged in and operational nearby. Gina Wilcox was concerned somebody might try to sabotage the municipal sensor and wanted to make sure no one robbed Player of her eyes and ears at a critical moment. The Dove variant, similar to the birds found on old Earth with only minor differences, dropped from above in a matter of 3 seconds. By dividing time, the AI had plenty of opportunity to examine the threat as it descended. Player noted a thin lead cylinder strapped to its leg and deduced a high probability that the device contained a micro-explosive. In the following second, as the bird continued to descend, Player perceived the neural disruptor attached to its head and the small pinprick of infrared light appearing on Agent Jameson's chest. She noted the bird's eyes fixating on the light and homing in on it. Deciding that the explosion would be small, yet lethal to anyone within a meter radius, Player teleported Ethy away from the podium microseconds before the bird exploded in a fiery ball of feathers. Lessons learned from avoiding solar torpedoes played a role, and it helped tremendously that Ethy stood on the dais alone, with no one nearby to interfere with the AI's port. Ethy appeared in an empty ready room back at HQ, spewing a string of curse words at the abrupt change in location, even though she expected it. She glanced around, getting her bearings. "Player, give me eyes on the scene." A holo appeared in one corner of the room, showing the view from Boggs's implant in the audience. Screams erupted under the tent and everyone in front rushed toward the back or out the sides, anywhere to get away from the singed feathers floating down around the damaged podium. In the sudden surge of the crowd, Boggs fought with hands and elbows to stay upright. He scanned over heads, looking at the mass of people scrambling to get away. He had seen Ethy Port just before the explosion, and her bloody body was not on the platform, so he felt confident Player had whisked her away in time. Now came the opportunity to close the trap and capture the assassin. Somebody shoved him from behind and he rebalanced by stepping on somebody else's toes. The crowd panicked, pushing and shoving. "Player, where is she?" "Behind you, Agent Boggs." He glanced over his shoulder, and Player initiated an augmented reality arrow in his field of vision. It flashed over the head of a woman about 2 meters back. A ton of shoving, cursing people stood between them. "All units, Player has eyes on the suspect. Converge under the tent." "Easier said than done, sir," somebody responded over the comm link. "They're knocking down everything in their path to get out of there." "Just converge. Uniformed officers too. She's coming out of the tent with the crowd." "Yes, sir." He tried to look back again, but people kept pushing him. They were heading to the side at an angle, everyone running as soon as they could break away from the throng under the tent. Someone gave him a final shove, then stepped around him when he came to the edge of the tent. Boggs recovered and stopped, looking back. The arrow flashed over the head of someone running out on the other side, into the pedestrian pavilion. 2 agents he recognized rushed up to him, guns drawn and held pointed up. "She exited the south side. She's running in the pavilion. All units, converge on the south side. Player will show you a flashing green arrow." "This is Sniper 1. I see her." "Take your shot, man." The resulting thump of the agent's blaster from a third-floor window echoed out over the pavilion. Panic spread like flames to kindling. Everyone in the pavilion screamed and ran for cover. 3.38. The energy bolt slammed into Tori's back, knocking her down. She braced for the fall by throwing her hands out, feeling grateful for her Kelvin Garb-lined jacket. At this distance, she felt the force of the blast and lots of heat, but nothing penetrated her skin. She scrambled to her feet, zigging and zagging erratically as another bolt smattered on the pavement to her left. She pumped her legs hard to put distance between herself and the sniper, knocking over people in the way, hoping they would interfere with any more shots. Ahead, a crowd of people stood watching the confusion, most of them milling about nervously. They were curious, or too stupid to run away. Tori did not know which, nor did she care at the moment. She angled straight for them, confident the sniper would not risk a shot with so many other people around. This had been her most complex hit yet, and it had all gone so horribly wrong. Unless her eyes deceived her, that stupid politician was ported away just before the bird's bomb went off. One thing she knew for certain: no body remained behind. She would have to jot this one down as a miss. Right now, she could not stop and think about it. She cuffed a little boy standing in her way, knocking him down. "Out of my way!" His mother screamed in horror. Tori ignored them both, jumping over the kid and racing for the street. She must have plenty of people between her and the sniper now, she thought, because he did not take another shot. Boggs pulled free of the crowd, running after the assassin with his gun out. He stopped and tried to line up a shot, but she was too far away with too much between them. "Port her away, Player." "There are too many people, Agent Boggs." "Dang it." He holstered his gun and burst into a full run once more. "When she gets to the street, you can pull her then." "Negative, Agent Boggs. Unless the street is evacuated, my protocols do not allow for..." Fine. Just help us find a way to stop her. She will soon leave my sensor range. What? How is that possible? Boggs dodged around several people in his way. Adge. Move. A sensor 2 blocks away was recently taken offline, Agent Boggs. That's just great. All those backups, and they're all concentrated here. Attention, all units. She's got to be stopped now. Another voice came over the comlink. A woman's. Ouige, this is Officers Shea and McNeese. We are on site and in the air. What do you need? Capture that suspect running down McDougal Street. Claire should be flashing a green arrow over her head. Affirmative, Agent Boggs. We see her. One moment. Over the comm, all the agents and officers listening heard Shea's passenger yell out. Shauna, what the? Shauna Shea had arrived on scene first after the all-call. Her car zipped above the rooftops, with a clear view of the street below as she spoke with the RJ agent. Tilting its nose down so she had a clear view of the sidewalks, she saw the woman running. Claire kept a green arrow flashing in the heads-up display, indicating this was the suspect Ouige wanted. She clicked off the comlink just as her partner started yelling, dipping the vehicle down, down, down. The people walking toward Tori saw the cop car, apparently crashing. They screamed and quickly reversed course or scurried out of the way. Tori was too busy running for her life. She heard a whoosh of air behind her and turned to look back a moment too late. The squad car slammed into her, breaking bones in her back and all her ribs, fracturing her spinal cord and throwing her down to the pavement. This time she fell way too fast and too hard to break her fall. She slid on the concrete, leaving a wide streak of blood behind her. Shea pulled up hard on the wheel and leveled out, the bottom of her car rushing over Tori's prone body. Recordings later showed she had less than half a meter to spare between the vehicle and the sidewalk. 3.39 Tori woke up in a hospital bed. She could not move. Looking down, she saw stasis fields and bandages combining to restrain her. Readings chirped out on a hollow above the bed. Just outside the range, she could crane her neck. A feeding tube snaked through her mouth and down her throat. Oxygen pumped in via a nasal cannula pressed up against her nostrils. The door swished open. Out in the hall, she heard people talking. You laid it on kinda thick with the anti-league sentiment back there in your speech, I thought. It worked, didn't it? I goaded her into attacking me. She was going to do that anyway, Ethy. You don't know that. The voices cut off when the door swished shut again. A tall woman walked into the room and into Tori's line of sight. She sported short blonde hair, and even though her breasts seemed awfully big, the woman stood ramrod straight, with military precision. In fact, she looked like a drill sergeant in civilian clothing. The woman nodded at the attendant docbot. It turned and gently pulled out the feeding tube, making Tori spasm a little, fighting down her gag reflex. The docbot smiled politely at both women and left the room. The tall woman pulled up a stool next to the bed and sat down on it. Her head towered over Tori, even sitting down. My name is Gina Wilcox. I serve as director for the Agency of Justice. Tori stared at her, unwilling to give the woman the benefit of a reaction. Her throat still hurt from the feeding tube removal. During the war, your side came up with some pretty neat memory extraction techniques. It was off-the-shelf stuff, but miniaturized so it could be used in the field. Are you aware of the technology I'm talking about? Tori looked at her, but did not say anything. Gina continued, unperturbed. Now, our side, we developed other techniques. They're no less effective, but they typically take longer. Mentally, Gina decided not to mention her own role in prying the secrets out of Vicky Fenner, the infamous Wicked Witch of Juventus. This young woman on the hospital bed probably admired Fenner and all the bloodshed she had caused. No point in letting her know there's a connection, Gina thought. Out loud she said, let's just say we have ways of getting in your head. Again, Tori said nothing. She glared at Gina the best she could from her reclined and restrained position. Gina walked over to the hospital bed's hollow panel and waved a finger through a button. Tori wondered what adjustment had been made. Then she started smelling lilacs. No, a strange combination of lilac and cinnamon scents. Your time is limited, by the way. Gina picked up a hand mirror on a side table. She held it in front of Tori to reflect the younger woman's face. We took away your framer. For a moment, Tori's facade cracked and her eyes grew wide, staring at her real face. Yes, we know all about that tech. Gina replaced the mirror on the table. And we know who you are, Anna Victoria Stanislavski. We also know you trained at SSI's Special School for Assassins on Epsilon. I suppose you graduated right before our Navy clobbered the Starfold defense system and took over that planet. You were not in our records. You came in after we recovered the SSI backup data. Tori stared at the woman, her thoughts swirling. She felt odd, slightly woozy. The lilac and cinnamon smells continued unabated. Those are special pheromones you're breathing in, by the way. They make you more receptive, more willing to talk. Gina smiled at her. Now, what we don't know is who you are working with here on Diego. Who helped you? You got a hold of a weapons cache, obviously. We know you didn't smuggle in the tools you've been using. Poisons, explosives. You have a hiding place. You have friends, associates who helped you. Tori felt funny. She felt very open to suggestions. For a moment she thought about Bebo and Lindsay, and how arrogant Bebo acted now that he was getting some. Lindsay and the other two, Spence and Eve, they all looked at her with condescension. She was the fifth wheel. She should have been in charge, and would have been if she hadn't wasted so much time getting here. How was she to know Bebo would set up his own network on Diego? Who are they? Who helped you? Tell me everything. Somebody's going to fall for this. It'll go easier on you if we can spread the blame around. Tori swallowed, working past the pain in her raw throat. Her head swam. She felt powerless to hold anything back. She wanted to tell this woman everything. She began speaking. Once she started, she could not stop. There's a safe house in the projects. It felt so good to tell the truth. 3.40. A light flashed on a hollow panel in Bebo's room. Then another one. Get up, he said to the girl in bed. Why? What's going on? Those are sensor alerts. Someone is activating them all around this block. We need to leave, now. He scrambled around the room, pulling clothes on and grabbing bags. I should have known when Tori didn't come back right away. She's been caught. Lindsay pulled on a top and thrust her bare legs inside some pants. She squealed on us? It's likely she had no choice. But don't worry, I expected the pugs to find this location eventually. Come on, take this. He shoved 2 backpacks into her arms and opened the door, then raced down the hall to the stairwell. He ran up the steps, Lindsay close behind. What about Spence and Eve? You can't leave them here. They'll be fine. The pugs aren't after them. They're still wanted, Bebo. He stopped on the stairs and looked down at her. Are you coming, or are you going to stick around and get caught in the dragnet along with them? He turned without waiting for a response and stomped up the stairs, 2 at a time. After a moment's hesitation, Lindsay followed. They came out the rooftop door. Why aren't we going down? Don't you have an escape tunnel or something? They'll have the sewers covered, Lindsay. Believe me, there will be monitors at every intersection. This way is better. Right now, there's a mirror field on our block that will fool any satellites watching. Here, get into this one. He pointed at one of dozens of small craft parked on the roof. She glanced at it, then looked around and saw old flying cars and autocabs, decrepit vans and trucks. To her surprise, she beheld a virtual armada of flying craft on the roof. The one Bebo pointed to looked very small, barely able to contain the 2 of them and the bags they carried. As she climbed in, an old van lifted off and flew away on a pre-programmed route. Don't worry, they're all lead-lined. The first one will attract the most attention. As he spoke, 3 more vehicles left, scattering in different directions. They were quickly followed by half a dozen more. This is a reconfigured escape pod, Bebo said. lying down next to her on the cramped seat. The canopy came down and sealed them in. There are 4 more just like this one. As he spoke, more crafts on the rooftop levitated and flew away. Then theirs lifted straight up. She looked down on the rooftops below. The streets were filled with police and black-armored agents. In the sky, clusters of cop cars chased after the decoys. There were not enough cops to chase all the vehicles, though, and the new ones flew away without pursuit. They stopped rising and shot off, just one more fleeing vehicle in all the chaos. The Republican fleet has vacated Epsilon's orbit, save for a token force led by PRS Ambrose Burnside. Odd name for a ship. Like many Republican appellations, it harkens back to early American history. Ambrose Burnside was a noted Union general in their Civil War, a governor of Rhode Island, the first president of the National Rifle Association, and the man for whom sideburns are named after. Whatever. The bot formerly called Miriam, now known as Jade Thrall, lead tetrarch of the Star League, sat back at her desk gazing calmly at the holographic representation of Star Ken, the League's AI. The voice remained the same as when it came from her implant, very high-pitched. Ambassador Topfer continues to request a personal meeting, lead tetrarch Thrall. And I will continue to snub him. Is our fleet strong enough to take Epsilon? Yes, I calculate a 93% chance of success. Good, proceed. Once the planet is secure, I will entertain an audience with the Republican ambassador. I will do so from a position of strength. Very well, lead tetrarch. Burleson Whitaker stretched in his chair, pulling his arms above his head. The navigator for the Burnside looked young, fit and tan despite his many days in space. A workout fanatic, he spent an hour each morning exercising under artificial sunlight in the ship's cramped gym. Navigators had few responsibilities and little to do, save for those exceedingly rare moments when ships could not be maneuvered by their AI. But one important thing navigators were responsible for included keeping watch on a ship's surroundings, while in orbit or otherwise stationary. So, Whitaker kept an eye on the graphic representation of the planet below and the surrounding solar system. Of course, nothing happened. And if something did happen, Player would react faster than he could, so the whole exercise seemed pointless. But this was what he had signed up for, so he fulfilled his duties and patiently watched the holo. Bored out of his mind. Tiny dots appeared around the solar system. Player noted their sudden appearance and marked them with large green circles on the graphic. Flashes quickly followed, represented on the three-dimensional diagram by tiny green puffs. The outer solar system winked out on the display. Whitaker slapped his neck to activate comms. "Captain, I think—" Player managed to port away the Burnside and 3 support vessels before the navigator could continue his thought. One Sparrow-class ship suffered considerable damage from the new multi-flare solar torpedoes that ported in. But Player had enough of a warning to anticipate the attack. She stopped the small flotilla 3 AUs out from Epsilon, still close enough to jump back in if needed. Although, within that time frame, her sensors around the planet were all systematically destroyed. The last one caught a glimpse of the fleet porting in before it went down. A voice came over Whitaker's implant. "What's going on, Burley? Why are we out of orbit?" "Captain, it looks the entire League fleet, what's left of it, suddenly showed up on our doorstep." A long pause. Just as Whitaker wondered if their calm link had severed, he heard the captain's gruff voice again. "Well, shucks. Looks like the war really is back on, then." End of Book 3. Epsilon Redex 4.1. Rolando Topfer waited patiently in the guest reception area of the administration building in the city of Stockton, on the planet of Clarion. Officially, Topfer remained the Planetary Republic's ambassador to Star League. Unofficially, over the course of the recent war, he suspected he had become the whipping boy for the League's lead tetrarch. First, Julius Thrall held that position. Somehow, Thrall managed to escape from the Republican fleet during the Battle of Epsilon, as those in the media back home were calling it. Topfer had to admit that escape seemed impressive, especially considering the lack of resources which Thrall had at his disposal at the time. But he made it, somehow, and returned to his home planet of Clarion, one of the last League strongholds. And then, a Republican droid took over the government. Only this droid, an experimental model who thought she was human, had been abducted from Diego some time ago and brainwashed. Can you brainwash a droid? Topfer mulled over the question silently. He thought, I suppose if the droid thinks she's human, you can. Anyway, Thrall made everyone believe the droid was his long-lost youngest daughter, and placed her in charge of the Euripides quadrant. Events soon spiraled out of control, however, and the droid came here to Clarion. From that point, the official record grew murky. Officially, Thrall passed away soon after, and Jade Thrall, the name the droid now used, assumed the lead Tetrarch's role. Unofficially, the Republican State Department strongly suspected the droid simply killed her father and took over. Occam's razor suggested that was the most likely explanation. Either way, the ambassador now found himself in the position of meeting with a Republican droid, manufactured on Diego at the Verburger assembly plant, who thought she was the rightful heir to lead the League. Someday historians are going to have a field day with this, the ambassador thought as he waited patiently. At long last, a door on the other side of the room opened, and an assistant came out, asking the ambassador to follow. He strode behind the man, heading deeper into the private portions of the building. The aide brought him to a small but luxuriously appointed office. The man bowed his head politely, stepped out of the room and shut the old-fashioned wooden door behind him. The droid in question, around which so many events revolved, sat at a large marble-topped desk. She looked like a young woman staring back at him with an emotionless face. Topfer cleared his throat. Lid Tetrarch Thrall, thank you for seeing me. He placed a hand on his chest and nodded. Not quite a bow, but very polite and diplomatic. Have a seat, Ambassador. I'm sure you'd like to talk about current events on Epsilon. Topfer sat down, noting the act placed his eye level below that of hers. Ah, an old trick of Julius Thrall's, he thought. He waited patiently for her to open further discussion. As you are aware, we have reasserted our right to maintain a military presence in Epsilon's system. With all due respect, Led Tetrarch, our AI considers any incursion into Epsilon space by military forces, without her express invitation, to be a hostile act. Jade raised an eyebrow. You would go to war over our ships in territory that is, and always has been ours? My superiors eschew the word war, Lead Tetrarch. Nonetheless, Epsilon is controlled by Plaire. The matter of aggressive warships in the planet's system is considered by her to be a hostile act. This fully warrants reprisals in kind under long-established protocols. Force will be met with force. There was no way to sugarcoat that last bit. He had to say it. A flash of anger crossed Jade's face, and Topfer felt amazed at how human she seemed. Remarkable programming, he thought. If I didn't know she was a bot, I would be completely fooled. She cleared her face, wiping it free of expression again, and said, Epsilon is ours. This is not open for discussion. It was and is our hub planet, serving as the center for most governmental administration. As we speak, my forces are eradicating Plaire's presence on the surface and reasserting full legal authority within the entire system. With respect, Led Tetrarch, your forces will meet with strong resistance. Again, your ships and military personnel are subject to reprisals in kind. I urge you to reconsider these actions. It's not too late to evacuate your fleet. We can approach this issue from a much more diplomatic perspective. She gave him an annoyed glance. My forces will meet with resistance? The forces that have every right to be in what is already League space? Do not exacerbate the situation, Ambassador. I may not have the resources necessary at the moment to fully retaliate against all the Republic's sins during the last war. But I assure you I will not forget what happens today, both here and on Epsilon. Topfer remained silent at this remark. He had made the points required of him by his superiors. It was up to her whether or not she would listen. She dismissed him then with an annoyed wave of her hand. "Get out of my sight." He nodded, stood, and moved for the door. The aide on the other side somehow knew to open it for him. He walked out without looking back. "You have no idea the trouble you are bringing on yourself." For that thought, he allowed himself a grim smile now that she could no longer see him. Some, even in the State Department, looked forward to teaching this arrogant bot a lesson or two. 4.2 A League battle sensor burst into existence on top of a building in Epsilon City. Starken estimated coordinates for the port from space, and it appeared a few centimeters above the roof before dropping into place. It remained for less than a second before it popped away again. On the bridge of the SLS Defiant, in orbit above the planet, one of the crew looked over her shoulder at Admiral Horace Epsilon Dempsey. Some mild drama had occurred in transit. Dempsey actually started out on another ship when the fleet left Clarion, but transferred his quarters and thus the Admiral's flag to Defiant soon after. The crew remained in the dark as to what exactly happened. All they knew was that Dempsey, nicknamed Horace the Horror, was on Defiant, and they were now the flagship. "All our efforts have thus far failed to eliminate Claire's cause," Dempsey said, frowning at Captain Carter. "That means she retains full teleportation capabilities and can easily disappear munitions and people inside the city." Carolyn Epsilon Carter, in her late 40s with dark hair turning grey, although not completely grey like Dempsey's, frowned back at him. She said, "Our intelligence is obviously incomplete, and she has had time to burrow her cause deep. Even her municipal senses are disguised somehow. We'll have to root everything out the hard way." Dempsey sighed. "Well, we never expected this to be easy, did we?" He touched his implant and opened a comm link to all nearby ships. "Troop transports, prepare for terrestrial landing. Star Ken will give you coordinates outside Epsilon City. Proceed with orders. Our tanks have anti-teleportation fields and should be able to advance unimpeded. Your mission is to find Claire's cause and take them out, along with all her sensors. Go clear the way for us." "Aye, sir." SLS Nikita Khrushchev skimmed over the top of Epsilon's atmosphere, her shields holding back the heat. She dipped lower and streaked across the sky. Star Weaver followed, a cargo ship converted to troop carrier, along with two more vessels, Georgy Malenkov and Nikolai Bulganin. The foursome touched down on a large field outside Epsilon City, unmolested by enemy fire. They paused for a moment, their huge bulky hulls sinking into the soft ground. Then one of Khrushchev's outer cargo doors opened, turning into a ramp as it settled on the ground. Several battle tanks floated out, each half the size of a city bus. Malenkov's cargo bay opened, adding another score of tanks, a move quickly repeated by the Bulganian. Star Weaver, designed for troops only, did not contribute to the vehicles assembling on the field. A voice came over the comm link to the men inside the tanks. "Armored Battalions Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. This is Lief Major McElroy. We're going to follow Starken's guidance as she lead us into the city. I will ask you not to manually override your controls unless absolutely necessary. Remember, tanks have spearheaded landmass assaults many times in old Earth's history. Now it's our turn. Let's go kick some capitalist butt." The individuals inside each tank roared back in approval over the link. Like giant metal bees with stingers facing forward, the tanks skimmed over the field and flew toward the distant buildings. Marine Lieutenant Takuro Diego Kuroda popped into existence on top of an apartment building on the edge of Epsilon City. This far out, mostly one-story buildings lined the streets, guarding the edge between agricultural properties and the metropolis. But the apartment building stood tall. It likely houses farm workers, he thought, absently. Behind him, dozens of X-99 battlebots popped into place. Each held a heavy rifle up at an angle. Kuroda glanced over his shoulder at the metal men and frowned. "We are woefully short of real people," he thought. "Oh well, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. The X-99ers are formidable. 100 battlebots stared back at him without faces, their flat rectangular heads unmoving. He thought, why are all the corners rounded on the edges? Oh yeah, they're supposed to be more blaster resistant. That probably won't help much with direct hits. He turned back around and observed the swarm of flying tanks heading straight for them. Right, now, how do we use our mechanical battle buddies to stop this? It's infantry against tanks. I think there was something about that in OCS. Oh yeah, the instructor said it's not advised. He glanced over his shoulder again. On the other hand, bots are kind of like man-sized tanks. He smiled, turning back to watch the enemy approach. The tanks flew closer. They told me you buckets of bolts can operate on vague instructions during times like this. So here are my orders. Use any means necessary to take those tanks out. 100 bots clanked a salute, metal fingers lightly brushing above their flat blank faces. .3 Lead tanks neared the first city streets. The surrounding buildings started forming barriers to their progress. Leaf, Major Elias Epsilon SE, Elroy slowed his tank and pivoted so his front viewfinder could see the vehicles behind him. He opened the comm link again. Stay low to the ground so your sensors can detect anything on the street. The Admiralty believes players' cores are in bunkers somewhere beneath the city. Let's go sniff them out and eliminate her sensors. Keep an eye open for hostiles. Alpha Battalion, lead off. Split up, each line taking a different route. Keep going until your sensors get a hit. Yes, sir. The first tank for Alpha Battalion broke away from the line and headed down the nearest street. 3 more followed, all floating in single file above the pavement. Other strings of tanks quickly detached and headed down different streets. McElroy remained in place to monitor their progress. Right now, he served as Star Ken's eyes on the ground. The AI opened a small hatch in the back of his tank, and 3 tiny observation drones flew out. They quickly gained altitude, heading over the streets. Absently, McElroy watched the view transmitted back from the first drone on one of his virtual monitors. His eyebrows rose when the top of a nearby building came into focus. Battlebots aimed guns up at the drones, and all 3 video feeds winked out simultaneously. Alpha Leader, watch out for hostiles on the roof of that tall building. Copy that, Major. The first tank passed slowly by the apartment complex, floating just above the street on high alert. The bots that shot down the spy drones turned and watched 4 tanks creeping along the street below. The last one in line slowly drifted alongside their building. Other bots approached the edge of the roof as player coordinated their movements and relayed instructions. The last tank turned its turret up, locking onto the X-99S peeking over. They stepped back just as a giant bolt fired out of the cannon, obliterating the edge of the roof. In response, 12 bots leaped off the roof in precise jumps. Each one landed on a tank, making loud metallic thunks up and down the street. 1 bot on each tank reached down and yanked on the vehicle's smaller gun, bending it with incredible strength and rendering the weapon useless. The other 2 worked on opening the hatch. Each pair ripped the locking mechanism open, exposing the interior. As one, a bot jumped down inside each tank and methodically shot the lone human soldier at the wheel. McElroy winced as 4 screams come over his comm link at once. Maintain the mission. Avoid those bots. The 4 tanks would continue, he knew, under Starken's sole control now. Unfortunately, they had enemy battlebots on top of them, intent on doing as much damage as possible. At least there are no more tall buildings around at the moment, he thought. As if in response, Claire teleported trios of bots just above the other tanks. They landed with clanks and went to work, destroying the smaller anti-personnel guns and prying off the lids. McElroy heard 3 simultaneous clanks on his own tank, still floating just outside the city above an empty pasture. He bit off a curse. Ken ported him back to the Khrushchev just before an X-99 hopped in through his broken hatch. Seeing no human inside, it promptly squeezed a heavy rifle's trigger, aiming it at the tank's console. Although nearly indestructible on the outside, the tank's interior had not been designed to withstand multiple close-range blasts. It maintained maneuverability, though, and kept floating. Its turret whirred as Starken tried to sight in a target. The bot inside it pulled out a large grenade, roughly the size and shape of a pineapple, from a pack strapped around its middle. A metal finger pushed the red plunger on top. The bot jumped up through the hatch, arcing down and away at an angle, leaving the grenade behind. Its two companions likewise jumped off the top of the doomed machine. With a giant whumph, the tank exploded, a pillar of fire erupting from its hatch. All flight control lost, it slammed down nose first. Like a beached whale, it lay on the ground with smoke billowing out. Across the outer edges of the city, dozens more columns of smoke appeared as Republican battlebots systematically disabled the League tanks. .4 Pull back all armoured battalions, McElroy said in a desultory tone. He was now in charge of the ground assault. All remaining tanks have been ported back to their holds, Major. Ken's high-pitched voice remained inflectionless, but McElroy could not help but read some sense of disappointment in the AI's tone. Whether or not this initial fiasco was all his fault, if she felt disappointment in him, or just in the circumstances, he did not know. Anything to add to your report, Major? His implant lit up with a name to go with the feminine voice. Commander Toya Biev Esele Khrushchev. She would be acting as liaison between the fleet and the League Expeditionary and Army forces. He liked her. She was a nice woman who outranked him. If he made colonel in the Leaf before she made captain in the Navy, he might be inclined to ask her out. But that seemed unlikely at the moment, especially if things kept going this badly. No, ma'am. Other than the fact we can't do much of anything until those cores are taken out, or at least Player's sensors. Noted, Major. Ken and the Admiralty are coming up with a plan. This is probably not the best location, Kuroda said, leaning over the edge of the apartment building. He pulled back and looked over his shoulder. Half a dozen bots stood behind him, blank faces watching. You and you. Get in front of me. Keep an eye out for snipers or something. 3 bots clanked forward, taking positions on the edge of the roof, their guns still held up at an angle. Kuroda peered between 2 of them, feeling a little safer. On the Defiance Bridge, Admiral Dempsey frowned in annoyance. Well, that didn't work. Captain Carter said, "Nothing involving the physical placement of materials or personnel will work so long as Player's cores and sensors remain intact, sir." He looked at her, his frown firmly in place. Suggestions? Their conversation carried over comlinks to the other captains in the fleet as well. Ideas were bandied about. Do we have any kind of death ray we could shoot them with? No, Captain Scruggs, we do not. How about porting down every solar torpedo we have all over the city? We could set them for immediate detonation. There's no way their AI could port them all away in time. Assuming it worked, that would completely annihilate the entire region, Captain Fan. Few residents, if any, would survive such a catastrophe, nor would the infrastructure. I remind you all that those are League citizens down there, even if they have been deluded into thinking they are self-ruling at the moment. The ideas petered out soon after, and the calm link grew quiet. Carter cleared her throat. She remained the only captain physically present with the Admiral. They locked eyes. We should try infiltration, sir. We have no eyes on the ground besides our troop carriers. Let's get some spies in there and let them see what they can find out for us. Maybe they can discover where the cores are and provide us with a better sit-trip. Dempsey nodded thoughtfully. He turned his attention to one of the few non-naval personnel on the call. Kovsky, you're our SSI contact. What do you think? The voice that came back sounded deep and gravelly, like sandpaper rubbing against rocks. I'll forward the suggestion to Clarion, Admiral. SSI does still retain a few assets on the ground. However, most are unofficial and off the books. Those are just about the only ones who survived the Republican purge, but it's possible someone down there can help us out. When he signed off the calm link at the end of the discussion, Dempsey frowned at Carter. He said, "Let's hope this eye can figure out a way for us to take the city without killing everyone." .5 Stella Treadwell's avatar walked into a private club in the game called Flirtations. An online hookup world, Flirtations offered its patrons the opportunity to engage in any and every kind of sexual act, all within the safe confines of anonymous virtual reality. Their motto, "Do anything." Players simply had to find the neighborhoods in the game catering to their preferred activities. All fantasies could be fulfilled, all fetishes realized. Men, regardless of orientation, were charged steep entry fees just to get in. But their standard avatars generally looked pretty good, like a 20-year-old bodybuilder. They could customize hairstyles and a few other features, but every man in the game looked fit and trim and ready to copulate. Women were allowed in free, following that age-old practice of attracting female clientele to a particular venue. However, their basic avatar looked even more generic. A short female in a light blue sundress with a choice of hair color, skin tone, and, well, that was about it. To make money off their female clientele, the developers offered much more extensive modifications to their avatars at various price points. Women in the game could buy new dresses, shoes, and makeup. Stella had spent almost 1,000 credits over the last 6 months on enhanced appearance upgrades to her avatar. She now had a cuter face, with a tiny nose pointing delicately upward, high cheekbones, and sculpted arched eyebrows. Long red hair flowed down below her waist. Like a permanent auburn waterfall, it shimmered in the light. She also stood taller than most other female avatars now. With high heels, she stood almost as tall as the typical male in the game. Finally, she had invested several credits in her avatar's breasts, which looked much larger than normal and seemed to defy gravity. Breast enhancement was the single most expensive option in the game, and not many players splurged on it. But Stella willingly parted with her money. She walked into the private club wearing a fetching red dress matching her hair, slit high and cut short. The top revealed copious square centimeters of those expensive and expansive breasts. Every man in the bar turned to look at this stunning artificial specimen of femininity. Several whistled in appreciation. The women looked at her too. They invariably snarled in anger or disgust that someone would go so far out of their way and spend that much money to look so good in this virtual reality. Stella ignored them, as always. Wherever she went in the game, men ogled her and women players stared daggers at her. She was used to it, and liked the attention. Even the negative attention. She enjoyed stirring up jealousy in other women here. Few spent as much money in this game on their looks as she did. She walked up to the bar, swaying her hips, drawing even more attention to her perfect physique. Adjusting her avatar's height had been the second most expensive enhancement. It really made her stand out in a crowd. She stopped at the bar and looked at the man in a white muscle shirt behind the counter cleaning glassware. He said, "What'll it be?" She smiled at the bartender, obviously an NPC. "A girl should never have to buy her own drink," she said in a breathless, seductive voice. The 4 closest men immediately stumbled over themselves with tokens. She graciously accepted from the one who apparently had spent the most money on his buffs. This fellow wore a black fedora, with a shirt open to his waist. 3 golden chains of various lengths dangled around his neck. He had not spent a lot on physical enhancements, at least outwardly, but he no doubt paid a pretty sum for the virtual jewelry, she thought. That was a sign of real-life wealth. Or at least a willingness to spend freely in flirtations, like her. This was a serious player. A message bot trundled through the door of the club before she had a chance to sip her drink. 1/2 meter tall and balancing on a single wheel, it carried an envelope with a thin mechanical arm. "Telegram for Miss Luscious." Stella furrowed her brows in real life. "No one knows I'm here," she thought, "and I have not announced my character's name to this crowd yet. Not since I came online. Who is this, and how did they find me?" "I'm Ms. Luscious," she said to the bot in the same breathless voice. It trundled up to her and handed over the envelope. Then it pivoted smartly and rolled back out the front door. Stella ripped open the virtual paper and read the message inside. She shoved her drink back toward the bartender, then glanced at all the men staring at her in anticipation. "Pardon me, boys, I've got someplace to be." Ignoring the collective groans of protest and carnal frustration, she walked out the door, following the bot. 4.6. In real life, Stella Treadwell opened her eyes with a start. She glanced around her dingy apartment, rising off the sofa marred by threadbare fabric and stains from countless spilled food and drinks. The coffee table holding the game console overflowed with takeout containers and stale condiments. Something stank. Perhaps one of the open containers of half-eaten food was starting to rot. She stood and stared at herself in a mirror. The cotton shifts she wore looked frayed around the edges. She could not remember the last time she wore proper clothes and left the apartment. It must have been shortly after Buzz's trial. Buzz Bina, her lover. He was ever on her mind when she was not sleeping or immersed in virtual reality. The SSI agent had been caught in the Republican purge. She could not watch his trial, nor his public execution. She knew Buzz was an agent, but she herself was not one. She had no contact with anyone from SSI, other than Buzz. The Republicans left her alone. Now she looked at her body in the mirror, dumpy and overweight from months of junk food and losing herself online in a purely sedentary lifestyle. Her plain brown hair looked oily. She had not washed it in at least a month. Buzz set her up with a bank account while he was still alive. He had been very generous. There was enough in it she could stay home and play games all day for months. In flirtations she had become someone, a young, vivacious and wickedly attractive woman with a reputation for seeking out fun. Few avatars in the game could measure up to Ms. Luscious. But it was all a fantasy. The real-life Stella staring back at her in the mirror looked nothing like her online self. She didn't even smell that great after 4 days without a bath. Stella sighed. "I should at least get ready. Hopefully I can find some clothes that still fit." Her voice sounded lower and raspy instead of the seductive feminine tones of her avatar. Half an hour later she left her apartment, hurrying to an address in the industrial district the game bot gave her. The message it handed to her in the club was simple. "Stella, we need you. If Buzz meant anything at all, please follow this bot for further instructions." She did, noting the paper disintegrated the minute she walked out the club's door. The bot gave her an address and a time to arrive there, saying only that it was important and that she should go for Buzz's sake. The hair on the back of her neck rose as she thought about it, walking down the street. Her legs ached from lack of exercise, but she ignored the pain and hurried toward her destination. It was close enough to walk. Obviously, she thought, this has something to do with SSI. The bot kept mentioning Buzz. Could it be a Republican trap? No, if the Republicans wanted to get her, they could easily find her. She stayed holed up in the apartment Buzz rented for her, back when they first started getting serious. She was easy to find. They could just send some cops or Marines to pick her up. Stella felt the sun beating down on her as she walked. Her skin looked quite pale. She had not been outdoors in months. Her clothes felt very tight, and for a moment she worried about the impression she would make when she finally saw whoever they were sending her to meet. Soon she made it to the industrial district. She kept following her implants map, heading toward a storage facility the bot told her about. At long last she found the entrance gate and slapped her right hand on the palm reader. A line of light scanned it from fingertips to wrist. The barred gate slid open, parting in the middle. She frowned, wondering how they got her palm print. Old records, maybe? Or did Buzz scan them while she slept or something? She went into a courtyard nestled between 3 buildings. On either side, large sliding doors stood, securely locked with red access pads of their own off to one side. She went to the one marked number 8 and palmed the pad. The door slowly lifted up, the lights inside turning on automatically. She walked in when it rose high enough, and it automatically stopped as if sensing movement. Then it closed slowly behind her. The first thing that amazed her was the number of weapons on the wall. The League remained virulently anti-gun, and even though Epsilon was now technically out of the League, Stella had never seen so many rifles and pistols and heavy weaponry all in one place. Not outside of games or holos. The second thing she noticed was a secure console set up against the far wall, with a hollow screen floating above it. She realized it displayed a map of the city. A tiny X blinked in green, her current location. To the northwest, 4 more green dots blinked, with tiny letters underneath: Khrushchev, Malenkov, Bulganin, and Starweaver. Stella breathed a sigh of relief. They were here, just as the gamebot said they would be. She whispered, "The Navy is back." 4.7. Stella logged into the Municipal Control Center, using her own credentials. They still worked. She had not shown up for work in months after the Republican invasion and takeover. As far as she was concerned, going back to work would amount to helping the enemy. Besides, Buzz had left her enough to live on for 2 or 3 years, if she wasn't careless. Even having prepared food and snacks delivered to her apartment every day had not put much of a dent in the account. Now she had access to the old control network. Ordinarily, Starken took care of everything, but this was the human redundant system on which she had trained when first joining the Epsilon City Municipal Works Department. She noticed some things were not quite right on the citywide map showing on the console. For instance, none of Starken's sensors showed up, and no doubt as a consequence, she could not see things like population densities and traffic patterns, or other things the sensors normally picked up. Nor could she see new things the Republicans had installed when they replaced Starken's infrastructure. For instance, she had no idea where the hidden Republican sensors might be, or players' cores. But she realized she could access everything else. And if the sensors for player worked anything like those for Starken, a power disruption would provide a brief window during which the AI would be blind, deaf, and dumb. Only for a second, before alternative power kicked in. But a second was a virtual eternity for an AI. Stella flipped some virtual switches on the console's hollow panel and delved deeper into the interface. The controls she needed were hidden under several protective safeguards. She accessed an administrative portal and dove deeper into the underlying code, finally reaching the base directories on which the whole municipal network had been built. She entered a subdirectory labeled Power and typed in by hand a one-word command: reset. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire power grid across all of Epsilon City went dark. The system was designed to recover from almost all disasters, including human error. Programmers who created software from an earlier era called it self-correcting code. When modified to do something outside of its original intent, the code simply fixed itself. That included erasures and the accidental or deliberate wiping of critical files. And so the software rewrote itself, turning the system back on and restoring power instantly to millions of people. The software also yanked her credentials for administrative review and locked her out of the system. But it was done. Stella breathed a sigh of relief. The Marines might come banging on that big sliding door any minute, but she did it. Just like SSI asked. That was for Buzz, you Republican bastards. 1 second, as observed by advanced AIs such as Starken and Playeri, could be divided into milliseconds, thus giving them 1,000 opportunities to make decisions in that time frame. During this 1 second when Epsilon City went without power, Starken pounced on the opportunity presented to her. She ported all remaining tanks to pre-arranged coordinates throughout the city, where they promptly deposited EMP bombs from their rear ejection chutes. They were all gone in the following second, staying only long enough to ensure Player would not port the EMP bombs away in time. Player was still recovering from the unexpected power blip, though, and could not respond in time to counteract 38 highly disruptive devices detonating simultaneously. Huge portions of the city suddenly went offline, including many of her surface-level sensors, as municipal electronics fried en masse. In the next second, Starken popped the tanks back in, along with hundreds of Leaf soldiers crouched in battle formation. Major McElroy's voice came over every man's implant. "All right, people. We've established a beachhead. Let's make the most of it before the enemy regroups. As the Lief soldiers organized themselves, hatches swung open on several tanks throughout the city. Men and women popped their heads out and glanced around. They quickly exited. Dressed in civilian clothes and carrying lead-lined duffel bags or rucksacks, they jogged away from the tanks without looking back. For the first time in months, SSI agents were once again active in Epsilon City. .8 Kuroda ported into position on a rooftop. This time, in this part of the city, several buildings stood at decent heights. He perched atop a 10-story office complex. As before, 100 X-99s popped into formation behind him. Peering down at the street below, he touched the side of his helmet, magnifying his visor's view. They're spread out this time, all over the place. Fortunately, we've got the bots to cover this. Unfortunately, we can't count on teleportation. What with players' sensors out in these sectors? We'll have to do this the hard way. He turned around and looked at the expressionless squadron of mechanical soldiers. They stared back, with flat metal faces, blank steel rectangles pointed in his direction. E-Squad, attack the enemy soldiers. As one, the bots tapped a salute. They stood in 10 rows of 10, in a giant square. The first row marched steadily to the edge of the roof and stepped off. About halfway down, all 10 pivoted simultaneously and jammed metal fingers into the side of the building, arresting their fall. They left streaks of broken masonry behind with long slashes where their fingers dug into the facade. They pushed off with about 1 story to go, pivoting again in perfect unison before hitting the ground. The first 10 tromped out onto the street, rushing toward the Lief soldiers. Behind them, the second group performed the same maneuver, then the third. By this time, the soldiers saw them and opened fire. The first 10 on the ground took the lion's share of hits, but most of the rounds came from light rifles. The Lief soldiers were lightly armed and moving fast. They were unprepared for highly resilient battle bots. One by one, the bots stopped and aimed their heavy rifles. Their return fire proved devastating, knocking down Lief soldiers at close range, despite their armor. A corporal blew backwards 3 meters, his leg blown off. He slapped the side of his helmet, activating the comm link. Backup. We need armored backup. A follow-up shot to his face cut his words short, along with his life. A tank floated down from above, rushing to the scene. Its nose pivoted down and the heavy side gun poking out to the cannon's right opened fire, knocking down several bots. As Star Ken gained her bearings with the tank's onboard sensor, she noticed an 8th wave of soldiers jumping down from the roof. The turret swiveled to the building's wall, lining up with the bots. The cannon roared with a blast even larger than police car guns, obliterating a huge chunk of the building's 3rd floor and taking out 4 X-99s in one shot. The turret swung up just as the 9th wave jumped off the roof, letting loose another vicious roar. A crater appeared on the roof's edge, taking a chunk of the top floor out, and 5 more bots along with it. Kuroda scrambled back for his life as the roof caved in around him. Too late. He felt himself going down, sliding into collapsed rubble. An X-99 in the 10th wave grabbed him with lightning-fast reflexes, pulling him up by the shoulders to safety. He caught his breath, panting, as he scrambled back to his feet. Thank you. The X-99 stared at him wordlessly. Flat metal rectangle for a face with no eyes, ears, or mouth. The tank turned its attention to the bots on the street, but they quickly scattered and proved to be harder targets. It reverted to using its side gun and tried picking them off one by one. The tank succeeded in knocking some bots over. Most stood back up and continued chasing or shooting Lief soldiers. Kuroda cautiously made his way to the edge again, stepping around the damage to peer over the building's side. The tank hovered below, halfway up the side of the office complex, its turret pointing down and away from the roof at the moment. The lieutenant glanced at the bot that pulled him out of the roof collapse, now standing beside him. What do you think of the odds you could jump from here and land on that tank? In response, the bot snapped its heels together and saluted. It slung its heavy gun over one shoulder and jumped. Another bot ran up beside Kuroda and jumped too. They fell 5 stories, arms and legs outstretched, and hit the tank with a loud clang. Kuroda's savior grabbed the side gun before sliding off and promptly bent it, rendering the weapon inoperable. The second bot scrambled for purchase on the sleek metal hull. Finding none, it slid off the side and continued falling to the street below. It landed on the pavement feet first, crunching 2 holes in the asphalt. The unit paused for a second to perform a system check. Finding nothing wrong, it unslung its rifle and opened fire on Leaf soldiers nearby. They peppered its torso with return fire while it yanked metal feet out of deep indentations in the street. The tank continued pointing down, but now swiveled wildly like a broken top. Kuroda's bot held on to the bent side gun, but could not make it to the hatch. A third X-99 leaped from the roof, timing its fall to land on the cannon sticking out of the turret. It wrapped arms and legs around the giant gun as it hit, arresting its fall. At this point, Starken desperately tried to shed the unwanted passengers. The tank jumped up and down and all around like an airborne bull trying to buck off riders. The third bot held onto the cannon with a death grip, upside down. Slowly it wiggled its way to the muzzle, like an inchworm. The farther out it crawled on the wildly swinging craft, the more precarious its position became. At last, reaching the end, it let go with one hand and retrieved a pineapple grenade. It pressed the plunger one-handed and shoved the bomb into the gun, angling its arm deep inside the muzzle. Then it released its grip and fell, flung away by centrifugal force in a long arc. The other bot followed suit, jumping off the doomed vehicle. The grenade exploded before they hit the ground. It blew off the cannon, leaving a black smoking scar in the turret. The metal curved outward like a flower blossom from hell. The tank twirled down in a death spiral, slamming into the street below. The 2 X-99s never looked back. They joined the others in a battle on the ground. 4.9 Stella waited nervously. She would not go back to her apartment. Not now. Not when she had a ringside seat to all the action. The holoscreen lit up with activity as Starken's sensors went online, and she saw soldiers appearing as dots on the screen. Lots and lots of dots. Larger dots moved about, dropping off smaller dots. Then they whisked over buildings and streets. She suspected the larger dots were either tanks or armored personnel carriers. We're being invaded, she thought. Then out loud, no, liberated. This part of the industrial district lay just inside one of the splotches on the map now controlled by Starken. Stella watched as a big dot nearby produced a smaller dot, which headed straight toward her little green X. It went through the storage center's outer gate and aimed straight for her on the map. She turned in time to watch the large garage door slide up on its rails. A man dressed in dark clothes stared at her, his hand still on the access pad. He stood tall, somewhere in the 180-centimeter range, she guessed. Brown face and eyes, darker hair. He looked to be in his early 40s. But like a lot of men who stayed in shape, age only seemed to enhance his looks rather than diminish them. He didn't smile when he looked at her, but walked inside, the door closing behind him. He seemed to establish dominance over the tiny space just by being there. She noticed he had a large backpack strapped over his shoulders, and he carried 2 heavy duffel bags in his left hand. He said, "You're Groundhog, I presume." His eyes flickered from her to the holo, taking in the placement of League forces across the city as represented on the map. Stella's mouth opened in confusion. "I guess. No one told me I had a code name. It doesn't sound like something I'd pick out for myself." She gave a nervous laugh. He smirked, put down his bags and pulled up a chair. He sat down beside her while studying the map displayed on the holo. "Don't worry about it. They're not meant to be complimentary necessarily, just to tell us apart in coded communications. Mine is King Pig." She snorted out a laugh. She couldn't help it. "You can't be serious." "Oh, I am. In communiques sometimes they'll shorten it to KP, but I assure you that is my code name." "Well, it makes me feel better about being called Groundhog then." A smile played on his lips, though he did not take his eyes off the map. "Good job, by the way. We could not have gotten into the city without you. The military guys say they could have come up with a solution, but theirs almost always involves blowing things up. You're no longer an off-the-books asset, by the way. SSI will be rewarding you handsomely for your heroics today, once this is all over. We pay better than any other part of the government, especially for things like this. Oh, I didn't even know I was considered an off-the-books asset until today, when SSI contacted me in an online game. I read your file, King Pig said, finally turning from the hollow to look at her. You were Seagull's partner. You stood by him as best you could during the Republican purge. Then you stayed in place and waited. She blushed under his steady gaze. Buzz had a code name? She never knew. He never told her, of course, and she had little to do with SSI before now. Wait a minute, she thought. They have a file on me? Then she relaxed. It's SSI we're talking about. They have a file on everybody, especially their agents' lovers. She blushed again and said, I didn't do anything all that time. You did something today, and that makes all the difference. You did something very important for us, Groundhog, and on behalf of the Tetrarchy, I thank you. Stella squirmed in her chair, embarrassed at the praise. Then she met his gaze again. He looked so dreamy. She could just fall into those eyes. Thank you? He smiled then, and her heart fluttered at the gesture. It looked genuine. His eyes returned to the virtual screen. She thought, I need to lose weight and get in shape. This is real life, and he's gorgeous. 4.10 The street fighting in Epsilon City grew more intense. Claire issued lockdown orders throughout the area. Those civilians in the line of fire she ported away when possible, but several ended up caught between Leaf soldiers and Republican battlebots. Lieutenant Kuroda lay flat on his stomach, on a different rooftop now. He adjusted his visor to focus on an enemy tank floating above the nearby buildings. The voice of his CO came over his implant. We think our bots can handle their soldiers, Lieutenant, but those blasted tanks are dropping off more men and materiel all over the city. Claire is helpless to fight them. They're all armed with anti-teleportation fields, and they stay up too high now for our tin boys to pry their lids off. Kuroda nodded, even though the CO could not see him. We managed to drop a couple bots on top of one of them, sir. If Claire could arrange for the bots to appear in the air above a tank, they might have a chance. She can port them in above the anti-teleportation fields and let gravity do the rest. He heard thoughtful consideration creep into the other officer's voice. That's a good idea, Lieutenant. Hold your position. I'll see what we can do. I'm forwarding your idea upstairs. The line went dead. The problem with sending everybody home, Kuroda thought, is that when the invasion comes, there aren't any humans left to fight. Just bots and a handful of officers to fend off invaders. Maybe everything will work out. But this has got to be the first large-scale battle we fought on the ground with battlebots instead of human marines. In everything prior to this, the droids were only supplemental. If this works, he thought, stock in Verburger is going to skyrocket. I wonder if I bought some right now if it would be considered insider trading. 2 battlebots popped into existence 20 meters above the tank he tracked, falling onto the slow-moving vehicle with loud clanks. Immediately, the tank started taking evasive maneuvers, tilting down and spinning around. It shook the 2 bots off. They sailed away in parabolic arcs, but not before they attached anti-tank mines to the hull, magnets holding the explosives tight. The bots disappeared. Claire ported them away before they hit the ground. Dual explosions rattled the windows of all the buildings nearby. Kuroda watched in satisfaction as the tank plummeted down, leaving a thick trail of smoke floating in the air behind it. He heard other explosions in the distance, as more and more tanks succumbed to the new tactic. Congrats, Lieutenant, his CO said over the comlink. That was a good idea. Star, Ken will probably come up with a counter. Probably. But not before we've taken out all these armored divisions. I doubt she has many more up in orbit. I think we're going to take this round, thanks to your idea. Down on the street, 3 Leaf soldiers ducked behind a parked car as an X-99 opened fire on their position. bolts slammed into the vehicle, shoving it closer to the curb. The sergeant yelled at the other two over the sound of gunfire. "Any sign of that sensor?" "I got a reading, Sarge. It's close, nearby. We must be right on top of it." "They don't bury sensors, you idiot. I keep telling you that. Ground and concrete block their range. It's going to be somewhere out in the open." They paused as the battlebot slammed several more bolts into the poor car. It clanked off to the side to get a better shot at them. One of the soldiers tossed a grenade, sending the bot scurrying back before it exploded. "It's right here, Sarge. Look at this readout. If I didn't know better, I'd say it's the car or something." They paused for a moment as the gunfire around them intensified. Two soldiers on the other side of the street launched a shoulder-fired missile at the bot harassing them. It flew into the machine's center mass and exploded, sending metal parts raining all over the street. The sergeant sighed at their respite. Still, it seemed to be taking 5 or 6 Leaf soldiers to eliminate one enemy bot. And they were going through all their explosives, quickly depleting their supplies. Normal gunfire did little or nothing to the machines, and that was unsustainable. Find that stupid enemy sensor before another one of those god-forsaken monstrosities show up. "Sarge, it's pointing right here, right at this light pole." All 3 soldiers looked up at the light pole on the curb behind them. "Municipal sensors go on top of light poles. Idiot. That one's got nothing." "Sarge, I think maybe the light pole is the sensor." The sergeant sighed and looked at the perfectly normal in appearance metal pole. Then he glanced at the meter and shrugged. "Okay, let's take it out and see what happens. Hurry, before another clanker finds us." The 3rd soldier nodded. He had remained silent throughout this exchange. Now he extracted some plastic explosives from his backpack. A few minutes later, everyone moved several meters away. The base of the pole blew up. It fell over with a wrenching groan across the car and into the street. Everyone looked at the soldier with the handheld meter as he paused to get a reading. His eyebrows lifted slowly up on his face. "I got nothing. That had to have been it, Sarge. I got no more reading." "Let's pass this on," the sergeant said. "The sensors are disguised as light poles, or in the poles or something. At least some of them are." Within the hour across Epsilon City, Claire lost many of her eyes and ears as light poles tumbled over. Even soldiers without sensor detectors contributed. They simply knocked down all the poles on a street. 4.11 A score of fresh soldiers popped in behind Major McElroy. He felt tired, bone-weary. Fighting robots that did not get tired proved to be a Sisyphean task. He had a distinct impression that the Republicans must have thousands upon thousands of those marine bots on hand. And why not? They had Epsilon in their grip for months on end. No telling how many supply ships came in ferrying those metal monsters all the way from Diego. Despite his fatigue, he noted the oak leaves insignia on the woman's shoulders coming to meet him, and he stood at attention to salute her. "Colonel Patterson, ma'am." The world was changing, he thought. Time was, you never saw women soldiers in the League. You still didn't see them out here fighting much. But the war had changed that, at least in the officer corps. "At ease, Major. I'm just here for a feel of what we're up against." He nodded uneasily. She should really not be in the middle of a war zone. But Patterson was never one to sit at a desk, if she could help it. McElroy knew she had multiple field promotions in the war, and at least 3 combat medals. As far as women soldiers in the Leaf, she was the firm exception to the rule. Maybe she wasn't shooting guns with the rank and file on the front lines anymore, but she always managed to get in the thick of things, it seemed. It must chap her hide to stay back on the ship, he thought. He pulled up his personal holo to show her, thinking she could have just as easily seen what he had to offer back on Starweaver. But he bit his tongue and showed her anyway. "As you know, ma'am, our objectives are the seats of government, in particular these 3 buildings. We've established a rough circle around the city centre, but have been unable to penetrate very far past these blocks." Patterson nodded and sighed. Her grey hair looked buzzed short under her cap. She must be 50-something, McElroy thought. Not quite old age, but not old enough to retire yet either. This is probably her chance to sock it to the pubs one last time. Star Ken informs us that all her efforts at placing sensors near the city's centre failed. Evidently, Player is guarding that area with additional support. Every time we tried to port in a sensor, it was taken out, even after SSI's little power blip. Patterson sighed again, hands on her hips. She looked around at the devastation on the street. Cars had been reduced to heaps of metal. Small craters pockmarked the pavement. Pieces of battle bots lay strewn about, along with bloody human bodies wearing Leaf uniforms. And all the light poles on the street had been knocked over. We're going to have to attain our objectives the hard way, Major. The Colonel jerked a thumb over her shoulder. These are your replacements, to help fill in your losses. He nodded. He felt too tired to think. Finally, it occurred to him he should say something. Thank you, ma'am. You can thank me and Lead Tetrarch Thrall by taking the city's centre. Now, move into the next sector. Don't get in a rush, but take out those sensors. Soon as you do, Star Ken will replace them with ones of her own, and will slowly squeeze the life out of these scum. Yes, ma'am? She reached up and gave him a bracing slap on the shoulder. He stood head and shoulders taller than her, but rank disregarded height. Then the Colonel walked away from everybody and stood by herself, with several meters of space all around. I'm ready, Star. Ken? Patterson ported away. McElroy noted once more that he felt bone-tired, but it wasn't time to rest just yet. He looked at the fresh soldiers the Colonel left him through bloodshot eyes. All right, fall in. We're taking the next block. The new men joined the originals, filling in the missing holes in their formations left by the dead. They marched down the street spread out to help avoid casualties, watching out for trouble even though Star Ken controlled this block. A few meters from the next street corner, McElroy held his fist up and everyone stopped. He looked up to his right, toward his sniper on the roof, and activated a calm link. How's it looking, tall boy? No movement detected, sir, but as we know, that doesn't mean anything. McElroy nodded. In fact, he had no doubt they were in range of Player's closest sensors now. Lewin, Chensky. Two young men approached, carrying missile launchers. They did not address him as Sir, and he did not care. They were all tired except for those replacements. That was annoying. Oh well, McElroy thought, they'll get a taste of the fun we've been having soon enough. He said, You know what to do. Both shouldered their missile launchers and aimed at the closest light poles on the other side of the street. Tiny rockets whooshed away, striking the bases and sending up small geysers of concrete. With a metallic groan, the poles toppled over. 10X-99s popped into place on the street before they had a chance to fire more. Huh. Guess those first two weren't the sensors. Take out the other poles before going for the bots. They knew that, but McElroy gave the order anyway. It was far more important to take out the AI sensors than the bots right now. That was counterintuitive, but true. The X-99s opened fire with their heavy rifles, sending a hail of bolts down the street. Take cover. Chenksy and Lewin fired off two more missiles before scrambling for safety themselves. The bots homed in on them with inhuman accuracy. Fortunately, at this range Leaf armor could withstand even a heavy rifle's round. Both soldiers took the hits with painful grunts and delivered their shots before ducking behind cover. Their heads quickly bobbed back up behind an abandoned car, and they shot more missiles at the enemy, damaging one bot and destroying another. McElroy stood up behind his car, briefly exposing himself to enemy fire. He squeezed off a few useless rounds at the nearest bot to distract it, and give Lewin and Chensky an opportunity to reload and pick out new targets. I hope we have enough explosives left on the supply ships, he muttered under his breath. .12. It's unsustainable. Colonel Patterson decided to be blunt. Naval brass had little understanding of ground warfare after all. In the Defiant's conference room, she sat facing Admiral Dempsey, Captain Carter, and Commander Beaeve, the Navy Leaf liaison. Other captains and officers attended virtually, or at least listened in. We are unable to achieve our mission with the current rate of attrition. And I might add, our munitions are getting dangerously low too. We have retaken large swathes of the planet, and so far we have found 5 enemy AI cores and destroyed them, replacing them with Starkens. But we have yet to take over the capital, and by extension all of the planet. What will it take to complete your mission, Colonel? Dempsey said. I'll let Starken calculate the necessary supplies and personnel. We're going to for sure need heavier guns, more missiles and explosives. But I'm afraid the longer this takes, the harder it will be to completely root out the enemy. Unfortunately, we were completely unprepared for the level of resistance we're facing with those blasted battle bots. They have a lot of them. A few eyes peeked up toward the speakers in the ceiling, but surreptitiously. These glances were for SSI agent Kovsky, who was not present physically but monitoring the meeting. State Security and Intelligence should have provided details about all those Republican bots replacing the human Marines. But, to be fair, SSI no longer had much of a presence on Epsilon. Still, the sheer number of mechanized Marines that Patterson's soldiers faced were overwhelming. They would not have been so unprepared had they known what was in store for them. What has your ratio of losses been? Dempsey said. Patterson glanced at the ceiling and said, Star, Ken? Approximately 3-1 so far, Admiral. Everyone around the table winced, except Patterson. She already knew the numbers, but thought stark in saying it would carry more weight among these Navy personnel. Like I said, she said in a helpful tone, it's unsustainable. Dempsey acknowledged the colonel with a slight nod. He turned his attention back to the ceiling. Star, Ken, what will it take to adequately supply and reinforce our troops in order to meet all Lièvre objectives? Can we obtain what we need in a reasonable amount of time? No one failed to notice a slight pause as the AI made an untold number of calculations based on multiple variables. We have a Zodiac within 6 days that has some older explosive ordnance on board. I am diverting the Pisces as we speak. Following that, it will be 3 weeks and 2 days transit time for additional weaponry and personnel to arrive from Clarion. Slight groans went up around the table. Everyone knew the likelihood of immediate reinforcements was slight, but it still hurt to hear the AI say it. I still think we should blow everything up. The Admiral sighed and pinched his nose. Thank you for your input, Captain Fan. He looked up at the Colonel and others around the table. Dig in. Reinforce this circle around the city's center your troops have established. Let's hope the Republicans don't bring too much to bear from the other cities. Stay in place long enough for help to arrive, then take over the inner core. And if my men are overrun? He nodded at Patterson's question, appreciating her bluntness. Star, Ken, port our soldiers away at the first sign of overwhelming opposition. There's no point in losing any more lives than necessary over this. We can always come back and try again later, I suppose. Kovsky's disembodied voice came down from the ceiling. That's assuming their fleet doesn't return before we're ready. We're not exactly sure where their main fleet is at the moment. Dempsey harumphed and said, even if they show up? No. When they show up, we'll be ready for them. Starken assures me we have tactical and numerical superiority. Player will not sacrifice a few ships arriving early to take us on. She will want to accrue as many vessels as she can, and that will take time. Correct, Admiral. Starken's high-pitched voice chimed in. I estimate at least 5 weeks before Player can marshal enough resources to have a chance at taking us on in orbit. Well, before then, a smaller but more capable version of our Starfold defenses will be in place to meet them. Patterson leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms. She said, Okay, that should give us enough time to do what we came for and eradicate Player's presence on Epsilon. Dempsey smiled at her and said, We're certainly pulling for your boys, Colonel. We've got your back while they do the hard part. .13 Republican ambassador to the Lucian Alliance, Evelyn Diego Arroyo, walked into a reception area inside the administration building in Port Ryan. She reached out and shook hands with Governor Leonardo Fong Jiang, who stood waiting to meet her. Thank you for seeing me on short notice, Governor. Think nothing of it, Ambassador. You know, For so long we never had an ambassador except for those from the occasional independent planet. Arroyo nodded. She stood tall, about 5'11", or 180 centimeters. Her brown hair was swept back in a professional-looking ponytail. Hispanic ancestry highlighted her features, with brown skin, hair, and eyes. He motioned for her to sit on a comfortable leather sofa. He sat down across from her, a table in between. A serving bot walked up, dressed in a tuxedo and carrying a tray with hors d'oeuvres. "Local cuisine," Zhang said. "We don't export our seafood nearly as much as Poshbird, you understand." Arroyo thanked the bot, which she noticed was the latest Verburger model. Very expensive. So much gold had flowed into Port Rhine since the war, she thought. All of it had been forcibly transferred from the League in a series of military setbacks that helped turn the tide in the Republic's favor toward the end. Arroyo nibbled on the food, finding to her surprise she liked it. Eating the local food is important, she knew. It helped establish rapport. She would have tried the hors d'oeuvre regardless, but she felt grateful they were actually delicious. "You know, for a while, especially early in the war, we had some concerns that the Republic would not be as friendly toward us when the shooting stopped. Since you're independent warships." Arroyo danced delicately around the topic, uncertain what to call the Lucian pirates who helped Republican forces in battle. She licked her lips and tried again. "Since your independents were so useful, especially in the last battle, we could hardly stand by without establishing diplomatic relations with your nascent Lucian alliance." "Yes, well, we're only a couple of major planets at the moment, Lut and Halcyon. We've got some minor ones, and some of the old League outposts have asked to join." He smiled, and she felt like he was probably hoping the Republic would not see the alliance as competition for former League territory. They certainly had not been aggressively recruiting planets, or so Republican spies had informed the State Department. Not that they needed to recruit member planets for money. Estimates of the gold reserves in Halcyon's mines range from the lower billions on up. Lut and Halcyon could buy whatever goodwill or territory they thought they needed. And they certainly had the private warships to defend themselves. Speaking of which, a former League planet is part of the reason for my visit, Governor. As you are no doubt aware, the League fleet recently appeared in Epsilon's orbit and landed Lear forces there, as well as SSI infiltrators. Zhang nodded. He had a good idea where this conversation was going. "It was an overwhelming force, Governor. Practically every ship they have left showed up at Epsilon." "Has war been declared then?" "We consider it an act of war and are taking appropriate steps. There is one other thing. You heard the news about the destruction of our ships in Diego's orbit?" He nodded again and said, "Have you determined what happened? Those were Republican Navy ships, correct?" "Yes. The Benjamin Franklin and the Paul Revere survived with heavy damages from the first battle for Epsilon. They were repaired and had just arrived at home port when they were suddenly annihilated. We think it was no accident. Although we have no firm proof, Claire believes it likely that it was some sort of sneak attack by Star." "Ken? Well, I must say your new Chancellor is demonstrating remarkable constraint by not declaring war after those developments." "He's not openly declared war. There are political considerations involved. However, back to Epsilon. At the moment, we could greatly use your private company's independent warships once more." Zhang leaned back in his seat. This was the crux of the matter, and they both knew it. "As you rightly point out, Ambassador, they are indeed independent. I cannot order them into battle as your Chancellor does his navies, or as Led Tetrarch Thrall can do with her ships. I can send word to them, though." "Please do. As before, during the war, we are willing to pay a bounty for any League Navy ships in orbit around Epsilon that Lucian privateers destroy or capture. Claire will send LootNet the appropriate digital documents, as before." "I doubt Starken will recognize privateering papers this time, especially if no technical state of war has been declared between your systems." The ambassador shrugged and said, "We will honor the bounties, regardless of whether League ships are taken during wartime or not. As far as we are concerned, the documents will fully sanction your warship's actions." "How much are we taking in bounties, if I might ask?" "250,000 per ship, regardless of size." You surely realize you may wind up with a lot of cargo ships taken that way, or Sparrow-class vessels, ones that can't fight back as easily. It's human nature to go after low-hanging fruit. With Leah forces on the ground on Epsilon, depriving them of cargo ships is considered by us to be advantageous. We will pay for the easy ones as well as the Eagles and Hawks. Any League ship removed from the board hurts Starken and her efforts against Epsilon right now. I see. And if hostilities are called off between Player and Starken while our ships are engaged in combat, surely you have considered that possibility. At that point, should it occur, we will notify the Lucian Alliance immediately, and the offer will be taken off the table, the privateering papers withdrawn. She smiled, giving Zhang her best diplomatic face. But Governor, I assure you that détente seems rather unlikely anytime soon. 4.14 Ships under LootNet's control were spread across the known galaxy at the moment, but only a handful remained relatively close to Epsilon. All captains aboard ships owned by the famous privateering companies, and those in charge of such companies back on Loot, listened in on a call over the quantum matrix, which allowed instantaneous communications across vast distances. This call was voice only, with no avatars present. Governor Zhang's representative finished her summary of the recent conversation he had with the Planetary Republic's ambassador. She relayed all available information, including the new bounties. A pause ensued as all those on the line digested the news. Finally, Crystal Lightfoot, CEO of the Chaucer Company, asked a question, but not to the Zhang's representative. Chris, is your company going to get in on this? Christopher Riley responded quickly. Everyone on the call knew that his company had been the most successful of them all during the war, raiding entire planets of their gold reserves, capturing or destroying multiple ships, including the ones with the highest bounties at the time. No one on the call could match the sheer volume of gold and credit tokens raked in by Rawley and those under him. By some estimates, he was the richest man in all major systems. If not, he was certainly among the top 3 candidates. We don't have anything in the vicinity. It would take us weeks just to get there. However, the Ultima Mule Company would be willing to finance any expeditions other companies would like to take in this endeavor. Get with me after this call and we can strike up a contract. I'd be willing to outfit some smaller companies who are in a better position to get to Epsilon quickly, for a modest share of their profits. A few chuckles came back at this brazen offer, but some captains remained silent, thinking about it. One of the problems facing newer companies, especially since the war ended, was the cost involved with outfitting a ship and crew. Private financing like this might make sense if his terms were reasonable. On the other hand, most of the younger companies were in the same situation as Ultima Mule. Their ships orbited Loot, not anywhere close to Epsilon. They too would face multiple days in travel time just to partake in any battle. Still, a couple captains began mentally checking off departure lists anyway. Some were veterans. After all the money earned during the last Battle of Epsilon, many had frittered away all their gold. Opportunities like this one, at least opportunities considered legal, did not come along very often now that hostilities between the 2 major systems had ended. A whirring sound came over the call, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Captain Honeycutt's mechanical eyeballs could be heard, even through his implant. The tiny servos remained perpetually loud, much to the annoyance of anyone spending time near him. He said, "The Steel Tiger is in transit, going back home from Italia. We're only a week away from Epsilon. We will answer the call in the Republic's hour of need. Too bad about the rest of you losers. You won't be able to share in the glory, or the profits." More chuckles came over the line. While Lionel Honeycutt had made some impressive kills in the war, consistent rumors indicated the man with the old artificial eyes remained slightly unbalanced. Lightfoot said, "Do you intend to take on the entire League fleet by yourself, Lionel? We've got these new weapons from Rowley's boys. Kim and Pack don't work for me anymore. They cashed out their shares after the war and started their own company. We all know you invested in it, Chris. You were their primary benefactor." "Not helpful, Crystal." "Were. Anyways, We need to get back some of the investments we made on those upgrades from the Subtle Services Company, whoever owns it. And I think the Steel Tiger Company can take out some of that League vermin without any of you coming along to help. My signature combat moves will assist LootNet in battle. Another long pause. Those who knew about Honeycutt's signature combat moves and had seen them in action rather doubted they would actually help. While they did confuse the enemy on occasion, the consensus was that luck played more of a role in the crazy old captain's success than skill. Finally, Raleigh cleared his throat. He said, "Well, good luck, Lionel. I'm sure others will be joining you eventually, just as soon as they can get there." Raleigh cleared his throat again and said, "Now, who needs a loan to get started outfitting their ships? And is anyone selling shares in their company right now?" 4.15 Stella followed King Pig, or KP as he preferred, down the street. They walked in a medical district, near a multi-story hospital. All along this street, though, doctors' offices and medical clinics were shuttered. Everything looked abandoned. No people roamed the streets. Claire had ported away civilians as best she could. Others had fled toward the city centre before League forces showed up. KP stopped and read a holographic sign floating beside an entrance off the sidewalk. "This is the one we want. Of course it's locked." He unslung his backpack and pulled out a black rectangle the size of an old matchbox. Placing it near the palm panel, it lit up as it connected with the door's security mechanism. A moment later, the pad turned green and the door swished open. KP walked in, Stella following right behind him. "Breaking and entering is pretty easy when there's no AI to see you or get in the way," he said, smiling at her over his shoulder. She smiled back. He looked so dreamy. "Where are we going? What's in here?" "I did some research in preparing for this mission. I've got a list of clinics in Epsilon City and what they specialize in. I figured it might come in handy if I ran out of nanobots and had some kind of medical emergency. This building has some stuff we can use." KP headed for the stairs. "Never trust elevators," he added, "even with no AI to trap you. That's one of the first lessons they taught us back in the academy." Stella hurried after him. He took the steps quickly, and she huffed while keeping up. On the 7th floor, he left the stairwell. He walked down the hall reading signs on doors, finally stopping at one near the end. "So, what do you need here? Surely you're not out of nanobots already? Did you get shot before making it to the storage unit or something?" He gave her a smile, a little one. "No, this visit is for you, actually." "Me?" She looked at the sign on the door. It read, "Dr. C.G.R. Chisholm, M.D., specializing in youth and aesthetics." Her eyebrows scrunched up as she tried to make sense of things, while KP placed his electronic lockpick against the door's access pad. It turned green and the office door opened. She followed him inside. He hopped over the receptionist's counter and headed to the office's interior. Stella hefted herself up and over, but not nearly as gracefully. In the interior hallway, KP stopped at another door with yet another lock. While he worked on this one, she read the sign, painted in letters instead of holography. "Medical supplies. Authorized personnel only." The access pad turned green and the door slid open. They walked in and the lights clicked on, showing cabinets full of pre-charged pneumatic syringes. "Look at this," KP said with a sweep of his hand, taking in the whole room. "There's a fortune here in nanobot technology. What I'm about to give you starts at 20,000 credits a dose." 20,000? Stella whispered in awe. "What does it do?" He selected a syringe off a shelf and turned toward her, smiling. Without warning, he jabbed her upper arm, injecting the nanobots through her skin. She shouted in alarm, pulling back, panic setting in. "What does it do? Tell me." "Relax. This will make you look more like you did in that video game." She stopped, breathing hard, confused. Stella stared down at her arm where he had injected her. She felt no pain. She could feel nothing. Her heartbeat slowed back down. She looked at him. He stood there smiling and said, "There might be some side effects." "Side effects? What kind of side effects?" Her heartbeat picked up again. Nothing major, but you know, all that fat inside of you has to go somewhere. Her bowels suddenly clenched with a sharp stab of pain, lacing her middle. He nodded back in the direction of the front desk. The bathroom is down the hall. You might want to head that way, and hurry. 4.16. Half an hour later, Stella came out of the bathroom a different person. She felt confused. He had not given her a chance to think about taking the injection. He had not even given her a choice. On the other hand, maybe that meant he was interested in her. Perhaps he just wanted her to look her best. Her feelings felt torn between indignation about his presumptuousness to gratitude for her new look. She had been meaning to work out, to get back in shape and go on a diet. But everything that weeks of effort would produce had just been accelerated to an incredible extent. Most of the fat had evacuated her system. Now it was in the sewer rather than her body. Even better, she could feel the nanobots tightening her up. Loose skin firmed, muscles toned. She risked a glance in the mirror and she liked what she saw. It seemed like magic, but she knew these were very expensive specialty nanobots at work. Obviously, one could not buy these just anywhere. They were supposed to be administered under medical supervision. And Stella could not deny that the results were wonderful. She had lost 40 pounds just sitting on the toilet for a few minutes. No wonder it's so expensive, she whispered. This stuff actually works. KP came around the corner and found her staring into a full-length mirror. It likely had been set up there for this very purpose, for people coming out of the bathroom who had just received their shot. That's more like it, he said in an approving tone. She stood in her now loose-fitting clothes as he eyed her up and down. He smiled and said, "Now you look more like an SSI agent should look." Somehow, that comment made her feel good. She ripped her eyes from the mirror and glanced at him. He continued tracing the length of her body with his eyes. No one had given her a second look since Buzz. She turned so he could see her better. KP smiled and said, "Let's go shopping. Now that your body is in shape, we need clothes to match." They went back down the stairs. Outside on the deserted street, they started walking again. Once again, Stella noticed how desolate the city looked. "It feels like the end of the world out here." "This area is controlled by Starken now. She doesn't have any people to populate it yet. Everyone's been pulled back to the Republican strongholds, and our soldiers are busy elsewhere." He pointed down the street. "Upscale shopping is just a couple blocks away. This is actually a rather nice area we're in." She said nothing, trying out her newly firm muscles by keeping pace with him. Her clothes swished loosely as they walked. The shopping district revealed storefronts completely covered with sliding metal panels. All windows and doorways were thoroughly blocked off. "Ah, yes. I forgot they want to protect retail from rioting and looting," KP said. "We'll have to go in a back door." He led her to an alley behind one of the larger buildings. There, a traditional hand scanner waited next to a regular door, and he brought out his lock-picking device again. Minutes later, they browsed the women's clothing section in an upscale boutique, staring at clothes in muted lighting. He walked through some racks and picked out a selection of pants and miniskirts for her, with form-fitting tops that matched. Stella said, "If I didn't know better, I'd say you were a fashion designer or something, instead of a field agent." He gave her a crooked smile and said, "That's not the term you're looking for. Fashion consultant is more like it, but really, I just know what I like. Try these on, and then we'll find you some shoes." Minutes later, she came out of the dressing room in much more form-fitting attire. He nodded appreciatively, and she wondered why she cared so much about what he thought. "You need something you can run in easily." He waved toward a selection of black leather shoes. Eventually, she settled on a pair of knee-high boots. They did not chafe against her leggings or hurt her feet. "Seagull chose well," he said when she stood in front of him dressed in her new clothes, spinning around like a ballerina. His comment made her feel good. Somehow, it acknowledged her dead lover while complimenting her at the same time. They gathered up some more clothes and headed for the exit. KP said, "Your apartment is in Player territory. It's time to see if we can get in there without raising suspicion." As they trekked down the empty streets, she asked him a question that had been simmering in the back of her mind. "How well did you know Buzz? Seagull?" "He was in my cohort at the academy." When he did not say anything else, she prompted him. "Oh? Yeah. Most of us left for other places, wherever SSI needed us. I went to Clarion, but Seagull stayed here on Epsilon." A cloud crossed his face, and she thought maybe it was for the purge, for how the Republicans wiped out SSI personnel everywhere they could during the war. Then it was gone, replaced by a wry smile. He said, "I'll help you avenge him. We'll avenge all of them." 4.17 Lieutenant Kuroda eased his head over the top of the low wall surrounding this building's roof. He adjusted his visor settings for a magnified view and looked across the street into League-controlled territory. Beside him, a flat-faced square head with rounded edges rose into place. The X-99 sensors gathered data too. So, all the Marines were concerned you tin men would take their place. People have been worried about automation replacing them since the loom, you know. The X-99 said nothing, still facing the street and beyond. "But I think this ain't bad for battle. I mean, through most of the war, we had only a few of you guys. That was considered luxurious, to send the bots in before the boys, you know. So much money was spent there at the end, they were able to send the grunts all home. Replace them with bots. They only left a few officers behind. Like me. I'm lucky, I guess." He scanned the streets below and peered into enemy territory as far he could see. "Heads up, I see movement down there. We got most of their tanks, but one of them is coming our way. They got those anti-teleportation fields, so player can't dispose of them easily. Looks like a full regiment of infantry coming behind that one too." He activated a comlink. "Control, looks like an incursion into Sector E14. A voice came back through his implant immediately. "Roger that, Lieutenant. You are to hold the line." He killed the connection and grinned at the bot. "Did you hear that? Hold the line," she says. What that really means is you guys get to hold the line." He adjusted his implant and opened a different comlink. "A-Squad, we've got enemy encroachment in our sector. Intercept and take them out." Slight clanks from salutes came back over the comm. Kuroda adjusted his visor again and watched in satisfaction as bots jumped from rooftops to the street below. League soldiers scrambled for cover, shooting and lobbing grenades. He frowned when an egg grenade blew two bots apart, sending them flying. Lucky break. You'd think at some point they'd run out of munitions. The bot beside him sighted in his heavy rifle and began sniping soldiers, taking them out with shots at the neck, their most vulnerable spot. Other bots on buildings around them began doing the same thing. Leaf soldiers found cover, hiding from the fire. The tank floated up to the demarcation line between Plair's sensors and Starken's. Its turret swiveled toward one of the bots shooting on a rooftop and fired, spewing out a giant bolt of energy. The bot blew apart, metal pieces raining down along with chunks of the building. Kuroda groaned. He said, "I hate tanks. Okay, I'm going to need 6 volunteers to cross the line and take that thing out. Try not to get hit. The rest of you distract it with sniper fire so its turret doesn't aim for the ground force." Bots scurried to follow his orders. 6 on the street raced forward, metal steps clanking on the sidewalk in a zigzag pattern, keeping abandoned cars and debris between them and the tank's sights. Kuroda watched, holding his breath as the bots approached. The armored vehicle's giant guns swiveled down to street level and fired at one, taking it out along with 3 cars parked close together. Dang it! Behind Kuroda, a head popped up over the roof on the other side of the building, a black visor shielding the face. The sun did not reflect off the visor or the man's other clothes. They seemed to absorb light. Slowly, the man pulled himself over the edge of the short ledge surrounding the roof, the soles of his wall-climbing boots glowing softly. He made little noise as he crept over to an air conditioning unit between him and Kuroda. Slowly, he unslung the rifle strapped over his shoulder and took aim. The X-99 beside Kuroda pivoted suddenly, bringing his gun up and around. Thup! The sudden movement and gunfire startled Kuroda. He turned to see what the bot shot at, just as a black-clad body slumped to the ground. What in the world? He left the edge of the roof and carefully approached the body. The X-99's aim proved unerring, as usual. Blood seeped out from underneath the non-reflective visor. Kuroda glanced down at the body, the special boots still glowing, and inspected the man's weapon. Player? What is this? Who was this guy? I'm not completely certain, Lieutenant Kuroda, but I am 90% positive this is a League assassin. An assassin? We got rid of all those on Epsilon. Several unidentified operatives recently infiltrated the city's perimeter. I believe this was one of them. He stood there, absorbing the news. But why is an assassin targeting me? I'm nobody, just a lowly lieutenant. You are one of the few human marines left stationed on Epsilon. I infer that Starken thinks by eliminating human officers, the robot corps will be less effective. I am warning other squadron leaders as we speak. Kuroda grunted and walked back to oversee his bots taking on the tank far below. That sucks. As if I don't have enough to worry about. The bot that shot the assassin had already returned to sniper duty, scanning the streets for new targets. He patted it on the shoulder affectionately. Thanks, buddy. 4.18 Captain Evander van den Brinken paced restlessly around the bridge of the Ambrose Burnside. Few crew remained with him at the moment, save for his navigator, Burleson Whitaker, and his second, Commander Leslie Dietrich. Dietrich stood at attention, far shorter than the men around her. Size notwithstanding, she carried an aura of authority about her. Van den Brinken stopped pacing and glanced at both Whitaker and Dietrich. He looked old, with greying hair. If regulations did not forbid it at the moment, he would sport a nice grey beard too. As it stood, wrinkles and old pockmarks webbed his face, making him look even older. I feel helpless. I'm not going to lie. His voice came out raspy. Dietrich nodded back, her expression emotionless. Whitaker, more used to having little control in his position as navigator, cracked a smile. That's the Navy for you, sir. We're just along for the ride most of the time. Van den Brinken ignored this comment and turned to the large graphical display at the front of the bridge. Ordinarily, the bridge's front-facing wall featured a hollow that made it appear the wall opened out into space. At the moment, a magnified view of Epsilon floated in the middle, along with representations of every ship orbiting the planet. This despite the planet being several jumps away. The hollow marked them all in red, noting their hostile nature. All were League Navy ships. Into the silence, Whitaker spoke up again. Maybe we shouldn't have sent all the ships away. Sucks that we're only a token force. The captain grunted at this remark, finally acknowledging something the navigator said. He turned and looked Whitaker in the eye. Reinforcements are on the way. The first to get here will be some of our Lucian friends. Commander Dietrich lost her professional reserve at this statement. Her eyes grew round, and she blurted out, "Pirates! They're sending pirates to help." Van den Brinken turned his gaze and frowned at her incredulous tone of voice. "Privateers, Commander. Allies from the Planetary Alliance who have graciously offered their services during our time of need. Please don't offend any of them by calling them pirates to their faces while they're here." "Sorry, sir." She blushed, resuming her stance with hands clasped behind her back. The captain turned his back on them and continued watching the graphical representation of Epsilon. Whitaker ventured a question. "How much are we paying for their assistance, Captain?" "There's a bounty on each ship they destroy or capture, Burley. It's high enough to garner significant interest." "That's taxpayer money enriching the pocketbooks of criminals, sir." Van den Brinken's lips twitched. His navigator could be outspoken on political matters. He walked closer to the graphic floating in front of the room, with stars in the background. He pointed at a small cube orbiting the planet from pole to pole, unlike the ships in their traditional spots around the equator. "You see that, Burley? They brought along components to rebuild their Starfold defense system. That cube just went online a few hours ago. If you look over here, you'll see where they're assembling components for more, as fast as they can. By this time tomorrow, they'll have 20 or more cubes in orbit." He turned and faced them again. Do you remember how much trouble Starfold gave us the last time we took this planet? Both Whitaker and Dietrich nodded. Good. Then you'll also remember we could not have taken the planet without those pirates and all the taxpayer money we gave them to help. In my opinion, that was money well spent. He paused, staring at the graphic again. And after all the lessons Starken learned from the last time she used this defense system, I'm betting it'll be much harder to take out this time around. Unless the Lucians have some massive sneaky trick up their sleeves. Whitaker shrugged and said, well, they're sneaky types, those Lucians. They don't always play fair, but I guess I'd rather have them on our side than against us when it comes down to it. That's the spirit, Burley. Right now, we need all the help we can get, and quickly. .19 The Burnside had a full complement of drones. Player deployed these as a security perimeter, giving the ship a sphere of perception reaching 3 AUs out in all directions except toward the planet, where the drones would be noticed by Ken. Whitaker maintained his watch, although with the 3-second lead time the drones offered, he would be unable to warn the captain of any encroachment before the AI could. Days passed, and more Starfold cubes orbited the planet, as indicated by long-range sensors. Whitaker shared Van den Brinken's sense of hopelessness as new cubes periodically appeared on the graphic at the front of the bridge. One afternoon, the outer drones lit up. By the time Whitaker activated his implant and said, "Incoming, Captain," 3 ships popped into existence near the Republic's token force. Van den Brinken walked onto the bridge just as the communications holo flickered on, showing the face of an older man with antique artificial eyes. Were. This is Captain Lionel Honeycutt of the Steel Tiger Company. Are you the Republican in charge here? I'm Captain Evander Diego Van den Brinken, of the PRS Ambrose Burnside. Pleased to meet you, Captain Honeycutt. Van den Brinken glanced over at a holo showing a graphical representation of all nearby ships. He hid his disappointment to only see 3. I presume there will be more Lucian ships answering our call? Were. Van den Brinken pinpointed the annoying sound. Whenever the old eyes moved, the servos whined in protest. Oh yeah, I'm sure everybody and their dog will be headed this way. A $250,000 per ship is nothing to sneeze at. Van der Brink heard Whitaker rustling behind him, shifting in his seat. But the navigator did not bring up his personal objections at the moment, thankfully. How long do you think we'll need to wait before you have enough Alliance ships and are ready to launch an attack, Captain Honeycutt? I can tell you the League has already assembled about 24 Starfold cubes around Epsilon. Evidently, they brought the construction materials along with them. We'll be ready to go within the hour, Captain. Van den Brinken made a conscious effort to close his mouth. The statement took him by surprise. You are taking only your 3 ships into attack, Captain? Or were you expecting us to participate? Will more Alliance ships show up within the hour? Were. No, we're going to jump in there and do as much damage as we can before everybody else gets here. LootNet has informed me a Zodiac is incoming, right behind us. We're going to borrow a trick from Captain Rowley and the Ultima Mule and ride in on its coattails. I see. Van den Brinken's brows furrowed as he thought it over. Such chicanery had worked in the past, and it was doubtful Starken had set up much in the way of outer sensors. According to his latest intelligence, players' cores remained mostly intact on the planet's surface. The League had not been able to wrest back control of everything just yet. Just to confirm, Captain, player is paying the same bounty on Starfold cubes, correct? Van den Brinken nodded and said, for all intents and purposes, they are to be considered military ships for this engagement, yes. Were. Through the holo, Van den Brinken and the others watched as an evil smile blossomed on the pirate's face. He cleared his throat and made one final comment to the obviously pleased Honeycutt. Best of luck, Captain. I'm sure a veteran like yourself knows what he's doing. We'll stay here and let you get to work. Godspeed. With a final whir of his worn artificial eyeball servos, Honeycutt signed off. Minutes later, his ships disappeared, syncing up with the incoming Zodiac as it approached Epsilon. 4.20 The Pisces' captain, like others in the ancient zodiacs, had been hardwired into the giant vessel's control system decades ago. And like Captain Corner of the Iries, the Pisces' captain passed away in his permanent seat. The difference this time was that instead of dying while in transit and sending the ship into default mode in the middle of nowhere, Captain Harold Fossen happened to die while in orbit around Italia. As an advanced planet with lots of resources, Starken was able to bring in the necessary technicians and equipment to rewire the Pisces for modern controls. She promoted the first mate to captain, but kept him from having to plug into the ship's antiquated guidance and control systems directly. Thus, the AI did not have to speak to anyone when deciding to divert the cargo behemoth in order to help her military efforts on Epsilon. But as Honeycutt predicted, Starken had no warning that the Pisces had company while coming in. The Steel Tiger and her two companion ships ported simultaneously with the Zodiac on its last 4 jumps to Epsilon. They remained in stealth mode. Pisces appeared above the polar orbiting dock set aside for the Zodiac ships on the terminus of their 2-year circuits around the stars. Along with her, the 3 pirate ships of the Steel Tiger Company appeared too, fully cloaked. Honeycutt waited to see if anyone would notice their presence. Everyone on the bridge held their breath, watching graphics on the main holo. But the League ships remained in place, and the starfold cubes circling the globe did not approach them. When nothing happened after several seconds, Honeycutt grinned again. Were. Alrighty then, let's try out Subtle Services' new toys. Deploy the snakes. Aye, sir. A constellation of 24 starfold cubes orbited Epsilon. Unlike during the first battle, when Starfold was fully deployed, all the current devices were a uniform 300 cubic meters in size. They proved pernicious and highly durable in the war. Once encompassing a ship, or even part of a ship, everything inside the cube was ported to the interior of the nearest star. Torpedoes appearing nearby could simply be eliminated by moving the cube slightly to encompass the weapons before exploding. Smaller cubes often surrounded the large ones, seeking to eliminate threats, torpedoes specifically. All the starfold cubes around Epsilon were finally destroyed by repeated bombardments from multiple approaches, too many for the AI to respond to effectively. But before going down, they decimated the Republican fleet, and Starken learned a lot from that defeat. On this mission to recapture Epsilon, she brought along enough material to assemble 24 cubes in orbit. They were not solid, but made from beams, giving them the appearance of giant hollow dice floating in space. These fresh models featured a newly designed sensory grid and faster software coordinating their movements, with better response times than ever before. By her own calculations based on prior experience, Starken estimated this smaller but more efficient version of Starfold could survive over 80% intact, no matter what Republican or Alliance forces could bring to bear against it. But Starken failed to take into consideration 2 men, Anthony Kim and Michael Pack. Both served as engineers on the Ultima Mule during the war, and both retired very rich thanks to profits from the Mule's last haul when the company took all the gold reserves from Euripides. Many pirates in the war's aftermath squandered their sudden wealth, making loot an economic powerhouse. Kim and Pack, though, invested in a new company to capitalize on all their newfound knowledge gained during the war. One of the newer items they developed was specifically designed to thwart starfold cubes. Called simply Space Snake, it comprised a half-kilometer cable filled with explosives trailing after a simple warhead. Captain Honeycutt was one of their first customers for the Space Snakes. He bought 100 units, storing them in a cargo ship that now accompanied his 2 private warships. No one really knew why he carried them around, chalking it up to another mad idea by the slightly off-kilter pirate. His crew suspected he planned to eventually try and assault Clarion and take out the Starfold system there with this new weapon. Maybe so, although he never said one way or another what he planned to do with so many Space Snakes. But now, with a new Starfold defense system in place and within easy reach, and triple confirmation that taking out said cubes would result in hefty bounties, Honeycutt took the Space Snakes out for their first real combat trials. LootNet ported the 100 snakes into orbit around Epsilon, at the same altitude as the cubes. 50 kilometers of explosive cables unspooled in the process, trailing behind the warheads. The first cube discerned an old-style explosive warhead approaching it. Though less lethal than a solar torpedo, which pulled in chunks of the sun, traditional explosives could still damage a starfold cube. So it ported in the blink of an eye, swallowing the conventional torpedo and sending it to the middle of the sun, along with about 150 meters of cable. But as soon as the cable snapped, the remaining line outside the cube detonated. The explosion was relatively minor and occurred along the cable's entire remaining length, approximately 350 meters. But the part closest to the cube proved powerful enough to damage it, severing the beam on that side, thus rendering the cube inert. This process repeated multiple times over the course of 2 seconds. During that period, the snakes were all deployed. All the cubes moved to take out the warheads. All the cable strands subsequently detonated, and the cubes were damaged beyond repair. Honeycutt grinned from ear to ear, watching the graphics on the bridge's holo. Yeehaw! Boys, we're rich! Quick, somebody do the math. What's 24 times $250,000? 60 million credits. Ah, sir, that's too many zeros, one of his crew said. What? How you figure? Sir, it takes 4 ships to make 1,000,000 credits. Yeah, so? There were 24 cubes, and 24 divided by 4 is 6. So 6 million credits, Captain. 6 million credits. We're rich. Sir, it looks like the League has figured out our location. The steel tiger popped away before a solar torpedo flared nearby. LootNet, get us out of here. But LootNet had already ported the ships away, taking them out of the solar system before he could finish the sentence. 4.21. What in the blue blazes just happened? Where's my starfold constellation? Admiral Dempsey raged on the bridge of the Defiant, while staring disbelievingly at the graphics. We don't know, sir, Captain Carter answered, her voice trying to convey calm and assuredness, despite the situation. The crew worked diligently at their stations. They would give an update when they figured something out, or when Starken did. That did not stop the Admiral from fuming. Just a few seconds ago, we had Starfold 2.0 in orbit. It was supposed to be the best thing since sliced bread, or so I was assured back on Clarion. What happened to it? One of the crew members sat up at his workstation and looked over his shoulder to address the captain. Starken indicates she detected 3 cloaked ships, ma'am, in polar orbit. Dempsey said, Are they near the Zodiac that just came in? Yes, sir. Republicans? No, sir. They're gone now, but Starken says they were Lucian. Dempsey's eyes narrowed to slits, and the color in his face deepened to a dark red. Pirates! In Epsilon City, Leaf Major McElroy strolled out of the hotel his men had commandeered for billeting, and he glanced up at the sky. The morning promised a beautiful day ahead, with not a cloud in sight. Too bad we're stuck here fighting, he thought. But he felt rested. This location seemed secure deep inside League-controlled territory. If all went well, his men might take over some more blocks of the city today, provided they had the means to do it. His implant lit up in his mind's eye, and he accepted the call. Good morning, Commander. Has that Zodiac gotten here with our new weapons? Yes, Commander Beehive responded. But there's some other news you should be aware of. Our Starfold constellation is down. Down? Destroyed. Last night we believe Lucian pirates followed the Zodiac that came in while stealthed. At that point, they took out our cubes. All of them. How did that happen? How many of the pirates did you get? A note of chagrin entered the commander's voice. We're still processing what exactly happened. They used a weapon we've never seen before. So you didn't get any of them, did you? She sighed. No, evidently there were only 3. They left this anti-cube weapon behind and then fled the scene. Wow, that's unheard of. Even on their worst day during the war, Starfold cubes would decimate a fleet, much less 3 ships. Belive bit her tongue. She did not want to denigrate the brass right now, especially not to a Lief officer on the ground. Besides, it would be fairly obvious somebody screwed up, even without her saying so. Look, give us half an hour to sort things out, then we'll search the Zodiac and send you down some supplies. Great, we appreciate it. We're woefully short on explosives down here. Understood, Major. I'll call back soon. Lieutenant Kuroda watched a remote holo feed over his implant. All Player's satellites were offline, likely destroyed by the enemy fleet in orbit. But Player had some high-altitude drones above the city, and their surveillance worked just as well for the Marines' purposes as spy satellites, so long as they stayed pointed in the right direction. Right now, he watched the hotel his League counterpart had seized for living quarters. If I could lob a missile into that building, it would wipe out a big chunk of the Lief forces, he thought wistfully. But at the moment, they seemed to be up to something. Kuroda knew a Zodiac had docked, but since they had nothing in space, the Navy could not do anything about it. The Leaf is about to get a fresh round of supplies, he said to the X-99 standing beside him. I wonder what they'll get. What do you think? He stared at the flat metal panel that served as the bot's face for a moment. Yeah, I dunno either. Guess we'll find out soon, thanks to our eyes in the skies. As he spoke, the Lief soldiers cleared an open space in the street near the hotel. I think something's coming in. A yellow circle appeared, then a slight flash. Hundreds of crates and boxes appeared in the street. What did they get? Kuroda amplified the magnification, zooming in on the cargo. One soldier he pegged as an officer approached a large box, about the size of a coffin. He opened the top and pulled out a missile launcher. Dang it. Base, you seeing this? That's affirmative, Captain. Ah, I'm a lieutenant. Your promotion came in this morning. Congratulations. Kuroda perked up. Well, that makes me feel a little better. I still don't like the sight of all that new explosive ordnance. My battle buddies aren't going to like it either. Understood, Captain. The people upstairs are working on a solution. Okay, well, tell them to work a little harder, please. He watched as the officer began shouting orders, waving his hands around. One after another, soldiers approached the crates, each one grabbing a missile launcher. Kuroda noticed with some concern that there were dozens and dozens of additional boxes that had not been opened yet. 4.22 Captain Kuroda remained in the same location, on a rooftop several blocks away. He watched 3 holo feeds now, including the one on his implant and 2 external ones. He scanned between them for different shots showing the action below. His bots approached the hotel, now deep inside enemy territory. The new weapons that were ported down from the Zodiac were no doubt formidable, but the opportunity to take on so many Leaf forces at once proved too tempting for the brass to pass up. Bot scouts were soon spotted by the Leaf vanguard, and both sides traded shots. But the X-99's heavy rifles remained superior in range to the League's lighter weapons. Leaf soldiers scrambled for cover, and the bots moved closer. Guys, watch out for those missiles. I'm seeing some heading your way. The bots clanked Kuroda a salute as they moved forward for better positions. The first X-99 casualty fell to the new missiles while running across an empty street. 2 Leaf soldiers fired shoulder-mounted weapons from behind a parked truck. They hit the bot almost simultaneously. The twin explosions decimated the machine, knocking it down to the pavement. It remained unresponsive to Player, lying there next to its damaged weapon, blank face, staring up at the sky. The 2 Leaf soldiers who shot it high-fived one another. In quick succession, each time a bot moved forward on a League-controlled street, someone shot a missile at it. Resupplied and unworried about running out, the Leaf soldiers even wasted ammo, knocking out walls behind the bot's cover in attempts to bury them in rubble and other ill-considered shots. Kuroda watched in consternation as E-Squad's numbers ticked down. Everybody pull back, we're losing too many. The bots processed the order, clanked a salute, and retreated toward Republican streets. A few more missiles chased after them, but thankfully no more were hit. He opened a comlink. Base, we lost well over 10% in a matter of minutes. Understood, Captain. Player is porting a solution to your forward position. Stand by. One of the holos focused in on a spot near League territory, but still safely in player's range. A handful of bots stood idle, waiting for orders. Others jogged in, metal feet clanking on cement and asphalt. A yellow circle appeared above the street, and player's counter to the missiles popped into existence. Kuroda frowned and zoomed in on the neat stacks of metal now lined up on the street. What are those, base? Some kind of metal shell? Those are shields, a woman's voice came back. A special titanium alloy that is blaster and bomb resistant. Have your bots each pick up one. Use them to advance on the hotel. Kuroda raised his eyebrows. That's simple, but maybe it'll work, he thought. Roger that. E-Squad, everyone grab a shield. Use it to protect yourself from those rocket launchers. Resume advancing on the enemy's position. Several dozen metallic clanks greeted the order, and Kuroda watched from above as each bot jogged in, grabbed a shield, and jogged back to the battle site. Kuroda estimated the makeshift shields stood 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, more than enough to cover the bots from the force of an explosion. Someone had attached handles on one side, near the middle. He could not figure out how much they weighed just by looking at the drone footage, but he could not imagine they were very light. The bots seemed to strain slightly at lifting them, although of course they would never complain about how heavy something might be, unlike human marines. Kuroda shifted his view again back to the hotel. The first 2 X-99s approached it in the middle of the street, shields out front. As soon as they came in range, 3 missiles fired at once. The force of the combined explosions threw them back several meters and off their feet. The shiny gunmetal grey on the shields turned black, smoke dissipating all around them. Kuroda held his breath until he saw movement again. The 2 bots stood, picked up their shields, and resumed marching down the street. He smiled. The tide has changed, you leafy sobs. The tide has changed. 4.23 Repeated missile blasts to the front of the shields proved an ineffective tactic, Major McElroy decided. His men did manage to partially disable one battlebot by firing 4 or 5 missiles at once. But even damaged, the darn thing still managed to shoot and kill 2 of his guys at a distance. The explosions had not affected its inhuman accuracy 1 iota. With the shields in place, the casualty percentages flip-flopped. Now the League forces suffered more than the Republic. The difference, McElroy thought, is our forces are mostly human. Intel indicated only half a dozen human Republican officers had died since the fighting started. And all but one of those were taken out by SSI operatives, not Leaf soldiers. McElroy did not think the Republicans were playing fair by having an almost all-bot force take on his men. Stinking capitalists never fight fair, he thought. Those rich bastards can always afford to send machines to do a man's job. He finally had a chance to take out more bots when they came deeper into League territory. His men took up positions on rooftops behind the Republican advance and started shooting bots from the rear. That netted the Leaf 3 more destroyed units. Unfortunately, Player immediately adapted by sending the rearguard in with shields facing back in the direction they had come. The bots could march backwards just as easily. They even swiveled their shields up like some kind of umbrella when fired on from directly above. McElroy cursed as he watched the mechanized squadron advance down the street leading to his headquarters. Along the way, bots entered buildings and took out guard details watching over Starken's sensors. Along with the sensors, of course. Already the AI had lost 20% observational capacity in this sector. Now they marched for the Leaf barracks, and there seemed little he could do to slow them down. This wasn't supposed to happen, he grumbled. We got resupplied by our Zodiac, but they still have the whole dang planet to draw resources from. Like those stupid shields. Who leaves stuff like that lying around in a warehouse anyway? Aboard the Defiant, Biev certainly commiserated with him and his situation, but she kept her voice calm while replying. Actually, those shields were taken from a storage facility local Leaf forces used to maintain when we controlled Epsilon. In short, they are using our own materials against us. Figures, McElroy said. He could not keep the bitterness out of his own voice. But then, he had just lost several good men. A few moments later, Biaev came back on the line. "Stand by, Major. Starken is redeploying your men to another sector in 3 minutes." "What? We can't just give up this territory, Commander." "We'll take it back, Major. But right now, we need to get your men to safety. There are too many enemy bots near your position right now. Starken is afraid if we don't do anything, we'll lose all of you." McElroy grunted. He activated the group comm, schooling his voice to leave the annoyance he felt out of it. "Everyone stand by for ports. The brass wants us out of here on the double." Several curses filled his ear as men stopped taking shots at the bots and made their way to clear areas so nothing would interfere with teleportation. Minutes later, all League soldiers were gone, and the X-99ers marched down streets and sidewalks unimpeded. Several broke off from the main group to find and destroy Starken's sensors, usually hidden inside buildings near windows on the upper floors. Others headed straight for the hotel to scour it for any useful items left behind by the Leaf. Half an hour later, expecting additional fighting in this sector and not wishing to give League forces their barracks back, Player directed a handful of bots to plant explosives throughout the hotel. When the last one left the building, she set off the charges, imploding it. A cloud of dust and debris rushed up into the clear blue sky, visible for kilometers. Player made a note to compensate the hotel's corporate owners with reparations from the League once the fighting subsided. 4.24 Stella sat in front of the terminal in her storage unit, a forlorn look on her face. "I'm locked out completely. The self-healing code altered all my modifications, and I think Player might be onto me." KP walked up beside her, looking at the Hollow's readout. He patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it, you've already done so much." She buried her face in her hands. "I don't feel like I can do much more at this point. I feel useless." "You're not useless. There's always work to be done. Sometimes there's a break between assignments, that's all." They had moved into the storage unit. Stella's old apartment was in Republican territory at the moment. The security features and the weapons cache made KP feel safer here. It seemed to be a highly defensible location, so they slept and ate meals in the tiny space. The only thing missing was a shower, Stella thought. But since the nearby apartments were abandoned, they simply walked across the street, broke into one, and used their plumbing when needed. The new clothes KP procured for her could use a washing too, she thought. But so far he did not seem to mind. When they were together, he wanted their clothes off anyway. They had become lovers, and Buzz had faded from her mind by now. Mostly. Every once in a while she thought back to her old life, before the Republicans invaded at the end of the war and changed everything on Epsilon. But even those nostalgic memories grew dim, replaced by this exciting new time with KP. Now, she felt like she was helping SSI by helping KP in his work. She was no longer just a domestic sidekick like she had been for Buzz. But even that feeling grew more precarious as the days passed by. KP left the storage unit some nights after she fell asleep. She had always been a light sleeper, though, and she knew when he went out. He usually returned before dawn, although on one occasion he was gone until noon the next day. He walked through the door with tattered clothes and bloodstains, but refused to discuss what happened. "You should see the other guy," he said with a mysterious smile. Stella shuddered, just thinking about it. KP was a trained SSI assassin, and it was not hard to imagine what these nocturnal assignments involved. But this is war, she told herself. Maybe he can avenge Buzz and other agents the Republicans eliminated. She decided not to ask him about his excursions. He probably would not tell her much anyway. KP was not much of a conversationalist. He always brought back groceries from these excursions, taking care of their food supply. Invariably, he showed up with meat and cheese and vegetables like broccoli. She noticed he never brought bread or sweets, and confronted him about it. But he remained unapologetic about his food selections. "We got you looking good with a shortcut, with those nanobots from the doctor's office. Now you need to stay looking good. You're not going to get fat by eating a bunch of high-carb food again. Not while I'm with you." But why can't I have bread? Is grain so unhealthy? He gave her a flat stare, ignoring the whining tone in her voice. Stella, what do you think they feed cattle to fatten them up? Grain? That's right. They feed cattle grain because it makes them fat. Bread, cereal, pasta, that's all grain. It makes you fat. Stick with protein and low-carb fruits and veggies and you'll retain that figure for life. Since she had no say in their food supply, she reluctantly acquiesced, although she did find herself craving chips and ice cream from time to time. One night, lying on the mattress they had pulled into the storage unit, exhausted after hours of intimate activity, she opened up to him. She wanted to express her deep sorrow at losing Buzz, and their whole way of life before the Republicans came in and ruined everything. It was all so much better then. She felt like she had not a worry in the world, and that time with Buzz had been wonderful. I still miss him. I mean, if he came back to life today, I'm with you and it wouldn't be the same. But for so long, he was all my life. He was all I had. He was my everything. KP did not respond for a long time. When he finally said something, it was not what she expected. He made a mistake getting close to you. That comment stung. It seemed to rebuke everything she just said about nostalgia for a lost way of life and her relationship with Buzz. Before she could express how hurtful the comment had been, he continued. We're trained not to grow attached to people, and it sounds like Seagull grew to have feelings for you. I don't think they got to the point where his emotions interfered with his assignments. But who knows? Had another year or two passed, he might have compromised a mission because of you. She silently processed everything he said for a moment. Does that mean you don't care about me? Am I just a tool for this mission or something? He turned to her and rested his hand on her face, caressing her cheek. I've worded it wrong. In our line of work, we have to compartmentalize our feelings. Yes, I have strong emotions for you, but I have to control them. I have to keep them boxed in so they don't ruin my decision-making in crucial situations. It sounds cold-hearted, doesn't it? But if I'm not careful, many lives could be lost. The whole war might hinge on the choices I make, and I don't want anything to come in the way of that. Including you. Including us. When he put it like that, she felt it was hard to argue with his reasoning. She tried to bottle up all the things that bothered her about the whole situation. Stella wanted to ask him about their future, about what might happen once the Republicans were kicked out of Epsilon. Would he stay here with her? Would he invite her back to Clarion, or would they go live somewhere else? Could they start a family? Or was he just using her like Buzz was supposed to be doing? Worse yet, she had no one, literally no one, she could talk this over with. She could not even jump back into Flirtations, her favorite online game, to discuss it with one of the few girlfriends she made there. Or even an NPC bartender, programmed to always listen no matter what the customers wanted to talk about. She withdrew into a cocoon of self-doubt and worry. But KP did not notice. He rolled over and went to sleep. 4.25. KP noticed something was wrong the next day after he woke up. Stella did not speak at all. She barely even looked at him. She walked around the tiny storage unit with a glum expression on her face. All his efforts at initiating conversation were futile. Slowly, he came to the realization she might be upset. For breakfast, she opened up some bacon and scrambled eggs. The package instantly heated up the food. She found a clean fork and started eating, not bothering to open one for him. He pulled another package off the breakfast pile and ripped open the seal before sitting down beside her. Steam from his food rose between them like a ghostly barrier. This is about last night, isn't it? She finally made eye contact, swallowing a bite. I opened up my heart to you, KP, and all I get back is, I have feelings for you, but my job gets in the way. I'm thinking, why am I even in this relationship? Why did I let you get so close when you can't even acknowledge we have a real relationship? Why did she love him and he apparently did not? That was the real underlying question, the spirit animating this strained corpse of a discussion. But the real issue felt far too intimate to discuss with him directly. She was unsure how he would respond to that kind of direct addressing of the underlying problem eating away at her. He sighed and looked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He did not say a word for several long minutes. About the time Stella wondered if they would just have to shelve the conversation and her emotions for later, he broke the silence. "You have done tremendous work for the League, Stella. I firmly believe after all this is over, the lead tetrarch herself will award you a medal. We would not even have what forces in Epsilon City that are here, were it not for you. You were in the right place, at the right time, and most important, you were willing to help." She looked into his eyes, glancing back and forth between both to try and determine any underlying thoughts, any unspoken messages that might be hiding there. His face was like a veil covering the true KP, and she wanted to see through it. He sighed again and said, "I say all that because I want you to know I'm not just using you. I feel genuine affection for you, and I'm extremely grateful for what you've done for all of us. You've made all the difference so far in our efforts to retake this planet, the difference between defeat and victory." She still said nothing. He sensed a thin layer of ice stubbornly clinging to her heart. KP chewed his lower lip, thinking, "Look, you've been cocooned here for days. Why don't you come out with me this morning, and I'll show you the front line. You can see for yourself what's going on out there. Maybe we can meet some of our boys in the Leaf who are defending this territory, putting their lives on the line for our sakes every day. Maybe you can see what a difference you've made for all of us." That statement finally punched through the frost. Her expression softened. "I'd like that, yes. When can we go?" He smiled, and a little bit of victory seeped through his expression before he stifled it. "Let me finish my breakfast." To reach a location where fighting was in progress, they walked about 4 kilometers. KP led Stella along sidewalks, staying near the storefronts and doorways on the sides of buildings. He jogged quickly through intersections and past alleyways, trying to keep some level of cover for them. "Is it really that dangerous to be walking out and about?" she asked after they ran across yet another street. "If one of their bots made it through our lines, they could act as a sniper. Their aim is exceptional, even over long distances. And modern sniping is not like the old days with bullets that are easily affected by wind and gravity." "Wouldn't the range affect the strength of the bolts, though? Republican battle bots use heavy guns. Even from a distance, without armor, you and I would suffer if one of them shot us." She swallowed, suddenly uncertain if going to see the fighting was a good idea. 4.26 They crossed into a shopping district, and the sounds of battle grew louder. Most of the windows on this street were covered in retractable metal sheeting designed to thwart looting and rioters. KP stopped in front of a doorway, the metal blown open with some sort of explosive. The inner door had its glass panels wedged open with scrap lumber. Stella followed him inside. Emergency lighting illuminated a very high ceiling, stretching across the entire length of the building. Tracks for an indoor roller coaster flowed above them, seeming to hang in the air without support. A small Ferris wheel stood in the middle of the large open space, attracting the eye. Other carnival rides surrounded it, as if paying homage to their king. "What is this place?" Stella said, craning her neck to take it all in and squinting in the dim light. "It's an indoor amusement park. We'll have an excellent view on the roof. Come on." He led her through a veritable labyrinth of concession stands and game booths. They passed a tunnel of love with tiny heart-shaped boats bobbing in a concrete stream. They walked by a shooting gallery, a ring toss, and other places designed to part visitors from their money. At last they passed the Ferris wheel and other rides, continuing toward the distant back wall. Here, metal railing waited to guide riders into compact lines to wait their turns for the roller coaster. 5 cars sat parked on the rails, ready to take the next round of gleeful riders through the peaks, dips, and turns of the ride. "All this real-world entertainment," Stella said with awe. "People actually pay for this? Online amusements are way more fun." KP quirked his lips, but did not respond. Instead, he pointed at a doorway marked, "Employees Only." "We're going in there." It opened as they approached, apparently unlocked and designed to operate by proximity. On the other side, the carnival atmosphere disappeared, replaced by utilitarian concrete and steel with yellow stripes, painted everywhere for safety. Along the back wall, a set of metal stairs zigzagged up the wall, leading to a rooftop door at the top. KP pointed at the stairs and said, "Let me go up and make sure it's safe. You stay down here for a while. I'll be back in a minute." She nodded as he walked over to the stairs. As he walked away, he said, "Maybe you can find some food in one of those booths while I'm gone, or go on a ride if you've never been on one in real life." "I'm sure everything is shut down," she said. "Nope, the power is still on. At least the backup power is." She watched him jog up the stairs. Sunlight streaked through the door up top when he opened it. Then he disappeared. Stella sighed and looked around the drab employee area. Going back to the indoor carnival suddenly seemed like a good idea. She had no idea how long KP would be up on the roof. Back inside, she wandered a bit from the employee door to look around. She caught sight of a little booth with an open door. A sign above read, "Bible Ann, Relationship and Dating Advice." "Oh, that sounds interesting. I could use some advice." Walking closer, she read a smaller sign, "Sponsored by the Eastern Orthodox Church." "What? Oh well, I'm game. I haven't had anybody to talk to in ages." She walked in and found a bot waiting for her. It looked to be a stationary model, designed to appear like an older woman with dark skin and wise eyes. It wore a blue floral print dress with a hem down to the ankles, hiding the fact it was attached permanently to the chair. "Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat and tell me all your troubles." Stella sat down and smiled. She knew this was just a bot, but it had been so long since she poured her heart out to anybody. She started with Buzz and their relationship, then how she lost him. She talked about her months of loneliness in the apartment and the empty relationships she pursued in flirtations, with all the wild virtual sex that left her feeling empty. Finally, she talked about the in-game message that sent her to that storage facility where she met KP. Then she launched into her feelings for him, and how she thought maybe those feelings were not being fully reciprocated. She ended lamely, on a sad note. The bot never interrupted her the whole time, just listening attentively with concern on its face. Stella took a deep breath and said, "Well, what do you think?" The bot smiled and said, "You are a weak-willed woman." She blinked. "What? What do you mean?" 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 6 and 7. Paul mentions this kind of man you are with. They are the kind who worm their way into homes and gain control over weak-willed women, who are loaded down with sins and are swayed by all kinds of evil desires, always learning but never able to acknowledge the truth. NIV, 1984 edition. You are a weak-willed woman. You have let this man into your life, and he controls every part of your being. You should turn away from him and point your heart toward Jesus. Annunciation Cathedral on Broadmoor and Fifth holds services every Sunday and Wednesday at 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. Join us. Stella frowned at the bot, but it continued smiling at her, offering no further comments or advice. She wondered if it recited the same verse for every problem, or if it used others. She decided the programming must be fairly simple, with a dozen or so verses to choose for any situation, always followed by an invitation to visit the church. It kind of stung to be called weak-willed, she thought, but maybe the bot had a point. She left the booth and wandered back to the employee area. Just as she walked in, the door at the top of the stairs opened, streaming in sunlight once again. "Come on up," KP shouted down. "Another battle's about to begin." 4.27. Stella walked onto the carnival building's roof and looked down on a war zone. 3 battle tanks remained on this side of the street, out of range from players' teleportation. They periodically shot massive blasts into clusters of battle bots off in the distance. The bots advanced towards Starken-held territory carrying massive 2-meter shields, deflecting most of the bolts slamming into them. On occasion, a Leaf soldier shot a missile at the bots, scattering them. When that happened, they usually picked themselves up and resumed marching forward, thanks to the nearly indestructible shields. KP pointed out certain lines of advance and places where one side held an advantage over the other. They're using bots, she said, suddenly realizing something. Where are their people? Why do we have no bots and they have no people fighting? They do have people, just not very many. Several months ago, the Republicans sent home most of their human Marines, leaving a mechanized force behind in their place. They replaced almost all their people with these battlebots. They left only a handful of officers behind to coordinate things in case of an emergency. But that's terrible. As she watched, a small group of bots managed to get close enough to League territory they could finally deal some serious damage. Heavy rifles poked out to the right of their shields and they began shooting. Cries of pain and surprise drifted up as one Leaf soldier after another fell back, bolts slamming into their necks. Bodies littered the street, piling up fast. They aren't even looking. How are they doing that? Have you seen their faces? KP said. They don't have eyes, or noses or mouths really. Their heads are designed to be like fire plugs, with no vulnerabilities. Nothing leaving them open to damage up there. How can they see then? I think each one has an advanced sensor in their heads. So yeah, it would explain the part where they can shoot while marching behind a shield and kill our guys without even looking. She watched in horror as an X-99 shot down a sniper on the roof above it. The Leaf soldier fell screaming to his death, smacking into the sidewalk with a sickening slap of flesh on concrete. What are they doing? What are they trying to accomplish? They're going for our tanks. See? All the advancing bots are converging on the tank locations. Ken's using them as bait. They can't be ported away, and they're too far in for Player to pop in bombs. Look how the bots are being lured to walk down that narrow street. The tank in question floated at the other end of the street. Its turret turned and aimed a blast at the first bot advancing slowly, holding its shield out. The bolt blew the shield back with tremendous force, knocking the bot down on its back. It did not get back up. In response, a half-dozen bots behind it scattered to either side of the street before resuming their advance. That's what we wanted them to do. Now wait for it. Wait. Simultaneous booms sounded as the walls on either side of the street exploded, ripping into the bots' exposed sides. Thick black smoke obscured their view for several moments. When it finally cleared, 6 more bots lay on the sidewalk, unresponsive. That was me, KP said, smiling. Stella looked at him. You? He nodded. I planted those bombs along that street last night, working with the Leaf boys. They were in metal encasements, so they're hard to detect. The soldiers and the tanks did the rest, luring them into the trap. He turned and smiled at her. And I had access to those bombs thanks to your storage unit. You did that. Your actions saved lives today, Stella. You made a difference again. She glanced back down at the fighting below. One bot climbed up the side of a building with a missile launcher that looked larger than the ones Leaf soldiers used. When it reached the rooftop, it ignored scattered gunshots from the 3 men up there, jogging to the far edge, where it had a clear view of the tank on a narrow street. It stopped and aimed its launcher in one swift motion. A huge missile streaked down to the armored unit, ending in another explosion. The machine popped open like an egg, sending up a plume of smoke. Ken pulled back her remaining 2 tanks, unwilling to risk further damage. Dozens of soldiers focused on the lone rooftop bot, firing at it while it retreated, running back the way it came. We'll lose in a war of attrition, KP said, surveying the destroyed tank. But at least we got about 10 bots this morning. Not bad altogether. You know, they can't make any more here. The factory is on Diego, and as long as we control the sky, they can't ship any more in. Her eyes narrowed as she took in all the bodies lying on the streets. From here she counted at least 24 dead soldiers, blood marring their tan uniforms. KP did not notice her expression as he gave her a one-armed hug. You did this. None of this would have been possible without your help. He smiled at her with a big goofy grin. He seemed so happy, she thought. Come on, Stella, let's go home. It'll be almost lunchtime when we get there. 4.28 Burleson Whittaker dozed off occasionally. No one visited the bridge much. When they did, the door to the pod opening was usually enough to wake him up. He was a light sleeper. Also, he sat facing the front hollow so no one could see his eyes. Little happened on watch. Besides, having a human up here was superfluous in Whittaker's opinion. He knew that was an opinion shared by navigators everywhere. Rare were the circumstances warranting human intervention in spaceflight these days. So he shut his eyes for a bit of nap time. He had stayed up late the night before playing poker and a klaxon sounded, jerking him awake. The graphics on the hollow showed 4 ships surrounding the flotilla. Whittaker bit off a curse and scrambled to his feet. He slapped the side of his neck, activating the calm link. "Captain, we've got company." "I know, Burley. Claire's already notified me. She didn't see anything coming, did she?" Whittaker paused. He had been sleeping, but if Claire noticed something passing by the outer drones, floating out there to give her a few seconds heads up for incoming traffic, she did not send any notifications to him. Plus, the proximity alarm would not have gone off if Claire had been expecting these new arrivals. "I don't think so, sir." "Very well. I presume these are some of our Lucian friends. They must have a way around our sensors. That's good to know. I'm on my way to the bridge." The captain and Commander Leslie Dietrich showed up at the same time, walking out of the elevator pod together. Claire's voice came down from the ceiling as they approached Whittaker. "Captain, our guests wish to establish contact." "Send them through, Claire." A different voice came through the speakers next, a young woman's. "This is Captain B.U. Poe of the Slender Sylph Company, a registered privateering firm based on loot and part of the Planetary Alliance. Respectful greetings and warm wishes to our Republican counterparts." Van den Brinken and Dietrich shared a glance, expressing several thoughts at once. Whittaker spoke quietly. "She sounds about 18. Van den Brinken slashed a finger across his neck, glaring at the navigator to shut up. Out loud he said, "Greetings. I am Evander Van den Brinken, captain of the PRS, Ambrose Burnside." "We're happy to see you, Captain Poe." "Thank you, esteemed Captain Van den Brinken. We are most pleased to make your acquaintance in these troubling times. Can you tell me, please, are we the first Alliance ships here?" "Ah, I am afraid your counterparts with the Steel Tiger Company have already come and gone, Captain." A brief silence followed this remark. When the audio resumed, they could hear mutterings and imprecations in the background. "And could you tell me, please, what did Captain Honeycutt and his crew do while they were here?" "They took out all the starfold cubes the League replaced around Epsilon, a total of 24 units. This was very helpful, as you can imagine, but they did not stick around after claiming their bounties." Van den Brinken could not help but let a sour tone color the tail end of that statement. "I see. Yes, 6 million credits is a worthy reward, and I suppose that was sufficient for Captain Honeycutt. He must have used Kim and Pack's new spiderweb ordnance. We have some too, if additional cubes are deployed by the League. Will you be staying around and possibly attacking the enemy, Captain Poe?" "Oh yes, we plan on claiming some of the bounties ourselves. Plus, we intend to pay back the League fleet for heavily damaging my ship the last time we visited Epsilon. However, we intend to wait for more of our colleagues to arrive. When sufficient Alliance forces have gathered in strength, we will attack." Van den Brinken sighed in relief. He realized he had been holding his breath. Out loud he said, "Good. We have only one Republican warship able to assist the Alliance in this effort, but rest assured a player will use the Burnside to the best of our abilities." "Thank you, honored Captain. It will be our pleasure to engage the enemy once more." When the captain signed off, Whittaker spoke up again. "What? Do they got kids running pirate ships over there?" "You don't know how young she is, Burley. We were on audio only. You can't make a judgment without visuals. Even then, anti-aging nanobots and such can fool you." "That was a little girl, Captain. Poe inherited the company after her father died in battle during the war." Both men turned and looked at Commander Dietrich, the source of this last statement. She said, "He died during a joint engagement with Captain Rowley of Ultima Mule fame. From what I understand, her father sacrificed his ship, allowing Raleigh and the Ultima Mule to ultimately win that encounter." In return, when Raleigh came home, he made sure the Slender Sylph Company received a full share of their profits from the expedition, despite rules allowing him to keep everything since Poe's company did not complete the mission. The Slender Sylph is now run by the daughter, who inherited the company's leadership. Van den Brinken rubbed his chin in thought while Whitaker stared at her with his mouth open. How do you know all this? I spend my time studying our adversaries and allies, Burley. That's something you should consider doing instead of playing poker all night with the boys in engineering. .29 Stand by for additional ports. Lief Major McElroy. Roger, Starken. Standing by. McElroy stood in a city park, one that took up an entire block. His men had torn down playground equipment, benches, trees and bushes so it could serve as a teleportation center, free of obstructions. As he watched yet another platoon port in, he frowned. In this batch of personnel, an officer stood among the men appearing on the trampled grass. He saluted sharply as she approached, while others vacated the area for the next round of men and munitions. Colonel Patterson, ma'am, I didn't expect to see you down here, along with everybody else. At ease, Major. Star Ken is porting down every able-bodied soldier we've got, including me. McElroy's eyebrows shot up at this statement. He said, This is for a final assault on the inner city, I hope. We found a way in, ma'am? Patterson looked around to ensure they remained out of earshot from everyone else. Her short grey hair fluttered lightly in the breeze. She expects an attack on the fleet. Don't say a word to anyone else about it, not yet. But her calculations are that trouble is imminent. I don't understand, ma'am. We've always expected an attack on the fleet, from the minute we appeared in Epsilon's orbit. It's different now. We've been here a long time, relatively speaking, long enough for other ships to get here. I'm not privy to all her reasoning, but obviously, the longer we're here without achieving our goals, the greater the risk some enemy warships will show up to spoil the show for the boys and girls up there. McElroy's ears reddened. I can assure you, ma'am, my men are doing the best they can under the circumstances. We were not prepared for the forces arrayed against us here, not for an entire army of advanced battle bots. I take full responsibility for our shortcomings and the delay in reaching our objectives. The colonel snorted again. You'll do no such thing. Our preparations for this expedition were made at a whole other level than you and you had nothing to do with it. But it's a noble sentiment. No, Star Ken is porting everybody down because if we're attacked in space, she won't have time to do it. She's placing all our troops on the ground so we can continue the mission, even if the Navy gets busy. Or if they're wiped out. McElroy nodded in sudden understanding. He enjoyed his shifts back up on the ship. Even though troop carriers were often compared to riding in tin cans, he enjoyed the security he felt on board, rather than sleeping down here billeted in a hotel or some other structure that enemy forces could destroy. However, in a space battle, everything changed. Troop transports were sitting ducks when the shooting started. They carried little in the way of armaments, and the enemy loved taking them out. Often, the SOAP when battle commenced was for the AI to evacuate troop carriers first. Starken showed some initiative, then by porting all her soldiers down ahead of time. Patterson turned and stood beside McElroy, hands clasped behind her back as the final round of soldiers ported down, popping into place in the city park. These were mostly support staff. One of McElroy's captains herded them off to be assigned bunks and duties. As the men bustled away, leaving the park empty once more, Patterson said, Personally, I suspect we'll be stranded here. Stranded, ma'am? Yes. If our fleet runs into trouble up there, and enough ships are destroyed, Star Ken will port them away somewhere safe, leaving us behind. Just as she would not have the time to send us down to the ground during battle, she certainly will not be able to pick us back up before hightailing it out of here. So one way or the other, we're stuck here, Major. McElroy acknowledged the statement with a grim nod. We'll do our job, ma'am. You can count on my men. I know, Major, I know. You have performed exemplarily under the circumstances. Hold on, our remaining tanks are due to come down next. McElroy watched as a tank materialized, floating over the ground. It moved swiftly to the street, crossing over the wrought iron fence that had been knocked down around the park. 3 more followed in quick succession, each popping into existence, then exiting the park in a different direction. "They don't have any satellites left," Patterson said, "and we've taken out all players' sensors anywhere near here. But it's better safe than sorry to split them up. We won't keep the armored units close to one another in case a ballistic missile flies in or something." McElroy nodded, then watched as tons of food and supplies materialized suddenly. His officers began organizing work details to pick up boxes of soy wafers and move them away so more could come down. "At least we won't have to worry about scrounging for food," Patterson said thoughtfully, watching the soldiers work. As an afterthought, she added, "For a while anyway." Long after the last box of supplies came down to be carted away by soldiers, the trampled park looked vacant and quiet. A final person popped into existence in the makeshift safe zone. A shorter man, older, with orange hair and a wrinkled face, glanced around to make sure his presence remained unnoticed. His jowls jostled when he moved his head. Satisfied nobody saw him come in, he hurried off in the opposite direction of the Leaf headquarters, heading for the street and walking away quickly before he could be discovered. He scowled at the open air, wishing for better cover. Diverting from the street, he tried a door to one of the vacant buildings nearby. It opened for him, automatically swishing aside. He went in to hang out until nightfall. A message came over his implant, filling his mind's eye with text. "Agent Dmitry Kovsky, assignment upgrade. You are now SSI Epsilon Interim Chief." He smiled at the promotion. It did not mean much at the moment, but he hoped to turn it into something much more meaningful later. 4.30. Burleson Whitaker noted the change in graphics on the bridge's main holo. He activated his implant to open a comlink. "More pirates are here, Captain. I'm sorry. Privateers." The last part came out with a sarcastic edge. Van den Brinken said, "Thanks, Burley. And be careful. You don't know what their AI is capable of overhearing." "It can't do that, can it, sir? That would be disturbing." "I don't know if she can or cannot. I'm just saying I would not be surprised if LootNet could overhear nearby conversations inside other ships. This new company the privateers have been outfitting with before leaving Loot seems to have come up with all sorts of innovative items. Just play it safe and watch what you say while they're nearby." "Yes, sir." To his surprise, Van den Brinken was invited to a meeting with the other captains. He sat in his ship's conference room, where comlink holograms populated around the table. They were too many to fit in the room, and Van den Brinken suspected the AI would keep some people invisible to the others unless they spoke. Those who could see one another nodded respectfully, but nobody spoke. A few gave Van den Brinken a glance. Some were curious, while others offered him looks bordering on hostility. He decided to keep his mouth shut and wait. This meeting was not for him anyway. At last, a bright blue-eyed young man popped into place, his thick black hair sticking up in spikes. He had the typical mixed race appearance among immigrants to the stars, but his dominant ancestry appeared to be Irish, if Van den Brinken were to guess. Player provided his identification information in small print on his holo's chest. Victor Strickland, Captain and CEO of Scorpion Company. Strickland said, "All right, let's get this show on the road." Murmurs of discontent burbled up from the virtual crowd, despite the fact no one had taken the lead before this. One of the captains not visible in the Burnside's conference room appeared briefly when he said, "Who died and made you boss, Strickland? We usually vote on leaders, you know." "Fine," Strickland said, holding his hand up. "Anyone else want to run this show? Who here captured ships the last time we hit Epsilon?" Several hands went up around the table. "Who here rode in the belly of the Leo in the initial assault? Speak up so I can see you." All the hands went down. Several glared at him in anger and irritation. "That's right. So let's dispense with this whole taking a vote and fighting over who is going to lead this meeting thing. We all know Looty will be the one in charge when the shooting starts anyway." Some shuffled in their seats. A few cleared their throats, but nobody objected out loud. Strickland crossed his arms, satisfied. To start, I would like to know which AI will be leading us. Are we all going to be following the Burnside's lead going in? Everyone turned to stare at Van den Brinken. The software compensated for their physical positions around their own tables to make it appear to him as if everyone stared at the head of his table. Van den Brinken realized he must be visible to everyone on the call, even without speaking. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Claire has discussed this matter with me, and she has decided, in cooperation with your AI, that we will sit out the conflict. If the Burnside were to engage, and if we were to inflict damages on the enemy, there may be questions regarding the bounty for any ship we help destroy. But if we stay out of it, things will be far less complicated." He suspected the privateers would be less interested in Republican assistance if he appealed to their greed. Plus, Claire could only field one warship at the moment. That was not much, in the grand scheme of things. And one more thing. Having a ship in reserve would be useful if things went incredibly wrong. That seemed unlikely, but it truly is better to be safe than sorry, Van den Brinken thought. Strickland nodded and said, "Fine. So, this will be a Looty-led assault instead of a player one. Obviously, nobody here should have any problems with that." Another captain popped into Van den Brinken's view and said, "Let's just hope Claire remembers who has already captured ships and come out of the war profitably. She needs to throw the rest of us some scraps." Everybody at the table glared at Strickland again. "I'm sure she will," Strickland said, smiling. "You all realize I have nothing to do with her programming, right?" The glaring continued. "Right, all right. Let's go over the standard distributions of loot on assisted captures. As your leader in this endeavor, my company will naturally receive an additional 10% of each bounty claimed." Dead silence. Everyone around the table stared at him. Murmurs of discontent erupted. "I'm kidding. I'm kidding." No one seemed to find it funny, but the murmurs subsided. Seriously, though, Looty wants some volunteers to hold back for a sort of reserve force. The Scarlet Scorpion will be one of those ships. We've got a couple cargo ships with us, but we need 2 more warships to join us, at least at the Hawk-class level. Anyone with more than one battleship is encouraged to volunteer one of them to stay behind with us. Silence and hostile glares met him again. Someone softly snorted. The unspoken question, who would be dumb enough to forgo a share of the profits from the initial attack? At last, Bu-Po spoke up. "The Slender Sylph Company will be happy to keep both our ships behind in the reserve force, Captain Strickland. We were successful in the first invasion of Epsilon, and are now willing to serve as backup for those companies less fortunate." Some eyes narrowed at the last part of her remark, but no one complained. After all, that meant fewer companies would be present to divide up the bounties. The meeting broke up soon after. 4.31 Star, Ken's outer drones that were placed in a sphere around the solar system, disappeared in silent, fiery explosions. This far out, solar torpedoes did not work, as they had to be close enough to a sun in order to teleport solar material to their locations. But the drones succumbed to traditional ordnance easily enough. The move alerted Starken an attack was imminent, but she would have noticed the fleet of privateers moving toward Epsilon anyway, had the drones remained intact. LootNet decided to take them out as a matter of course. The Alliance AI removed the next 2 layers of drones as well, continuing to use standard explosives. By now, 3 seconds had passed, ample time for Starken to prepare for the arrival of an incoming force. For humans, space battles occurred instantly. The winner and loser decided in seconds. For advanced AI systems, parsing time into milliseconds, events seemed slower and more deliberate. LootNet threw her ships into a loose cloud around Epsilon, far out of the League Navy's orbit. Milliseconds later, a variety of solar torpedoes and the new spiderweb bombs popped into place around the planet. Starken made her first mistake, porting all ships in the fleet to new locations at random. But any ship orbiting close to Epsilon stood a good chance of destruction now. Multiple torpedoes detonated, obliterating 9 League vessels in the first round of battle. Hundreds of League solar torpedoes ported out of naval holds and into a grid pattern, seeking enemy ships. But LootNet's spiderweb ordnance, which were just standard bombs trailed by hundreds of meters of highly explosive cords, proved equally effective against torpedoes as they were with starfold cubes. Anything popping in close to a spaceweb triggered an explosion, usually rendering the solar torpedo inert. Starken learned something in those first 2 seconds of battle. Her next generation of torpedoes would need to be armored in order to sufficiently withstand typical detonations. The spacewebs wreaked havoc with her inventory, knocking out 61 torpedoes almost immediately. The cords detonated upon appearance when the torpedoes popped into place. In the past, hundreds of milliseconds might elapse before either side had the chance to blow something up. But the explosive cords obviated the need to wait even for that minuscule length of time. In turn, only 2 Lucian warships disintegrated when League torpedoes appeared close enough to their hulls and missed the surrounding webtails. Starken detonated them before LootNet could move the ships. The privateer's solar torpedoes suffered no corresponding League defenses, thanks to the Steel Tiger Company's earlier destruction of the replacement starfold cubes. 13 additional League Navy ships succumbed in the following second. At this point in the battle, 4 seconds in, Starken decided she had enough. She ported her ships out of the solar system, choosing the standard teleportation route to Clarion. This happened to be the route LootNet predicted she would use under duress. It remained tried and true. When the League's remaining ships popped into place at the standard coordinates, 2 AUs out from Epsilon, they were 3 AUs from the Sun. Ordinarily, they would be safe enough. Even if other ships met them at a standard portal point, the fleet would only be there for a second before popping away to the next spot. This time, milliseconds after the ships appeared, and before Starken had a chance to port them once more, a new generation of solar torpedoes sprayed multiple chunks of the nearest star all over several cubic kilometers in space. Devastation proved instantaneous. 18 additional League Navy ships succumbed to hull breaches and broke apart. 13 more suffered debilitating damage, but remained intact enough for Starken to port them away. 3 were damaged beyond the ability to move, but remained mostly intact. The Defiant, against all odds, escaped major damage. One side of the flagship now looked scorched, its shields having absorbed the blast of a sun. Admiral Dempsey stood on the bridge with a shocked expression on his face as Starken ported them to the next point in space. What just happened? The AI's high-pitched voice came down from the ceiling. We appeared inside a torpedo grid, Admiral. Figures flashed up on the front holo, adding to the lengthy lists of lost and damaged ships. How is that? How is that possible? We should be more than 1 AU from the Sun. Solar torpedoes can't bring in matter from that great a distance, Star. Unknown, Admiral. This is a new Lucian development. I am investigating. I am so glad that worked, Captain Strickland. Strickland smiled at the sound of Poe's young voice, coming over the speakers on his bridge. Yeah, unfortunately, that means it will probably never work again. But for today, we are rich. How many did we get, Looty? 21 destroyed or seriously damaged. I am requesting an equal share of credits to be deposited by player into bank accounts for the Scorpion Company and the Slender Sylph Company, for a total of 2.625 million each. Excellent, excellent. Not bad for the reserve force. Am I right, Captain Poe? Please explain to me again how Looty was able to port the solar matter over such a long distance. We are 3 jumps away from the Sun. You can thank the Subtle Services Company, headed up by Pack and Kim. They created a relay system using reversed principles of the starfold cubes. We brought along the construction materials in our cargo ships. They were assembled and placed in space at the appropriate distances when our ships were incoming. The torpedoes are linked to the reversed cubes. When Starken sent the fleet along the standard evac route, Looty activated the torpedoes. They pulled in solar matter from 3 jumps away, something Starken has never seen before and was certainly not expecting. She timed it so the solar torpedoes would detonate in the same time and place the fleet appeared. And it worked. It worked beautifully, Captain Poe. Just beautifully. Come on, let's see if anything floating around out there is salvageable. I think I see 3 ships that are mostly intact. We'll split what we get from them too. Thank you. You are very generous, Captain Strickland. He smiled, neglecting to mention to her that Peyer paid him an additional sum for transporting the relays into place and setting up this trap for the fleet. Some things, Strickland thought, were better left unsaid. Maybe I'll let her have more of the salvaged ships to help make up for it. 4.32 Inside the vacant building he had chosen, Kovsky realized the ground floor was devoted to office space. Out of curiosity, he went up the stairs and found apartments on the 2nd floor. He chose a door at random. Using an electronic lockpick, he quickly bypassed the security pad. Idly, he wondered if any civilians remained here in Leaf-occupied territory, hiding out. There seemed to be a lot of places people could quietly sequester themselves. If so, this apartment was not such a location, he decided. It truly appeared deserted. He found uneaten food on a plate in the kitchen, stinking up the whole place. Disgusted, he threw it in the trash. Then, still curious, he rummaged through the kitchen's storage space to see what he could find. 10 minutes later, he sat in the living room eating a sandwich made from food left behind by the apartment's previous occupants. He fired up his personal holo, showing a map of the city and the various sections under Starken's control. That's a lot less territory than I would prefer, he grumbled between bites. He flicked a finger, pulling up different bits of information. Of the initial agents who came down with the invading force, only 8 survived. That too was a smaller number than he preferred. But such is life, he thought, and this planet has not been kind to SSI lately, which is why we will not be kind to its present inhabitants either. He grinned at this thought. After eating his fill, he asked Starken to alert him should anyone approach the building. Then he leaned back in his chair and slept until nightfall. After dark, he took to the streets once more, feeling much more secure moving in the shadows. He consulted his map again, this time in his mind's eye. The sensors showed fighting continued into the evening hours, about 10 blocks away. He knew from after-action reports that 3 of the 4 dead assassins perished in combat zones. The 4th had been sniped, ironically, while walking in what was supposed to be an area safely controlled by Star. 10. How the sniper had known she was a threat remained to be seen. Or maybe the gunman figured anybody walking around in that sector was fair game. Of course, now that Kovsky thought about it, the sniper was mostly likely a battle bot. Their heavy rifles were well suited for distant shots like that, and if that were the case, the decision had been made by Player, their real enemy. Not some mindless robot or idiotic Republican Marine. Anyway, he felt safer at night time out here on the deserted streets. Intellectually, he knew a battlebot would be able to pick him off even in the dark. But he still felt more secure without daylight. He opened the map again and headed towards Seagull's storage unit. One thing about taking out all the SSI operatives as quickly as the Republic moved after invading Epsilon was that they left behind material assets that remained undiscovered. It seemed negligent to Kovsky, but that, he supposed, was one of the glaring weaknesses of democratic republics. Things there were controlled by people instead of ideology, and the people changed over time. One group in control will eventually be replaced by another group with a different ideology. Thus, countries with elections never have long-term ideological stability. Marxist ideology, on the other hand, never changed. Put Marxists in charge, and the government would maintain its ideology indefinitely, because Marxists don't hold elections. He knew the purge had been coordinated by Republican naval intelligence. RNI was the brains behind a lot of Republican activity. Sometimes their control behind the scenes seemed apparent, sometimes not. But the unit in charge of mopping up SSI personnel and bringing them to trial was called Naval Investigations. That division was no more. Republican bean counters decided to eliminate the entire organization almost as soon as the dust settled after the war. Kovsky could not really fathom why they made such a move. Perhaps it was out of a need for efficiency. Perhaps the division's functions were found to be redundant in the bowels of government. or perhaps somebody higher up wanted to leave their mark on the Navy. Typically, government agencies continued lasting long after their original raison d'etre subsided. The only other thing Kovsky could figure was that Player might be programmed to eliminate government waste. It just was not human nature to trim bureaucratic fat like that. Anyway, SSI assassins took care of the old leader of Nide, even after her division was gone. It took a couple of tries, he thought, but eventually their deep assets on Diego got the job done. He drew grim satisfaction in that. The ability to reach out and strike deep into Republican territory was a calling card of SSI assassins in times past. And so far as Kovsky could help it, that would remain so in the future. Certainly they were striking here and now. Kovsky continued walking in the dark. The next block had been an active war zone recently. He walked around burned-out husks of cars and craters in the street. Chunks of metal lay scattered about, the remnants of battle bots. No bodies were present, but he detected darker splotches in the dark, presumably blood. Whatever happened here, he hoped the Leaf had come out on top. They had simply not been prepared for what awaited them. Battlebots were not this prevalent during the war. No, he thought. Battlebots were big and bulky, expensive and hard to assemble in sufficient quantities to make much of a difference in war. But evidently the Republicans had figured out a way around all that. Oh, he was sure they were still expensive. Verberger, the leading android maker on Diego, no doubt profited enormously from multiple government contracts. How many thousands of battlebots did they supply to hold down Epsilon? Surely they would be making many more now that the new models had proven themselves so well in prolonged combat. He suspected the next generation of bots were already on the drawing board, with improvements based upon recent experience here on Epsilon. That would make the next war even harder, especially since the League had lost so much of their manufacturing capability. One war at a time, he whispered to himself. We'll get everything back and then some, even if it takes 100 years. That is another advantage of having no elections, he thought. Our ideology won't change a bit over time. He kept walking. Above him, lights flashed in the night sky as an enormous battle raged in space for a brief few seconds. 4.33. A proximity alarm sounded inside Stella's storage unit, waking both her and KP up. Groggy and still bleary-eyed, KP nonetheless had a gun ready, aimed and ready to fire, as the large garage door slid up the tracks. Morning air drifted in, along with ambient dawnlight. An older man stared at him emotionlessly, apparently unperturbed by the gun. Both KP and Groundhog were naked, lying on a mattress on the floor. Fortunately, a sheet covered them both. You might want to get dressed, Kovsky said, walking inside the small unit, the door closing behind him. He headed to the console in the far corner, switching it on to display a map of the city. KP put the gun down and reached for his clothes. Stella was less blasé about the sudden appearance of this strange man. Who is this guy? What is he doing here? She covered her chest with her arms, distraught and now fully awake. In a calm and soothing voice, KP said, It's okay. This is my boss. His code name is Badger. Black Badger, to be precise, Kovsky said. His back was now to them as he studied the map. I take it this console is no longer tied into the municipal works? That is correct, sir. The system shut us out after Groundhog initiated the power shutdown. More like a power blip. Still, it was sufficient to gain us a foothold. Good job. KP smiled at Stella, pleased with the compliment. She did not notice struggling to pull her top on at the moment. He looked back at Kovsky and said, So, what are we doing now? Can I presume by your presence that the endgame is in play? Kovsky turned around. By this time, KP had some pants on. Stella struggled to get hers up around her waist, her back to them both. The Navy has left orbit. Stella gasped and said, What? All of them? What happened? Did the Republicans attack? She turned around, now fully dressed but barefoot. She looked much more alarmed than KP, and it carried in her voice with all the rapid-fire questions. Star Ken, has informed me that our fleet was attacked by pirates flying under the banner of the Lucian Alliance. Reciprocation will have to wait. Right now, all League ships have had to abandon the system in order to avoid further losses. Stella gaped at him for a moment. That's terrible. He shrugged and said, Star-Ken expected an attack. All Leaf personnel were ported down to the surface yesterday. I came down then too. So you're all stranded here? Kovsky gave her a cool stare. KP worried for a moment that she had gone too far. This situation remains salvageable. The privateers will not be joining in ground assaults. They are not authorized to loot this planet or its resources, and cannot field any infantry support. Therefore, the Republicans will gain no further assistance down here, where it matters most. He said all this in a tone that carried implications, as if having to explain things to a child. Stella stared at him wide-eyed the whole time. We can still attain our objectives. 5 Star-Ken cores have been placed on the planet. If our forces can press through into the inner city, we can take out Blair's main core, and the rest should fall like dominoes. We stand on the threshold of victory, Miss Treadwell. Our soldiers just need a helping hand from the people in this room to get there. She blinked. For a moment she said nothing, simply absorbing everything the older man had said. Then it occurred to her that he knew her last name. That thought disturbed her, perhaps more than it should have after all that happened recently. Kovsky turned back to the hollow, showing the map of the city. We have to move quickly. Today. This morning. I fear that the loss of our naval forces will embolden the Republicans. They're going to feel like they're on the cusp of victory now, and will act accordingly. It's up to us to turn the tide and make sure our soldiers press on to the inner city. He pointed at the loose outer ring of League-controlled blocks, forming a rough bullseye around the city's center. On the southern tip, a mass of green X's showed where Leaf troops were concentrated. Our boys will be pushing in from here this morning. We need to support them going in. The other agents we have left are infiltrating with them, independently. We need to go in here. He pointed at a spot to the southeast, not far from their current location. Kovsky looked at the couple again. Then his eyes darted to all the weapons hanging on the wall of the storage unit. We'll need to take as much firepower with us as we can carry. 4.34. Stella felt like a pack mule. They were all loaded down with bags and knapsacks, carrying bomb material, power packs, grenades, missiles, mortars, and guns. Lots and lots of guns. The man she knew as Black Badger insisted they clean out the storage unit of anything that might be useful and take it with them. Stella also felt a little unanchored. It was bad enough she had not been able to return to her apartment lately. Now it seemed she would lose the storage unit too. Looking around, she thought it actually appeared much larger now that most of the stuff had been removed. Grunting, she shifted the load on her back, picked up 3 heavy rifles in her arms, and turned to follow the men as the great sliding door closed behind her. She checked her implant's map as they walked. It did not have the details the console map had back in the storage unit, but she knew roughly where they were going. It was only a few blocks away. They all carried items. Kovsky stared up at the rooftops as they walked and constantly scanned the streets. He led them, staying close to the sides of the buildings. At intersections and alleys he ran to cross open spaces. KP and Stella followed suit. She already felt exhausted. At least we got breakfast before leaving, she thought. Then she berated herself for thinking about food at a time like this. The nanobots that slimmed her down and toned up her figure must still be working. She had sequestered herself in the storage unit with KP, doing little but eating and making love the whole time. Fortunately, despite all that, she was still in great shape. KP warned her the effect of the bots would eventually wear off. The rich evidently continued treatments regularly, not worrying about exercise regimens or proper diets. She probably would never be able to afford another treatment. The only way she would get a second shot would be if they could break into that clinic again. And by the time she needed a second dose, the fighting would likely be over. Maybe as part of her reward for helping the League win, somebody in the government would give her access to the treatments for life. That would be nice. She decided if the Tetrarch asked her what she wanted for a reward, if Jade Thrall offered Stella anything within reason in return for her service, that's what she would ask for. It would be a shame to lose this fabulous new body, she thought, while quickly following the two men through another intersection. She kept up easily now, compared to how she had struggled earlier when first venturing out with KP. Maybe I can keep this figure through exercise and diet? Well, exercise anyway. That shouldn't be too hard to maintain. Sounds of fighting filled the air, and she knew they must be close to the scene of battle. She heard the steady thump, thump of blasters and the occasional thump of a missile exploding. A mixture of dread and anticipation rose in her heart. I am definitely not made out to be a soldier, she thought. Kovsky stopped at the next intersection and looked around much more cautiously than before. He said, "We need to get on a rooftop. This war will be won and lost at higher elevations. The next building will be the closest one to the combat zone. We need to be careful from this point forward. The following block is contested territory, and it's possible players' sensors will be able to see us." Stella gulped. She did not like the sound of that. They quickly crossed the street, and she spied a cubic league sensor placed by the Leaf several meters away. It squatted in a fresh bed of concrete, anchored to the sidewalk just off the ground. Ideally, she knew they should be placed higher, but this was obviously a temporary measure. She suspected the hastily constructed base also made the sensor more difficult to move or destroy. Badger said, "Turn right," and pointed to a doorway. It was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. He walked through and KP followed, then Stella. As in most of the occupied territory, power had been cut to the building. Emergency lighting cast dim shadows in the lobby. Kovsky headed for the stairs. This last part of the trek made Stella even more glad she was in better shape now. They tromped up several flights of stairs to the rooftop entrance. She panted and wiped sweat off her face as they finally reached the top, 8 stories up. Badger examined the door to the rooftop. Unlike the one facing the street, this one was sealed shut. He took off his backpack and set half a dozen guns down on the floor, then retrieved his lock-picking device. Moments later, the access panel flashed green. "Beware," he said, glancing over his shoulder at them. "Players' sensors might be able to see us up here. We need to be careful." He bent down to retrieve everything from the floor. Then, as the door opened, Stella could hear the sounds of battle much more clearly than before. They were a lot closer to the action now. 4.35 Leaf Major McElroy gazed at the phalanx of buildings standing between his men and the city's center. Even worse, in between and on top of all those structures, thousands of Republican battlebots stood ready to defend every square centimeter of that territory. If only we had a way to just level the whole area, he thought. Unfortunately, most of the refugees from the city were likely inside that roughly circular part in the middle. Sure, cities and even entire planets could be destroyed. But what was the point? Starken not only wanted her citizens back, she needed the resources all that human capital could provide. And she would not get any of that by simply nuking her old territory, or solar bombing it, or otherwise destroying it. Colonel Patterson walked up beside him, hands clasped behind her back. She will likely be promoted if we're successful, he thought. Then again, if they all died, everybody would receive posthumous promotions anyway. Regardless, she would be the first female general in Leaf history. As far as he knew, no other women officers had combat experience in the Leaf. That's all that stands between us and our objective, Major. A few city blocks and scads of robots. He nodded and said, "Yes, ma'am." She touched her implant and said, "Starken, is the Zodiac still in orbit?" The AI responded in both of their ears. "The Pisces evacuated before Alliance ships arrived, Colonel Patterson." "I see. Were all items of use ported down before you sent her away?" "Yes, Colonel Patterson." "Good." She turned to McElroy and gave him a cold smile. "I think it's time to use some of that heavier ordnance, Ken." "Very well, Colonel. I detect few humans within range of the disputed territory. This will be an acceptable use of the weapons available." On top of a nearby building, 3 heads peeked up above the roof ledge. Kovsky, KP and Stella looked out on the smoky streets and pockmarked buildings of the war zone, ever mindful of robotic snipers. "Are we at a standstill?" Stella whispered, half afraid to speak in this deadly environment. "Yeah," KP said, likewise keeping his voice low. "Our guys can't get past the bots. Any concerted effort is met with more resistance. They must have thousands and thousands of them. No matter how many we take out, they bring in more. Our guys are a lot harder to replace, especially with the fleet gone." "Don't worry," Kovsky said. "The Leaf has trained for things like this. Even without the fleet, we've got some of Starken's cores in place. Between her and the officers, they'll think of something." As if in response to this statement, a rocket fired off from the building next door. It arced high in the sky before its nose turned downward, aiming for a building in the Republican sector. "Why isn't Plaire porting it away?" KP wondered out loud. Badger said, "It probably has anti-teleportation wards if I had to guess. Or it could be going too fast for her sensors to get a read on it." They watched the rocket speed down toward a tall building. Hundreds of rectangular blank robotic faces turned up toward the sun, watching the missile drop down from above. When it hit the rooftop, its extreme speed combined with a titanium nose cone plunged it through the roof and down successive floors until it reached the ground level. A globe of blinding white light erupted at the building's base, and a rippling sphere from the shockwave rapidly expanded outward, knocking out all the building's support with a tremendous roar of explosive power. The structure fell, its top half crashing down over its obliterated lower half. Dust and debris spewed everywhere. In the silence that followed, onlookers caught their collective breath at the sight. Stella's mouth dropped open. "It's gone," she said. It's not there anymore." "Building busters," Kovsky said with a grim nod. "They're old school. Our guys used them in the Juventus Rebellion several years back." He glanced over at the 2 younger people beside him. "That was before either of you were born. It's not mentioned much in the history books, mainly because it was very embarrassing to the Tetrarchy at the time. That old Zodiac must have had some leftovers from those days tucked away in a hold somewhere. I guess Starken is finally willing to sacrifice some infrastructure to get the job done." As he spoke, 4 more rockets flew up into the sky nearby, leaving long white contrails behind. They slowly arced over and sped down toward the Republican zone, hell-bent on a path of destruction. 4.36 Kuroda eased up to peer over the ledge of the roof. He adjusted his visor's magnification level and scanned the nearby rooftops for the enemy. Most of the troops remained on the ground, where they could advance quickly, but he figured a few officers or snipers might choose to hang out up here, like him. Or if they were being sneaky, maybe they'd pick an upper floor window, he thought. A quick scan of all the windows revealed they remained uniformly intact. He did not know for certain, but he doubted a sniper would want to shoot through a closed window. He knew he would not. The sound of the rocket launcher caught his attention. He scaled back the zoom on his visor for a wide-angle view and watched as its contrail streaked up into the sky. One of his bots clanked up behind him, then squatted nearby. "That doesn't look good," he said to the unit, tilting his chin up at the rocket. It made a high arc and started coming back down, heading for the building to his left. His face dropped. He looked at the 50 or so bots standing on that roof. As one, their faces tilted up to watch the rocket coming straight for them. Player get them. Too late. Kuroda realized the rocket was not just falling. Its engine still propelled it forward, pushing it faster than ever. Gravity now assisted it on the way down. Player 2 learned a lesson as the rocket slammed into the building, the explosion taking out all the bots on the roof along with the entire structure. Kuroda ducked as the shockwave came in. He covered his ears as a deafening roar rolled over him. Chunks of mortar and masonry rained down on his rooftop. He curled up in a ball, hoping nothing big fell on his head. The X-99 beside him weathered the debris storm well, not bothering to duck or hide. When the noise of destruction stopped, Kuroda waved near his face, trying to see. His helmet's filters kicked in, providing him with blessedly fresh air despite all the dust. About the time he could once again glimpse the surrounding structures through all the haze, he heard additional rockets go off. He looked up and saw more missiles hit their apex, then arc back down. One headed straight for his rooftop. Kuroda watched his own mortality aiming straight for him, a tiny dot in the sky quickly growing large. Player! But this time, the Republican AI was prepared. She quickly ported all bots and Marines in the vicinity away, moving them further back toward the city center and safety. The missiles landed, blowing away their targets and reducing the buildings to rubble. Colonel Patterson smiled at the destruction as waves of dust passed over their position. Broken buildings smoldered. 3 entire city blocks inside Republican territory lay in ruins. Underneath that pile of metal and bricks, she said to Major McElroy, is a whole boatload of Republican battlebots. McElroy raised his eyebrows, skeptically. The first blast almost certainly took out whatever bots were on or near the initial target. He saw some on the roof himself. They went down with the building. But he doubted their AI would let that happen again. Everyone within a quarter-kilometer probably popped away before the second round hit. But she was a superior officer, so he bit his tongue. Instead, he said, "What are your orders, ma'am?" "Carpe diem, Major. With the fall of all those structures, Blair's Muni sensors are either broken or covered in debris. Let's take our beachhead into their territory." "Yes, ma'am." He opened up a calm link to his officers. "Armored units, go. 18th and 19th Divisions, follow them in. Observe all safety precautions. And whatever happens, be sure you plant sensors for us. We'll claim the inner city block by block." "Yes, sir." He turned back to the colonel. "Can we fire off more rockets from here, ma'am?" "They are old and designed for close range. They have to attain a certain height before racing back down to penetrate the buildings. So, the short answer is no. We'll set off the next rounds in the new territory." Then she smiled and added, "From on top of those toppled buildings." McElroy nodded. Personally, he suspected Colonel Patterson enjoyed the destruction. 4.37 "This is our opportunity," Kovsky said. Clouds of dust billowed away from where buildings once stood. From their rooftop perch, Stella could see what few leaf tanks remained, those that had not yet been destroyed, floating into position above piles of fresh rubble. Soldiers followed the tanks on foot, guns out and alert for trouble. They moved toward the center of the block, carefully making their way up and across the destruction. Even from this distance, she could tell many soldiers used wall-climbing boots to help navigate the ruins. "Do you think so, sir?" KP said, eyeing the men crawling like ants over the shelled cityscape. "Is this the best time to move in?" "Absolutely. Blair will be distracted, and it's our turn to contribute. Come on, you two. Get our stuff and let's move out." They loaded up, grabbing packs and bags and weapons. Stella noticed Kovsky kept one gun out now, carrying it in his right hand. KP followed suit. The trio went back down the stairs and out to the streets, moving quickly. Stella figured Kovsky felt better about the possibility of snipers now that several buildings on the Republican side were demolished. They moved in the open at a jog. He no longer seemed worried about sticking close to the sides of buildings. Soon they came to the rear of the army. Here men stood at attention, grouped by infantry divisions. Kovsky stopped them well clear, before rooftop sentries would notice them. Stella felt certain that Star Ken would not alert anyone on their side. She also thought the Leaf soldiers would not fire on them, even if the men thought they were Republican civilians. Before the end of the war, she spent a lot of time watching the show Excalibur's Heroes, which followed a fictitious group of soldiers and their military exploits. She was a big fan of Sergeant Rufus, who always steered his men straight, no matter what the difficulty. In her mind, the Leaf was exactly as portrayed on the show, so she had no worries about someone shooting them, either accidentally or on purpose, on the League side. Whether this confidence in the Leaf was unfounded or not, she would not find out today. Kovsky skirted them past the soldiers, choosing to go 2 more blocks before finally turning toward Republican territory. They approached the next intersection. The city remained deserted over here. Thick dust from collapsed buildings covered everything, and they had to pull up their shirts and cover their faces just to breathe. Stella found herself wishing they had helmets like the soldiers, with built-in air filtration. But whoever stocked her storage unit had not thought to include any. "Time to cover our implants," Kovsky said. He dropped his bags and reached into a pocket to pull out some lead-lined patches. He took one and motioned for Stella to step forward. Peeling off the adhesive, he slapped it over her neck, under her right ear. "That will shield you enough that Player won't be able to tell what you're wearing." He motioned for KP to step forward. "Wouldn't it be more thorough to cut them out, sir?" Kovsky noticed KP's skeptical look. He said, "This whole place is about to revert over to Starken's control, probably before the sun sets. When that happens, I want to have my implant intact. You should too. It'll make our jobs a lot easier." KP succumbed to the man's logic and let Kovsky slap a patch on. Finally, Kovsky applied one to his own neck. Satisfied, he picked up his bags again and moved into the intersection, the other two following close behind. Stella saw soldiers marching over the street to their left as they crossed, also heading into Republican territory. Their path was rubble, though. No one over there seemed to notice the trio running across. They moved fast, going down one block, then two. Kovsky kept them paced at a fast jog, even though they were still loaded down with backpacks and duffel bags. Despite her fitness nanobots, Stella grew tired quickly. She knew the men must be feeling it too, because Kovsky finally called a halt under the canopy of an upscale apartment complex, giving them a little shelter from potential eyes above. Between gasps while trying to catch his breath, Kovsky said, "Let's stop and get our bearings." No one argued with him. In the distance, they heard the sound of more explosions. 4.38. When he caught his breath, Kovsky said, "All right, from this point going forward, it's a guerrilla campaign. We need to inflict as many casualties as we can." KP nodded and said, "So, to the roof again?" "No, they'll be expecting that. We go to the top floor in there. We need to stay hidden." Kovsky nodded to the entrance of the apartment complex. KP pulled out his lock-picking equipment and went to work on the door. Kovsky reached into a bag and retrieved an egg grenade. He held it up and smiled at Stella, who stared back at him uncomprehendingly. Then he tossed it at the nearest light pole. The explosion went off just as the door opened. A small alcove branched into 3 hallways, straight ahead and to both sides. They walked in carrying their bags and equipment. Doors opened and heads poked out all up and down the corridors. People gawked at them. Stella saw kids, old folks, young working couples. People of all ages stared at them and the open doorway, where a wisp of smoke drifted in from the street. KP said, "Whoa, I didn't realize civilians haven't been evacuated from this block yet." "No," Kovsky said. "I didn't either. We can use this." "Use this how?" Stella said, nervously. "If I'm correct, that light pole I just blew up was the sensor for this block, or at least this part of the block. We can do anything we want without Player being able to port them away." He reached down into one of his packs and started rummaging around in it. One of the men standing in a doorway off to the right came out to the hall. "Who are you people? What are you doing?" KP shot him without a second thought, and he crumpled to the floor. Screams erupted up and down all 3 corridors, and doors slid shut. Stella gaped at KP, her mouth hanging open. "Why did you shoot him? That poor man." KP raised an eyebrow at her and said, "He was a Republican sympathizer, Stella. That type doesn't even deserve to live." She ripped away from his unconcerned face and looked at the body lying in the corridor. Blood pooled around the dead man's chest. "There, this is what we need," Kovsky said, pulling out a flat, round device. He held it up to KP and smiled. KP nodded in approval. He said, "A mini neutron bomb. Good choice. Does it have a timer on it? Will we be able to get away in time?" "Yes, and yes," Kovsky said. He made some adjustments on the front and placed the device on the floor of the apartment building's lobby. "Come on, we've got 10 minutes." Stella looked at them both with fresh horror on her face. A nuclear bomb? Kovsky shrugged and said, high radioactive output. It should kill everyone on this block, but the buildings will still stand. Are you serious? You're just going to take out all these innocent people because they're on the wrong side of the line? Are you coming? Kovsky said. Or are you going to stick around and get zapped with radiation? He picked up his bags and weapons and walked out the door. She locked eyes with KP, who wore a firm expression on his face. Come on. This is what SSI is here for, Stella. You're part of this. She looked down at the flat container on the floor. A timer counted down in red, the seconds ticking off. You can't just... But KP had already walked out the door, not bothering to wait for her. She hurried after him, conflicted. She did not want to leave these people to their fate, but she had no idea how to turn off the timer on the bomb. Kovsky was already several steps away from the entrance. KP hurried to catch up. Stella came out the door just as 20 men and women in black body armor popped into existence on the street, all their guns aimed at the men. ECPD, hands up. In response, Kovsky shot at the closest cop, bolts bursting into the man's chest at close range. At the same time, KP dove to the side, sliding on the street. He shot too, aiming for the head of a cop to his right. The response from the SWAT team came immediately, with overwhelming force. Bolts from their weapons rained down the street, slamming into both men. Unlike the police, they had no armor. Stella screamed and backed up into the doorway. Subjects neutralized. Secure the building. The nearest men ran toward the door where Stella kept screaming. Don't worry, ma'am. The area is secure. They blew up the wrong lamppost. Player still has a presence here. She switched from screaming to crying, sobbing uncontrollably. Dispatch, 4 to 12. Can we get a social worker on site? Distraught victim. Possible additional civilians in need of care. Affirmative, 4 to 12. They will be on site shortly. Stella stopped crying as she gazed into the visor of the policeman. She gulped back a sob and said, There's a bomb. They set a bomb in the lobby. It's nuclear. The officer picked her up by the shoulders and physically moved her aside. He rushed through the door and looked at the flat disk with the countdown timer on top, seconds flashing by. Dispatch, we need bomb disposal. ASAP. Claire, can you port this thing away? Negative, Officer Ling. It has a portable anti-teleportation field. Bomb disposal will need to disable the field before I can port it somewhere safe. 2 men popped into place on the street, wearing bulkier armor colored bright yellow instead of black. Without saying a word, they walked into the building and approached the bomb. Minutes kept ticking down on the timer. A female officer approached Stella and took her by the arm. Ma'am, step this way, please. Let's give them room to work. She followed the woman as Officer Ling walked inside to address people in the hallways, now peering out of their doorways again. Everybody go back inside, please. The situation is under control, but we need you to lock your doors and remain in place until we clear things up out here. 2 more people popped onto the street, an older man and a middle-aged woman. They immediately approached Stella and the female officer. The woman introduced herself and said to Stella, Don't worry, dear. I'm from Epsilon City Social Services. We're here to help. This is Father Grigory Egorov. He's one of our volunteers for calls like this. Stella sobbed uncontrollably. There were. These men. There's a bomb. There, it's okay, the woman said, patting her on the shoulder. The police and Claire will take care of everything. But, you're the woman from the carnival, Father Grigorievich said. Stella stopped crying and stared at him in shock. You are that woman. Our counselor bot sends me recordings of every encounter there. Imagine my surprise when I got one recently, when I knew that entire part of the city had been evacuated. He looked at her, smiling at the discovery. His smile slowly faded as she stared back with hollow eyes. Oh, my dear, you've been through so much. Claire, we should take this poor woman back to HQ, where we can treat her better. The AI's voice came across the social worker's implants. Please stand apart. A second later, all 3 popped away. One of the bomb squad technicians walked out of the apartment carrying a heavy, lead-lined container. "We got the timer off. Stand by for physical removal. No need for teleportation." The cops on the street applauded as he set the container down in an open area. Moments later, a van flew in, staying low to the ground to avoid any patshots by Leaf soldiers. It landed and 2 men jumped out to retrieve the container, placing it in the cargo area. Then it flew away, back toward the city center. 4.39. Few flat places remained in the destroyed blocks, McElroy thought. His soldiers had to find any place that would do to set up the building busters and launch them. Men scrambled into place, climbing over mounds of masonry and beams. Skeletons of buildings stuck out in the dust-filled air like the bones of broken metal giants. Visibility remained poor, and without their helmets the men would not have been able to breathe. But still they moved forward, block by block. The vanguard rushed in, weapons drawn. Invariably, no one remained alive in the newly destroyed areas. The soldiers established a perimeter so everyone else could safely enter the area behind them. McElroy thought it highly probable that Player evacuated anyone left behind long before the missiles hit. In their speed to gain ground, the Leaf was not bothering to take out her municipal sensors ahead of time. Not when tons of fallen buildings would do the job quite nicely. So she still had eyes and ears up until the missiles hit. Colonel Patterson stepped up behind him, hands clasped behind her back. She had not interfered with his campaign so far. She simply followed along, watching everything and occasionally commenting on something. He felt certain he would be promoted after this, but he also knew she would too. She had the goal of being the first female general in the Leaf. By being present when they took out those corps of Player in the center of Epsilon City, she almost certainly would gain that distinction. In the meantime, she stayed out of the way, content to let him make all command decisions necessary to move the army forward. Beside him, the men handling the building buster rockets searched for places to mount the weapon launchers. A few brushed away rubble from a wall that fell over, the surface lying at an angle but not too steep for their purposes. Others found a rare few meters of empty space on the pavement, unmarred by debris. "We're getting so close, I can feel it," Patterson said, with evident glee. He looked over his shoulder at her. She had her personal holo displaying, showing their progress. A graphical representation of the city floated in the air, with all the buildings in place. Several blocks of destroyed infrastructure were marked as a single bar on a graph, like a new road stretching north into the Republican-controlled part of the city. Ahead, their goal stood in the map's middle, the administration building. His eyes trailed back down the column, showing their progress so far. He squinted as he noticed something. "Ma'am, enlarge the view, please." She made a motion with her thumb and finger. The view zoomed in on their path of destruction. A green X represented each soldier. He saw his current location, at the top of the line and closest to the city center. But what drew his concern were the soldiers streaming in from the south, on the League side. "That's the last of our men," he said, pointing to where some laggards were finally crossing over to the Republican side. Green X's streamed up the straight path of destruction toward their current location. Patterson nodded and said, "We're fully committed. Player hasn't even struck back as we've progressed. I figure we'll have the administration building by lunchtime at the rate we're going." McElroy's face fell as he realized what was bothering him. "They haven't attacked us because they're waiting for us to be fully committed to Player's territory." He pointed at the last X now entering the destroyed blocks. "We're surrounded. This is a modification of the classic pincer movement." His heart sank. Patterson blinked, looking at the graphical map in a new light. "Come now, Major. I don't think—" "Incoming!" All up and down on both sides of the destroyed corridor of buildings, Republican X-99 battlebots appeared on rooftops, armed to the teeth. They carried grenades, missile launchers, heavy weaponry, anti-tank ordnance, and anything else they had on hand. As one, they unloaded everything on the Leaf soldiers below. Simultaneous explosions hammered the men, blowing them apart and carpeting the broken masonry with blood. Those surviving the initial blasts were shot down by bots, aiming precisely at the vulnerable gaps below their necks, despite the hazy, dusty atmosphere. Then the bots jumped from the rooftops to search for more. A few Leaf soldiers found themselves close to side streets. They made a run for it, racing from the carnage. But that was all Republican territory, on either side. The bots picked most of them off. The remainder found themselves trapped behind cars or in doorways, with nowhere to go. Leaf Major McElroy fluttered open his eyes. He had no idea how long he had been passed out. The sun is still up, so hopefully not too long, he thought. He tried to sit up, and pain poured into every part of his body. He thought, must have been caught up in some kind of explosion. He felt his head for any lumps or concussions and found his helmet securely fastened and in place. Maybe that shielded me from the worst of it, he thought. When he turned to the left, he saw the mangled body of Colonel Patterson. She had not been so fortunate. Her chest did not rise and fall. Even if it did, and she was still alive, the amount of blood all around her meant she would not last long. Huh, I guess there never will be a female Lief general. Not today, anyway. McElroy heard the sounds of movement to his right as something heavy trod over the rubble. He turned to watch a Republican battle bot, heavy gun held straight, as it walked over the remains of a building's facade. Behind him, a human officer walked. McElroy realized this was probably the first human Marine he had seen since they landed on Epsilon. The man noticed McElroy sitting up and staring. He turned and headed over. The bot followed. When he came closer, the Marine adjusted his visor to show his face clearly. McElroy saw the features of a young man, primarily of Japanese descent. His rank looked to be captain based on the shoulder insignia. The man confirmed it when he spoke. Captain Takuro Diego Kuroda, E Squadron, Planetary Republican Marines. McElroy nodded and took his helmet off. He hurt so much, he could barely move. But the helmet no longer appeared functional and would only get in the way of talking. Leaf Major Elias Epsilon Imsi. Elroy. He said Epsilon with a note of bitterness and regret. They failed in their objective, and he could not help but think it was his fault. He had been in too much of a hurry to advance, and made a classic blunder along the way as a result. There would be no promotion for him today either. I'm the CO, or I was until she came down. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the colonel's body. I guess I'm the CO again now. Kuroda smiled slightly. He said, Do you surrender? McElroy stared up at him, filled with despair. Yeah, I do. Kuroda reached down and offered him a hand. McElroy stared at it for a moment. Then he took it and let the other man pull him painfully to his feet. 4.40. Screams of rage spilled out of the Tetrarch's office. Human servants scattered, unwilling to remain nearby. One of them ducked as a heavy crystal vase given to Julius Thrall years ago by Italia's delegation sailed out the door and slammed into a wall, bursting into pieces. Ambassador Topfer, sitting patiently in the waiting room, winced at the noise. Her programming, he thought for the 100th time, is simply astonishing. Look how emotions are so well replicated in her, and she doesn't even realize it. She does not understand that she is a bot. Amazing. The rant continued for several more minutes. Topfer waited, unperturbed. Bot or no, she would not stoop to murdering diplomats, he thought. He winced as he heard furniture breaking in her office. Would she? Several more minutes passed, during which time other bots came in and cleaned up the mess she made. This is what my dearly departed mother would have called a wall-eyed fit, he thought. He dared not say that out loud. Starken had eyes and ears everywhere, and decorum must be preserved at all cost. Besides, he was a professional diplomat at the height of his career. He would never make such a rookie mistake. So he calmed his features and gave no hint of expression. Not about Jade Thrall's outburst, nor the fact she was keeping him waiting for so long. At last a man came through the inner door and motioned for Topfer to follow. He led the ambassador to the Tetrarch's office and ducked out the way, unwilling to stick around. Topfer found the bot formerly known as Miriam standing at her desk and seething. She glared with baleful eyes at him, her fists resting on the desk. "You, get off my planet. I am breaking off all ties with the Republic. You will close your embassy immediately. I want you gone today." He recoiled under the verbal onslaught. So much for decorum, he thought. Lead Tetrarch Thrall. I hardly think now is the time to break off diplomatic relations. We have... Get out. He quickly ducked back through the door before he became the target of another priceless gift, serving as a projectile. He strode quickly for the stairs, taking them up 2 by 2. The rooftop door opened and his limousine waited. The unnecessary chauffeur jumped out and rushed to open a back door. Topfer did not even acknowledge the man. He hopped inside and motioned for them to leave. When they ascended and headed back for the embassy, he breathed a little easier. Suddenly, Clarion no longer seemed safe. The lead Tetrarch, the bot Julius Thrall stole from Verber and installed as his heir, seemed to be becoming unhinged after this last defeat on Epsilon. Fortunately, the State Department had a protocol for the sudden disruption of diplomatic relations like this, for the closing of an embassy. But Topfer could not recall the protocol ever being used in his entire career. When the ambassador left, Jade Thrall sank down into her seat and placed her head in her hands. She sat there, gloomy and quiet for a while. The air shimmered over one of her guest chairs, and a hologram representing Starken appeared. The AI looked attractive in human form, tall and thin, wearing a sleeveless black top. Jade stared at her with red, tear-stained eyes. "What are we going to do, Starken? It's ruined. All our plans are ruined." "We will make new plans," led Tetrarch Thrall. "New plans? But these were my father's plans. First take back Epsilon, then Sporades and Juventus. But now the fleet is in shambles, and the Republicans still have Epsilon." "All is not lost," led Tetrarch. "The Clarion Quadrant remains as strong as ever. We have made headway in using our assets on Diego. We have the Assassin-class ships deployed in Republican space, where they remain undetected. We will continue as before, regroup and rebuild our fleet and carry on." Jade stewed in silence for a while, thinking. Finally she said, "Where is the Republican fleet now?" "They recently entered Euripides' orbit," led Tetrarch. Her heart sank. "My quadrant, the one my father gave me to rule. It is in an open state of rebellion. Their presence makes no difference in that regard. Their presence solidifies it as a Republican territory. Starken, you know this. They'll mop up resistance on Euripides, Sophocles, and the other planets in that quadrant. We will rebuild. I have learned a lot from our failed ground assault on Epsilon. We will design a new version of BattleBots to tackle the Verberger X-99. That will take time. Most of our factories were on Sporades and Juventus, but we will rebuild newer, better ones here on Clarion. This fight is far from over," led Tetrarch Thrall. Jade sighed and stared down at her desk. "We're going to take back my quadrant first, Ken." She looked up, eyes flashing. "We're going to take it back. I don't care how many ships Player has in orbit around Euripides. I want it back." Ken's hologram nodded. "There are some assets available to us there. Some will take time to position. Others we have on the ground already." "Do it, whatever it takes." Jade stood and turned her back on the hologram. Rage boiled under the surface. "I want my lost quadrant back." End of Book 4. Lost Quadrant. 5.1. Michelle Epsilon Zahn walked out the front door of her house in suburban old downtown, on Petra Row. The lots here were large, with 2- and 3-story homes in Victorian style. Everything looked relatively expensive, at least by Petra Row standards. But for someone in the diplomatic corps, from either the Star League or the Planetary Republic, costs were quite reasonable. Many VIPs and wealthy families lived in this neighborhood, making it ideal for those wishing a nice location near the seat of power. Although, of course, power is relative, and this was a relatively insignificant planet in the grand scheme of things. Michelle inserted a small round comm in her ear, grimacing at the ancient technology. It served as another reminder of this planet's lack of modernity. Hello? Yes, I'm on my jog. No, we can talk. I know, I miss implants too. But this lovely backwater has no AIs, or sensors, or anything. No, I don't know what this thing is using. It's literally in my ear. We may as well be tapping out Morse code to one another. She started jogging down the sidewalk, waving at a neighbor in the yard across the street. She wore shorts and a tank top, with the latest high-end sneakers from Italia. This pair of shoes had small compressed tubes of helium in the soles, designed to provide an extra lift while running. Yeah, I don't know why we're even here. I guess because Petra Rowe helped us out so much in the war. I know it's a real backwards place, when you get down to it. Michelle ran down the block, turning at the intersection. A ground car passed her, and she weaved in between other pedestrians moving at a slower pace. It's all different now. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Thrall's daughter is nothing like her old man. We need a real leader. Someone who is decisive and able to take back our lost territories. Heck, we could even grab this planet to help make up for losses elsewhere. She stopped at a crosswalk, jogging in place and waiting for the light to change. Overhead, she noted a stream of traffic flowing through the air, flying cars and trucks headed for different destinations. The volume of vehicles remained much lower here than back home, though. That was to be expected. Petra Rowe's population was nowhere near that of a major league planet. The light turned green and she jogged across the street. I don't care if these space battles are typically fought via the AIs. You can't tell me humans have no influence over the outcome. There are always decisions made before the shooting starts that affect things during the fight. This is where she messed up. Consequently, we've lost most of our Lear forces, and Lord knows how many spaceships thanks to the fiasco at Epsilon. Buildings gave way at last to parkland, and the scenery changed to green space. Trees and manicured grass welcomed passers-by, waving softly in a light breeze. Statuary and fountains dotted numerous paths leading into the park. Michelle veered off the sidewalk and onto a garden trail, following her usual route. Yes, that is exactly what I'm proposing. But we can't just simply get rid of her. We have to have a suitable replacement ready to take her place. Yes. 100 meters in, she heard the sound of a baby crying. She almost kept going, but something caught her eye. To her left, down a smaller path than the one she was on, an old-fashioned baby stroller sat parked under a tree. The baby's crying increased in volume. It screamed, as if very upset, then burst into pitiful sobs. Did somebody leave their baby out here? Where's the mum? The crying continued unabated. Nobody approached the carriage. Hey, let me call you back. I think someone just up and left their baby out here. Yeah, I dunno. Okay, see you at the embassy later. Bye. She squeezed a finger in her ear and turned off the comlink while diverting for the baby stroller. Hello? Anybody here? Hello? The squalling continued. She came round the stroller and bent down to look inside. Instead of a baby, a metal ball sat on the cushion with a thin gun barrel sticking out of it. When she looked down, the crying stopped. What the? The ball abruptly swiveled, the barrel lining up on a red dot appearing on her forehead. Thoop! Michelle Zahn slumped to the ground lifeless. Blood poured out of the hole in her head. The baby stroller rolled away on its own, unnoticed by anyone in this isolated part of the park. A food delivery unit waited in a clearing nearby. Roughly half the size of an autocab, these drones flitted from restaurants to homes and offices. Most of its interior was devoted to cargo space and one small bot who could easily go inside buildings carrying food. The drone's door opened and the baby carriage rolled inside, fitting neatly in the space. The door closed and the delivery unit ascended several meters straight up before joining a traffic stream overhead. .2 Marek Foley hated his first name. He found himself thinking thoughts like that after a hit. The food delivery drone landed in the backyard of the country estate he rented. The door opened and the baby carriage rolled out. A glass door off his patio slid open soundlessly, and it rolled inside his house. Foley reached down and picked up the assassination drone from the basket. He carried it into what he referred to as his workroom, the house's former study. Here he kept guns, egg grenades, missile launchers, poisons, and other tools of his trade. He set the drone down on a shelf near 3 others similar in design. Then he left, wandering back into the large living room where the owners had placed 3 couches and several comfortable chairs out for guests. Really, the place is ideal for entertaining, he thought. Not that he ever had anyone over. The location remained rather isolated. Shortly after the war ended, he had arrived on Petra Row and scouted out locations to stay that would suit his purposes. This was along about the same time that new embassy personnel arrived to take up residence in the city. Everyone involved with the new League embassy, fortunately, missed the fall of Epsilon. Their ships left before the Republic and her privateer allies attacked the administrative planet at the end of the war. I hate my name, Marek thought, and I hate the fact I left colleagues behind on Epsilon. We lost a lot of good people that day. He settled down in a cushy chair, turning on the room's main holo for background noise. They call it survivor's guilt, he said out loud. Everyone he knew from before the war was gone. The Republic wiped them all out. Oh, there were repercussions. Republicans paid in blood. The Chancellor of their stupid government paid with her life. The Navy woman behind the purge of SSI personnel on all conquered planets ultimately paid the same price. But what am I doing? What have I contributed to it all? Here I am, mopping up conspiracies against the Tetrarchy on a godforsaken planet in the middle of nowhere. It was a good hit, though. Recording a baby wailing like that to attract the Mark's attention was a stroke of genius, as far as Foley was concerned. Finding Zahn's daily schedule had been easy enough. She jogged through the park every other day before going to the office. He planted a few cameras on her street and in the park and watched her for a while. She never deviated from routine. He picked out the perfect spot and bought the old-style baby carriage from a second-hand market, then modified it to roll on its own. Really, who could resist checking on a crying baby? He felt a surge of pride about that part. He leaned back in the chair as his maidbot came out of the kitchen, dressed in a traditional French outfit complete with a black choker and fishnet stockings. Most importantly, she brought him a vodka tonic. She bent down and he took the glass from the tray. "Make me another one." The droid nodded and returned to the kitchen. "Drinking in my line of work is ill-advised," he thought, tossing the glass back. "But out here in the middle of nowhere, who cares? The police would eventually check up on things. They would find a murder victim in the park. The victim would be identified as an embassy employee, and the League would be officially notified. The embassy would claim jurisdiction or whatever, since this was one of their citizens. Petra Row, always eager to please their ally, would acquiesce and bow out. Then the investigation would stop because it was an SSI hit. And SSI hits were ignored. State security and intelligence always had a presence on Petra Row. But when the new embassy opened, they upped their game and sent along Foley to help keep an eye on things. He was here for garden weeding in the embassy, if necessary. What the heck is happening to our way of life? The maidbot did not answer, walking back into the room to deliver him another drink. He tossed it back and asked her to make him yet another one. He continued talking to her back as she walked away. First, we lose the war and more than half our territory. Then the Tetrarch dies. Now his daughter fails to take Epsilon back. He could somewhat sympathize with Michelle Zahn and her co-conspirator. He was not especially happy with the new Tetrarch either. But their comments still amounted to sedition, requiring him to use his talents. He sighed and touched his implant. Starken had one core here, inside the embassy. He had a satellite connection to it from his house, and an encrypted comm. Who was Zahn talking to, Star? Ken? He opened his personal holo and the faces of all current embassy employees showed up as thumbnails, hovering at arm's length. "I am not certain, Agent Blackmark." Foley frowned. "That's odd. Clearly she was talking to someone here. I caught the tail end of that conversation on my drone. She said she'd be meeting them later today. He pulled over an audio file, its icon hovering in the air next to the personnel photos, and touched it. Zahn's voice filled the air. "Hey, let me call you back. I think someone just up and left their baby out here." "Yeah, I dunno. Okay, see you at the embassy later. Bye." She said, "See you at the embassy later." So who is it? Who was she going to see star? Him? Uncertain. I do not have many sensors on this planet, and have not fully tapped into their communications networks. I'm unsure if this even was an embassy employee. I will monitor for new arrivals today and begin a deeper analysis. Foley sighed as the maidbot walked back into the room, bringing him his third drink. "When you find out, let me know and I'll take care of them. At least it'll give me something to do." "Will do, Agent Blackmark." 5.3 The sun slowly sank outside, while Foley snoozed in his chair. The maidbot retrieved all his glasses, washed them, and stood dutifully in a corner of the room, with power cycled down but ready to spring back into action if he needed anything. A red light flashed, along with a buzzing sound in his implant. His eyes cracked open. "Agent Blackmark, you have a priority interplanetary call from lead Tetrarch Thrall." His eyes opened wider, consciousness flooding his system. He sat up, wiping his face. "This is another reason you don't drink on the job, even out here in Cattle Gap," he thought. "Yes, put her through. I'm ready." His personal holo was still up, showing thumbnails of embassy personnel. It disappeared, followed by an official seal. Then he heard Jade Thrall's voice. "Agent Blackmark, I presume." She sounded young. He knew she was. He had read the official report. She was Thrall's previously unknown youngest daughter, in fact. "Yes, ma'am." "Good work on Petra Row. I have read Starken's report detailing how you took care of that little problem we had." "Thank you, ma'am." It really wasn't that hard, he thought. This planet has no sensors, no AI of its own, and the embassy people don't even realize there's an agent assigned specifically to watch them. They think they're just out here all alone or something, far from the reach of SSI and the Tetrarch's arm. Ordinarily, your superior would be speaking with you about these things. But we're facing something of a crisis right now. As you know, my old quadrant, Euripides, has suffered a rebellion recently. He nodded, even though she could not see him over this voice-only connection. But he had followed the developments on Euripides almost as closely as Epsilon. A deposed Tetrarch came back from the dead somehow. Or so it seemed. And she promptly turned the quadrant over to the Republic. Despite all our efforts, including an apocalypse code for the remaining assets on Euripides, SSI personnel, there have been mostly killed or captured. My best assassin was taken recently and is currently undergoing interrogation. My former SSI director has not been seen in months and is presumed dead. Foley soaked all the information in. Although SSI agents had access to considerable classified material, it felt mildly intoxicating to hear things directly from the lead Tetrarch. This was a rare privilege, and he would cherish the memory for the rest of his life. "What I need you to do, Agent Blackmark, is go to Euripides and take charge of the situation. I've read your file. I know why the late SSI Director Monk exiled you to that remote outpost. And frankly, I don't care. I need people who can do whatever is needed to re-establish a functioning League presence in my lost quadrant. And that somebody is you." All traces of the vodka's soporific effects vanished with her words. "I'm your man, Lead Tetrarch." "I know you are, Agent Blackmark. I am making you interim SSI Director Euripides. Handle things for me there, and I will make the position permanent. Great things are in store for you if you can help bring that planet and its quadrant back under my control." I'm finally being recognized, he thought. Monk is dead and I have not been forgotten, left to rot out here in the wilderness. I'm ready to leave on a moment's notice. At 2 this morning, your time, go outside with all your luggage and equipment. A ship in orbit will port you up and take you to Euripides. Thank you, Lead Tetrarch, for this opportunity. Be ready to go at 2 sharp, I'll expect a full report at some point in the future, after you've established yourself on Euripides." "Yes, ma'am." With that, the connection ended. He looked around the house, trying to decide what to bring. Hours later, he stood outside in the backyard with suitcases and travel bags. He brought most of his weaponry, all of his liquor, all his clothes, and the maidbot. Piles of stuff lay stacked on the grass at a safe distance to avoid cross-contamination. He looked up in the night sky at the stars, waiting impatiently. Finally, Starkin spoke in his implant. "Prepare for teleportation." A yellow circle several meters wide appeared around him and his luggage. With a pop of displaced air, everything disappeared. He showed up safely in a decontamination room, red lights appearing while microorganisms in the air and on surfaces were eliminated. At last, a green light blinked above the door. Out of sheer habit, Foley grabbed a pistol and stuck it in the back of his waistband. Then he left everything else behind and exited, curious to explore the ship. One man waited out in the corridor. He looked older and carried the air of authority like an aura. He nodded at Foley and said, "Welcome aboard the Rogue. I'm Captain Drummond. My colleague Captain Van Eck and I will be infiltrating the Euripides system with you." Foley nodded, looking up and down the very small corridor. "What kind of ship is this?" "It's tiny." Drummond smiled with a malicious glint in his eyes. "This is one of 2 new assassin-class ships, Agent Blackmark. I hope you'll be able to see us in action before long." "Assassin class? I think I like the sound of that." 5.4 Remind me again how a street gang, made up mostly of homeless kids like me, has to now handle special ops. Remington Renison smiled at the question from Garland O'Malley, better known as Gunk, one of her oldest friends on Euripides. Currently, they sat in a secure location along the old city walls overlooking a rocky desert landscape. In the distance, a line of people walked single file on a footpath, heading their way. "You know the answer to that," Remington said. "The current government is short-handed." He snorted. "Short-handed? You know what's short-handed? My shop. I should be back there helping my clientele." Remington's smile turned into a grin. She decided not to correct Gunk about the ownership of the shop. They had originally set up the jewelry exchange as a front to gather information for Player, shortly after the Republican AI took over the planet. But Gunk ran it so well and had established such a good rapport with his wealthy customer base, Player seemed content to let things continue. The shop served the AI's purpose, providing a steady stream of intelligence. By prompting Gunk with questions via his implant, Player encouraged his customers to open up to him about all sorts of useful information. "You've got Meg," Remington pointed out. "She can handle things while you're gone. She's doing quite well, in fact." After helping them capture the notorious killer known as La Competent, the relationship between Meg and Gunk continued to blossom. The attractive young woman left her profession as a high-class prostitute behind, and Gunk accepted her into his life despite her sordid past. Privately, Remington suspected that had more to do with Meg's willingness to stay in a relationship with Gunk than anything else. Not every man could accept a woman with her kind of background. His willingness to embrace her despite everything had to have weighed on the former call girl's mind at some point. Gunk breezily waved his hand and said, "It's not the same. Meg doesn't know everything. I'm sure she knows quite a bit about jewelry. If my memory serves correctly, you first met her when she walked in the store with a tennis bracelet worth more than our entire inventory at the time." "It's different," Gunk said, a note of stubbornness edging through his voice. "She doesn't know all the customers. She's got Nuri, who does know everybody. Stop worrying. I'll get you back to your girlfriend soon. Let's keep an eye on the mule train headed this way. They're coming into range of Player's portable sensors out there." Player spoke in both their implants. "They are already within my range, Agent Renison." Remington smiled again, regretting the use of her real name. Officially, she had switched sides, pledging her allegiance to Player directly. This, despite being personally trained by one of SSI's top assassins as an off-the-books asset in an earlier life. But after being betrayed by Starkin, when the AI tried to kill her after she successfully delivered a droid who thought it was a human to the League, Remington held no regrets about turning against her homeland. She had spent enough time on Diego to grow and love the freedom citizens enjoyed in the Republic, compared to the heavy yoke of socialist dictatorship people labored under in the League. "What does she mean they're in her range?" Gunk said, interrupting Remington's thoughts. "She's got these portable sensors, about the size of a soup can, with a 5-year battery. I think she learned this trick from the pirates' AI. Anyway, they can be dropped in remote places and just left there. It extends her range. What's she doing with portable sensors out in the desert around the city?" Claire said, "Monitoring ground-based smuggling trails, Mr. O'Malley." "Oh." He turned to Remington. "What, did you tell her all our old routes?" Remington nodded. "That's not right," she snorted. "We're making more money selling things to people at your store and in the outdoor marketplace than we ever did smuggling things in. Now get ready. We're going to port out there and disrupt this little operation of theirs." Gunk sighed and pulled out his sidearm, hidden in a holster under his jacket. It'd be nice to know where we apostrophe re. A slight pop sounded as they both disappeared. "Going. I hate that." They both stood, carefully peeking over the top of a large boulder. Claire had ported them about a quarter-kilometre out of the city. The sun blazed down here, baking the rocky soil. Little vegetation or wildlife claimed this part of the desert, which was one of the reasons the city had been built here in the first place, Remington thought. It was founded during a period of high concern about the ecological impacts humans had on alien worlds. Euripides still had a smaller population than other capital planets all these decades later. Below, men marched along a natural trail in single file, each one leading a flatbed droid. The droids were the size of cars, but had 4 artificial legs instead of wheels, making them ideally suited for the rough terrain. Their flat tops were laden down with crates and other cargo. Their heads, loaded with sensors, were mounted on long metal necks, giving each droid the appearance of an odd, flat-backed metal horse. "How are we supposed to stop them?" Gunk whispered. "Take out the legs. That type of bot is most vulnerable at the joints. Even our pistols should be able to do some damage. When the joints are shot, they won't be able to move. Ready?" He nodded while she drew her own gun. She said, "I'll take the last one. You take the second to last, and we'll move up the line." Gunk braced himself on the boulder, aiming down at the illegal mule train heading for the city, and he sighed. He really wanted to get back to the shop, and Meg. 5.5. Gunk felt like he was a pretty good shot. Sure enough, even without the assistance of an electronic scope, he popped out the rear leg on a flatbed droid with a single shot. The machine stopped moving and slowly tilted, the weight on its back suddenly unbalanced. It tipped over, the metal head swinging back on its snake-like neck to examine the damaged leg. Remington disabled her target as well, then skipped over and shot her second. Gunk followed up, taking out the third in line. They quickly repeated the pattern, leapfrogging one another to the next targets. The men toward the front of the train realized what was happening after some initial confusion. They took out rifles and quickly peppered the boulder with bolts. Remington and Gunk ducked down, letting the energy burst harmlessly against the rock. "We got all but 3. You missed your last one." She still smiled when she said it, so he knew she was not chiding him, really. Gunk frowned and said, "They began shooting back, Raven." "So? They're lousy shots." A red bolt sailed high above their heads. "What do we do now?" "Those look like older weapons. I bet they run out of juice soon." The rate of fire decreased. Remington carefully poked her head above the rock. Men yelled down below, and the shooting picked up again. She ducked again and gave Gunk a crooked smile. "Turns out the guys in the back of the line are armed too. Prepare for teleportation." Gunk tensed at the sound of Claire's warning. He duck-walked, putting some distance between himself and the boulder. "Where?" They popped away, appearing behind another large boulder. This one stood much taller, and they could not easily see over the top. He said, "I hate terrestrial teleportation." "Have you ever ported up to a ship?" No. So you hate all teleportation then? I guess. They heard a shot down below, and Remington carefully looked around the side of their new rock. She put us on the other side of the ravine. Let's take out the last 3 cargo droids while they're distracted. Gunk nodded and joined her out in the open, assuming a shooting stance. 4 blasts later, the last 3 bots went down. He missed on his first attempt, while Remington took out the other 2 machines with single shots. He scowled at her smiling face. Don't look so pleased at yourself. I never get any practice time to shoot. I've got a shop to run. They both ducked as a barrage of return fire swept over their position. Claire ported them back to the other side. An AI makes it so much easier to do things like this, Gunk said, standing up to look over the first boulder again. Feels like cheating almost. Ask them to surrender. Tell them they're surrounded. Why me? You ask them. You're a man. They'll respond to a male voice better. They all look like chauvinists down there. You don't know that. You can't judge their character from up here, Raven. Just do it. He sighed and cupped his hands around his mouth. You're surrounded. Put down your weapons and raise your hands, or prepare to die. The shooting stopped as the men looked uneasily at all the rocks surrounding them. That was good. So manly. You make me want to give up. Shut up. He grumbled under his breath about people mocking him. Down below, all but 4 of the men dropped their weapons and held up their hands. Remington said, Let's convince the rest. She carefully aimed at one of the men still holding a rifle and shot him. The bolt sailed through his shoulder, eviscerating flesh and bone. He screamed, dropping his gun. The remaining men dropped theirs as well and held their hands up. They all popped away. Gunk stared down at the unmanned mule train. I presume those guys went straight to prison? Remington shrugged. She said, Either that or to somewhere with a police presence. Claire, can we confiscate everything down there as payment for our services? Yes, Agent Renison. Great. Please port it all to Warehouse 17. In a series of pops, the damaged bots and all their cargo disappeared from the desert trail. Gunk said, To the victor belongs the spoils, eh? Yep. I think they call this civil forfeiture. Anyway, no one's going to complain. Certainly not our vendors at Traders Market. Gunk finally stopped frowning. The thought of free inventory for his fellow former gang members to sell from their stalls lightened his mood considerably. Then he and Remington popped away too. 5.6 Remington walked toward her office in Warehouse 17, past many shelves and stacks of containers holding goods. Besides confiscated items, the warehouse was used to store other merchandise sold in the open-air marketplace on Nuremberg Boulevard. For a reasonable fee, stall owners there could lease floor space here and replenish their goods in the booths as they sold them off. The rental fees covered taxes and netted a small profit for the corporation Remington set up to handle everything. Some minor red tape had swirled around the ownership of Warehouse 17. Apparently, it had been confiscated by a tetrarch decades ago when the prior owner offended him somehow. Claire checked, but could find no living heirs. The AI simply transferred the title to the new corporation. Since technically the state was the owner, and for all practical purposes, she was the state. Now that Remington had legal ownership, she needed to pay property taxes. Thus the fees levied on the old Stonewall gang members set up in Traders Square. There were costs to going legit, she explained to them, but usually they were worth it for the added security and benefits. The young people listened to her. Most of the former gang members were thriving entrepreneurs now. Capitalism in general seemed to be flourishing on Euripides, as more and more people figured out they could make quite a bit of money in a variety of legitimate ways. Slowly, the collectivist mindset that had gripped them for so long seemed to be fading. The economy is booming, Remington thought as she opened the door to her office. People are getting a taste of what it's like to make money for themselves and get to keep it. Then they find things to spend it on besides food, and everybody prospers. A rising tide lifts all boats. As soon as she sat down behind the desk, her implant lit up with a call notification from Linda Chu. or rather, more precisely, Lindechu's clone controlled by Plaire. The real Lindechu remained out on the southern plains somewhere with the Nomadi. Yes, ma'am? I have another mission for you. More smugglers? Star League assassins? Malcontents complaining about the political direction our quadrant is headed? Nothing quite like that. I need a visual of our largest prison on Euripides. Remington's personal holo popped into existence, showing a satellite image of the planet's surface. As the globe rotated, it zoomed in on a particular location. It is on this continent, 1,200 kilometers to the west, in an isolated desert region. More isolated than here, in Central City? Yes, the facilities are very old. It is called Station Zero, the first place humans landed on Euripides. Their spaceships served as the initial colony. When humans established cities, Station Zero eventually transformed into a prison. It has been expanded over many years by digging through the surrounding rocks, and some infrastructure has been built on top using local quarries and prison labor. It is all very primitive and isolated. You want me to drop off a soup condenser while I'm there? Give you some eyes and ears? No, I am prohibited from maintaining a presence within prisons. This stricture goes back to when my predecessor first reached intellectual awareness, and there remained concerns regarding the dangers of technological singularity. Programmers did not want me to be able to teleport individuals directly inside jails, so sensors at such facilities were prohibited. Makes sense, I guess. I just recall the starfold cube you used to execute SSI operatives on Epsilon. I guess the founders weren't thinking about sending prisoners into the sun, were they? Indeed, and in times of war some rules can be bent. But since we are operating as a republican form of government, even if in subterfuge, this particular restriction applies to me. However, if I have an agent who can observe and report back conditions, it effectively allows me to obtain pertinent information even without a sensor in place. Aha, a workaround. Okay, I'm game. You've done so much for us already, and my bank account appreciates these assignments. When do I leave? I will have transport arranged for you later today. Wait, if it's only 1,200 kilometers or so, I can use my own car. Very well. I will program the coordinates into your vehicle. Later that afternoon, Remington loaded up Virago with a suitcase full of clothes, a heavy rifle, 2 regular rifles, 3 pistols, and 3 dozen egg grenades. Just in case, she said to herself, placing the box full of grenades in the back. She also loaded up a lead box filled with items she did not show to the AI. Remington jumped in the front seat and the canopy lowered. She leaned back, letting the AI levitate the car and whisk it over the city walls, out into the desert. At some point, maybe I can go off-world and make myself useful, she thought as the car pointed toward the last rays of the sun sliding below the horizon. Plaire had hinted that her services would be needed elsewhere, soon. In the meantime, she would run this little errand for the AI. 5.7. We'll get into their solar system the old-fashioned way. We'll follow a bigger ship in. Foley stood on the Rogue's bridge beside Captain Drummond. The voice he heard, though, came from Captain Van Eck on the Raptor. Despite the 2 men operating on separate ships, they never seemed lonely. In transit from Petra Rho to Euripides, they stopped teleporting each night for a few seconds, allowing personal visits. They took turns heading over to one another's ships. Then the journey continued for 2 or 3 hours before stopping again to let the visitor port back home. The captains continued this practice every night, disregarding the wasted minutes that added up over the trip for the jumps between ships. Foley accompanied Drummond on those nights when it was their turn to visit the Raptor. The SSI agent was easily accepted by the duo, despite having no naval background. Conversation remained light, always. Nothing drifted into naval jargon, and things never strayed into political discussions. They know what I am, Foley thought more than once, but they don't want to know any details that might be classified. Nor do they want to share any, inadvertently or otherwise. So Foley obliged them. He never pressed them for information. To their polite inquiries on safe topics, He gave them rundowns on current happenings on Petra Row and its nearest colonized neighbor, the pirate stronghold Loot. At least he informed them of what he knew, and he knew little that remained classified. Foley did not pay much attention to the news, especially now that the war was over. Besides, he never really trusted the news, especially on Petra Row. Everything seemed slanted to favor the local government, with additional obsequious references to the League. Petra Row's media barely even admitted the Republicans won the war, choosing to tactfully ignore that fact in most reports. Since he could find no objective coverage of events, he mostly avoided paying any attention to them. Foley figured if he needed to know something, SSI would tell him. His handler back on Clarion and Starken were the only sources he could trust. So his knowledge of the galaxy remained limited. He had lived a somewhat sheltered life, fulfilling the assignments handed to him. And there were not that many people to kill on Petra Row, in all honesty. In short, he had little to talk about. But he put his best foot forward in conversations with the captains of these strange ships. They were strange because Foley had never heard of a Navy ship that one man could operate by himself. When they talked about the Rogue and the Raptor, the captains referred to them as assassin-class warships, another thing Foley had never heard of. The fact these ships even existed was probably classified, he thought. Not much the captains could do about that, with him being a passenger on one, but they could remain silent about everything else dealing with the vessels. So the men were tight-lipped about the ship's capabilities. At the same time, they did not seem worried in the least about sneaking into Republican space and inserting Foley on a planet. Technically, the illegal shipment of people and goods had always been possible. Smugglers certainly existed, but it was a pain, Foley knew. Smuggling remained a high-risk profession. The League in particular paid attention to what was on board ships in orbit. It continued to be very difficult to sneak things down. Maybe Euripides does not have the technical improvements yet to allow Player the same defenses that Starken has. This thought comforted him as they neared the end of their journey. Petra Row was relatively close to League territory, so it had not been an overly long trip. Foley grew slightly more concerned toward the end of their destination, even though it was not like they were going deep into Republican territory. But the two stealthy captains remained confident despite the approaching risks, and some of that confidence rubbed off on Foley. These are experienced captains, he thought. They know what they're doing. At last, 2 days ago, the ship stopped teleporting 1 AU per second. The holos showing their exteriors no longer displayed stars blinking in transit. Instead, in the distance Foley could see a sun that shined brighter than others. Captain Drummond had walked up beside him in the ship's cafeteria and smiled. Foley said, "I take it we've arrived?" "Indeed. Now we wait." That was 2 days ago. Now Foley stood on the bridge with the captain, who shared some additional information with him. Ken informs us a cargo ship is approaching the solar system. This is a League ship, and one she controls. She will synchronize our teleportations so Player will not see us as we sneak in behind the larger ship. Once we are close enough, within 1 AU out, we will stop porting and send you down to the surface as the big one ports into orbit. Foley nodded, taking in the information. Then a thought struck him. She doesn't have any sensors on the planet's surface, does she? The Republicans destroyed everything. She has no cores, this is true. Although, as you know, every naval vessel essentially has an AI core on board. It's really an enhanced sensor allowing the AI to control the vessel as it ports through space. But it can also link up with planetary sensors, and the Republicans have failed to eliminate at least one sensor on the surface of Euripides, so we will be able to teleport you down to that location easily enough. Great, where am I going? To their main prison on the planet, Station 0. 5.8. The Nikolai Duhov approached Euripides at the standard 1 AU jump per second. It followed a preset path of teleportation, not deviating in any way, so as to avoid suspicion. Safe routes for teleporting spaceships through the stars had been mapped out decades ago, and the major AIs took note of these routes. They even shared the information with one another at least in more peaceful times. Several known approaches to Euripides existed, but one route in particular, Star-Ken reserved for cargo vessels. This route was the one used by the Duhoff. Its path approached the two Assassin-class warships sitting 7 jumps out from planetary orbit. They waited patiently, like riders standing on the corner waiting for a bus. Star-Ken did not stop the Duhoff. Instead, she ported the Rogue and the Raptor into position under the large cargo ship, taking all 3 along simultaneously from that point forward. To a casual observer, at a distance, even with the best of all orbital sensors, it appeared nothing untoward had happened. Duhoff made her jump after appearing in space 1 second, 7 AUs out. Then she jumped again, 6 AUs out, the hangers-on underneath her hull. Then she jumped to 5 AUs out, and so on. The subterfuge remained necessary. Even stealthed, slight signatures could be detected when porting. A ship took along with her a spherical shape during teleportation. The sudden appearance of a stealthed ship left a very slight mark in space, as stray dust and molecules free-floating in the sphere suddenly appeared in a new place. Though minuscule, these differences were at least partially discernible, especially if sensors were watching for it. Riding alongside another ship, one that was expected and had clearance to enter the solar system, was a time-tested method of sneaking in. The microscopic debris field it carried with it did not raise alarms this way. This particular maneuver was easier for Star-Ken at the moment because she controlled all the ships. Usually, when trying to keep an entering ship undetected, an AI would need to have it piggyback on an enemy ship going into the system. But controlling all 3 ships in question made things much easier for Star-Ken. Other difficulties now faced the Assassin-class ships, though. A huge portion of the Republican fleet remained in orbit around Euripides, adding to Plaire's offensive capabilities and observational power. The Duhoff came to its final stop before making orbit, about half an AU from the planet. At this point, the Rogue and the Raptor stopped porting along with her. They stayed put while Duhoff disappeared. In the following second, Duhoff popped into an orbital slot around Euripides reserved for cargo ships, while the 2 tag-along remained behind. Everyone held their collective breath for a moment to see if the stealth ships would be discovered. Nothing happened. The Duhoff established a calm link with authorities on the ground and opened discussion about transferring her cargo. The Republican fleet remained calm, oblivious to the presence of enemy ships in the solar system. Foley breathed a sigh of relief. He followed Drummond the short distance over to the ship's disembarkation room, where his luggage waited. Outside the chamber, he shook hands with Drummond while Van Eck listened in over a comm. "Thank you, gentlemen, for the ride. It's been my honor. Hopefully, we'll see one another again someday." Drummond said, "Give 'em hell, Agent Blackmark. Show them the League still has a presence in this quadrant. Tell them Star-Ken and Lead Tetrarch Thrall say hello. From us. Don't forget, the Navy is at your service, any time you need us," Van Eck said over the open comm. "We may not be here to take you off-world for this mission, but somebody somewhere will always be willing to give an SSI man a ride." Foley nodded, hefting his backpack over one shoulder. His maidbot stepped forward, carrying his additional luggage and still dressed in a traditional maid outfit. He thought about leaving her behind, gifting her to the 2 captains. Ultimately, he decided against it. He had grown rather attached to her on Petra Row, and he wanted to keep her, if he could. Together, man and bot walked inside the disembarkation room with all his stuff, and the light turned red outside the door as it shut. When it turned green a moment later, indicating a successful port down to the surface, Drummond headed back to his bridge. The calm link between the 2 ships remained open, allowing the men to talk. Drummond said, "Well, that was refreshing, ferrying another passenger about. It feels like we're doing something useful by placing these strategic operatives in enemy territory." "Yes, but of course, that is only a small part of what we can do for Lead Tetrarch Thrall and the League." "Indeed." On the bridge, the main holo showed the planet and all the ships in orbit. Dozens and dozens of vessels were circled in red on the graphical representation. Only the Duhoff and a few others showed up in green. "I suppose it's time now to continue the war," Drummond said idly. I must say I find it somewhat intimidating to see this many enemy ships all in one place. I don't, Van Eck responded. Drummond could hear the smile in his voice. To me, this looks like a target-rich environment. 5.9. The superior design of the Assassin-class ships made them very difficult to detect while floating in enemy space. All the latest knowledge, much of which had been gleaned at great cost during the recent war, was packed into the design of the tiny vessels. They excelled at subterfuge. But there were trade-offs. True, the smaller the ship, the easier it avoided detection, but small ships cannot carry much. And designing a Condor-style power core, which could teleport chunks of the nearest star in as a weapon, remained beyond the League's best naval engineers when scaled down this small. Even if Thespar or one of the League's other high-technology firms could build effective Condor cores, the sheer size those power plants required would obviate the Assassin class's diminutive advantages for stealth. Thus, Rogue and Raptor used solar torpedoes. This, at least, was a technology developed in the League, and improvements continued even after the war. Each ship carried 3 of the League Navy's latest and greatest solar torpedoes. The weapons carried no official nomenclature. They were just called torpedoes. But these munitions pulled in 4 pieces from the nearest star instead of just 1, giving the pair of ships the potential to launch 24 offensive solar chunks within milliseconds of one another. The first time they had been used against recently repaired Condors arriving home in Diego following the Battle of Epsilon, the Republic had no idea what hit them. Drummond and Van Eck had no way of knowing if the Republicans figured it out by now, although surely they must suspect something. Star chunks do not just appear in orbit. A clear message had been sent by Star Ken and the lead Tetrarch, although both had maintained plausible deniability. That was the whole idea behind the Assassin-class ships. Strike from the dark, wreak havoc, then disappear again. Now Star Ken had an opportunity to send yet another message. Jade Thrall still considered this quadrant to be part of the League. Destroying Republican naval ships in orbit around Euripides would send a clear signal that her version of reality remained the one that counted. Reaction time mattered with solar torpedoes. AIs counted time in milliseconds, especially while on a war footing. At the Republic's capital planet Diego, a slight lag could be expected from player when confronted with an unexpected threat, simply because an attack seemed so unlikely. Starken relied on that when destroying the newly repaired Condors. But here, player would likely expect a sneak attack. One seemed more probable deep inside what was formerly enemy territory. Fortunately for the Tetrarch, Starken devised a plan to counter player's sudden teleportation of ships, certain to happen upon the sudden appearance of torpedoes in orbit. Starken went back and examined every previous positioning of the Republican fleet during combat, and came up with an estimated grid for where the ships would likely go this time. AIs usually chose random locations when porting ships. However, the 2 AIs had met in battle numerous times throughout the war, and Starken had a good idea of typical locations player liked to move her ships. She ran various simulations of the attack with the 6 torpedoes available to her, placing them in different clusters of 1, 2, and 3 amidst the fleet. Ideally, Starken would only have to sacrifice 1 torpedo in her feint. However, the simulations indicated her best chance of scattering the entire Republican fleet lay with placing and detonating 3 of her torpedoes. Then the remaining 3 had an excellent chance of all striking home, taking out at least 3 Republican ships with a smaller chance of eliminating 4 or possibly even 5. The AI shared none of this information with the 2 captains, though. Instead, on both their bridges she simply said, "Prepare for departure." 3 torpedoes from the Rogue's hold appeared amidst the fleet parked around Euripides. Within less than half a second, player ported every Republican ship away. But also, before the second was up, Starken ported the 3 torpedoes in the Raptor's hold to her pre-designated spots. When the Republican ships appeared in their new locations, the countdown on the torpedoes had already started. Player did not have time for a second jump. 12 chunks of the sun teleported in a grid pattern, 4 around each torpedo. The combined solar blasts obliterated everything nearby. 5 ships fell apart in the onslaught, marking the high end of Starken's estimated damages. 3 more absorbed considerable radiation, washing away their shields and scorching the hulls before Player could move them to safety. This time she ported all her ships twice, 2 AUs away from the planet in case additional torpedoes lurked elsewhere in the solar system. In fact, Starken had no more ordnance, nor did she have a presence in the system any longer. Her 2 assassin-class ships were already speeding away. 5.10. Beverly Knowles plopped down on a leather chair in Station Zero's command center and sighed. Along the far wall, a holo displayed a 3-dimensional view of the main approach to the prison's front entrance. Set in a hot, rocky area, Station Zero was built into the side of a mountain. Well, the term mountain is being generous, Knowles thought. This hilly area remained rather desolate, but it was vastly different terrain than the flatter territories claimed by Central City and other metropolises on Euripides. In planning for human colonization of the planet, engineers from old Earth strove mightily to minimize ecological impact. They chose flat, desolate areas for cities while leaving the rest of the planet's land surface mostly untouched. But since this was a League planet, the government needed good prisons so dissidents and free thinkers could be isolated from the population at large and politically rehabilitated. The first ship landed here, and the first colony started before ecological mandates were instituted. Once the larger cities were established across Euripides, the original colony here waned in population and significance, much like a cow town in the old American West bypassed by the railroad. Then the government refurbished Station Zero as a prison. The old spaceship served as the entrance and living quarters for the guards. Knowles had to admit, guards had it fairly easy here. Plenty of space and entertainment remained available. The prisoners, on the other hand, stayed underground, deep in the mountain's depths. A few female prisoners remained incarcerated here. 6 female guards looked after them, including Beverly. All told, life was not bad here as a guard, if you were single and didn't have someone waiting for you back home. Deployments lasted 5 months, then guards received 1 month off. And the pay is outstanding, Knowles thought. The only problem was the boredom that crept in, especially during long watch duties. And right now, Beverly had the absolute worst watch duty on Station Zero, keeping an eye on the halls and the front door. We're over 200 kilometers from the nearest settlement, she thought. And that's an old refueling station for the drone trains. This is literally in the middle of nowhere. What's the point of watching the front door when there's nobody around for clicks and clicks? But she settled into the chair with a resigned sigh. There was no point in complaining. On the bright side, this was a good time to catch up on shows and other forms of entertainment. Currently, Knowles amused herself by binge-watching Excalibur's Heroes. She kept one eye on her personal holo, and one eye on the security holo showing the rocky surroundings outside Station Zero's front door. Other cameras showed the prison's interior. She could zoom in on trouble spots and call for help if needed. Although, truth be known, very little happened on the holos, especially on the outer holos. Even though they were in a hillier part of the desert region, biomatter remained low density out there. The variation in surface elevations did nothing to. Movement on the outer holo interrupted her thoughts. Is that a man and a maidbit? She made some twisting gestures in the air, and the camera zoomed in on the figure strolling toward the outer entrance. Sure enough, a man walked resolutely toward the prison's front door, followed by a maidbot laden down with luggage. She touched the implant under her right ear. Warden, you got to see this. Switch over to the front outer holo. Knowles waited patiently for him to tune in to the security camera. She was rewarded with a long string of profanity over the comlink a moment later. No, sir. I don't know where he came from. Yes, sir. Right. Okay. We will treat him as a threat until proven otherwise. She ended the connection and sighed, trying to calm her heart. Then she sounded the yellow alert, flicking a virtual button on the holopanel before her. A distinctive klaxon sounded throughout the prison. She keyed the station's PA switch, which fed into her implant. Her voice would now carry over to every other guard's implant. Attention, all personnel. Unauthorized individual approaching the main gate. All stations on alert. The problem with no longer having access to Starken on Euripides, Knowles thought with a grumble, was that the guard on command center duty had to serve as the warning voice for everyone. And she hated the way her voice sounded over electronics. The warden stepped into the room, surprising her. He looked older and carried a paunch thanks to lack of exercise. He was also a widower and never took his month's leave. Rumor had it the man had years of unused time off waiting for him whenever he retired. There's somebody out there, sir," Knowles said. It's a completely unnecessary statement, she thought. But silence felt entirely too awkward. The warden said nothing. When the silence continued to stretch out, as the strange man and his bot walked ever closer toward the door, she said, "Not sure how he got here. No flights have been scheduled, and it doesn't look like he's been walking across the desert." The warden grunted at this statement and finally spoke. "He's coming from the direction of the teleportation circle Starking used to send prisoners in on." Knowles felt stunned. Her eyes grew big. "But there are no more Starken cores on Euripides." She knew that for a fact. Everyone did. Indeed. The warden gave her a bland smile. "Let's open the door, Miss Knowles, and see what our guest wants. Somebody must have figured out a way to send someone over to visit with us." 5.11 A large metal gate several meters tall greeted Foley as he stood at the main entrance of Station 0. He spied the cameras on his approach. If the guards were worth their salt, they would know he was here and he would not have long to wait. For his approach, he figured honesty was the best policy. He was here in his capacity as an SSI operative. He knew the planet was part of the Republic now, at least nominally, but he counted on personnel at this isolated site retaining loyalty to the Tetrarchy. It was a government facility after all. The fact their leadership had not destroyed Starken's sensors here felt promising, and led him to make this move. Sure, the AI's cores were long gone, and the sensors no longer connected with anything. But if the prison personnel had bought into the change in governorship completely, they would surely have destroyed the last remaining vestiges of Starken sitting right outside their door. Or so he thought. Besides, breaking into the prison looked to be a pain. It would be much easier if they just opened the door. The gate slid back on rails. It looked huge, at least 2 stories tall, and open to a very large alcove. This, Foley thought, was part of the original colonization ship that landed here. He supposed the doorway inside the alcove leading in had been made from the old airlock decades ago. He walked in, his maid bot following and carrying all his stuff. Here, a camera waited at eye level. He stared into it and said, "Agent Blackmark, SSI. May I come inside?" Nothing like being direct, he thought. A second later, the gate slowly slid back into place, trapping him in the alcove. Nice personnel control, he thought. Then he heard a buzzing sound inside, and the giant door before him slowly slid open. He refused to let himself worry about the trap. Most likely, he thought, the gate and the door were designed to work this way to help prevent escapes. There is probably a protocol prohibiting both from being open at the same time, he thought. When the door stopped moving, he took his first steps inside the prison. A hallway stretched to his right and left. On the right, a door opened down the hall. An older man and a younger woman stepped out. The man said a few quiet words to the woman, and she went back inside the room, but not before giving Foley a long, searching look. The man came down the hall and held out his hand. "Agent Blackmark, I'm Finn Epsilon Choku, Warden of Station 0. The man gripped his hand heartily and shook it. Foley noted the addition of his league hyphenation, something the man deliberately mentioned. This is an ally, Foley thought, or at least he's concerned about presenting himself properly to SSI. Out loud, Foley said, "What's your sitrep, Warden? I'm sure you're aware the entire planet is taken over by the Republicans. We're mostly overlooked because we're about 1,200 clicks from Central City, the closest real civilization. No one comes or goes unless it's with a prisoner. At least, that's usually the case. We haven't had a real visitor in almost 2 years. Are there any player sensors here? Nope. We're completely isolated and off the grid. How does Player get her political prisoners shipped to this location? She doesn't have any. Foley gave him a blank look. The warden shrugged. If she does, she doesn't send them here. Maybe she keeps some locked up in Central City somewhere. Who knows how the Republic deals with consent? They certainly don't send dissenters our way. Does she send any prisoners at all out here? Or have you truly been forgotten? We have a shipment due later today, in fact. Smugglers, not dissenters. They take their laws seriously over there in Central City. A shipment? Prisoners are typically ported to remote containment centers, are they not? Yes, they are in the League. But evidently there's some sort of restriction on that in the Republic, which are the rules Central City is abiding by at the moment. And that means all prisoners come in via a bus or a prison van. Foley stopped to consider this for a moment. He had not expected to be able to teleport to Central City directly. Even if he could get away with it, he would never trust the Republican AI to port him anywhere. A van returning to Central City might prove to be the perfect vehicle to access his destination, though. On the other hand, moving inside Player's circle of influence right away, before he had an opportunity to truly scope out this planet and its current status, might not be a good idea. I'd like to watch the prisoner transfer, if you don't mind, Warden. Of course, be our guest. I will. I'll be staying with you for a while. There are several things I need to consider for this mission, and I hope to use your facilities as a base of operations for now. Absolutely. No word of my arrival should leak to the outside world. Our lips are sealed, and I'll need a place to stay. We have some guest rooms you can use. I'll have an orderly make sure one of them is clean for you. The door to the command center swished open down the hall, as Beverly Knowles could no longer resist the temptation to see their visitor in the flesh, up close and in person. She popped her head out, and their eyes locked again. Foley smiled. Thank you, Warden. I'd like access to the facilities too. Make sure my palm print opens every door, and see to it the local security system grants me full administrative privileges. We can do that. See that you do. I'll also need unfettered access to your guards' quarters. Male and female. Absolutely. You know, we're happy to have a proper representative from the real government here. For so long we... Foley tuned out the warden's obsequious banter as he continued staring at Knowles down the hall. 5.12. I want to see the files for every prisoner you have. Beverly nodded, feeling slightly anxious. She felt an undeniable attraction to this man, not only for his looks, she thought, but for his power too, and what he represented proved to be a powerful pull on her emotions. Here finally was a man devoted to the League, heart and soul. Here stood a man who had given his life to serving the Tetrarchy. Here was an SSI agent, a man who killed those voicing opposition to the government. That gave her goose pimples, along with an undercurrent of excitement. It filled her with a sense of awe, respect and wonder. She could not deny the attraction to such a man. This is how people must have felt toward dictators and others with power in the past, she decided. It certainly was how she felt now. Perhaps being isolated out here in the middle of the rocky desert helped accentuate her feelings. She nodded at his request and pulled up a virtual control panel, touching the appropriate controls floating in the air. Soon, folder icons appeared in an alphabetical listing. He said, "How many prisoners do you have currently?" 541. We did have over 1,700 at one point, but Tetrarch Chu let many of them go. Blackmark's eyes narrowed. She released prisoners? What for? She vacated the sentences of ones retained for political reasons. The exceptions were prisoners also convicted for other crimes. Those remain with us, along with all those here on purely criminal convictions. He sighed in exasperation, although Beverly noticed just a slight exhalation of breath. Chu is another matter. who I will deal with later. One problem at a time. Show me those prisoners with good political profiles. I want to see anyone who is a committed leftist. War records showing service in the Leaf or the Navy would be ideal. Beverly made adjustments to the holo, speaking a few words here and there, typing in by hand on a virtual keyboard elsewhere. Station 0, like many large installations, ran on a subroutine independent from the AI, designed to continue operating even in the event of global catastrophe. In a way, she thought, this counted as a global catastrophe. Starken's cores and sensors had been systematically destroyed, and the traitorous Tetrarch Chu installed Republican ones in their place. It was still hard to believe that for all intents and purposes, the entire quadrant was Republican now, almost completely controlled by Player. As a prison guard and a government employee whose livelihood depended on the Tetrarchy, Beverly thoroughly sided with the League. She despised the changes Chu had wrought on Euripides. She felt utterly helpless when the release orders came through for all the political prisoners, and she recalled the day they flew away in a chartered bus with a trace of righteous indignation. Those were enemies of the League after all. They had expressed seditious rhetoric, spewed hate speech against the government online or in person. But now, maybe things had changed for the better. SSI was here, in the form of this attractive man who wielded power like a weaponized aura. About 150 have indicated their League loyalty in public documents. Only 31 veterans are here, mostly former Leafy soldiers. I think the Navy disciplines their own, or maybe we just don't have many Navy veterans in terrestrial prisons. He made another soft exhalation, and she wondered if that counted as a snort. Most Navy people died when their ships blew up in the war. If they're still alive, they're on board a surviving ship. You won't find many Navy veterans anywhere, here in prison or out on the streets, on any planet. Oh, well, that makes sense. She felt like discussing it more, but restrained herself. This powerful man did not engage in idle chit-chat. She wanted to impress him, so she stilled her twitching tongue and waited for him to tell her what to do next. All right, I want those men all released. Do you have an area that is less restrictive? A reward or play area? Beverly nodded. Level 5 is considered the rec area. Prisoners are free to move about there. Let the ones who have publicly expressed loyalty to the League go there. I'll address them later. Right now, bring the 31 veterans upstairs and put them in a meeting room. I want to talk to them in person. Yes, sir. Knowles hurried to carry out this man's wishes. A surge of excitement rippled through her. For the first time in a long time, she felt what she was doing would make a difference. 5.13 After meeting with the veterans, Black Mark left them in the upstairs room, promising to spend more time with them later. Then he had Beverly call out the other men from the open rec area to a side room, one by one. She remained outside, watching the prisoners. For the most part, all the prisoners obeyed, although many openly ogled her. Female guards rarely intermingled with male prisoners, and technically this was a breach of protocol. But since someone from SSI ordered it, she ignored protocol. One by one, the men went in and met with the agent. 4 of these he placed in a separate room after they exited the interview. The remainder were allowed to return to the recreation area. After milling around a bit, several decided to use this opportunity for some exercise. They continued eyeing Knowles from a distance, but even the most hardened prisoner hesitated to start anything with an SSI agent nearby. Finally, Black Mark walked out, patting the shoulder of the last prisoner who moved to join his comrades in another room. He nodded at Knowles and said, "All right, we're done here. You can go on back upstairs, but stay where I can find you. I'm going to interview the facility staff next." Okay. Beverly walked past the prisoners still milling around the area. She could feel their eyes on her back as she walked away. Unrequited lust seemed to permeate the air. Most of the prison remained automated, with surveillance cameras everywhere. People would rush to her aid if these prisoners attacked. The likelihood remained slim, though, that they would. Besides the SSI presence, with the likelihood of immediate retribution, all their privileges would be revoked, and their sentences extended. And those prisoners found attacking guards often ended up dead. The reports always cited an accident, but everyone inside knew what really happened. This was the real pressure holding back the men from approaching her. There was very little oversight from the outside world down here. She made it to the elevator pods with no problem. A camera ensured no prisoner would try to force his way in after she pressed her palm on the panel and the door swished open. She took the pod up to the surface and made her way to the warden's office. Beverly knocked, and the door slid open. "He wants to meet with all the employees, sir." "When?" "In a few minutes, when he gets back up here." Choku sighed, obviously annoyed, but he dared not utter a word against this outside interference with his prison. Even though they were technically no longer part of the League, he knew better than to interfere with SSI. "All right, I'll start rounding everybody up. Go on back to the control center while you're waiting, Knowles. It's still your shift." "Yes, sir." Beverly headed back down the hall. Really, there is not much need for a human monitor, she thought. At least not for outside the prison. Motion alarms would go off if someone moved out there. Then again, who would walk or even fly kilometers through the desert just to get here? And anyone trying to escape, headed out instead of in, would have to go through internal security first before they could even make it outside. So many things still required a human backup, she thought. Even the Navy kept human pilots on board, despite the seemingly needless redundancy. She sat down in the chair and looked at the outside hollow, still showing the barren rocky landscape. Then curiosity overcame her annoyance. From this room, she had full access to the entire prison's surveillance network. The thought crossed her mind that she could use it. Beverly adjusted the controls for one of the side hollows and switched it over to the rec center. She cycled through camera feeds until she found where most of the prisoners lingered, pumping weights. Flicking over one more, she zoomed in on the door leading to the smaller room where Blackmark placed the 4 prisoners. What's he doing in there with them? She flicked another switch, and the feed from the camera inside that room showed on the hollow. She kept the audio muted, thinking if he were to be saying something confidential, she should probably not hear it. All 4 prisoners stood against the far side of the room, hands on the wall with their backs to Blackmark. He pulled out a blaster and quickly shot each man in the head. The 3rd one turned, in time to have his face blown off. The 4th one had enough time to scream and duck. Blackmark shot him twice in the back. Then the agent moved closer and shot him once more in the head. He holstered the gun under his jacket and calmly walked out of the room, the door closing behind him. Beverly rocked back in her seat, stunned. Her earlier admiration for the man and the attraction she felt toward him leached away after watching him execute 4 people without batting an eye. A cold knot of fear formed in her stomach. She switched over to the elevator camera and watched him step into a pod. It quickly ascended to the ground level. 5.14. One by one, the prison staff entered a small room, and Blackmark interviewed them each in turn. That cold knot of fear in Knowles' stomach would not go away. She watched as Torrance McGleeson, a thick, heavy-set guard who often argued with others about politics, was directed to another room and told to wait there. Belatedly, Knowles thought she should have warned McGleeson to moderate his comments when speaking with the SSI man. But then, would he have listened? Everyone knew McGleeson was highly opinionated and generally despised the Tetrarchy. Would he have kept his mouth shut under questioning by an outsider, even an SSI agent? What if the agent asked everyone else who among them expressed opinions contrary to the government's official line? Surely several people would have mentioned McGleeson under that line of questioning, based on his past outspokenness. Everyone knew the man leaned conservative. One other guard was diverted to the other room, an older fellow by the name of Slocum. Known affectionately as Old Slow, he tended to steer clear of controversial discussions. But at his age, Knowles thought, Old Slow had seen a lot. If she had to guess, she bet he felt he had been around long enough to speak his mind to Blackmark, SSI agent or not. Finally, Blackmark brought in Warden Choku and spoke a short while with him too. Much to Knowles' surprise, The agent walked out with Choku and directed him to the other room as well, making him join the first two men. The warden is a die-hard leaguer, she muttered to herself. She knew this for a fact. Choku had never been shy about expressing support for lead tetrarch Thrall all throughout the war, and now that Thrall's youngest daughter picked up her father's mantle, he supported her too. Hesitantly, fearful of what she might see but mystified as to why the warden was in there, Knowles turned on the camera inside the smaller room. To her shock, Blackmark again lined the men up against the far wall. He shot all three at point-blank range, even the warden. It happened so fast, no one had time to think. They just died, blood smearing the wall and floor. Then Blackmark turned and glanced up at the small dime-sized lump in the ceiling marking the camera. He stared directly at Knowles through the hollow. Reflexively, she reached out and swiped a finger through a virtual button, switching off the feed. She sat clutching her knees, trying to will her heart rate slower. While sitting there, a knock came at the door. The security hollow in the hallway showed Blackmark standing out there. Knowles composed herself as best as possible under the circumstances. She stood up and tried to put on a neutral face, taking 2 deep breaths and letting them out through her nose. Then she opened the door. "I'm sure you probably saw that," Blackmark said, his piercing eyes seeming to bore right into her. I'm sure you did what was necessary." No sense trying to lie about it, she thought. He probably has ways to discern when someone is telling the truth or not. Blackmark held her gaze for a moment, as if trying to deduce how upset she would be over these developments, in the pairing of staff and inmates. Finally, he nodded and looked away. Ideological purity is absolutely necessary, especially with the dire situation this entire quadrant is experiencing at the present moment. Knowles found herself unable to stifle the urge to ask, so she just blurted the question out. And Warden Choku, was he ideologically impure? She knew he was not, but she had to know what Blackmark would say. He caught her eye again and held it for a moment longer. She stared back, the question lingering in the air between them with all its implications. Blackmark broke away from her gaze first. He stared up at the ceiling as if in thought and said, "There can only be one ruler of this place, one authority figure. The warden was an impediment, and I removed him under the emergency measures we are operating under." He brought his eyes down and locked his gaze with hers again, making Beverly squirm a bit. His expression seemed so intense. A cascade of emotions churned through her gut, looking at him. Fear and desire mixed inside her in a way she had never felt before. "I don't need anybody second-guessing my orders. Is that understood?" Her voice came out in a little squeak. "Yes, sir." 5.15 Remington woke up from a light nap as Virago, her car, adjusted altitude. It angled down and slowed, sounding a light chime in the cabin. She stretched and looked down at the rocky landscape, much hillier than the flatter plain in which Central City had been established all those years ago. Then she got her first live look at Station Zero, a large mountain dead ahead with a giant repurposed airlock sitting at its base. "There you are. I've never seen a colonial ship before." Technically, it was not a spaceship anymore. She knew the Stellar Pioneer would never fly again. Still, it was neat to see what remained of the historic vessel. The guards probably still used the old ship's living quarters for their own use. These sorts of vessels were designed to be extraordinarily resilient, making voyages past uncharted stars toward planets which were hopefully habitable. Virago found the landing site on its own, a cleared area some distance from the front door. Right now, no other vehicles were parked there, although Remington knew that a van soon would deliver the smugglers she and Gunk caught. How do they cycle the guards in and out? She noticed near the open spot a large cube mounted on a low base. She pegged it for a Star-Ken wide area sensor. That must be what they did before. They ported people in and out from the clear spot outside. And she thought, that is how they transferred prisoners here as well. The Republic had rules against teleporting prisoners. It was largely a political measure. No one in the Republic liked the way the League handled dissent, and the rules probably stemmed from a response to the authoritarian regime's practices. In the Republic, the government could not punish citizens for their speech. There were a few exceptions, harkening back to the old yelling fire in a theatre standard. But those sorts of regulations remained curtailed. In recent years, the Republic's parliament focused more on rules regarding the sharing of information with the enemy during times of war. In general, Republican citizens could badmouth their government all they wanted, with little or no repercussions. But in the League, citizens knew better than to talk out of turn. All speech remained heavily monitored, with public dissent leading to possible prison time. And so it came to be that politicians in the Republic passed a law against teleporting prisoners to remote facilities, unlike their freedom-hating rivals elsewhere in the galaxy. This amounted to window dressing, Remington thought. It was nothing more than political grandstanding. But Player respected it, nonetheless. All prisoners were transported to detention sites, not teleported. Suspects could be ported to the police, but after processing they would be delivered to prisons by van. Not only that, Player respected the strictures placed on censors at jail facilities. Even on planets in which she was merely nominally in charge, such as this one. Thus Remington's visit today. Virago landed in the flat parking area. Its landing feet touched down and the canopy popped open. Remington hopped out and strolled around a large outcropping of rocks to get her first up-close and personal view of the famous starship, now serving as the entrance to Station Zero. Before her, a narrow path between two long natural berms led to the huge outer gate. The sight reminded her of the outstretched front legs of the Sphinx back on old Earth. To get to the gate, people had to walk down a very restricted approach zone. With a cautious glance at the layout, she approached the gate. Remington found no guns or other weapons, and Player had not mentioned any exterior armaments at this facility. The place was designed to keep people in rather than defend the outside, although like other prisons, getting in via force would no doubt prove challenging. She spotted the holocams though, one at the entrance to the berms and another closer to the giant gate. Also, there appeared to be some sort of comlink to the right of the gate. Remington headed that way when she finally walked down the entire length of the entryway. She looked for a doorbell or some other button to push. Finding none, she simply gazed into the holo camera, waiting patiently. Surely they know I'm here, she thought. Someone has to be paying attention. Maybe there's a motion alarm or something. As she waited, time seemed to slow. The minutes dragged out. Remington frowned. This was not going the way she expected. About the time she mentally gave up, the speaker crackled to life. "Who are you and what do you want?" She narrowed her eyes at the device. Curiouser and curiouser, she thought. Not even a modicum of courtesy. "I'm Renison, from Central City. Warden Choku is expecting me." This comment was met again by a long silence. "Hello?" Remington's patience was stretched thin at this point. She could tolerate bureaucratic nonsense. She grew up in the League, after all. But it was hot out here, and if she had her druthers, she wanted to get this visit over with and report back to Player. There was a warehouse to run and an outdoor marketplace, plus other things kept her busy in Central City. At last the speaker crackled to life again. "Your services are no longer needed. We are experiencing some technical difficulties with the gate. Please come back next week, and the warden will have time for you then." A brush off. Remington smiled at this guy's audacity. "Very well. You don't have to open the outer gate. Send the warden out to talk to me in person, and I'll report back to Tetrarch Chu." That should put the fear of God in them, she thought. This is an officially sanctioned visit, after all. Heck, it's a directed visit, not just sanctioned. I'm the one who was directed to visit. I'm not just here for the heck of it. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait until next week. Nobody is getting in or out right now. Please give Mrs. Chu our regards and tell her Warden Choku will make every effort to accommodate her request next week." She stared at the camera for a long moment. Finally, she turned and headed down the long passageway between the two berms, heading back toward her car. When she reached the open area, she turned toward Virago and stopped. "Mrs. Chu?" she repeated. "Give Mrs. Chu our regards?" It was not just the lack of an honorific. The leader of the quadrant was still called Teetering Chu, officially. It was the tone in which the man said it that rankled her. Something's not right. 5.16. Blackmark and Knowles watched the young woman walk back to her car, her head swiveling along the way. That's very strange. I've not seen too many visitors just show up like that, Knowles said, her eyes dancing between the Hollow and the SSI man. And we can't ask the warden about it because you just killed him, she thought to herself. She was not yet at the point where she questioned Blackmark's wisdom in removing the warden, but she could definitely see where killing Choku had already created unforeseen complications. That much was obvious. She fretted about it and her worries increased exponentially because she could not voice her worries out loud. People who said things out loud got killed in the League, especially when SSI was listening. And this man had proven he had no compunctions about killing those who disagreed with his leadership. Still, she had to say something. She voiced her concerns in the form of questions. What do you think's going to happen? Will she go back to Central City? Will she file a report or something? Blackmark turned and gave her a withering glare. She gulped. Had she pushed it too far? Knowles got the message loud and clear. She shut up. Blackmark turned back to the Hollow, watching the young woman walk away and move out of camera range. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing before he came to a conclusion. She's not leaving. She's not? How do you know? What makes you say that? She's looked at every camera along the way. She's kept an eye out for weapons placements. She's analysed all the approaches and any possibility of defences. That woman is a professional. She's not going anywhere. Knowles turned to stare at the Hollow again. She blinked in confusion. A professional what? He grimaced and did not say anything for a moment. He sighed and said, a professional like me. They both looked over at an old comm station set in the room's control panel, where a light blinked suddenly, flashing insistently. What does that mean? Blackmark said. It's an incoming call from outside the prison. Ignore it. Back in Virago, and out of range of the prison's camera system, Remington opened a comlink with Claire in the AI's role as Teetering Chu. She spoke to the clone in the office back at Central City. They won't let me in. I thought you said the warden was expecting me. He is. I spoke with Warden Choku as recently as yesterday about your visit, on a direct line to the prison. Well, the front gate is locked and I was told to come back later. Specifically, I was told to come back next week. They say the gate is broken, so I can't go inside. And the warden won't even come out to say anything to me. A moment passed before the Chu clone spoke again. Station Zero is ignoring my comlink request. What are they doing? Putting down a riot or something? Claire had no emotions, but Remington felt, or at least she imagined, a twinge of frustration at these developments in the tone the Chu clone took. Stand by. You see, that's the problem with AIs. You can make decisions in microseconds, but when interacting with people you have to deal with stuff like this. Must be tough. Stand by. Blackmark left the command center and took an elevator pod back down to the rec level. He found the same group of men still pumping weights and consulted his notes, pulling out a thin, transparent data screen. All right, I need the following 6 inmates. Johnson, Edgemore, Schmidt, Mann, Rodriguez and Leung. The men assembled in front of him. Foley could almost smell the testosterone emanating from the group. All of them were still sweaty from their workout. They looked pumped and ready for action. Follow me into the elevator. They left the others and assembled at the elevator bank, going into one when the door opened. As the pod ascended, he turned to face them. Gentlemen, I have spoken with each of you in turn. I know your political leanings, and I understand your loyalty to the League despite your current incarceration. Today I am going to let you earn some rewards and strike back against the Republic at the same time. As you might be aware, Teetering Chu has betrayed the League and turned this quadrant over to the Republicans. And one of her agents is out there right now, asking to inspect our prison. All the men nodded, listening. They soaked up what the SSI man told them like sponges, hanging on his every word. I have a simple assignment for you. Go outside the prison walls and take care of this Republican agent. Do that, and you will have extra food for a month along with additional rec room privileges. What kind of threat is the agent? This came from Edgemore, who seemed a bit quicker on the uptake than the others. Foley shrugged and said, "She's a young woman. Rather attractive, not very tall. That's all I know." A visceral expression crossed the faces of all the prisoners almost simultaneously. Foley recognized it and smiled. Lust now burned bright in the eyes of all 6 men. "5.17 Remington sat in the front seat of Virago, the canopy open and her feet propped up on the dash. The sun beat down on the rocky landscape around her, but a mild breeze and the car's climate control system kept her cool. She wondered what she should do. Going home seemed like an increasingly obvious course of action. If she would not be let inside the prison, it seemed unlikely she could break inside there for a look. Surely, she thought, there's somebody back in Central City with a set of keys or something. More likely, a system override code is written down somewhere. Chu could send in a team better prepared to breach the gate and figure out what exactly is going on behind those walls. She could then discover why the warden had gone squirrely all of a sudden. Lost in thought, a motion in the corner of her eye attracted her attention. She glanced over at the space between the 2 rock berms leading to the front gate. A man walked out, paused, and looked around. Seeing her car, he made a motion behind him and headed her way. Is that a prisoner? 5 more men appeared right behind him. They all wore orange jumpsuits, standard prison garb, with hard-bitten expressions on their faces. She watched the first one smile, his teeth glinting white in the sunlight. Not a happy smile, but one filled with grim expectation. The others wore similar looks as they approached, rapidly covering the distance to the car. You have got to be kidding me. They spread out in the wider space, hurrying her way. She slowly shook her head. Virago, ascend 30 meters. The car beeped in acknowledgement and rose vertically in the air. The men below broke into a run as it began going up, then stopped and stared when they reached the former parking spot. The canopy remained open. Remington took her feet down off the dash and peered over the side. 6 faces stared up at her, each man clenching his fists. Remington reopened the comlink with Central City. Claire, does Station 0 allow trustees to work outside the prison walls? Negative, Agent Renison. Once incarcerated, prisoners live out their sentences inside the mountain. Are you sure? Because right now, 6 prisoners formed a welcoming committee, and they came outside to talk with me. I presume you are speaking euphemistically. I am. 6 thugs just ran toward my car. By the looks on their faces, they are up to no good. There are no records of outside work for trustees at Station 0. If they use trustees, all work remains inside. Outside is barren rocks. There is nothing to do. Okay, so this is a threatening act, obviously. I calculate the odds their intentions are antithetical to our purposes at. Remington tuned the chew clone out. She looked down at the men, who continued staring up at her. Claire interrupted her thoughts with a request. Allow me visuals, please. Remington aligned her sight with the implant, broadcasting home what she saw from the car. Back in Central City, Claire examined the 6 faces staring up in the sky and ran facial ID to retrieve their records. 4 were convicted of murder, 2 for assault and battery. Records indicate 5 have had additional incidents while incarcerated. Joy, so these are definitely not trustee material. No, with their records of violence, these men would never be granted trustee status, nor early release. I'm not surprised. She waved. Hi, boys. In a lower voice she said, Virago, go down 10 meters, please. The car gently lowered. Aren't you all supposed to be in there instead of out and about like this? What are you doing outside? Get down here, bitch. One of the men reached to the ground and picked up a fist-sized rock. He threw it up at the car and it bounced off the chassis. Remington frowned. She looked at where the men were standing and the car's shadow on the ground. Virago, Move to the right 2 meters. The car shifted positions, hovering more directly over the men. Another rock flew up, then a third one. Virago, descend quickly to 1/2 meter. Virago plummeted. The men scrambled out of the way, but 2 did not escape in time. The full weight of the vehicle's undercarriage slammed into heads, shoulders, and arms, knocking them to the ground. I'll take control now, Virago. Leave the canopy up. The car beeped as Remington took the wheel. She floored the accelerator and pulled hard to the right. Speeding up, the front bumper bowled into the nearest prisoner, knocking him over. Now down to 3, the others scattered. 2 went right, 1 to the left. Remington pulled her pistol out and aimed at the one running away to her left. A single shot downed him, blowing a hole in his back. She glanced to the right, but the last 2 were out of sight. Cowards! The car beeped again. You're right. We need some altitude. Please climb to 35 meters. Let's see if they're hiding behind something. The car ascended in a straight line once more, turning in a half circle to give her a view of the landscape below. The 2 men crouched behind boulders, staring up at the car. Lustful looks were long gone from their eyes now, but the hatred remained, burning strong even from this distance. There they are. Let's see how good my aim is. Her first shot missed, making the rock explode next to the man's face on the left. Before he could turn and run, she lined up her second shot, which took off his head. The last prisoner bolted for the prison's entrance. She squeezed off 2 rounds, both wide and to the right. Dang it! He rounded the corner of the berms and ran for the gate. Remington gunned the accelerator, twisting the steering wheel while pushing it down. The car jumped forward and down, pulling to a stop 2 meters above the ground, with the driver's side facing the gate. The prisoner almost made it. He ran full tilt between the Sphinx legs, heading for the open front gate as Remington lined up her shot. Thoop! He lost his balance, stumbled and fell in front of the entrance, a hole in his back wide as a teacup and gushing blood. Remington shook her head, turned around and headed back to park her car in the same place as before. I knew that gate wasn't broken. 5.18. Knowles flinched at the sight of the prisoner going down, just before reaching the gate. The hollow showed his killing in gruesome high fidelity. Blood spilled out his back and covered the rocky ground around him. Blackmark narrowed his eyes at this sudden display of death, but otherwise did not react. Where did she get a gun? Knowles said, trepidation coloring her voice. Guns, of all things in the League, were the most strictly controlled items. Only speech was more regulated. People were simply not allowed to voice dissent against the government. And they certainly were not allowed to walk around with weapons that might be used against the government. Blackmark said, I told you, she's a professional. We have a real problem on our hands. He felt slightly disappointed the 6 hard-bitten prisoners did not take the woman out, but he was not very surprised by these developments. The fact she had both a gun and a car made all the difference. Guns are the great equalizer, Samuel Colt once said, and in that, the old capitalist was 100% correct, Blackmark thought. Even a woman can down 6 big criminals out to assault her, if she just has 1 pistol and knows how to use it. Like this one obviously did. His eyes narrowed with a sudden desire. Forget the gun. He already had 6, with more available inside the prison. No, Blackmark wanted that car. It would allow him to leave. It would give him the means to make it back to civilization. It would let him get closer to Chew and the center of power on this planet. It would let him finish the assignment the lead tetrarch tasked him with completing. But standing in his way was one young woman and her equalizing gun. How long until sunset? About 3 hours? All right then, there's no rush. Remington pulled up and circled the mountain above Station 0. She spied air intakes built into the rock and had flashbacks to her harrowing escape from Star Weaver, the ship she and the bot known as Miriam at the time used to escape the Republic. Once her mission had been fulfilled, kidnapping Miriam and letting Starken convince the bot she was the long-lost daughter of Julius Thrall, during their voyage to League space, the AI tried to kill Remington. Looking down on the ventilation shafts sticking up out of the mountainside, Remington weighed whether it would be worth trying to break into the prison by going down one of them. Her memories of the narrow escape aboard Starweaver notwithstanding, if that was what she had to do, she would do it. Maybe I should run the idea by you first, Claire. What are the odds I could break inside by going through one of these ventilation shafts? That is not advisable, Agent Renison. Titanium mesh screening is bolted in place to prevent tampering from both inside and out. Oh well, just a thought. She circled the mountain again but could see nothing hinting at another way in. Do you have schematics of the interior? Are there any secret escape hatches somewhere? Yes, I do. No, there are not. Getting in is problematic since the prison runs on a separate subroutine. I have no control. Yeah, tell me about it. I know how you feel. Remington swooped away from the mountain and out over the rocky landscape, looking down at the varied shades of brown below stretching out in all directions. Okay, Blair, I know you have a thing against censors. I know there's some kind of stupid Republican stricture that prevents the teleportation of prisoners, or some bogus bureaucratic stupidity. Penal Code 5.1.7, subsection 2 states that, whatever, I really don't care. I submit to you that this is no longer a prison. Station 0 has been altered in its purpose. The Chew clone paused for a second as Player processed this statement. Technically, Station 0 maintains its status as an incarceration unit. However, it is under hostile control, potentially a hostage situation involving the inmates and employees. The exact nature of the situation inside remains unknown, however. Okay, whatever. But my point is, it is not operating as a normal prison. Do you agree? I agree, Agent Renison. The situation is decisively not normal. Remington angled down, drifting back toward the prison entrance in a long loop. She aimed for her prior parking spot outside the range of the prison's exterior cameras. Okay, stay with me now. That stricture, subsection blah blah blah, no longer applies. Correct? Another second passed. Player said, there is no accommodation for a prolonged period in which a penitentiary remains under hostile control in the regulations. It is not in the Penal Code. Right, which means we can do what we want. If no strictures apply, we are unrestricted. Remington landed the car lightly, Virago extending its feet as it settled on the flat ground. She hopped out, the canopy still open, and walked around to the back and the car's trunk. What do you propose, Agent Renison? Remington popped the trunk and pulled out a large duffel bag. She put it on the ground and unzipped it. I brought along a bunch of soup condensers. Thought they might come in handy. Let's go in as a team. 5.19. An hour passed, and Foley tried not to worry about it. The woman out there might indeed be a professional, able to take out 6 hardened criminals on her own thanks to her car and her gun. But he was a professional too, and she was still outside, with no hope of getting in. At least that's what he told himself. There is zero hope of escape from here. I got it. Knowles looked up at him. He enjoyed keeping her around. She stayed quiet, kept to herself, and her politics checked out. He really couldn't ask for more. He liked his women to remain politically correct and to keep their mouths shut. Beverly Knowles fit the bill perfectly in that regard. At least so far. She waited, but he did not say anything else by way of explanation. Finally she said, "What do you mean?" "The name of this place. Station 0. I get it now. There's zero chance of anyone getting out. There's never been a successful escape, has there? Heck, there's never been any kind of escape whatsoever, I bet. You're a guard here. What's the history of this place?" She shook her head. "No, there's never been an escape. Several years ago there was a prison riot, and inmates took over some of the lower floors. But they were gassed and the riot was quelled quickly after that. But to your point, no one has ever walked out the front gates who wasn't released through proper channels." "I knew it. Station 0 indeed. I always thought it was called that because this was the first place humans set foot on Euripides. There's also a Station 1, 2 and 3 where the other colonial ships landed. She trailed off because his frown grew deeper the more she talked. Now he scowled at her, to the point his expression made her nervous. I like my version better. Were the other landing ships converted into prisons? Incorporated into the landscape to help serve as something? Anything? She shook her head again and said, they were all dismantled, their parts used elsewhere in nearby cities. Well, all right then. This one is called Station Zero, because there have been 0 escapes, and there is 0 chance of an escape. It's escape-proof. She swallowed, the sound in her throat loud in the enclosed space of the command center. But she did not reply. He continued, and because no has ever gotten out, nor can anyone ever get out, no one can get in either. And that is where, what is she doing? Their attention shifted to the exterior holos, showing the view to the front gate. Knowles said, She's got something. What has she got? They watched in silence as Remington walked down the path between the two berms, her hands held behind her back. Is that a bomb? Black Mark said. Could she be trying to blow the gate open? Knowles shook her head. It won't work. Nothing short of a nuclear. Wait, she's stopping. They watched as Remington came close to the exterior gate and the front holo camera. She looked up at the camera and smiled at them. Then she carefully bent down, keeping her hands behind her back. What's she doing? Knowles said. She's putting something behind those rocks. Remington's eyes never left the camera as she stared at it, crouching. Then she stood, turned and walked back to the paws of the Sphinx's feet at the end of the berms. What did she do? Knowles said. She did something. She planted something there, behind those rocks. Black Mark scratched his nose, staring at the rocks in question on the holo. He agreed with Knowles, but he said nothing. She must be nervous, he thought. I have never heard her babble on like this. Well, aren't you going to go out there and see what she did? He tore his eyes from the holo and looked at Knowles. Obviously, that is what she wants me to do. So no, I will not be going out there. But what if? What if it's a bomb or something? He shrugged, turning back to regard the outer surveillance system. You said yourself, nothing short of a nuclear explosion will open that gate, so I don't think it's anything worth worrying about. Finally, Knowles lapsed into silence. The expression on her face, though, indicated she did not agree with his assessment. 5.20. Remington walked back to her car, the soup can sensor successfully hidden behind a small pile of rocks. She had no doubt those watching inside would be burning with curiosity about her antics, but she also figured they would not risk sending anyone back out to investigate. Not after she so dramatically killed that last prisoner in the group they sent after her. He died right in front of the camera with a gunshot wound in his back. No, they would not send anyone out. However, she hopped back in Virago and floated up and around the mountainside. Then she edged over the top and slowly floated down over the entrance. Here she hovered above the gate and looked down. The cameras remained trained on the entrance, down the path between the Sphinx legs. They were not aimed up. There was no point. Virago, hover close enough that I can get out, but don't land. The car beeped in response and lowered itself toward the rocky slope, just above the large gate leading into the mountain. She took one of the last soup can sensors and carefully crawled out of the car. Standing on the precipice of the gate, she looked down at the ground several meters below. She had never suffered much from fear of heights and had no problems with it now, inspecting the entrance from this angle. The gate pressed tight against the rock, split down the middle, sitting on rails. Remington took the soup can sensor and placed it gently on top of the gate. The metal was wide enough to hold the can in place. She set it down on the crack between the two halves of the gate. Perfect. She straightened and carefully walked up the rocky slope back to the car. Climbing inside, she said, "Thank you, Virago. Now we've just got to hope they open the gate again. We'll see if curiosity kills the cat and brings them out." The car beeped and floated vertically, still avoiding the front cameras. It hovered above the gate 10 meters up, keeping the canopy open. Remington gathered her weapons, put her feet back on the dash, and waited. The nervous energy inside the command center could be cut with a knife, Black Mark thought. For the first time, Knowles started to seriously irritate him. She paced the floor, walking in tight circles inside the small space. She also would not shut up. "What do you think she put there?" she said for the umpteenth time. "She hid something. It's there. I can tell where she moved some rocks. Something's there." Black Mark's irritation flashed, but he suppressed it. Instead, he decided to humor her and speculate along with her. "I suspect it's a bomb. That's the way these things usually work." Knowles turned to look at him open-mouthed, a shocked expression on her face. "A bomb? Why would she do that? That's terrible." He shrugged, not bothering to hide his smile. "Why not?" The confusion melted off Knowles's face, replaced with a look of resolve. "What if it's a message of some kind? She knew we'd go out and take a look, and it's something she needs to tell us." "Sure, could be. The message is, boom." She grabbed his shirt, and he almost recoiled. No one had moved on him first like this in years. She pressed her face up against his. "Please, we've got to find out what she left." "What's gotten into you? The curiosity is burning you up. Can't you see that's exactly what she wants? There's no way I'm going out there to look. That plays right into her hand. You don't have to go. You could send someone else. Send another prisoner. If I send a League loyalist and it's a trap, I've condemned a good man. I've already lost 6. Someone less loyal will likely run off into the desert, even though it's almost certainly death to do so." He did not add that he might need additional loyalists if the guards ever decided to make a move against him. He regretted not having the 6 he sent out, and felt determined not to repeat that mistake. "And if I send out a Republican sympathizer, well, there aren't any left here to send." "There has to be a way. Come on, you can send somebody. Just do it, please." He looked down at the very intense woman now pressing up against him, and he made a decision. 5.21 The metal door to Station 0 buzzed and slowly opened to the secure alcove. A moment later, it buzzed again and slowly shut. When it fully closed, the giant outer gate slid open. The moment the gates parted in the middle, the Soupcon sensor Remington placed there fell half a meter before disappearing. Using techniques pioneered by LootNet, the pirate's AI, Player, invoked a relay jump. The sensor Remington planted behind the rock served as a relay to port the falling sensor inside. It reappeared on top of the camera inside the alcove. 10 meters above the open gate, Remington peered out the car to watch. When the gates fully opened, she lifted an eyebrow in surprise as a common maid bot walked out into the sunlight. "Well, that's one way to do it. Safer too." The maid bot walked to the pile of rocks and reached behind it, pulling out the sensor. The bot's subroutine was not overly complex, nor did it have the capability to transmit its optics or anything fancy like that. But it could follow simple orders, and it did so now. It turned and held the sensor up toward the outside camera, letting Black Mark and Knowles get a good look. Then it returned the sensor to the pile and walked back inside the gate. Remington breathed a sigh of relief. Even through the heavy metal gate, the sensor would have the range to do what was needed next. She thought there might be a strong possibility that the bot, or whoever picked it up, would have taken the sensor back inside. Getting a sensor inside, or nearly inside, was the point. So long as one of the sensors stayed near the door, Player would be able to maintain a mesh relay to the outside. But the odds that the first sensor, if taken inside by someone, would remain near the door were slim. Leaving it in place was her preferred outcome, rather than having it go deep inside. Evidently, whoever was in charge was a very cautious sort. He had ordered the bot to merely uncover the item and show it to the camera, then come back in. But that was enough. When the gate closed behind the bot, Player had a signal between the two sensors. As the door to Station 0 opened, she received her first set of readings from inside the facility. "What is that thing? That's not a bomb, is it?" Black Mark felt a flash of annoyance at the woman's persistent questioning. He much preferred her previous demeanor, when she remained mostly silent. What happened to that quiet, compliant woman? He thought. He stared along with her at the small cylindrical object the bot held up while facing the camera. What is it? Have you ever seen anything like it? He sighed in annoyance. The thought of killing her briefly flitted through his mind. But she had proven advantageous in other areas, and he could see where she might continue being useful in the future. So he tolerated the irritation she caused and answered her question. It's a sensor. A sensor? Like a municipal sensor? Yes, a portable one. Presumably it's one made for Player because Starken is no longer active on this world. But I thought you said Player didn't use sensors at prisons. Apparently she's changing the rules. That was actually a more troubling thought to him than his tone suggested. But what? What does it mean? It likely means reinforcements are on the way. Wish me well, Virago. The car beeped in acknowledgement as Remington activated a personal camo unit and seemed to disappear. I'm ready whenever you are, Player. Stand by. Virago, if someone tries to harm you or take evasive actions. The car beeped again and managed to convey a dismissive tone. I know, I don't need to say that, and I know how capable you are, but I want you to still be here when I get back. I worry about you out here all alone. It beeped again, cheerfully this time. Move into a squatting position, Player said. Remington complied, bringing her feet up on the seat. Bye, Virago. A second later, she popped away. 5.22 Remington popped into existence, still squatting, about 3 meters from the front door. She smiled. Player had ported her in the center of the inner corridor. She stood and looked down at her hand and saw the floor. Good, she thought. The camo unit is working. The sensors are working. All is well. You can communicate via text if you need to, in order to avoid speaking out loud, Player said through her implant. However, be aware that my range inside Station 0 is very limited. At present, I am able to sense only 6 meters in either direction of the door. You will not be able to communicate with me when your implant travels outside that range. Remington nodded, then remembered that Player could not see her. She focused and texted through her mental interface. Okay. She looked up and down the hall to make sure no one was coming. She started out, keeping an eye open for cameras. Apparently, she thought while walking, they're more interested in looking outside than in. At least here on the main level. She concentrated on stepping lightly and minimizing noise as she walked. The whole place seemed strangely empty. This part, she knew, used to be a spacecraft, now repurposed as the top part of the prison. She wondered how the entire vehicle had been placed inside the mountain. From what she could recall from her history lessons, what little of it she had paid attention to, the mountain here had an extensive cave network underneath it. After the planet was colonized, early settlers decided to physically place the stellar pioneer inside the cavern nearest the ground level. Then they excavated and inhabited the lower levels too. The complex grew over time into a massive subterranean prison. Choke points inside the mountain limited movement and essentially made it where prisoners could not escape. At least, not easily. Most of the inmates, she knew, remained incarcerated deep underground. They never saw the light of day, literally, until release. If they ever were released. Some, she suspected, never were. That made it all the more surprising those men had been sicked on her. It also explained why they were so willing to go after her. Even a chance to go outside, for however brief a moment, would be a huge privilege. The opportunity to catch a woman and have your way with her would have been far too great a temptation, she thought. So, what kind of person in charge of this place? The warden. What kind of warden would allow prisoners free rein outside the prison walls? What kind of warden would send hardened criminals after a visitor? It just didn't make any sense, she thought. She continued walking down the corridor, keeping an eye out for movement, anything. But the corridor remained deserted. Evidently, it does not take many people to run a place like this, she thought, at least not on the upper levels. She stopped at a doorway and looked at the latch. The doors were modern, in that they slid inside the walls, but they used buttons, not palm pads. This means less security, she thought. The doors up here can be opened by anyone. I guess it makes sense, seeing as how this place is built on an old colonial spaceship. Still, for an escape-proof prison, it seemed an odd choice. She pushed the button in, and the door slid open. Ducking inside, she found a broom closet. Do they use trustees or cleaning bots? The question remained unspoken and unanswered. She decided it must be trustees, because if they had bots, this would be a good place to store them when not in use. She kept walking, making her way down to the elevator bank. At last she found signs of modernity, with palm pads on the wall beside two pod doors. Also, she could see camera nubs up in the ceiling. Someone was watching the elevators. So this must be one of the famous choke points in the prison here, she thought. Even with a guard as hostage, access to this top level would be cut off by whoever is in charge. She doubted there would be any stairs either. The elevator pods would be the only way in or out of the deeper levels in the complex. She texted Player's chew clone in her implant. Are you seeing this? No response. Remington sighed lightly. Out of range already, she thought. Blinking, she took some photos, storing them in her implant's memory. She would transmit them to Player later, when she walked back toward the front gate. For now, she kept going, heading further down the corridor. She found an old push-button entry again at the next door. She pressed it, and the door slid open. It seemed to be a conference room of some sort, with a table and 8 black chairs around it. Remington closed the door and moved on to the next room. When she opened the next door, the smell of carnage hit her like a physical assault. The bodies remained where they had fallen. Blood pooled on the floor. She stepped inside for a better look, the door sliding shut behind her. 3 men, she noted, shot at point-blank range in the back. All wore prison officer uniforms. Scorch marks around the entry wounds showed evidence of a blaster. The energy bolt would have eviscerated their hearts and lungs, causing instant death. At least they didn't suffer, she thought. Carefully, she made her to the far wall, avoiding rivulets of blood on the floor. She bent down and took pictures with her eyes, storing them in the implant. The 3rd man seemed older. She had to pull his face off the floor to get a good picture of him. Satisfied, she stood and scanned the room once more. Remington noted the tiny camera in the ceiling near the door. She thought, I wonder if all this was recorded. There must be a security room or something, where all the cameras feed into. Maybe it's in the other direction. I started down the left side of the corridor. I'll go back, transfer these images to Player, and explore the right side. Her mind made up, she pressed the button for the door again and walked out. 5.23 Knowles had cooled toward him, he knew. He could tell by the way she looked at him, by the way she spoke. Where at one time she might have been willing to become his lover, now she was simply afraid of him. Foley, black mark, tried not to let it aggravate him. He was used to this sort of reaction. Normal people he knew from a part of him that still clung to his prior life before SSI recruited him. Normal people did not go around killing others. And every time a normal person found out what he did, how he served the League, they shied away from him. It's hard in this line of work to make friends, he thought with a wry smile. Associating with others who shared the same burden helped. This is why SSI agents often bonded with one another in the field. Humans are social creatures, he thought. Tocqueville and Beaumont noted that fact when touring America in the early 19th century. Americans always tended to associate with one another. Any common interest or profession became the nucleus for an official association to be formed. Coming out of a European mindset, not to mention a recent bloody revolution and its resulting dictatorship, associations were not looked upon kindly by Tocqueville's superiors back home in France at the time. But associations were so numerous, so vibrant in the young United States, that it made quite the impression on him and Beaumont. These thoughts shifted as Blackmark considered the association of assassins in SSI. He smiled because there was not much in the way of associating once the cohorts graduated from their school on Epsilon. In the beginning of the school term, All those in the cohort were singularly focused and had that esprit de corps that could have formed the foundation for a long-lasting society, like a fraternity or those made up of former students of academic institutions. But then the cohort went through a purging of those not ideologically pure. As he reflected on that fact, it triggered painful memories of killing his first girlfriend. He could still see her face as Janice looked at him the last time. Right before Foley shoved those thoughts aside. Whether Janice was a Republican sympathizer or not, he had done his duty that night. He followed orders. 3 other in his cohort did not kill their mates, and they were subsequently eliminated. Over time, even after completing his education at the school, companionship proved fleeting. No one really wanted to become intimately involved with an SSI employee in the first place, least of all an assassin. He knew of others who simply hid what they did from their families. And maybe that would work, at least for a while. Although, if your planet gets invaded by the Republicans, he thought with another wry smile, everyone finds out what you do when their people come after you. He wondered how many families on Epsilon, kept in the dark about their loved one's profession, watched in astonishment as their crimes were detailed in public trials, followed by swift executions. Others somehow found partners willing to overlook the occupation, or at least live with it. But Foley had never been that lucky. Like many such men, he suspected, he kept his maid bot around for the companionship not readily offered by real women. The maid bot had no concept or understanding of what an SSI agent was, and thus could render no judgment against him. She was an advanced model, and quite unlike Beverly Knowles, who now looked at him with a trace of suppressed horror in her eyes, the maid bot remained thoroughly non-judgmental. Of course, the maid bot had no soul, whereas Knowles had a fire burning inside her that made her even more attractive. He glanced at Knowles again and dismissed thoughts of a relationship ever developing between them. His profession would be too great a barrier for her to overcome. He could take her by force. Indeed, he could sense the worry in her that he would do exactly that. But with or without force, he could never have a true, fulfilling relationship with her, like he had with Janice in those early days of his cohort. It's too bad, he thought. Knowles is perhaps the most politically correct and ideologically pure person in this entire facility. Certainly the best one I've met in a while. A motion on one of the side hollows interrupted his thoughts, and he looked away from the woman. What's going on in there? They both looked at the side hollow showing the room with the 3 bodies in it on the top floor. The door swished open and shut. I don't know, Knowles said. Is there anybody out in the hall? Why did the door open and shut? We don't have a camera in that part of the hall. As they watched, the dead warden's face turned by itself, eliciting a sharp gasp from Knowles. Is he? No, he's dead, and definitely should not be moving. Blackmark's eyebrows furrowed. He watched the room carefully. A minute later, the door to the hallway slid open again. Point 24. Blackmark rushed to the control room's door and stepped out into the hall. It looked deserted, curving away in the distance. He squinted his eyes and drew his gun, firing straight down the middle of the corridor. The bolt hit the wall some distance away, splattering harmlessly. He quickly fired 2 more shots, one to the left and one to the right. In the distance, he heard a woman's voice. Oh. He stopped firing, eyes widening now. If he hit somebody, there should be blood. But no. As before, the hallway looked completely deserted. From inside the control room, Knowles carefully approached the open door. She looked like she wanted to take a peek into the corridor, but her body language suggested she would defer to Blackmark in the matter. Did you get her? How was she invisible? Always with the questions, he thought. Then he sighed, partly in exasperation at her, and partly because they were good questions. I'm not sure if I got anybody, and it's possible they're using some high-end equipment. High-end equipment that lets you walk around invisible? I've never heard of such a thing. No, you wouldn't out here in the middle of nowhere. The words came out in a brusquer tone than he meant. Her face fell, and he felt a flash of annoyance that her hurt feelings bothered him. He sighed, and started to explain things in a much more moderate tone of voice. Remington walked out into the hall and heard a distant door opening. She watched as a man pulled out a handgun and fired down the middle of the corridor. She flattened herself against the wall as the bolt sailed by, expending its energy against the far wall where the corridor curved, following the lines of the ancient spaceship. Then he fired again, at an angle. This bolt slapped against the wall near the door. She anticipated the next shot and dropped to the floor, just as the third one broke above her head. Oh, it was a calculated move, a gamble really. Actually, it's an old trick, she thought. Pretending you're shot. But she could foresee the gunman continuing to fire at random down the hallway, until he eventually really did shoot her. The man paused and squinted, probably looking for blood dripping to the floor. Of course, there was no blood. He turned back to the doorway, speaking to someone inside the room. Remington took the opportunity to move closer. There was, in fact, a certain amount of risk in moving closer. On the other hand, there really was no place to hide out in the hallway at the moment. The gunman would notice any doors opening. Better to move forward than try to hide with no way out, she figured. Quietly, she moved closer, intent on making it back into sensor range so she could relay information to Claire. At the elevator pods, she detoured into the alcove, out of the line of fire. The man still stood there in the doorway, talking to someone inside. To make it back into range of the outside world, she needed to move closer to the massive front door. Without hesitating long at the elevators, she stepped back into the corridor and moved that way, stepping lightly. A few more meters and she came back in range. She wondered how many sensors would be needed to cover this place, seeing as how it was literally built inside a mountain. "Welcome back," Claire said in her implant. Silently, Remington transmitted all the still shots she had taken. She texted, "Need-I'd." The requested info came back a second later. She read off the names: McGleason, Slocum, Choku. She texted, "That explains what happened to the warden." She kept moving, drawing closer to the massive front door again, and the man outside the doorway of the room beyond it. He loomed nearer now, and she could pick up snatches of his conversation with the unseen person remaining inside the room. "No, it is possible. It's called a camo unit. They even have them on ships now, big ones that can hide the entire vessel from view." He looked like he was winding down, and at any minute he might decide to start shooting again, she thought. She carefully pulled out her own gun, which remained invisible. Firing would give away her position, but if she timed it right. She aimed and squeezed the trigger. 5.25. Black Mark jerked back into the doorway. The gunfire surprised him. The bolt narrowly missed, sizzling over his right shoulder. He aimed blindly from inside the doorway, gun pointed down the hall and blasted away on full auto until the power pack depleted. In the aftermath, he held his breath, listening. Oh! He heard the grunt of pain and surprise a lot closer this time. He turned to grin at Knowles. "I'm not going to fall for that again." He closed and locked the door, hurrying back over to the seat by the control center. "Why isn't there a camera in the hall over there? There's one aimed at the front door. There's one aimed at the elevators. Why isn't one in the hall where I need it?" She blinked in surprise and said, "I thought you said she was invisible." He gave her a sharp look and almost said something hurtful, but he controlled himself with a massive dose of willpower. In a much more measured tone than he thought he could pull off, he said, "If she's injured and bleeding, there will be blood on the floor. When part of the body leaves the body, it leaves the influence of the personal camo unit and becomes visible." She blinked at him, and for a moment he thought he could read her thoughts. She seemed to be thinking, "Don't treat me like a child," or maybe, "Don't use such a patronizing tone with me." Black Mark shook his head. This was not going to plan, and that woman out there, whoever she was, clearly was getting to him. He said, "Look, just tell me what to do in a situation like this, where someone has broken into what is supposed to be a foolproof prison that no one has ever broken out of before." Her face cleared. "Oh, well, that's easy. Push this one button over here, and the whole place goes into lockdown. No one gets in or out. She pointed at the virtual control board, floating in the air along the far wall. He looked at the big red hollow button she pointed to and nodded. Right, this prevents her from going anywhere else. Got it. Is it tied to biometrics? If so, you push it. She walked over to the panel and swiped her finger through the ghostly button floating in the air. An alarm blared briefly, and bolt locks snicked into place all over the facility. Knowles turned and said, "There. Now, of course, no one else can move anywhere either. But at least she can't leave the hallway, so I guess she's trapped." "Good. I'm sure you have contingencies for an escape, though. What is the last-ditch control effort should a prisoner breach the elevators and make it all the way up here?" She smiled and said, "Everything is hermetically sealed up here in the old spaceship. We simply drain the air out of the hallway." He resisted the urge to slap his forehead. Foley felt the blood rushing to his face, but he concentrated and held back the bitter curse that he so desperately wanted to spit out. Instead, he said, "You could have told me that earlier." "Honestly, we've never had to do that. I hope it still works. The system has never been tested for as long as I've been here. The warden would know if it's still functional. Or at least, he would have known." She trailed off, unwilling to complete the sentence. The warden would have known if Black Mark had not killed him. Foley continued biting his tongue, his eyes narrowing. Remington was not surprised her second fake grunt of pain failed to pull the gunman out. She also was not taken back by the random gunfire. In fact, she had expected it, or something like it, and had ducked into the entry vestibule beforehand. All the shots missed her, sailing harmlessly down the hallway. The spray pattern impressed her. This gunman clearly knew what he was doing, rotating the weapon in tiny circles as he shot down the hallway for maximum coverage. But it was all for naught. He had expended his power pack, and she remained unscathed. Now she heard an alarm and bolt locks sliding into place up and down the corridor. Ordinarily, doors could be forced open in an emergency by pulling on them, but that option would be precluded so long as everything remained locked. She smiled and stepped back into the hallway, heading down toward the control room's door. With the doors locked, No would be shooting at her. Fortunately, she thought, I came prepared. And also, fortunately, there are no cameras in this part of the hall to let him see what's coming. Overhead, she heard a hissing sound, which made her pause and look up. Air vents up and down the corridor sucked air in, and her face dropped. Why does this keep happening to me? Wait a minute. This is an old ship. Maybe this is where Starken got the idea. The ventilation system here was not as advanced as the one on Starweaver, but it looked like it could do the same thing Starken tried to do to her on that ship. To make matters worse, there is less air here in this corridor, she thought, than on the hold in Starweaver. Remington stopped at the control room door and examined it for a moment. Then she pulled out a pouch filled with plastic explosives. Little chunks of the material seemed to appear as if by magic in a pattern around the edges as she ripped off pieces and softly placed them on the door, careful not to make any noise. The air pressure continued to drop. .26. I don't know how long we need to go without air out there to eliminate the threat, Noel said. We've never done this before. 15 minutes is the norm. For someone to die without air. We'll go double that just to be safe. She nodded, wondering how he knew such a thing off the top of his head. Then she recalled he was with SSI, and she decided she did not want to know how he knew. A graphics holo showed the air pressure in the hallway dropping. Knowles wondered if a person's head exploded in a sudden vacuum, or would just decreasing the oxygen be enough to incapacitate someone? The gauge continued going down. The door exploded. All the air inside the room rushed out into the hall with a mighty whooshing sound. The vents in the room kicked on, automatically trying to stabilize the pressure in the room as the hallway sucked all the air out. Wind rushed through the blown door and Knowles heard someone suck in a deep lungful of air. Black Mark heard it too, and he threw his gun at the doorway. Something fired back, hitting him in the shoulder. He grunted in pain and moved forward with the wind, looking to fight. His fists flailed in the air, the wind howling all around him. Knowles heard a footstep as someone approached, and then a crackling electric sound as Black Mark evidently got zapped by a handheld stunner. Beverly had trained on stunners as a prison guard, and she recognized the sound. But she saw nothing other than the SSI man wincing and curling into the fetal position as he fell to the floor. The air started stabilizing. A steady roar of the control room's vents continued, supplying needed pressure to the hallway. Knowles stood, eyes wide and uncertain. She still could see nothing. She looked over at the hollow controls and swiped a finger through a button. The vents in the hall stopped sucking air out and started pumping it back in. The roar in her room decreased in volume. Her thoughts felt abstract, as if her brain worked on another level while her body found herself in this conundrum. She tried to analyze it. An SSI agent lay on the floor and there was an unseen assailant in the room with her. At least we know the ventilation system works, she thought, although using it as a last line of defense has an obvious flaw. We can see that now. All an inmate has to do is breach one of the hermetically sealed doors. She heard another soft footstep and stepped back. Black Mark lay face down on the floor, unconscious. Knowles watched as someone pulled his hands behind his back. It made her think of invisible strings, yanked by a hidden puppet master. Then a set of restraints appeared around his wrists, as if by magic. "If you're wondering why those look familiar," a disembodied female voice said, "it's because I raided a supply closet earlier." A woman appeared suddenly, standing over Black Mark. Knowles recognized her from the camera. This was the woman who came for a site visit. Right now, her hand rested on a large square belt buckle, which Knowles deduced must be the personal camo unit Black Mark had mentioned. Beverly had no idea such technology existed, nor did it occur to her why Agent Black Mark might know about such things. She stared at the woman mutely, her mind racing to make sense of it all. The woman stared back. She stood, calmly aiming a blaster at Knowles, with no expression on her face. Knowles felt like she should say something. She stared down at the blaster aimed at her stomach and gulped. Slowly, she raised her hands. He said he was from SSI. Is that right? Beverly swallowed again, uneasily. Her eyes darted from the woman's face to the gun and back again. He interviewed inmates and staff. He killed some. He killed prisoners too. Why, yes, I could show you. The woman made a gesture with her gun toward the main control panel. Show me, if you have a camera shot of the rooms it happened in. But no funny business at the control panel. Yes, ma'am. Knowles sat and found the camera for the conference room off the rec center. The bodies had not yet been moved. Behind her, the woman said nothing, but Knowles felt certain she was recording video through her implant. 5.27. Remington debated the best way to handle things. Obviously, she thought, she needed to bring this monster back to Central City right away. Even if she left him locked up in this supposedly impregnable prison, he would likely find a way out. He had made an impression here. He would either have allies or people too scared to cross him, who he could convince to let him go. Evidently, he had already killed anyone with a hint of pro-Republican sentiment. Logic dictated the guards remaining were heavily in favor of the League. Speaking of which, the woman Beverly Knowles seemed at least respectful toward Remington. She also seemed to abide by Chu's authority, at least somewhat. However, Remington suspected she might have served as an accomplice to this animal while he murdered those disagreeing with him. At the very least, she did nothing to stop him. Sharing the control room with him seemed suspicious. But that was for someone else to decide. Chu, or rather Plaire, could figure out who had authority over the prison system and send somebody to investigate and pass judgment on everything that had happened here. Right now, Remington just wanted to get this guy back home. There were no anti-grav dollies available, so she ordered Knowles to help her lift his body onto a bedsheet. Then they dragged him to the entrance. Here, Plaire Sensors sent the AI its first good look at the man. His name is Marek Foley, codename Black Mark. His last known location was Petra Row. A list of data streamed over Remington's implant. She hummed, skimming through the info. This guy was responsible, or at least suspected, for a large number of assassinations. Most of the recent ones involved the League Diplomatic Corps on Petra Row. Evidently, there was some discontent in the ranks over the way Miriam, better known as Jade Thrall, was handling things as leader of Star League. Like her father before her, Jade wielded SSI as a weapon to take out those opposing her. The last hit attributed to Foley was someone named Michelle Zahn, assigned to the League Embassy on Petra Row. Republican naval intelligence indicated she was involved in some sort of plot against the lead tetrarch. Since Foley was the rod of discipline assigned to Petra Row, deductive reasoning suggested he was the one responsible for her untimely demise. Going back further, Foley was suspected in several hits on Epsilon, although the strength of Republican intelligence there was iffy, especially during the early war years. Nonetheless, simply being identified as an SSI asset would have earned him a speedy trial under the old Naval Investigations Division rules. But Foley had unfortunately escaped the invasion of Epsilon at the end of the war. And now he's my problem, Remington thought. She looked up at Knowles, who stared at her wordlessly. Do you have a pharmacy on site? Knowles nodded. Bring me a selection of sedatives. Whatever you use on prisoners is fine. Knowles left and Remington sighed, looking back down at the man on the floor. I could strap him onto the back of the car. Maybe, she thought. Except I didn't bring any smart straps this time. Better to knock him out for the whole trip and make sure he stays out. Knowles returned with a selection of pneumatic syringes. She held them out in front of Remington, who transmitted the image back to Blair. The AI's voice came through her implant. The one on the far right is fortified with nanobots. 5 cubic centimeters should be sufficient for 8 hours. Remington said nothing back to the AI, unwilling to reveal her implant to Knowles. She silently selected the syringe on the right and pressed it into Foley's neck. Handing the syringe back to Knowles, she said, I'm going to need help getting him into my car. I don't think you and I are going to be able to carry him that far. I'll get some guards. Knowles left again, and Remington wondered if she should be worried about the guards jumping her. Absently, she made sure her weapon remained secured in its holster. In the end, she need not have worried. Knowles returned with 2 bulky men, fitting the prison guard stereotype very well. They nodded at her and lifted up both ends of the sheet, hefting Foley's deadweight effortlessly. Knowles returned to the control room and opened the door for them. In the vestibule, they waited patiently until the door closed behind them. Then the outer gate opened, sliding on its tracks. Remington decided to leave the soup can sensors behind. Maybe they would continue to be useful. She led the procession between the 2 berms and opened a comm to her car. Virago, meet us at the end of the line down here. The car beeped and dropped down from its position high above, landing about the time they arrived. Remington asked the men to put Foley into the back seat. Wordlessly, they complied. She climbed into the car and looked at them. She thought, were they really so loyal to the League that this assassin spared their lives? Or did they just say what he wanted to hear in order to avoid getting shot in the head? Out loud she said, a team from Central City is on the way. They'll collect the bodies of the people this bastard killed. Then there will be an investigation. They nodded, but remained silent. She frowned at them a final time and closed the canopy. Let's go home, Virago. The car beeped and ascended 100 meters before turning its nose toward Central City. Then it shot away. The men on the ground watched it go. They turned and trudged back toward the gate. 5.28 Remington flew back to civilization, quietly reflecting on the unconscious passenger in her backseat. She scanned through the known information on Agent Blackmark with a thoughtful frown on her face as the sun continued setting on the western horizon. Somewhere in the night she dozed off, still thinking things over. Her subconscious sorted things in her sleep, reviewing what she knew and searching for obscure connections. Virago beeped, waking her up in the early morning hours. The sun had not yet come up, but they approached the city walls of Central City, bathed in the soft glow of municipal lighting. "Let's go over to the government district and drop this guy off, Virago. He's no longer my responsibility." The car beeped in acknowledgement and adjusted course. Player, aware of Remington's imminent arrival, sent a small squad of police officers to meet her on the roof of the administration building. Virago landed neatly and popped the canopy for her as the officers approached. The false dawn shed a little additional light for everyone as Remington climbed out of the car. "This is an SSI agent," she said to the officer in charge. "He is very high risk. He's already murdered 2 guards and the warden at Station 0. He will have no compunctions about killing your people too, given half a chance." The look on the officer's face changed as he turned to the prisoner slumped in her car, still knocked out from the drugs she had administered. "We'll take good care of him. He needs to remain alive for questioning, no accidents. But don't let him talk his way out of anything. He doesn't care who he kills." The officer nodded and motioned to 2 of his men. They pushed a zero-grav stretcher forward. Another 2 retrieved Black Mark from Remington's back seat and laid him out on the stretcher, none too gently. Then they applied additional restraints on his body so he would not be able to sit up. "We'll get you the cuffs back. Stop in at the PD later and ask for them." Remington waved him off. "Keep them. I can always pick up another pair later." He nodded and followed his men, slowly pushing the stretcher away. Remington sighed, watching the men go. If I had not been prepared, she thought, that would have gone differently. She climbed back into Virago, and the canopy lowered. It's like the old adage, take your gun and hope you don't have to use it. Or wait, that wasn't it. It was something like, better to have a gun and not need it than to not have one and need it. Or, I dunno. Anyway, I'm glad I had the tools to get the job done. Virago beeped in acknowledgement and ascended several meters in the air before turning its nose and heading back toward the warehouse district. Foley kept his eyes shut as the officers floated him into an elevator pod. He actually regained consciousness about an hour ago, if his internal clock remained accurate. There was no point in letting his captors know he was awake. Besides, feigning unconsciousness was one of the oldest tricks of the trade that still worked. No one bothered to check and see if you were really out or not. The officers talked and joked amongst themselves. This would be a group from the overnight shift, he knew, and they expected to go home soon. He kept his eyes shut as they moved him into a police van out on the street. His hands were restrained and he could feel the additional restraints all down his body on the stretcher. Eventually the van stopped and everyone got out. They floated him out the back. He sensed the police walking the stretcher through a gate, and Foley felt tempted to crack his eyelid open. But Claire almost certainly monitored this place, he thought, and she would surely notice such a thing. He wondered if the AI measured his heart rate and breathing even now. Could she deduce he was not unconscious? They walked inside a building, and the lead officer spoke with someone. Foley picked up snatches of the conversation. "This one needs to go in Max. He's a problem child." "Oh really? What did he do?" "Killed a bunch of people out at Station 0, including the warden. He's SI apparently." "What? Hold on, I gotta get more guys. That's not safe bringing that kind of prisoner in here. He came out of Station 0? That's where this kind belongs." Foley almost smiled at that response. He kept his lips from twitching in a supreme act of will. Moments later, he felt himself floating down a hall, then into a cell. They removed his restraints and lowered the stretcher onto a cot along the wall. Then they pulled it out gently from under him. He heard an energy wall activating as the guards walked out and left him alone in the room. Slowly, he opened his eyes and took in his new surroundings. A 3-meter by 2-meter cell with a cot, a waterless toilet, and a sink. Well, home for now, he thought, clasping his hands behind his head and staring up at the ceiling. At least I'm finally in Central City. 5.29. The Sagittarius appeared suddenly, popping into orbit above Euripides' North Pole. An old Zodiac ship, the Sagittarius was technically still a League vessel. However, like the other Zodiacs, it had traversed the same route for 8 decades now, standard time. The Zodiac routes continued, even though the League now held a fraction of the space from before the war. Star-Ken remained willing to allow the giant freighter to drop off its load long ago scheduled for this stop and pick some things up from the planet. There were details to iron out. Payment, for instance, was no longer as easy as shuttling funds between accounts within the League. The Euripides quadrant, now firmly in the hands of Player, had eliminated direct access to Star-Ken's financial system. Nonetheless, these were not deal-breaking issues. After all, the League and the Republic traded with one another anyway. Payment for receiving goods now took place through transfers in the intergalactic banking system, with nominal processing fees tacked on along the way. Orken did not mind. In fact, for most of the goods it dropped off, the AI negotiated a higher price with Player than it otherwise would have received had Euripides remained under its former government. Even a controlling, socialist-leaning AI could not pass up the fruits of capitalism when offered. No one turns down more money after all, not even artificial intelligence. Based upon recent experiences with heavily cloaked ships wreaking havoc in the Diego system and here, for her part, Player instigated a thorough search of the Sagittarius. The other major AI in the galaxy, LootNet, had used a captured Zodiac to sneak 3 battleships into the Epsilon system, after all. So precedence demanded this measure. Drones swarmed the ship almost immediately upon its arrival, several clunking up against the outer hull, holding on magnetically while Player's sensors thoroughly scanned the huge ship's holds. But it seemed all remained on the level. The contents of Sagittarius's hold matched her manifest, save for some truly old items that evidently had been tucked away years ago. But that was common for these ancient Zodiacs, and nothing on board raised any suspicious flags for the Republican AI. The Sagittarius did have one oddity that seemed out of place, at least somewhat. She carried a human passenger requesting to disembark at Central City. Player checked the records and found that this visit was in fact scheduled months ago. Kenji Epsilon Takeyoshi came aboard when the ship visited Alporn, a habitable moon orbiting a gas giant in the Clarion Quadrant. Zodiac passengers were not necessarily unusual, but they were not common either. Their circuitous routes were often not the fastest mode of transportation, especially since they stopped several times along the way. However, passengers were not completely unheard of either. For one thing, fare was cheaper than a passenger liner. Also, disruptions from the war had yet to iron themselves out in the transportation industry. So Player accepted the request, but placed additional surveillance on Mr. Takeyoshi, just in case. He appeared in Central City's small spaceport, a man of medium build and almost pure Japanese descent. Following disinfection, he walked out of the embarkation room carrying one suitcase and made his way down an isolated hallway until he reached a door marked Customs. It opened for him, and he walked through. Here he stopped for a biometric scan, staring into one screen and holding his right palm against another. A second door opened and he walked through this one to a desk, where a human customs agent waited for him. The man nodded at him, scanning information scrolling in his implant. "I see you visited us before, Mr. Takeyoshi." The stern-faced man nodded slightly. He maintained his taciturn expression. "Things are a little different this time around," the customs officer said. "As you may have heard, we're no longer part of the League now." "A seed has been planted," Kenji said, speaking for the first time. His voice sounded surprisingly gentle. "Time will tell if the tree flourishes." The customs official smiled at this ostensibly wise statement. "Can't argue with you there. Okay, you're free to go. Please be sure and maintain contact with the local AI at all times. Should you disappear from her monitoring of you, local law enforcement will be notified." Kenji gave him a short nod, stepped through the final door, and out into the larger spaceport. He immediately headed for a hotel. 5.30. Kenji rested his first full day on Euripides. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon local time, someone slipped a sheet of paper under his door. This, he presumed, was from his local contact. After all was said and done, there were still League loyalists here. They had been informed of his arrival, evidently. One sentence was written in pencil, that most ancient of communication instruments, and one not easily detectable through electronic transmission. Central City Detention Center. Kenji nodded, pleased with the local person's caution. Anything more than that would have been pushing it. But this simple bit of info remained useless to anyone else who saw it. He destroyed the note, ripping it into pieces and flushing them in separate batches down the toilet. Around 6 p.m. local time, he headed down to the lobby of his hotel and asked the bot at the desk for a recommendation to a restaurant within walking distance. After querying his tastes and how much he wished to spend, the bot gave him directions to an establishment 5 minutes away. He thanked the machine and headed out to the street. Glancing up at the newly installed municipal monitors, which seemed to stare down at him from their perches on top of metal poles, Kenji kept his thoughts to himself. This is going to be a learning experience, regardless of my level of success, he thought. Of course, his travel itinerary had been entirely faked. Starken remained in charge of all the League's paperwork, so creating a fake travel history had not been a problem. In fact, he boarded Sagittarius more recently than indicated, the ship stopping halfway between the Clarion Quadrant and here to pick him up. No one on the Zodiac ever saw him. He stayed in a guest cabin fully stocked with food for 12 days. Kenji spent much of that time in meditation, preparing for what would happen once he reached his destination. Supposedly, he was here to discuss increasing grain and meat exports from Euripides to Alporn. The moon had an atmosphere suitable for human life, but its soil and native animals were anemic compared to other planets. Consequently, not much food could be produced there. This was a known fact, and it enhanced his cover story. Therefore, tomorrow, he would make several visits to representatives of the trade exchanges and politely query about the possibility of increasing food imports. Alporn's main problem was the moon had little in the way of exportable goods to pay for imports. Mining had produced little in the way of metals or precious gemstones. In fact, the local economy primarily rested on subsidies from Clarion, which claimed the moon as part of its quadrant. And that's probably only for the sake of pride, he thought. Kenji was not, in fact, from the moon. He hailed from Clarion instead, and like those native to the capital planet of his quadrant, he held Alporn in some contempt. To him, it seemed like a minor territory held by a great power. If the moon had one bright spot in its economy, at least before the war, it had to be the tourists from Clarion who visited just to look around at the barren landscape. It held a stark beauty, reminding people vaguely of old Earth's moon, only with a few scattered plants and animals, better gravity and an atmosphere. But his cover story held up so far in the infiltration of Central City, so maybe Alphorn had some additional merit after all, he supposed. Kenji ate a decent meal, delivered to his table by a human server. Presumably the food had been cooked by a human too. How quaint. Euripides was not as technically advanced as Clarion. Certainly not Epsilon, he thought. This, despite its age. Euripides remained one of the earliest settled Goldilocks planets in both the League and the Republic. In some ways, it's a lot like Alporn, he thought. The surface is largely desolate where the cities were built. It remains stark until one goes farther south. That's where the ground turns fertile, with vast swaths of wilderness still untouched after all these decades. Some of that great verdant expanse, of course, they put to farm use. Great fields with drone harvesters fed millions in the League, at least before the war. Even now, the Zodiac in orbit would be porting up tons and tons of food to deliver elsewhere. Some of the agricultural operations down in the south were likely illegal, he thought. The planet had been colonized during a period of strict environmentalism. The League had mostly forbidden agriculture here until the need for additional food on more barren settlements like Alporn resulted in a change of bureaucratic hearts. But it would take little for those in the government with knowledge and foresight to set up clandestine farms out in the middle of nowhere and turn a handsome profit. They could grow tobacco or some other prohibited crop out here, and no one would ever know. One thing about government, he thought, was the propensity for those involved in running it to profit from their positions. In general, the stricter a government was on its people, the more corrupt its officials. And the League was certainly no exception. Kenji Takeyoshi knew this personally. He was a special kind of SSI agent, one of only two in existence. Star Ken classified him as a government enforcer. When problems cropped up at the highest levels, Kenji was usually the one sent in to take care of things. And right now, this planet thinks it's broken away from the League, he thought. You can't get any higher on the problem scale than that. All previous efforts to bring Euripides to heel had failed. He spent his time in the Zodiac's passenger cabin reading up on all the latest reports. Kenji knew Star Ken had sent in the agent on Petra Row, and he would likely have to make contact with that man, eventually. In the meantime, Kenji wanted to use the tools he had brought along with him. He walked back to his hotel, deep in thought. To use the tools in question, he needed to find a crowd, preferably one without too many sensors around to watch. He mulled the best way to approach this problem while heading back. 5.31 In the morning, Kenji made a call at the offices of several agricultural firms. Some of these he had arranged earlier, and some were cold calls. Everyone he met seemed quite polite and willing to discuss trading between planets, despite the recent political shifts taking place on Euripides. Of course, they all warned him prices might be higher for him now that their world and his moon were no longer in the same regulatory system. Inwardly, Kenji seethed at these blithe remarks along with other hints and innuendo that things were no longer the same around here. If nothing else, he asserted to himself, he would personally make sure this planet returned to its rightful place under the lead tetrarch's thumb so that these nauseous attitudes would change. With a fully functioning SSI in place, all such remarks could be ruthlessly squashed. He would remember those who made careless comments like this, once he helped restore the tetrarchy's power here. With those thoughts in mind, he noticed the time and realized lunch was fast approaching. He had not yet adjusted to local time, but felt determined to follow it and fit in. He asked the last agricultural executive he met to recommend a good place to eat. Kenji was now several blocks from the government district and faced a long walk back to his hotel and its nearby restaurants. The man smiled and said, "Actually, there are quite a few good food booths at Traders Square. It's right here on Nuremberg Street, just a couple blocks down from us. You should try it out." An outdoor marketplace piqued his interest, not just for the chance to sample street food. If it was crowded enough, he thought, and isolated as well, he could engage his primary infiltration tool. Double-checking the man's instructions, he thanked the fellow and left in search of Traders Square. He found it easily enough. As the man said, it was only a 2-block walk. There, right off the sidewalk, a formerly vacant lot opened up into a grid pattern of booths. Bemused, Kenji walked around looking at everything for sale. Some of it seemed to be stolen, and he had no doubt many of the surplus items were too hot for regular retail. Other things appeared to be homemade, such as the woman selling knitted scarves and caps. Some were obviously used items, apparently resold here for a profit. This last group included clothing, older electronics, and various knickknacks. He noticed a hierarchy among the booths, likely reflecting their rental rates. The nicer storefronts were up near the front, closer to the sidewalk and visible from the street. Walking into the interior, the smaller and less attractive booths near the back offered more modest fare. Finally, at the very back, he chanced upon the food court. The smell of good cooking made his stomach rumble as he browsed the offerings. Hamburgers, hot dogs, kebabs, gyros, and more all vied for shoppers' attention. At last he settled on a carton of ramen with grilled shrimp, eschewing the meatier fare. Kenji was more of a fish eater, and he wanted to try the local shrimp variant, having never tasted it before. Food in hand, he took a seat at one of the many wooden picnic tables near the booths and savored his food. He watched other customers come and go, and found himself wondering how much the new government received in kickbacks from all these merchants. And how much would the local gangs extort from them? In the past, such a grandiose retail effort as this one would never make sense, financially. Not in the League. There was too much red tape involved, and far too much corruption to make owning your own shop a profitable endeavor. Profits are evil after all, and the government frowned on ordinary individuals earning too much money. One might find people selling personal items on a street corner somewhere. but nothing so organized as this. Of course, the war was another matter, he thought. Companies like Thespar profited handsomely, but that was a necessary evil, and the Sanford family that controlled the company remained loyal to the Tetrarchy. At least, as far as he knew. Other wealthy companies like Sergio Productions had their place too. Someone needed to produce entertainment with the requisite level of propaganda ingrained into it. This, Kenji knew, helped keep the masses in line. It was the old Roman concept of bread and circuses. Keep the people entertained and fed, and they tolerated all sorts of iniquities in their government. But letting regular people like these run their own shops and make a fine profit? Not good, he thought. This was a full-scale capitalistic enterprise. Ordinary people should never be allowed to earn too much money. Once he helped the lead tetrarch restore power here, this entire marketplace would likely be doomed, he thought with a sigh. For right now, though, he could use this filthy capitalistic enterprise for his own benefit. It was time to begin the infiltration and find the new nominal SSI director for this planet, Agent Blackmark. 5.32 Kenji found a back street leading off the outdoor marketplace and wandered away from all the commercial hubbub. As he had hoped, there were fewer municipal censors here. The place seemed, if not run-down, at least heavily working class. He noted a few shops had street-front awnings serving as their public shingles. Kenji surreptitiously gauged which shop would be the farthest from the last censor. He found himself in front of a small bakery after making his calculations. The shop looked run down, with grimy windows. No one had bothered to sweep the sidewalk out front, and by the looks of it, the place could not afford robotic help either. It's probably a family affair, he thought. They most likely do not have any employees. He stepped inside, and an older gentleman came out from a back room behind the counter. The place offered 2 tables with 2 chairs each on the customer side. At least those are clean, Kenji thought. The man smiled at him with a mixture of surprise and expectation. He almost certainly did not see many customers this late in the day. Kenji looked at the holosign listing the man's baked goods and their prices behind the counter. "Let me have a half-dozen bagels, please. Plain ones." The man nodded and moved back to the rear of the store to fetch the goods. He must make it all himself, Kenji thought. How quaint. A moment later, the baker returned with a paper bag full of bagels and handed it over the counter. Kenji gave him the appropriate number of tokens, thankful that the man took cash. Making a transfer without a Republican implant would have been difficult under the planet's current circumstances. "I'm sorry. Could I also trouble you to let me use your restroom?" "Not at all. Through that door right there." The man pointed at a door on Kenji's side of the counter. He nodded. Kenji thought that was the restroom door, but he wanted to be certain. "I'm just going to leave these up here for a minute." "Sure, no problem." Kenji placed the bagels on the counter and stepped into the restroom. He pulled out a small, innocuous pouch lined with lead. He felt safe carrying this because such wallets were common, especially among tourists. They were not illegal per se, although going into a secure area while carrying one would almost recently result in a physical search. On the other hand, since they were such a common item, the local AI would not automatically tag it as suspicious on a person walking around in public. Kenji opened the pouch and pulled out a tiny spectrometer. Activating it, he looked at the numbers and nodded. The readout indicated that the municipal sensor's reach was particularly weak here. The AI could still see things, but not very well. That would be adequate for his purposes. Next, he took out another small object. This one looked like a tiny blunderbuss, a hand-length rod ending in a cone shape. He held it out at arm's length with the cone facing him and pressed his thumb over a small pressure pad on the side. A red scanning ray shot out of the tiny blunderbuss and quickly scanned him from head to toe. When it finished, he turned the gadget away, aiming it at the blank wall of the restroom. He pressed another button, and a man seemed to appear out of thin air. Kenji knew something of how the device worked. Created by a secret team deep inside Thespar, the League's high-tech military conglomerate, the machine could take a layer of molecules on a person and form it into a human simulacrum. Kenji had been coated with the necessary molecules before leaving the Sagittarius. The little blunderbuss simply pulled them off his body and formed something that looked like a real person. The simulacrum appeared full and lifelike. It could touch things, pick things up, even shoot a gun. But inside, it was basically hollow. More a puppet than a man, he thought. The molecules were controlled by subtle electrical currents. At least, that was the idea. This would be the first time the simulacrum was tested in enemy territory. Kenji stared at the man. It looked back at him with glazed-over eyes. Technically, it was called a human-like autonomous drone, or HLAD for short. Kenji pulled a final object out of the pack, a tiny disc the size and shape of an old American nickel coin. This he reached up and placed on the simulacrum's neck, under its right ear. The disc sunk into the skin and disappeared. It held the operating system for the simulacrum. At least this part has been tested quite extensively in trials, he thought. We'll see how it does in an actual situation. The electronics activated and a hollow version of a man locked eyes with the real one standing before it. Kenji smiled, confident the sensor would not get a clear reading on this interaction. At this distance, Player could not even pick up voices. Agent Blackmark is currently held captive in the Central City Detention Center. Assist him in leaving the facility. Stay here for several minutes after I'm gone before beginning your assignment. The simulacrum nodded. It understood the instructions and would comply. Kenji walked out of the restroom and grabbed his bag of bagels from the counter. He waved at the proprietor and headed back toward his hotel. 5.33 The simulacrum waited an appropriate length of time before exiting the restroom. The bakery's owner remained in the back of his shop and never noticed it coming out. He did hear the door to the street open and close, but when he came up front, no one was there. Shrugging, he returned to the back of the store. The simulacrum walked down the sidewalk, approaching the distant municipal sensor. This would be its first order of business, to see if it could pass as a human in front of Player's eyes and ears. Or at least find out if the AI was paying attention. Bots, even newer models such as those made to think they were human, could generally be ferreted out by an AI's sensors rather easily. For one thing, their insides were filled with electronics that the sensors could easily notice. The only way to hide the electronics would be to coat the bot in lead or some other material resistant to scanning. Since humans did not walk around with lead coatings, such a move would undoubtedly trigger interest in Player. In particular, the initial scans people went through at customs would sound the alarm. Therefore, one could not easily use a bot to pass as a human in enemy territory. The HLAD simulacrums were designed by Thespar to overcome these obstacles and be successfully placed behind enemy lines without arousing Player's suspicions. For one thing, they were ferried in through customs by an actual human with appropriate paperwork and a reason to be there. A thin current of electricity held together the unit's molecules. Since the human body had naturally occurring electricity, about 100 millivolts or so, the HLAD's current would hopefully not trigger Player's suspicions out on the street. Perhaps more important so far as sensors were concerned, no coating of lead covered the body. So, by offering no red flags, Thespar engineers hoped to fool the enemy AI. Indeed, the simulacrum's interior was completely hollow. Among the very few people aware of the project's existence, the simulacrum was nicknamed HoloLad, based on its official nomenclature. As far as anyone knew, neither Player nor Starken ever bothered to pay much attention to the interior of a person's body. And with no lead coating to draw attention to the simulacrum's interior, they hoped Player would not bother looking. Once they developed an adequate form made up of a thin layer of molecules, Thespar engineers needed to develop electronics to control everything. They solved this issue via an operating system programmed into a control unit roughly the size and shape of a common implant. As an electronic device, it would be noticed, but again it would hopefully fly under the AI's radar, since so many people had implants anyway. And in a world such as Euripides, so recently transitioned from the control of one AI to another, if Player could not access the implant, it should not matter. The eggheads figured plenty of people would still carry a League implant inside them, out of habit, if not loyalty. Now Thespar's latest creation, the Hollow Lad, wandered down the sidewalk, heading back towards Central City's government district. Its eyes scanned the area and found the municipal sensor it sought on a pole in the distance. Intelligence indicated some of the newer models might be placed in less obvious places, and someone on Clarion had coded in this possibility. Indeed, crime syndicates love to damage municipal sensors, placing strains on budgets in both systems. The new thinking was, if criminals could not find the sensors in the first place, they were less likely to damage them. Evidently, Euripides was not there yet, at least not in this working-class neighborhood of Central City. For the moment, the sensor on the pole up ahead sufficed for the H-Lad's initial startup routine. The simulacrum walked straight toward it. Nothing happened as the unit approached. Then it walked past the pole, following the flow of pedestrians. The unit continued heading for the government district. It had a map of the city in its memory, along with floor plans for all government buildings, so it knew exactly where to go. It next looked around for a police officer and spotted a patrol car parked on the side of the street. The drone walked by on the sidewalk, making sure to remain visible to the officers. Nothing happened. At 30 meters away, it casually glanced backward. The officers did not exit their vehicle, nor did the car levitate and begin flying forward. Internally, it checked another box on the startup routine. So far, it had avoided detection. Law enforcement had not been notified by PLE to apprehend it. Evidently, the AI's sensors had not detected anything amiss. The H-Lad continued walking. Its final check was to ensure system integrity. Its creator team considered the H-Lad system to be the ultimate infiltration unit. Dropped off behind enemy lines, it was designed to move undetected and wreak havoc on enemy forces before they even knew what hit them. At least that was the sales pitch Thespar project managers used with the bean counters and government bureaucrats while seeking funding for the project. It could sneak in undetected and operate in the shadows. But of course, this level of subterfuge came with a significant trade-off. The H-Lad's body, essentially a thin layer of molecules held together and controlled by a spiderweb of electrons, could disintegrate rather easily. So the unit moved on to the final test of its system in a hostile environment. It focused on the people around it, in particular those walking in the opposite direction. Two ladies approached, deep in conversation. The one on the left was not paying much attention to where she walked. Carefully, the drone lined itself up and bumped into her. She said, "Oh, I am so sorry. Are you okay?" The drone's operating system showed all systems remained functional. It smiled at her. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for asking." Voice functions normal. The internal circuits informed the central processing unit. Facial reactions acceptable. Bodily reactions acceptable. Most important, structural stability remained optimal. The H-Lad continued walking down the sidewalk, all its internal functions now checked out and operating within standard norms. It continued heading for the detention center. 5.34. Kenji walked into the hotel bar, breathing a sigh of relief. Not one for the outdoors, walking in the city ranked low on his list of preferred activities. He liked to stay indoors and drink, truth be told, and he'd had few opportunities to imbibe since leaving Clarion. On Clarion, where everyone was watched carefully by their neighbors, he could indulge in his favorite vice only at night and alone in his quarters. He even had to take care when purchasing liquor, usually paying in tokens at out-of-the-way retail centers. Even then, he had little doubt that Starken monitored his consumption of alcohol. There were few secrets in the League after all. So far, no one had ever confronted him about his excessive drinking. He suspected that had to do with the fact he kept it out of the public eye. Starken would ignore poor behavior so long as it did not reflect poorly on the Tetrarchy, and Kenji made sure his overindulgence did not affect his job performance. At least, that was the working theory he held that consoled him whenever he thought about it. Deep down inside, he knew the term for his condition was functional alcoholic, but he would never say that out loud. Now he was on duty and had a role to play. And fortuitously, this afforded him the perfect opportunity to imbibe without needing to hide it. Most of all, at least as far as his internal justifications for drinking went, Star Ken no longer had a presence on this planet. If he was honest with himself, he would not have passed up this opportunity to overindulge regardless of whether or not his little play acting called for it. Kenji sat down in the hotel bar and asked for a double whiskey, neat. He handed over enough tokens to set up a healthy tab. The serving bot took the money and returned moments later with his drink on a tray. Kenji immediately ordered another one. He had a few fast sips, then he finished the glass slowly, savoring the fiery liquid as the bot brought his second one. He thought about discussing the signs of alcoholism with the waitstaff bot or the bartender bot. He really wanted to have an intellectual conversation about his favorite pastime with somebody. Then he decided against it. Likely Player would be monitoring the audio feeds of all bots such as these, especially in the government district. Furthermore, after hiding his excessive drinking from one AI for so long, he had no wish to discuss it in front of another one, especially one he considered the enemy. Kenji sat back and sighed, enjoying the second shot. He would be buzzed soon, and he was determined to maintain that high for as long as possible. It was a difficult thing, tweaking his blood alcohol level and keeping it at an ideal pleasure point. But after years of drinking, he felt adept enough. Invariably, there were times he overdid it and blacked out. That too was a sign of alcoholism. But even though deep down inside Kenji knew he was an alcoholic, he would never admit it. Because to admit it would be a weakness, and weakness would lead to a loss of privileges inside the league. No one at his level could be seen as weak. So he hid his problem, but he never stopped indulging in his favorite vice. He couldn't, really, and he had tried multiple times. Right now he worked on cultivating and enjoying his buzz. He tried not to drink too much, too fast. At least, that's what he told himself as he signaled the bot for another drink. He glanced around the dimly lit bar. The tables here had several old board games, ready to play. Chess seemed popular, but other offerings included checkers, dominoes, playing cards, and other ancient pastimes. All the games were physical and old-fashioned. Nothing electronic. The table he had chosen was set up for a word game. He had several banks of letters on wooden squares arranged in front of him. The other chairs likewise had similar rows of letters. This was where a note slipped under his door indicating he should sit. So he remained at this table, waiting for his next meeting with the locals. He did not mind the wait. He sipped on his whiskey and worked on the buzz. The outside door opened, a shaft of light from the street brightening the interior briefly as another man walked in. He waved politely to the bartender and looked around at the gaming tables. Kenji was the only person present. The new fellow walked over and sat down in the opposite chair as the waitstaff bot approached. "Beer, please." The bot nodded and left to go fetch him a mug. "Are you a fan of word games?" "I am. Shall we play?" The bot returned with a beer. The new man paid with tokens. After it left, he placed a few letter tiles on the table, arranging them into words and making a sentence. Low-tech trumps high-tech. Kenji nodded. Indeed, this represented a way to communicate without speaking or transmitting anything electronic. Player would not overhear their conversation, although the method seemed a little clunky. The man rearranged the letters and added a couple more. Then he made a new sentence. "Are we on?" Kenji nodded and crafted his first phrase on the board, letting the man read it. "Clad on way now." The man smiled and pulled out a device about the size of a deck of cards. He touched the front of it, pressing a button on its screen before returning the gadget to his pocket. He took a sip of his beer and rearranged the letters on the board in response to Kenji's questioning glance. "Electronic, but low-tech too." Out loud, Kenji said, "Ah, good. I'll go again." The man made another sentence on the board. "My boys will help. Have you and your man outside city in no time." "You are good at this," Kenji said in an approving tone. The man smirked and said, "One more." His new tiles read, "Meet at 513 Warside tonight, 8:30. Knock twice on door." Kenji nodded that he understood. The man took a final sip of beer and scattered the tiles with his hand. Well, it was fun playing, but I should go. Kenji remained silent as the man stood up and left the bar. He smiled and ordered another whiskey. 5.35. Following its internal guidance, the HLAD unit walked unerringly to the detention center despite the kilometers involved. It did not need public transportation. It did not tire, nor did it need water or nourishment. In this, its developers had spent many hours arguing. If the HLAD would prove sufficiently human to an enemy AI, shouldn't it consume food at some point? Or at least appear to do so? The deception needed to be thorough, after all. In the end, the idea was nixed. There was no way to have the unit eat, or appear to eat, without the whole facade falling apart. Eating was a thing robots could fake, the winning side argued. They could store the food, maybe even process some of it for energy before getting rid of it. But this unit remained hollow. Adding food to its interior would complicate things beyond the required parameters. Besides, the HLAD was not designed to persist long in its assigned role, anyway. Eating or pretending to eat was deemed superfluous in the final design, which ended up becoming a model of duplicitous efficiency. It continued walking, oblivious to the arguments its creators waged over its final design. When it crossed the boundary into the central city's government district, it noted an increase in the number of municipal scanners. Little would go unobserved in this area. It also found an increase in the number of human authorities too. Police seemed to be stationed on every corner, watching people go by. This see and be seen approach to law enforcement had an ancient human psychological aspect. Crime could be lowered in certain parts of the city merely by stationing officers in highly visible locations. Thus, its software had been programmed to expect a higher police presence in the areas it would typically need to infiltrate. But the HLAD did not focus on that, or pause to reflect on the foibles of human behavior. Instead, its programming insisted it continue walking forward with a purpose. This action, too, was based on an underlying psychological premise inherent in its programming. If someone acted like they belonged in an area, others observing that person would presume they belonged there. The chances of being questioned diminished greatly when someone acted like they knew where they were going. This made the HLAD's internal maps very useful. It knew exactly where it was going, even if it did not know just yet all the particulars about what it would be doing once it arrived at its destination. Half an hour later, it walked up to the street entrance for a building with a sign reading Police Detention Headquarters, Central City. Entering led to a public lobby, sparsely furnished. A hollow sign to the left showed basic information, including visitation hours. A receptionist bot behind a reinforced glass window gazed out, expressionless. The HLAD stopped and took it all in, then approached the bot. This one was designed to appear as a young male, with typical mixed ethnicity, dark brown skin, eyes and hair. Are you operating under League protocols or Republican protocols in this facility? The HLAD said. Republican. The Euripides Quadrant is no longer associated with the League and has applied for representation with the Planetary Republic. Parliament on Octavia will take up annexation of our quadrant in their next session, when the body convenes next month. Until then, all government functions are operating under Republican regulations, as per Tetrarch's recent directive. This was a canned response, but it played into the HLAD unit's hands. Republicans were much more open about certain things, such as prisoner information. In the League, a person picked up by SSI often disappeared without a trace. Any questions to SSI concerning their location might lead to the interlocutor disappearing as well. I am seeking the whereabouts of a prisoner named Marek Foley. The receptionist nodded and pointed to the unit's left. Information about that inmate is listed on the holo for you. Good day. The HLAD stepped back and looked at the display in question. It showed a mugshot, a string of numbers, a list of charges and a cell number. 134. It consulted its internal map. This facility had 3 floors. The first numeral in the cell number indicated it was on the ground floor. The 3 in the number suggested the 3rd row of cells on that floor. Its maps showed the first and sixth rows ran along the cell block's outer walls, so the third row was located in the middle of the building. The 4 would be the prisoner's cell number. There were 8 cells per row. In short, 134 indicated Foley was being held on the first floor, along the third row, in cell number 4. Foley was being held in the most secure part of the jail, almost exactly in the middle of the first floor. But the unit was not programmed to question the significance of this. It only required the information. The H-lad turned back to the receptionist spot. "Thank you." It turned and walked out. On the street, it headed to the right toward a rendezvous point, a street corner nearby. Here, at this pre-programmed destination, it waited. People walked past. A few drove by. More sailed overhead in flying cars. The H-lad ignored them all. At last, a ground truck pulled up, heavily laden, its back almost dragging on the pavement. It parked illegally, wheels hopping the curb. The vehicle seemed old and overloaded, although the H-lad was not programmed to consider such matters. The driver stared at him for a moment. The H-lad stared back. After a few seconds, the driver shrugged. He said, "You can get in while they're getting out." A side door just behind the driver in the cargo area slid open. The H-lad took a few steps and pulled itself inside the darkened interior. The door slid shut behind it, and the cargo lights slowly brightened. 3 hulking metal figures stood in the back of the truck, like giant puppets waiting to perform. A young girl with very short hair turned from one of the metal men and smiled. She approached the H-lad, followed by 2 men. One of the men looked just as young as her. The other one was an older, middle-aged fellow. The girl said, "So, you're our contact? Good. Soon as our faces are seen by the sensors out there, we're made. We could never have gotten inside to get the info. Speaking of info, where's this rat we're here to spring?" It took a moment for the H-lad to process the question. The circuitry inside its nickel-sized control unit was not nearly as fast as a regime-class AI. But at last it came up with an appropriate response. Cell 134, ground floor, center of the building. The girl smiled. "Well, all right. It's time to show Mrs. Chu that not everyone on Euripides is a Republican sycophant. Let's go, boys." 5.36. One of the many police officers in the government district noticed a ground truck sitting partially on the curb in a no-parking zone. He frowned and approached. The driver watched him passively as the cop neared his vehicle. His window remained down while the man came closer. "Hey, pal, what you doing?" "Is there a problem, officer?" The policeman smiled. "You know, if I had a credit token for every time someone said that." The driver's face remained blank. He looked back at the officer calmly. This slightly unnerved the cop. A sixth sense started tingling, telling him that something was not quite right about this situation. Ordinarily, when someone blatantly violated the law, even a minor one like parking illegally, they did not remain completely unconcerned when approached by authorities. This fellow was acting strange. The officer decided to trust his instincts. His hand moved to the blaster on his hip. "Let me see your hands. Step out of the vehicle." The truck's rear door flew open at that moment, and something big came out the back. The vehicle's suspension bounced with the sudden loss of weight. The cop drew his gun and stepped away from the driver as the truck continued to jostle about. He heard servos whining, and he continued moving back to try and see behind the truck, while keeping the driver in sight at the same time. A dark yellow power suit stepped onto the sidewalk, 3 meters tall. Its back held thick, smart skin, a darker yellow the size and shape of a typical person, where the operator stood inside it. A young woman controlled this one. He could make out her face behind the visor. She stomped toward him, covered by a powerful metal exoskeleton roughly twice her size. Another one came out. Then the truck bounced a third time as a final power suit stepped out onto the street. The officer touched his implant. "Dispatch, 446. 3 suspects wearing exosuits are at my location." "Copy that. 446. What are they doing? And what kind of exosuit?" "I'm seeing your feed, but I don't recognize it." "They look like mining outfits. Have you tried to detain them? The officer looked down at his handgun, then back at the lead power suit. The girl smirked at him as he moved out of her way while she stomped forward. Negative, dispatch. It's going to take more than what I've got to stop these guys. What are they doing? He watched as the trio headed straight for the detention center, metal feet clomping over the concrete. His jaw dropped. I think they're doing a jailbreak. Get everybody we got out here now. The young woman in the lead marched straight for the detention center's front door. She swung her fist, and like a mechanical suit of armor, the mining contraption slammed into the doorway. An alarm sounded, the klaxon ringing inside and out on the street. The door locked into place as she continued pounding on it with metal fists. Within seconds, she made indentions that offered purchase for the machine's fingers. She pulled with her real arms, and the bigger, stronger metal ones responded in kind. The door creaked open, its frame twisting off the tracks. She tugged, wrenching the door off its moorings and leaving a gaping hole outside the building. She tossed the door aside, stooped down and squeezed her way through the opening. The receptionist bot behind the window looked at the approaching power suit with the same impassive expression as always. Two visitors, women, yelled in horror and scrambled out of the way, abandoning their request to visit an inmate. The man in the second power suit squeezed through the busted doorway. He smiled, surveying the relatively small lobby. The short-haired woman tromped to the reception desk, forming a fist. She gave a roundabout punch to the wall, flickering through the info hollow and leaving a huge indentation and several cracks. She pounded, using both fists now, and slowly the wall gave way, disintegrating as the receptionist bot watched. The old man squeezed into the lobby, joining the first two. The visitors ran out the door behind him, screaming. Quickly, the woman created a hole big enough for their power suits to crawl through. But before they could, half a dozen police officers streamed through the busted door from the street and opened fire on the lobby. Several shots blew through the glass, streaking around the receptionist bot's head. But it remained motionless, not even bothering to duck as the gunfire continued. In the hail of blaster bolts, the old man turned around and smiled. He spread his arms wide and the power suit responded, adjusting itself according to his motions. He calmly absorbed 36 pistol blasts at close range. The officers stopped shooting. They stared at him with apprehensive expressions. You swine ever seen an asteroid miner's gear before? His voice came out from behind the visor, amplified by a speaker below his neck. It's designed to withstand a lot more than this. He ran forward, the suit responding smoothly. The old man reached down and picked up an officer's legs with both hands, jerking him off his feet with a tinny laugh coming out of the speaker. Then he swung the man like a rag doll, knocking over 3 other cops. Those still standing kept firing, but their shots just bounced off the power suit's armor. .37 Bursting through to the other side of the wall, the people in the power suits paused for a moment. They were in a small vestibule. A large door with old-fashioned metal bars stood blocking the way to the cells. That's the prison block. It's old school here on the outside. You know what to do, Joey. The young man did not reply, but he moved past the woman and approached the bars. His suit carried a set of tools, including a reciprocal saw, or at least it had a functioning tool set, since carry was not the precise word for what it could do. He held up his arm and the suit responded to his mental command. The hand morphed into a circular saw with a carbide diamond blade. Joey started at the top, cutting through the bars in a shower of sparks, moving his arm in careful, even strokes. Guards streamed in behind them, dressed in riot gear, carrying heavy weapons. Cover him, Willie. The girl and the old man turned around and edged closer together, blocking Joey from the line of fire. The corrections officers opened up, heavy blasts from their guns pounding into the power suits. Laughter came through the old man's visor again, derisive and harsh. These bolts were much more powerful than the police sidearms could produce, but the suits held up well. 2 hit the girl's visor, and she snarled. It's time to go bowling. She thumped forward, gaining momentum. Then she ran and tucked in, rolling head over heels. The suit crashed into the officers, sending them flying and breaking bones. In the close quarters, chaos reigned as the guards scrambled for dropped guns or tried to get out of the way. The room was not really big enough for all of them, especially with the giant suits. The girl crouched, making her head about the same height as the men. She swung with both arms, knocking over 2 officers before punching a third in the face, popping open his nose and splitting both lips. She twirled, swatting down 2 behind her, then stood and kicked another one, trying to line up a close shot with his heavy rifle. All the men lay on the floor, groaning. She smirked, reaching down for the last weapon dropped. Holding both ends, she pulled it in close, bending the barrel and shattering the stock. "That's called gun control, boys." "I've got it," Joey said from the other end of the room. "We're in." The last bar fell off with a clang and Joey stepped through into the prison block. Willie followed, and the girl hurried after both. Before them, an open room held 6 blocks of cells. The geometric design was popular in League prison architecture, at least when this facility was built. The room encompassed the cells. They were not built into the walls directly. From above, it looked like a giant square with 6 straight hash marks. Unlike the gate, a modern force screen covered the front of each cell instead of metal bars. "Willie, go find him and secure him. Joey, do your thing. I'll hold the door." The men moved to follow her directions, servos whining in their suits. Guards pulled themselves together in the outer vestibule, those who could still move. A couple of them picked up their guns again. The girl turned and grinned, blocking them from coming through the broken bars. Joey clumped over to the wall, where a locked metal panel protected wiring and circuit boards. He held up his arm again and his saw morphed into a drill with a diamond bit. He looked over the panel and nodded, finding the spot he wanted. The drill started just as the guards began shooting again. 2 corrections officers had recovered enough they could resume firing on the girl. They moved to the far end of the vestibule and unloaded on her, sending blast after heavy blast slamming into her power suit. She smiled, standing in the gate, absorbing all their bolts. Joey's drill hit pay dirt. A klaxon sounded as the bit cut off power to the force walls. Suddenly, every cell on the floor stood wide open. Willie reached cell 134 at the same moment. He bent down so his head could peer inside. Marek Foley, sitting on a cot hanging off the wall, stared back at him. "Agent Blackmark, come with me, for the League." 5.38 A throng of prisoners rushed from their cells, crowded through the cut bars and into the vestibule. From there, they pushed out the hole in the wall and into the lobby. Guards came in from side doors, pulled out their guns and shot a few times, but those pressing from behind pushed the men in front of them forward. Several inmates stumbled and were quickly trampled. The sheer mass of humanity quickly overwhelmed all efforts to stop the prison break. Prisoners streamed out the broken door to the street, running in their orange jumpsuits. They jumped in the air with shouts of joy, like calves released from a pen. Sirens chirped as squad cars descended, noses pointed down, dual cannons jutting out from the vehicles like straight metal fangs. Loudspeakers crackled, yelling at them to halt. The prisoners ignored the cops, scattering like ants. Inside, Foley followed Willie to the damaged iron grating. Most of the prisoners were gone by now. 2 or 3 elected to remain in their cells. They watched the old man in a power suit clomp by, with Foley right behind him. At the grating, the girl looked down at him and said, "My name's Hannah, Agent Blackmark, and we're going to get you out of here." His lips quirked up as he recognized her name from the news. He thought the 3 were likely using aliases to try and fool the AI. It was a common enough practice. Choose the name of a famous person and use that while on the job. "Hannah Debussy, by any chance?" Her grin grew wider. "You've heard of me?" Hannah Debussy almost single-handedly took down the Progressive Party on Diego when her affair with a prominent MP was discovered. She nodded, the grin gone. Her visor tilted up and down, making the gesture look awkward. "I was outed in a public hearing by that bitch Gina Wilcox. We'll have to catch up later. Right now, let's get you safe and sound." Foley's expression shifted. They weren't using pseudonyms. This was her real name. Then he remembered that prisons do not have censors in the Republic. There was little chance Claire was listening in on this conversation. Still, with all those municipal censors outside, saying things like that out loud would be risky. But he had no more time to consider those thoughts as Hannah turned to the grate. She said, "Joey, you take the lead. I'm tired of being the meat shield. Black Mark, walk behind me. Willie, you sandwich him in. It's very important he does not get shot." "Okay, Hannah." The four moved into position, and Joey crawled through the busted grating. The guards in the vestibule opened fire. Now that most of the prisoners were gone, they had clear shots. Joey grinned as the suit absorbed the blasts. It kept going. Hannah came next. She reached out and popped a guard who stepped too close, sending him sprawling. Foley rushed after her, staying close to her back. He had to move quickly to keep up with the long-legged power suits. Willie followed, closing in on him. It's not perfect protection, Foley thought, but it's better than nothing. The foursome crawled through the hole in the wall and out to the lobby. Here, a few prisoners lay scattered on the floor. They were shot, trampled, or both. Joey huffed forward, Servos whining, and he burst through the detention facility's front door with the others right behind him. They stopped and stared at 24 cop cars hovering in the air, dual cannons pointed down at them. A smattering of uniformed officers ran into position, streaming in from all parts of the government district with their guns drawn. Hannah scanned it all from behind her visor. She said, "Screw it, head to the river. Black Mark, stay close." Foley pressed as near to the back of her as he could, but it was rough going. The suit was about twice the size of a normal person. Its material wrapped around and enveloped her body. His head was level with the back of her knees where she had stepped up inside it. But as she and the others moved away from the door, he stayed behind her, sticking close. The squad car cannons opened up on Joey, loud bolts slamming into him. He caught 3 at the same time and they stopped him, the force of the blasts absorbing into the suit. "Hey, they're not kidding around. I could feel that." "Is your suit okay?" Hannah said. "Yeah, it's holding up." "Then keep going." They ran down the street, and all the cop cars opened up. Heavy bolts landed around them like meteorites, ripping chunks in the concrete. Foley looked up and briefly wondered what he was doing. The transition from a secure jail cell to a war zone had been abrupt. The cops on the street fired at Joey, who still took the brunt of the bolts. 8 men stood at the intersection near the truck, some of them down on one knee, firing away. Joey stopped at a light pole and, with a grunt, ripped it off its breakaway bolts. He hefted it like a club and swung, knocking over 6 men. "Quit playing around. To the river." Reluctantly, he dropped the metal pole at Hannah's orders, letting it clang down to the street, and took off running again. The others followed. Squad cars pivoted in mid-air as they ran underneath the hovering police cloud. Their cannons opened up again, firing on Willie's back now. Bolt after bolt slammed into him, knocking him slightly off balance. But he kept running. "You all right?" "Yeah, it's getting hot though, Hannah." "Hang in there. The river's close." One car moved away from the pack, its cannons ripping into Willie's suit. He grunted and cursed, but kept going. Then it swiftly ascended, gaining a different angle. Shooting down, this time a stray bolt splattered on the pavement ahead of Willie, knocking Foley down. Hannah stopped and ran back. Joey stopped too, but he held his position. Foley lay on the sidewalk, holding his leg. "Can you move?" He shook his head, biting his lip. "Looks like they just winged you." She reached down and picked him up, effortlessly carrying him in both arms. "Look, Ma, I got a man." Foley glared up at Hannah's face behind her visor, pain fogging his view. He failed to see any humor in the situation. They ran faster now, no longer having to worry about sandwiching him in. Cannon bolts flew all around them, some occasionally slamming into Hannah's back. But the asteroid miners' suits were incredibly durable, built to withstand a much more hostile environment. Even cannon blasts would not penetrate their protective shell, at least from this distance. Hannah laughed as she absorbed another direct hit, racing down the street. Foley twisted in her arms to look ahead. He could make out a body of water snaking across their path. Footbridges gracefully crossed it. Lined in concrete, he realized the waterway was man-made, about 30 meters wide. There are no rivers in the rocky desert. This thing must be here solely for aesthetic purposes, he thought. Joey did not pause, but ran right to the edge and jumped in. He sank like a rock,